Chapter 301, Let Her Be the Empress. What happened? Yun Luo came out in a hurry. Seeing the imperial guards surrounding his estate, his old face darkened. I don't know what His Majesty is trying to do. Or is he going to be the enemy of the Yun family? Yun Luo, no longer calling his house the general's estate, just called it the Yun family. This showed that he now felt no attachment to the imperial family. Your Excellency, a eunuch holding a horsetail whisk in his hand said with a smile, Congratulations, Your Excellency has been reinstated, and now the Yun family will have an empress. Isn't it worthy of celebration? Several days ago, after the great purge in the imperial palace, all the old eunuchs had been replaced, so Yun Luo hadn't seen this eunuch before, whose smiling face looked so disgusting that Yun Luo wanted to punch it. Empress. The old man snorted, Our family doesn't need any empress. Please go back. The eunuch answered mildly, Your Excellency, His Majesty likes your granddaughter, so he asked me to take her to the imperial palace. From now on, Your Excellency will become a member of the imperial family. Ha ha ha. Yun Luo laughed with contempt, Did you guys forget how we beat the first martial arts master of the imperial family that day? How dare you come to provoke us like this? I thought Gao Xiaochen was different from his father and brother, but I was wrong. The members of the imperial family are all the same, and none of them are good. Now get out of here. My granddaughter will never ever marry a member of the imperial family. What's more, Gao Xiaochen already had many concubines in his harem. Such a dirty man didn't deserve his baby granddaughter. The eunuch's face turned black, and he said sarcastically, Yun Luo, it's His Majesty's graciousness. It's a blessing for your granddaughter that His Majesty wants to marry her. Do you think the kingdom is still the same as when it was controlled by Gao Tu? Now, this eunuch will teach you a lesson. The Yun family today is nothing. As soon as he spoke this, several men rushed from behind and quickly stood in front of him. At the same time, the eunuch threw the horsetail whisk down, releasing an overwhelming aura. You are not from the imperial palace. Yun Luo was so startled that he backed up a few steps. Except for those dressed like imperial guards, the others were all high-level strud cultivators. In particular, the eunuch and an old man in a grey gown were both high-level high-rank strud cultivators. There wouldn't normally be so many strong men in the Longyuan kingdom. The eunuch no longer spoke in that squeaky voice and restored his original voice, his face brimming with a satiric smile. Yes, I am not a eunuch. Someone paid me to do this. Yun Luo, I suggest you just give us your granddaughter. Do you want to continue as a general, or let me behead you right here? In order not to let the Yun family know that it was the Strut sect that was manipulating behind the scenes, he especially emphasized that he was paid to do this. Hardly had the fake eunuch's voice faded away before a wicked and domineering voice came out of the Yun family's courtyard. Are you sure you can behead my grandfather? The girl's voice came through the courtyard and caught the ears of these people. The fake eunuch frowned slightly, and like a sharp sword, his eyesight shot over to the gorgeous girl who stepped out. Chapter 302, Yun King of the Yun Clan, 1. At the very moment that the girl stepped out, the fake eunuch was stunned, his eyes shining with appreciation. Though he had lived a long time, he had never seen such a breathtakingly beautiful woman before. She literally deserved the title of the first beauty in the world. It was no wonder that so many men were crazy for her. Be it Gao Xiaochen or the man called Yun Xiao who Xi Xuan had taken a fancy to. They both had a crush on her. Yun Luofeng, do you choose to go with me willingly or be bound and taken away by force? The fake eunuch came back from his thoughts and coldly stared at Yun Luofeng, a malicious light flashing through his eyes. Yun Luofeng slightly raised her eyes and squinted at the fake eunuch. Just you. I don't think you can take me away by force. The fake eunuch snorted. Girl, don't be too arrogant. Since you said we can't take you away by force, I'll show you my real strength. Saying this, he raised his hand, and in a flash, several figures rushed towards Yun Luofeng. Only he and the other high-level high-rank spread cultivator did not move but coldly looked on the fight. I'll see who dare to touch my granddaughter. Yun Luo got furious, and a powerful force broke out on his old body. He strode forward and stopped in front of Yun Luofeng, his sharp eyes glaring at the crowd of people who were approaching quickly. Bang! His body issued a gust of wind that was blowing at the crowd of strong men who had rushed towards Yun Luofeng. The palm wind with all his strength successfully held these people a few meters away. Yun Luo wiped the sweat away from his forehead, his old face showing a sneer. What made you beastards believe you can challenge the Yun family? As long as I'm standing here, you will not be able to take away my granddaughter. And go back to tell Gao Xiaochen that my granddaughter will never marry him. The fake eunuch slightly narrowed his eyes, a dangerous look flickering across his eyes. I didn't want to do it, but now it seems that I have to finish you myself. The old man was able to beat Lin Feng because the little hamster helped him, but today, it wouldn't work even if the Yun family used the same trick again. After all, this time there were two high-level high-rank strud cultivators here. Yun Luo knew it quite well, but he didn't want to show any weakness to them. So he sneered out loud, even the first martial arts master of the imperial family, Lin Tian, was beaten by me. You are also just a high-level high-rank strud cultivator. Do you think I am afraid of you? Haha, not interested in arguing with him, the fake eunuch smiled sarcastically and said, Nobody knows better than you why Lin Tian was defeated. Even though he was really defeated by you, today there are two high-level high-rank strud cultivators here. How can you resist us all by yourself? The fake eunuch looked at Yun Luo with a sarcastic look, as if he didn't consider him to be of any concern. However, hardly had his voice faded away when a clear and cold voice came out of the Yun family's backyard. The voice was quite graceful, but Yun Luo was frozen by that voice. I'm sorry, but he's not the only high-level high-rank strud cultivator in the Yun family. In the courtyard, a man in a blue gown was standing there. The man walked as if he was stepping on a cloud, and when he walked, it looked as if he was surrounded by white lotus flowers. It was simply a delight to watch him walk. Chapter 303, Yun King of the Yun Clan, 2. Yun Luo was stunned, his eyes wide open. Staring at the handsome man who walked outside as if stepping on lotuses, he was simply unable to move his eyes away from him. As if not noticing the old man's eyes, the man walked to the front, his elegant and handsome face showing a smile, his eyes no longer decadent and sad but full of a confidence that no one could ignore. Yes, confidence. Over the years, Yun Luo had never seen this expression on Yun Qingya's face. Since his legs were disabled and he had to live in a wheelchair, he became uninterested in life and even had self-destructive behavior. Yun Luofeng turned to the man who was coming to her, and asked with a chuckle, "Second uncle, you've come." Yun Qingya slightly raised the corners of his lips. "I am the commander of the Steel Corps. It was a pity that I was unable to participate with you last time. This time, I want to fight together with my soldiers. Have you made up your mind?" Yun Luofeng looked at Yun Qingya seriously. "Are you sure you want to appear in the public now?" Yes, Yun Qingya nodded slightly, and the smile on his lips got more touching. "It has been more than 10 years. I have been living in the darkness for more than 10 years. I couldn't avenge myself, nor protect my dearest ones. So, now I will stand out and let those people know that I'm still alive. And I'll have my revenge." Looking at the man who looked so confident, Yun Luofeng thought of the moment when she first met him. At that time, the man was sitting in the wheelchair, and he looked so decadent and depressed that people could see no hope in his face. "Second uncle," Yun Luofeng clenched her fist, "no matter what you want to do, I will support you. As for your enemies, I will make them pay." No matter what kind of enemy the Yun family was going to confront, she was fearless. Yun Qingya. Hearing the name that these people were calling this man, the fake eunuch first paused, and then sneered grimly. That year, the most outstanding genius of the Yun family, Yun Qingya had a dispute with the heir of the medical city. In the end, he was chased and killed by the people of the medical city. Nobody thinks that Yun Qingya is still alive. Though Yun Qingya was the most outstanding genius of the Long Yuan kingdom, the powers beyond the secular world didn't know his existence. He was famous because of his dispute with the dandy heir of the medical city. It was the dispute that led to his fame. The man's eyes were cold and indifferent and showed no mood swing at his words. His handsome face was elegant as ever, and his attractive eyes were wide open, filled with pride. "Of course, I'll avenge myself." It had been 10 years. Those people would never have imagined what kind of life he had in those years. Thus, he could never let go of the men who had put him in that situation. "Ha," the fake eunuch sneered, "the medical city is so powerful. If they find out that you are still alive, no one in the Yun family will have a good end. Not to mention revenge. In particular, the heir of the medical city hated Yun Qingya's guts. If it were not for someone standing up to stop him, the whole Yun family would have been wiped out by him. Besides," the fake eunuch paused and said contemptuously, "I remember that you were disabled back then. Even though you are alive, you are still a trash. What will a trash like you be capable of?" Chapter 304, Yun Qingya of the Yun Clan, 3. Yun Luo became a little anxious and wanted to step out, but the next moment, Yun Qingya released a power no weaker than his. What's more, he vaguely felt that the power Yun Qingya had just released was even greater than his. He had reached the level of a high-level high-ranked Strud cultivator. Yun Luo was startled and was frozen, staring dumbfounded at the man standing in the breeze. Before the old man came to his senses, a cry came out from the fake eunuch's mouth. "That's impossible." At that moment, the fake eunuch's face looked rather grim, his eyes wide open. "The people of the medical city are proficient in medical skills. Since they disabled you, you should not be able to recover for the rest of your life. How did you not only regain your former strength but also make a breakthrough to become a high-level high-ranked Strud cultivator?" It was simply unimaginable. Even Yun Luo was startled at the fact, let alone the men of the Strud sect. Greatly shocked, Yun Luo suddenly turned to Yun Luofeng and began to scold her. "Regardless the people present, you darn girl, didn't you say you could help your second uncle restore his strength? How come his strength is not only recovered, but also even greater than mine? Come on, did you give your second uncle something good to eat but not give it to me?" That darn girl, she was literally inviting him to scold her every single day. Besides, she didn't tell him about the situation of his son in advance. His reaction was really an embarrassment on such an occasion. Wasn't it a shame that he didn't even know his own son's real strength? To his surprise, after hearing his words, all the people of the Strud sect were frightened and stared at Yun Luofeng in astonishment. "You cured Yun Qingya." The fake eunuch slightly narrowed his eyes, a malicious light flickering across his eyes. Yun Luofeng smiled. "It's none of your business." Her answer thoroughly enraged the fake eunuch. His face suddenly darkened and he sneered. "Even if Yun Qingya made a breakthrough to become a high-level high-ranked Strud cultivator, so what? You must die today." Though he originally wanted to help Gao Xiaochen to get Yun Luofeng, now he had only one idea in his mind. This girl was too dangerous to be controlled by a person like Gao Xiaochen. If they didn't kill her, they would have a lot of troubles afterward. Little Feng heir. Feeling the killing intent of the fake eunuch, Yun Qingya silently shielded Yun Luofeng with his own body, a faint but confident light shining through his elegant and handsome face. "You endured so much all these years, but I can protect you as your uncle. Now I finally have my strength restored, and I can protect you. Leave these people to me." Yun Luofeng slightly nodded and slowly drew back 2 steps. She also wanted to know the real strength of second uncle after he had become a high-level high-ranked Strud cultivator. Realizing the fact that the heiress underestimated her enemy this time, the fake eunuch's face changed. They only knew that the Yun family had 11 high-level Strud cultivators. Among the 11 ones, only Yun Luo was a high-level intermediate-ranked Strud cultivator. For insurance, she had specially sent 2 high-level high-ranked Strud cultivators to the Yun family. However, they didn't expect that Yun Qingya was still alive. Not only was he alive, but he had also broken through to become a high-level high-ranked Strud cultivator. Unfortunately, there was no turning back now. He had to win this fight, for the sake of the Strud sect. "Let's destroy them." The fake eunuch waved his hand and suddenly rushed towards Yun Qingya, his whole body dashing like a gust of strong wind. With his blue gown fluttering in the strong wind, Yun Qingya smiled mildly, his clear and cold eyes staring at the old man coming into his sight, his elegant and handsome face having no expression but indifference. Chapter 305, Yun Qingya of the Yun clan, 4. Father, I'll deal with the two high-level high-rank spirit cultivators, and the others will be left to you and the soldiers of the two corps. The man's voice was rhythmic and crystal clear, like a gurgling stream of water flowing through one's heart, so pleasing to the ear. Pretentious. Soon arriving in front of Yun Qingya, the fake eunuch kicked to the man's indifferent face, his eyes shining with a fierce beast-like light. Bang! Then, in the instant that his foot was kicking at Yun Qingya held up his hand and stopped it in front of his chest. 10 years ago, as a middle-level high-rank spirit cultivator, I could defeat the heir of the medical city who was a high-level high-rank spirit cultivator. 10 years later, I can also beat two men of the same realm with me, with the strength of a high-level high-rank spirit cultivator. 10 years ago, in the fight that shocked the whole continent, the young man from the Yun family defeated a high-level spirit cultivator merely with the strength of a middle-level high-rank spirit cultivator. Although he fought very hard in that fight, he won the fight in the end. However, unexpectedly, the well-known dandy heir of the medical city bore a grudge against him for it and sent all the masters of the medical city to chase and kill him. He managed to escape from the assassins by a fluke with his seriously injured body. It was also because of these two events that the name of the young man from the Yun family resounded throughout the continent and was known by everybody. Maybe you didn't know who the emperor of the Long Yuan kingdom was, or you may not know the name of General Yun, but you would definitely know the name of Yun Qingya. Even now, the people of the continent still relished talking about the fight between Yun Qingya and the heir of the medical city and couldn't forget it. The fake eunuch's face turned more serious. He took back his hand and exchanged looks with the other high-level high-rank spirit cultivator, and then they began to attack Yun Qingya at the same time. His gown fluttering in the breeze, Yun Qingya took a horse stance, reached out his hand and held the opposite party's fist with his palm. At the same time, he moved his body aside, dodging the sharp sword stabbing at him from behind, and before the old man had time to react, he kicked backward with his right foot. Kicked by him, the old man couldn't help but back up a few steps. He tried to stabilize himself, leaving a deep furrow in the ground with his feet. Looking so nervous, he could not help but burst into a sweat. It seems that my fighting strength has been reduced a lot after these 10 years. Yun Qingya shook his head. If I still had my former fighting strength, I could have kicked you 10 meters away. 10 years ago, nobody could resist him if he fought with a person of the same realm with him. Thus, no one of the same realm with him dared to fight with him, because they couldn't resist a single attack of his. Back then, the heir of the medical city heard of him when he was traveling outside. So he went to challenge him, intending to teach him a lesson. Yun Qingya never refused any challenge, which led to that final result. Zhaolin, said the fake eunuch with a serious look, we must kill Yun Luofeng today, even at the expense of our own lives. The old man called Zhaolin did not say anything, his old eyes coldly staring at Yun Luofeng who was being protected by Yun Qingya. Chapter 306, Yun Qingya of the Yun clan, 5. The killing intent in his eyes grew thick. After quite a while, Zhaolin slowly opened his mouth, you hold off Yun Qingya and I will kill Yun Luofeng. He stood up straight and expressionlessly said, compared with Yun Qingya, she is more dangerous. As a physician who could even cure Yun Qingya, how strong was her medical skill? Also, compared with spirit cultivator, a physician was more dangerous. At least, a spirit cultivator needed time to grow and improve. During that process, they would have a lot of opportunities to kill them. But physicians were different. If she was lucky enough to meet a strong person who was badly ill and treated him, then the strong person would owe her favor. This favor would be able to subvert the whole spirit sect. So Yun Luofeng must die. Good, the fake eunuch responded with a deep voice. No longer looking down on Yun Qingya, he suddenly took out a chain from his space ring. Whoosh, he waved the chain at Yun Qingya. Anybody in the way of the spirit sect shall die. Whoosh, the chain made a dull sound and quickly caught Yun Qingya's wrist, and then he called out to Zhaolin. Come on, go kill Yun Luofeng. Zhaolin's eyes darkened, and he quickly rushed at Yun Luofeng. He waved the long sword in his hand, casting a cold light. With a murderous aura, he swooped toward the girl standing in the breeze. The girl was lazily leaning against a tree, a wicked smile hovering on her lips. She didn't even look up, as if she didn't feel the existence of the sword. Standing off to the side, Qingyan observed the scene, her eyes revealing a thick sarcasm. These people want to hurt Miss. Even 100 high-level spirit cultivators added together wouldn't be able to resist Miss. Miss didn't take any action right now just to help Second Master regain his confidence. After all, for all these years, Second Master was hiding in the darkness and didn't step out to protect Miss, so the Second Master always felt guilty and inferior. That is why Miss hasn't done anything to these people. Pa, a clear cracking sound resounded in the silent front yard. The fake eunuch came back to his senses only to see that Yun Qingya had broken the chain that had locked onto him. His blue gown quickly fluttering, he shielded Yun Luofeng with his own body. You are courting death. This man, who had always been mild and indifferent, finally burst into a cry of rage. Suddenly he had a bronze sword in his hand and stabbed it into the chest of Zhaolin. Blood splattered and dyed the man's blue gown red. He looked up with a cold stare and watched the old man slowly falling down in front of him. With me here, who dares to hurt little Feng Er? Once he had no power to protect her, but now he would never allow anyone to bully her. Looking at the scene in front of him, the fake eunuch was stunned, and his old face showed a look of fear. Zhaolin was dead. Zhaolin, whose strength was very nearly the same with his, died at the hands of Yun Qingya so easily. If he forced his way forward, he would probably have the same end with Zhaolin. At the thought of this, the fake eunuch's heart trembled, and a word came to his mind, escape. When the word popped up in his mind, he no longer had any hesitation but turned around and tried to run away from the courtyard. However, before he could get out of the door, he paused. The girl leaned lazily against the door, her dark eyes glittering with a wicked light, and she was watching him with a smile. Chapter 307, Yun Qingya of the Yun clan, 6. Where are you going? Her voice was like a nightmare, haunting Zhao Lin and making his heart shiver. Just now, the girl was still standing behind Yun Qingye, but as soon as he turned around, she was already at the door. Was she a ghost? Otherwise, how could she change her position so silently? Yun Luofeng, the fake eunuch turned pale and tried to calm down. Who are you? Yun Luofeng slightly raised the corners of her lips, lazily and slowly stood up straight and walked towards the fake eunuch who looked ghastly pale. You don't know who I am. Then I wonder, why did you come here? The fake eunuch snorted, of course, to make you the empress. Hearing his answer, Yun Luofeng shook her head. It seems that you don't want to tell the truth. Then I don't have much interest in what you have to say. A killing intent flickering across his eyes, the fake eunuch quickly pulled out his sword and loudly and ferociously cried out, Yun Luofeng, go to hell. He was worried about how to kill the woman, and she just sent herself to his sword. Now that she was a distance from Yun Qingye, no one could save her. As long as he could kill Yun Luofeng, it would be a worthy death even if he died here. However, as he rushed toward Yun Luofeng, he seemed to stumble, and he lurched forward and fell headlong on the ground. More surprisingly, his sword had turned around in the opposite direction when it fell, and the sharp sword tip was pointing at his chest. Slice! The sword tip pierced through his body as he fell. The fake eunuch also died, and by his own hands. No one would have imagined that a powerful high-level high-rank spirit cultivator would stumble in a fight and die by his own sword. Was it really a coincidence? In fact, at the moment the fake eunuch pulled out his sword, Yun Luofeng quietly took several pebbles in her hand. One of the pebbles hit the fake eunuch's knee, causing him to fall. The second pebble hit his arm so that he could not hold the sword in his hand. As for the third, obviously, it was also Yun Luofeng's masterpiece that the long sword turned around and the sword tip pointed at the fake eunuch. So, all of these events were simply part of a plan, and the fake eunuch was killed by her plan. This is the consequence of walking carelessly, Yun Luofeng said with a chuckle. Second uncle, let the soldiers of the two corps deal with the rest of these people. I don't want to see any of them leave here alive. Besides, after finishing the things here, let's go to the Imperial Palace and take care of Gao Xiaochen. At an inn. What did you say? Si Xuan's palm fell heavily on the table and her face suddenly darkened. They failed. After sending Zhao Lin and the other ones to the Yun family, Si Xuan sent a man to hide among the onlookers and observe the situation. To her surprise, Zhao Lin and the other ones failed, and Yun Qingye of the Yun family was still alive. The Yun family, Yun Luofeng, and Yun Qingye, gradually calming down, Si Xuan muttered with a faint smile on her lips, I was worried about how to deal with Yun Luofeng. But now the Yun family has given me a chance so quickly. Chapter 308, Yun Qingye of the Yun clan, 7. Yun Luofeng, if you tamely became Gao Xiaochen's empress, maybe you would not face so many hardships, but you simply dreamed of getting a man who would never belong to you. So don't blame me for being cruel. Go to the medical city and tell the people of the city master's estate that Yun Qingye is still alive. After hearing this news, the people of the medical city will definitely not let go of the Yun family. Si Xuan smiled coldly. As long as she told this news to the medical city, the Yun family would be wiped out soon. At that time, without Yun Luofeng, she could enter the world of Yun Xiao and give the cold man the best care. She believed that she would make a better wife than Yun Luofeng. At least, unlike Yun Luofeng, she wouldn't make the man serve as her guard. How dare she treat the man as her subordinate? She really needed to look at her lowly status. What made her believe she could treat him as her subordinate? Yes, miss. The protector of the spirit sect made an obeisance and silently left the room. After that, only Si Xuan was left in the room. In a delirious whisper she said, Yun Xiao, you're mine. I won't let any woman stain you. How could a cold but paper-white pure man like Yun Xiao be stained even a little bit? Yun Luofeng was like dirt. Allowing her to get close to Yun Xiao would only contaminate him. So she would never allow this to happen. Certainly, Yun Luofeng had no idea of Si Xuan's thoughts. At this moment, she was standing in the study and accepting her grandfather's interrogation. Tell me, why didn't you inform me about your second uncle's recovery? The old man was a little annoyed that the girl had kept this secret for so long, and didn't tell him that to make him happy. Yun Luofeng shrugged, because the treating process was too harsh. I was afraid he would not be able to make it, so I didn't tell you. Her grandfather glared at her. All right, then what good stuff did you give your second uncle to take? Why did he manage to make a breakthrough and become a high-level high-rank spirit cultivator? Why not offer it to me since you have such a good thing? Facing the enraged old man, Yun Luofeng said seriously, I did give second uncle some excellent medicine to take. If you want it, I can also give it to you. But first you need to nullify your own strength, and then after 10 years of accumulation, I can give you the medicine that second uncle enjoyed. In this way, when you restore your strength it will be greatly improved. At first, hearing Yun Luofeng's words, Yun Luo was quite delighted, wondering how to take that good stuff from the girl. Yet in the next breath, she began to talk about, nullify your own strength, and the old man couldn't help but roll his eyes in disappointment. I can't afford that kind of good stuff. Are you kidding? What kind of good stuff could only be enjoyed after a 10-year waiting period? Was he crazy enough to make himself a trash for 10 years just for a breakthrough? Well, it's that you don't want it, not that I refuse to give it to you. Yun Luofeng cracked a wicked smile and turned her dark eyes to Yun Qingye, who kept silent off to one side. Second uncle, now that the Yun family's power has been gradually growing, you can tell me who your enemies are. Yun Qingye sighed and said with a wry smile, I fought against the heir of the medical city and defeated him. He took it as a big disgrace. That was what caused the mad retaliation of the medical city. The people of the medical city intended to wipe out the whole Yun family, but the Association of Physicians stood out to stop them. Chapter 309, Yun Qingye of the Yun clan, 8. Association of Physicians. Yun Luofeng's face fell slightly. What is this Association of Physicians? Yun Qingye glanced at her and continued, the Association of Physicians is an association made up of the physicians on the continent. Be it the medical pavilion or the medical city, they are part of the Association of Physicians. It has great power and a pivotal position on this continent. Why did the Association of Physicians help the Yun family? Yun Luofeng stroked her chin, asking with confusion. The Association of Physicians was not helping the Yun family. Because the dispute between the medical city and the Yun family drew a lot of attention, if the Association of Physicians didn't intervene it would bring shame to the whole society. In a word, the Association of Physicians stood up to stop the medical city, not for the Yun family, but the fame of the society would not be affected. After all, Yun Qingye had suffered such a mad retaliation simply because he defeated the heir of the medical city. It would be fine if they only retaliated against Yun Qingye, but they wanted to wipe out the whole Yun family. If this was known by the common people, what would they think of the Association of Physicians? However, Yun Qingye paused, his handsome face revealing a tinge of sadness. The Association of Physicians and the medical city people signed an agreement specifying that if I was still alive, the medical city would have the right to take revenge against the Yun family, and the Association of Physicians would not stop them. Namely, they would not stop the medical city's retaliation against the Yun family unless I was dead. Yun Luofeng raised the corners of her lips, saying with contempt, in the eyes of the common people, by not allowing their subordinates to wipe out the whole family, the Association of Physicians' treatment was quite fair. But observant people would easily discover that the Association of Physicians was obviously partial to the medical city. Keeping silent, Yun Qingye knew that Yun Luofeng's words made sense. Indeed, the Association of Physicians was being partial to the medical city. Second uncle, you didn't do anything wrong. Yun Luofeng lifted her face, you just had a competition with a person and didn't mean to hurt anyone. It's ridiculous to blame you for defeating the man. There will always be a winner in a competition. I have never heard that the winner is decided before the competition. The girl's voice was defiant and domineering, her dark eyes unfathomable. How dare they keep chasing you just because you defeated the young master? If the Association of Physicians was really fair, they wouldn't allow the people of the medical city to touch you. But those people used your death as a condition in exchange for the peace and harmony of the Yun family. This partiality is obvious to anyone. Yun Qingye tightly clenched his fist, his eyes filled with deep hatred. Exactly, he didn't do anything wrong. The Association of Physicians, however, pronounced him guilty. And they claimed that they wouldn't stop the medical city from destroying the Yun family unless he was dead. Little Feng, there is something that you don't know. The daughter of the master of the medical city is the disciple of an elder of the Association of Physicians. Therefore, the Association of Physicians would definitely be biased in favor of the medical city. Hearing his words, Yun Luofeng understood. She walked slowly to the front of Yun Qingye, her hand falling lightly on his shoulder. Second uncle, don't worry, I will avenge you. Yun Qingye, eyes turned soft, and he rubbed Yun Luofeng's head lovingly. Little Feng, you've grown up. You are the greatest hope of the Yun family. If your father and mother could see this in heaven, they would be happy for you. Thinking of the late Yun Yang couple, the atmosphere in the study suddenly became solemn. After quite a while, Yun Luofeng lifted her head and gazed at the elegant man in front of her, her eyes determined and domineering. Chapter 310, Yun Qingye of the Yun clan, 9. Second uncle, it's getting late. I'm taking my leave. Tomorrow I'll go to the Imperial Palace to find Gao Xiaochen. Besides, be it the medical city or the Association of Physicians, I will kill anyone who has offended the Yun family, no matter how far away they are. Even if 1,000 miles away, those who had offended the Yun family would have to pay. Since she had said this, she would fulfill it. I believe you. Yun Qingye smiled mildly, his eyes soft as moonlight looking at her, his face filled with trust in her. Well, you should take a rest. You must be tired after the recent 6 months. Looking at his concerned eyes, Yun Luofeng said nothing more, but at this moment, her heart was more determined than ever. In the study, Yun Qingye gazed at the receding figure of the girl, the soft smile on his face fading away. Father, was I wrong to stand up so early? There were too many enemies of the Yun family. But he stood up at this time. If his action caused any trouble to the Yun family, he would be to blame. Yun Luo sighed helplessly and tried to comfort him. Qingye, you don't have to think too much. You have been hiding for 10 years. Now that your strength has been restored, it's time for you to stand up. Yun Qingye said with a bitter smile, I have endured it for 10 years. Why couldn't I endure it today? I hope I didn't bring danger to little Feng. Yun Luo chuckled, the girl is well gifted, and her potential is also unlimited. I believe that with her existence, the Yun family will become something in the future, and as her family, what we should do is to believe in her ability and support her forever. In his long-term view, Yun Luofeng would not stay in the small Longyuan kingdom forever. She belonged to the boundless continent. At that time, they would stand behind her, guarding her home for her. Father, Yun Qingye smiled, little Feng needs room to grow up. As long as she grows up, no one on the continent will be her opponent. So, if the Yun family really can't resist the medical city, just give me to them. As long as little Feng is there, I believe that she would avenge me someday. At that time, my soul could rest in peace. The Imperial Palace. In the study, holding a glass in his hand, Gao Xiaochen quaffed down the wine, his handsome face all red and his body staggering. Even so, he didn't stop but keep drinking, one cup after another. Your Majesty, a woman in a pink court dress gracefully walked to Gao Xiaochen, holding his swinging body with her jade-like arms, and called him softly, you're drunk. Let me take you to rest. Smelling the intoxicating fragrance of the woman's body, Gao Xiaochen slightly raised his eyes and turned to the woman who was holding him. At this moment, he was so drunk that his vision was blurred, but in the dimness, he vaguely saw the gorgeous face that he had been yearning for. Little Feng, did you come here for me? The body of the woman in a court dress froze. She had loved this man for so many years and took great pains to become one of his women. But who he thought of was another woman. Little Feng, if I were willing to dismiss my harem for you, would you marry me? Gao Xiaochen tightly grasped the arm of the woman in a court dress, with a tender look. Different from the way he normally appeared, this tenderness was from the depths of his heart. Chapter 311, Yun King of the Yun Clan, 10. The woman in a court dress, sadly gazing at the man holding her arm, felt her heart began to tear and bleed. He was going to dismiss the harem. To dismiss the whole harem for a woman. Then, where did he place them? Your Majesty, you've drunk too much. Let me take you to rest. No. Gao Xiaochen grabbed the woman in a court dress and pulled her into his arms. I'm not drunk. I'm awake. Feng I thought a person like me would not fall in love with anyone. At first, I wanted to know about you just to take advantage of you, but I didn't expect that the more I knew about you, the more deeply I fell in love with you. I can promise you now, I will not touch any woman except you, please don't leave me. He had thought that Yun Luofeng would become his wife today. However, he did not expect that the strong masters of the Strud sect had failed. Yun Qingye was still alive. The man who once swept through the whole Longyuan kingdom was still alive. He had even made a breakthrough and become a high-level high-rank Strud cultivator. So he made the final decision. She once said that to be her man, that man must have her as his only woman. Now he was willing to dismiss his harem for her. Thus, she would choose him as her man. Your Majesty, I'm not Yun Luofeng. Before the woman in a court dress could tell him that, her lips were sealed by the man's lips. He lifted his big hands, tore the woman's dress to pieces, and threw them all over the ground. Little Feng you did come. I knew you would come to me as long as I dismissed my harem for you. The woman in a court dress stiffened and raised her eyes only to see a pair of eyes so tender that she would be willing to get drowned in them. The woman in a court dress closed her eyes and obediently fell into the arms of Gao Xiaochen, letting him kiss her all over her body and leave the traces of love. As long as he could give her a tender night, she wouldn't mind if he mistook her for someone else. She loved him so deeply that she couldn't control herself. The next day, in the luxurious dragon bed, Gao Xiaochen opened his eyes. He rubbed his temple, his eyes revealing a confused look. He remembered when he was drinking alone in the study yesterday, he saw Yun Luofeng appear, and then the two of them fell to the floor and crazily made love. But why was he lying in the dragon bed? Oh, yes, Yun Luofeng. Coming back from his reverie, Gao Xiaochen hurriedly took a look at the woman lying next to him. When he saw a familiar face, he was totally stunned. Your Majesty, said the woman, rubbing her sleepy eyes and slowly sitting up from the bed, what's the matter? Hardly had her voice faded away when a big hand suddenly grabbed her by the neck, and she looked up in shock only to see a ferocious face. BTCH, why was it you? The person he saw last night was Yun Luofeng. Why did it change to this woman? Your Majesty, choked by him, the woman couldn't speak. She kept coughing, tears running down from the corners of her eyes. She could do nothing but look sadly at Gao Xiaochen. Bang! Gao Xiaochen threw down the woman and shouted angrily, BTCH, who allowed you to enter my study last night? The woman's body bumped against the wall and slowly fell down, a trace of blood flowing from her lips, her beautiful eyes filled with despair. Your Majesty, I was worried about you. Chapter 312, The Medical City, 1. She said it with a plaintive voice, wishing that Gao Xiaochen would pity her for a little bit. However, this man's heart was even harder than stone, his icy eyes brimming with killing intent. I swore last night that I would never touch any other woman again, but you showed up in the imperial study without my permission and seduced me pretending to be little Feng. Your Majesty, the woman raised her eyes and looked at Gao Xiaochen with disbelief. It was Gao Xiaochen who mistook her for someone else. How could he say she pretended to be Yun Luofeng and seduced him? So there wasn't any place for her in his heart after she had accompanied him for so many years. At the thought of this, the woman felt utterly sad, a wry smile on her face. Your Majesty, have you ever loved me all these years? You are not Yun Luofeng. I only love Yun Luofeng. Gao Xiaochen's face was cold and solemn, without any trace of the tenderness he showed last night. Since you dared to pretend to be her, you have to be punished. Your Majesty, wake up. Yun Luofeng will never love you. Now that the Yun family is so powerful, no one can coerce her into doing anything. The woman struggled to her feet, her beautiful face ghastly white, her eyes tearful, and she looked so miserable. Shut up. Gao Xiaochen was enraged and put his hands on the woman's neck again. This time, he used all his strength. His strength was so great that the woman, who had been struggling in his hands, was no longer moving and her body turned cold bit by bit. BTCH, how dare you climb into my bed? Go to hell. Gao Xiaochen threw the woman's body to the floor, picked up the robe hanging on the bed and casually put it on his body. Just as he was putting on his robe, a familiar voice came from outside the room, making his body suddenly stiffen. I wanted to come and settle with you today, but I didn't expect to see such a show. Under the morning light, a girl lightly strode over the high threshold and slowly walked in. Her smile was as charming as ever, her dark eyes were shining with a smile and her snow-white robe was fluttering gently in the wind. She was so mesmerizingly beautiful that no man could move his eyes away from her. Gao Xiaochen had seen Yun Luofeng before, but back then, he had no interest in the cowardly Yun Luofeng, and he never even looked at her. When did he start paying attention to her? Maybe it was because of the meeting in the medical pavilion or the good show in the ship on the Qin River. But whenever he began to notice her, he was doomed to a tragic end. Feng looking at the girl who stood at the door, Gao Xiaochen cracked a tender smile. If I hadn't had any women before, would you be my woman? There is no, if, in this world. Yun Luofeng slightly raised her eyebrows, so I won't choose you. Gao Xiaochen's heart trembled. Yes, there was no, if, in the world, but if God gave him a chance to start over, he would have been living a celibate life, waiting for her to appear. And, Yun Luofeng paused and then continued, even if there were an, if, I wouldn't choose you. Why? Gao Xiaochen was puzzled. She once said that to be her man, the man must have her as his only woman, and since he was willing to do what she required, why would she still not choose him? A cold and handsome face popped up in Yun Luofeng's mind, and she couldn't help but smile sweetly. Chapter 313, The Medical City, 2. There is a man who is willing to forsake his dignity to come to my side and serve as my subordinate. No matter what I do, he will always stand by my side without hesitation. Even if I kill a lot of people, he is still willing to stand by my side and fight against the entire world. So, can you do that? Gao Xiaochen smiled bitterly. He did love Yun Luofeng, but he wouldn't forsake his dignity for her, let alone to fight against the entire continent for her. So he lost that man. I see. A painful look flashed through Gao Xiaochen's eyes. I am not as good as the man you just mentioned. And I've caused you so much trouble for the sake of my own desire. Don't worry, I'll commit suicide in the Imperial Palace, too. Atone for my crime. After saying that, Gao Xiaochen seemed to think of something and continued, I have to tell you something. I sent people to the general's estate yesterday because the heiress of the Spirit sect, Si Yixuan, ordered me to do so. Si Yixuan, Yun Luofeng was stunned and asked, why did Si Yixuan want me to marry you? Gao Xiaochen's smile was somewhat helpless. Si Yixuan loves Yun Xiao. At first, he thought that Yun Xiao was just a regular guard, but when Si Yixuan appeared, he realized that Yun Xiao was actually the most unfathomable one in the Yun family. If Yun Xiao wasn't special, then why did Si Yixuan fall in love with him? And she did not dare to send any person to the general's estate before Yun Xiao left. If someone told him that she wasn't afraid of Yun Xiao, he definitely would not believe it. But he was already holding a tiger by the tail. He had no choice but to follow Si Yixuan's order. I see, said Yun Luofeng, looking up at the man standing in front of her. To thank you for telling me this, I'll leave you with some dignity in the end. I will allow you to cut your own throat. Gao Xiaochen slightly moved his thin lips. Thank you. After speaking those two words, Gao Xiaochen pulled out a sword hanging on the wall and gently swiped it against his neck. Blood immediately jetted out, dyeing the floor of the palace red. Yun Luofeng looked at the man falling down, her eyes emotionless, and then she walked slowly out of the palace. Gao Xiaochen had reaped the fruit of his own actions. She would not have been so cruel if he hadn't joined the Spirit sect to persecute the Yun family. She would never allow anyone to hurt the Yun family, even if it was just an idea. After stepping out of the imperial palace, Yun Luofeng paused and asked in her soul, Xiao Mo, do you think I'm too cruel? Master, the law of the jungle rules the world. You don't need to feel guilty. Besides, if you are not cruel, others will be cruel to you. Xiao Mo's voice was childish but made Yun Luofeng chuckle. Xiao Mo, I had no family but only a mentor in my previous life. In this life, I have grandfather, second uncle, and Yun Xiao. I can tolerate anyone being disrespectful to me, but can't bear letting anyone coerce the Yun family. If the Yun family was weak, I would have been forced into the imperial palace, and my family would not have had a good end. Being kind. In her previous life, she watched her parents being robbed and murdered. Since then, she didn't know what being kind was like. All laid loads on the willing horse, this was an invariable truth. As long as she could root out any trouble for the Yun family, she would not regret it even if her hands were covered in blood. Chapter 314, The Medical City 3. The streets of the Imperial City were no longer quiet, and people on the streets couldn't help talking to each other after seeing the figure of Yun Luofeng. Have you heard the news? His Majesty wanted to marry Yun Luofeng, but she refused. Not only that, Yun Qingya of the Yun family was still alive, and he has become a high-level spirit cultivator. Tut, I have to say, this Yun Luofeng was lucky to be born in a good family, otherwise as a trash, she would be at the mercy of other people. Exactly, although Yun Luofeng is a physician, she is unable to cultivate. Without any strength, she simply isn't capable of anything. If it were not for the general's estate standing behind her, nobody would take her seriously. Instead of trying to avoid Yun Luofeng, these people were speaking out loud deliberately as if they were meant to be heard. Master, kill them, kill these bastards. Xiao Mo was enraged. How dare these people call his master a trash? If his master were a trash, then there would not be any geniuses in the world. What's more, it was his master who created today's Yun family. These people are all bark but no bite. Yun Luofeng lazily stretched herself. They can't affect me. I don't need to waste time on these people. Xiao Mo pouted his lips, his adorable little face bulging with anger. He didn't understand why his master didn't reveal her real strength when the fake eunuch provoked the Yun family. And why did she kill the fake eunuch stealthily? If these people found out about his master's real strength, they would not dare to vilify her like this. Miss. Just as Yun Luofeng was walking casually on the street, a sudden, hurried voice came from the front, with a slight gasp. Miss, something bad happened. The medical city people have come for us. What should we do? The medical city. Yun Luofeng halted. Even though she had known the medical city would come sooner or later, she didn't expect that they would come so quickly. After only a night, these people had arrived in the Longyuan kingdom. Let's go. Yun Luofeng lowered her eyes and revealed a wicked smile. I would like to see for myself the strength of the medical city. In the hall of the Yun family, Yun Luo stared at the old man standing there, his eyes sharp, his face solemn and expressionless. The old man looked grim and was followed by two middle-aged men, both of whom stood behind the old man guarding him like Mount Tai. Without glancing at Yun Luo, the old man stared at Yun Qingya standing beside him and sneered, Yun Qingya, I didn't expect that you were not only alive but also had your soul realm repaired even though you had been seriously injured. Don't forget, we agreed to let go of the Yun family only provided that you had died. Now that you are standing here intact, shouldn't the Yun family give me an account of your existence? His last words were, of course, uttered to Yun Luo, and the moment he finished speaking, a powerful force spread out, filling the whole hall. Yun Luo's face turned pale, his hand tightly holding the teacup uncontrollably shaking, and his old face all solemn and nervous. Was this the pressing power of an Earth-level spirit cultivator? The difference between an Earth-level spirit cultivator and a high-level spirit cultivator was not just a little bit. Yun Luo took a deep breath, put down the teacup in his hand, and said, You made Qingya suffer for 10 years, wasn't it enough? What did Qingya do wrong? Just because he defeated your young master, he has to die. Chapter 315, The Medical City, 4. Exactly, the old man sneered, with eyes as cold and sharp as blades and a domineering aura, who allowed him to beat our young master. If he had admitted defeat, those things would not have happened. Maybe we would have made friends with you if you were sensible enough, which would have benefited you a lot. However, Yun Qingye was so stupid that he even dared to beat our young master. He just suffered from his own actions. Boom. The old man punched his fist on the wall, and the solid wall immediately collapsed. Yun Luo's face darkened. It was your young master who challenged my son first. Fair play counts in the ring. He was weaker and so he was defeated by my son. It was fair. Should my son just stand still and let your young master beat him? The old man snorted. Yun Qingye really shouldn't have fought back. He should have stood still and let our young master give him a beating, which would have saved him from suffering for 10 years, but he was monstrously audacious and looked for trouble. Yun Luo was almost driven mad by his words. He thought he himself was shameless enough, but the old man was even worse than him. How could he have said such a thing? Fair play should be the rule for a competition. Since the heir of the medical city launched a challenge, why should his son just stand still and let the man beat him? Was that a competition? So what do you want? Yun Luo gnashed her teeth, his old face blue with anger. Have Yun Qingye killed, or we will wipe out the Yun family. Bang! Pounding the table and jumping to his feet, Yun Luo shouted angrily, I suggest you not go too far. 10 years ago, I failed to protect Qingye and let him suffer 10 years of grievance. Now I will not allow anyone to touch my son. The old man sneered, disdaining Yun Luo's words. Yun Luo, the strongest one of your Yun family is only a high-level high-rank spirit cultivator, but I am already an earth-level spirit cultivator. What makes you believe you can stop me? His eyes were filled with contempt for the Yun family. Indeed, the Yun family was powerful in the Long Yun kingdom, but in the eyes of those really powerful forces, the little Yun family was simply nothing. In those days, I had intended to wipe out the whole Yun family, but the Association of Physicians stopped us. That was why the Yun family could survive 10 more years. But don't forget, we agreed to let you go just because Yun Qingye had died. We had also reached an agreement with the Association of Physicians. If Yun Qingye was still alive, the Association of Physicians would not intervene if we retaliated against the Yun family. Yun Luo's heart gradually sank. A decade ago, if it were not for the Association of Physicians, the Yun family would have been destroyed. Yun Qingye, once again, the old man sneered, since you were still alive, you should have found a place to hide for the rest of your life. How dare you show up in the daylight? You are simply courting death. I will not leave the Long Yun kingdom until I wipe out the Yun family. Without any reserve, the old man released all his power, overwhelmingly surging out. His power transformed into an invisible storm to beat on Yun Luo and Yun Qingye. Boom. Just as the power was going to reach the two, a strong breath came from outside the door and crushed the pressing power. Then a lazy voice rang and resounded across the silent hall. I leave for just a moment, and you've come to bully my grandfather and second uncle. What if you caused my grandfather to have a heart attack? Then you would not be able to make up for it even if you died 100 times. Chapter 316, The Medical City, 5. Frowning slightly, the old man turned to the girl who was stepping in from outside, his face darkening. Are you Yun Luofeng? Yun Luo's granddaughter. Yun Luofeng blinked. It seems that I'm the only one named Yun Luofeng here. The old man flicked his sleeves. What a nasty girl. How dare you accuse an elder? When did I cause Yun Luo a heart attack? Yun Luofeng smiled. My grandfather's heart is not good, and he can't stand shocks. Why are you being so fierce to him? If something bad happened to him because of you, I don't think the medical city can make up for it. Yun Luo rolled his eyes. When did his heart become so fragile? However, to cooperate with his granddaughter, Yun Luo supported his forehead with his hand, pretending to be feeble. Alas, I simply can't stand shocks. You scared me just now and now I'm sick. I'm dizzy and my heart is twitching. Tell me, how are you going to compensate me? You. The old man's face suddenly changed. Yun Luo, you are shameless. The old man had just been running, jumping, and yelling at him, and the next moment he turned feeble and began to totter. Who would believe it? Shameless. No one is more shameless than you. Yun Luo curled his lips. After all, I didn't say something like one should stand still in the ring and let his rival beat him. Forcing himself to calm down, the old man said expressionlessly, Yun Luo, no matter what you say, nobody of the Yun family can escape today. Squeak. Milk tea crept out of Yun Luofeng's sleeve, its round eyes looking at the old man with a disdainful look as if it was taunting him. The old man flew into a rage. The Yun family was so audacious that even a gold-seeking hamster of theirs dared to taunt him. In that case, he would crush this damned gold-seeking hamster first. Go to hell, the old man shouted out loud, and grasped at the little hamster in the palm of Yun Luofeng, his eyes full of violence. Swoosh. Milk tea quickly hid in Yun Luofeng's sleeve, only leaving its small head outside and squeaking at him sarcastically. Little Feng, watch out. Turning pale with fright, Yun Qingye jumped and swooped at the old man who was going to attack Yun Luofeng, his handsome and elegant face filled with anxiety. However, at the very moment that the old man's hand was going to touch Yun Luofeng, the figure of Yun Luofeng suddenly disappeared. When the old man realized what had happened, he felt a cool breeze coming from behind and he froze. Boom. The girl trod on the old man's back, kicking his body a few meters away. His body flew into the crowd in the street, and even the walls were smashed by his flying body. The whole Yun family quieted down because of the girl's movements, and even the middle-aged men following the old man were stunned. Their master was an earth-level low-ranked spirit cultivator, but the girl kicked him out with just 1 foot. Even if their master underestimated his enemy, anyone who could kick him out had to be at least an earth-level spirit cultivator. A teenager earth-level spirit cultivator. No one would believe it. But now they were witnessing the scene. Yun Luo looked at Yun Luofeng in astonishment. Girl, what realm have you reached? Yun Luofeng looked at the old man lying in the crowd, the same as him. Chapter 317, 3-Year Agreement 1. Bang! As if a sudden bolt of lightning had landed on his body, the old general's entire body was shocked silly. Even his breathing became irregular, and he hastily grabbed his chest, while his footsteps staggeringly retreated. Just after Yun Qingye had recovered his senses, he happened to see the old general's retreating figure covering his chest. He quickly took large strides forward to lend an arm to support him. "Father, how are you feeling?" Yun Luo leaned on Yun Qingye's body and kept rolling his eyes, but could not make a sound when he opened his mouth. Yun Qingye hastily stroked his chest, assisting him to recover his breath as he asked nervously, "Father, are you feeling better?" The old man felt he could breathe once again only after a long time. He fiercely took in a deep breath and angrily stared at Yun Luofeng. "You darn girl, let's talk about it. Ever since I returned to the Longyuan Kingdom, how many times have you shocked me? Not only that, you had actually broken through and reached Earth-level cultivation without telling me." An Earth-level cultivator. He only managed to attain high-level middle rank at his age. Whereas that girl had become an Earth-level cultivator when she was only 15. How could he survive this? It was basically death from excessive anger after comparing their abilities. Although Yun Luo's thoughts were so, he actually felt proud deep down in his heart. Whose family's granddaughter was comparable to his. Not to mention Yu Wushuang, even the Miss of Strud sect could not be compared to her. At present, numerous people were outside the general's estate. Within this group, there were those who had mocked and ridiculed Yun Luofeng earlier on. Witnessing the scene before their eyes, everyone had miraculously quietened down. It was so silent that the breathing of others beside them could be heard clearly. They had actually called someone who broke through to Earth level when she was only 15, a trash. If she was a trash, would there be any geniuses in this world? Thinking of this, those who insulted her had dropped their heads in shame, and some wished they could find a hole to hide in. I originally thought that the Yun family's Yun Luofeng only knew medicine and was unable to cultivate. But I had forgotten that she's skilled enough to treat the Yun family's second young master, so why couldn't she treat herself? So it turns out, she had already matured to such an extent without anyone knowing. If I had known Yun Luofeng's strength from the start, I would not have tried to humiliate her. Oh right, where's Jinglin? He was the one who egged us on to humiliate the miss of the Yun family. Where did he run off to? Jinglin. Yun Luofeng, who had no intention of talking with the outsiders originally, couldn't help but turn and look at them after hearing their conversation. On that day when she had forced her way into the imperial palace, Jinglin had already escaped without a trace after having seen the situation. However, she did not expect that he did not leave the Longyuan kingdom, but had hidden in the dark, thinking of using others' voices to disgrace her. What Jinglin did not expect was, not only was she not affected by those voices of humiliation, she was also not a trash as before. Master. Just then, Yi Ling carried an old man who was trembling all over inside and threw him on the floor, in front of Yun Luofeng. This man was sneaking around, so I caught him and brought him here. Yun Luofeng looked down and fixed her gaze on Jingling, as the corner of her lips curved up. "I don't have time to deal with him right now, you will look after him first. I will come back and deal with him after I settle matters with the medical city." The young lady's voice was devilish and stern, causing Jinglin's body to turn stiff. He lowered his head quickly, wishing he could bury his head in the ground. Chapter 318, 3-Year Agreement 2. If he had known earlier, he would have decisively left the Longyuan kingdom. Escaping to a faraway place would be much better than being caught by this woman. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regrets, and regardless of how remorseful Jinglin was, it was useless. Yun Luofeng no longer spared him another glance as her eyes turned towards the elder from the medical city. Her devilish black eyes were full of smiling intent. "How did the medical city injure my second uncle back then? I will let you pay the price 1,000 times over one day." The elderly man laughed in ridicule as he climbed up from the ground while his taunting gaze landed on Yun Luofeng's body. "Yun Luofeng, did you think it was only me who came from the medical city? Keke, I can't help but say that your luck is pretty good. If the Strud sect's miss had reported your matters directly to the medical city, perhaps they would only dispatch Earth-level cultivators. However, who knew that your luck was so great, as the medical city just happened to have come to the Longyuan kingdom to handle other matters, therefore." He did not finish speaking and an even more aged voice gradually sounded from the skies. "Yun family's girl, your aptitude is indeed pretty good and is even better compared to your second uncle. If it was you who our medical city was dealing with and not your second uncle, perhaps only I could capture you. Traveling by treading on air. Sky-level cultivator." Yun Luofeng gazed at the old expert who appeared in the air. As her eyes gradually turned serious, she didn't expect that a sky-level cultivator would come to the Yun family. She was indeed too careless this time. The reason she did not reveal her strength before others from the start was that she had considered the existence of the medical city. For a force like the medical city, the strong are always busy. They would not dispatch overly strong people to the Yun family, so they would only send people who were a level above the Yun family. This was also why her second uncle could go all out at the risk of his life and escape before. It was completely not necessary to send out a sky-level expert just because of a small Yun family. However, if these people were to know of Yun Luofeng's strength, it would be a different matter. Thus, Yun Luofeng had concealed her strength during this half-year's time. Yet, what she absolutely did not expect, was that a sky-level expert of the medical city was attending to matters near the Longyuan kingdom. Her luck was indeed bad. Xiao Feng'er, Yun Qingye unhurriedly walked up and lightly gripped on Yun Luofeng's hand. A trace of a smile was contained on his handsome face. "You are the hope of the Yun family. No matter what, you cannot be harmed." The man's tone carried determination and an imposing manner of not being afraid of dying. "Second uncle," Yun Luofeng furrowed her brows tightly, "we are a family, and I will not let you face these enemies alone." So what if he's a sky-level cultivator? She would never let these people touch her second uncle even if she died. Yun Qingye smiled and turned towards the old expert in the air. "If I were to commit suicide, would you let him off?" A smile blossomed on the old expert's wrinkled face, and a mouthful of black teeth was exposed. His eyes were covered up by his wrinkles, forming a line with a small crack. Previously I would have been willing. However, this girl of the Yun family is too dangerous. If I do not kill her, I'm afraid that my medical city would be destroyed because of her. Yun Qingya's heart suddenly sunk. It was me who defeated the young city lord that year, and it has nothing to do with them. Keke, the old expert chucked twice. His aged laughter was similar to a dried up tree bark, parched and extremely unpleasant. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame her for having the surname Yun. Who asked her to be your niece? Chapter 319, 3-Year Agreement 3. Precisely because she is your niece. Therefore, those from the Yun family must die. Yun Qingya's heart sunk to the lowest point bit by bit as he tightly clenched his fist. Suddenly, a hand landed on his clenched fist and lightly covered his hands. Second uncle, I will not let you suffer from your crime from 10 years ago. The young lady's pitch black eyes were clear, filled with determination and confidence. After that, she looked back in a slanted direction towards the old expert. I was indeed too careless this time. However, if you want to kill me, you must be prepared to be counterattacked by me. Girl, it's not a good thing to be too arrogant. The old expert's voice was aged and hoarse, as if something had lightly scratched the table using their nails, causing one to feel uncomfortable. Second uncle, go and stand beside grandfather. Yun Luofeng's expression gradually turned serious. Yi Ling, you and the Core are to protect them at the risk of your lives. Absolutely do not let my grandfather or second uncle be harmed in the slightest. Facing a sky-level expert, she did not dare to be even the slightest bit negligent. After all, when battling with such a level expert, she would be buried here if she were even somewhat careless. Thus, she must be exceedingly concentrated to confront this battle. Master, you can rest assured. Even if I die, I will not let the general or second young master be hurt in any way. Yi Ling's expression turned serious as he guaranteed in a solemn manner. Girl, the old elderly laughed lowly, there's no meaning to your actions. After killing you, no one from the Yun family can escape. Is that so? Yun Luofeng walked up. I'm afraid that this time, it won't be as you wish. She only needed to stall for time. Yun Xiao had told her before he left, that he would certainly return to the Yun family on the second day. She only had to persevere until Yun Xiao returned. I have said previously, it's not a good thing to be too arrogant. In the air, the old expert lightly snorted. His body was like a wave of white smoke, appearing before Yun Luofeng rapidly, floating through the air. His speed was very fast, extremely fast to the extent that one could not see his actions clearly, and his soft hands had already reached Yun Luofeng's face. Bang! Yun Luofeng controlled her expression and welcomed the old expert's attack. Immediately, she felt a strong spiritual energy transmitted into her 5 viscera and 6 bowels through his palm. Yun Luofeng's feet tightly stepped on the ground, as if they were firmly rooted on the ground. The fresh blood that nearly rushed forth had been swallowed by her as the corner of her lips curved into a slight smile. The power of a sky-level expert is merely so-so. Contrary to what the old expert expected, he did not think that Yun Luofeng's physique was so powerful, and he could not help but be startled. Girl, I had truly underestimated you. I absolutely cannot allow a girl like you to continue growing, otherwise, my medical city will be destroyed in your hands sooner or later. This time, the old expert did not use the previous soft palm to strike Yun Luofeng. Instead, he clenched his hands into a fist, while his body's earth-shattering aura gushed forth. Yun Luofeng's expression was solemn and her black eyes stared at the old expert's movement closely. After that, the old expert eventually attacked again. Faced with the old expert's harsh fist strike, Yun Luofeng leaned toward one side and barely escaped one fist. Meanwhile, his other fist struck once again from waist level. Bang! A fist struck on Yun Luofeng's waist, and her body flew back a few meters at a high speed. Fresh blood overflowed from the corner of her lips, and her gorgeous face was as pale as paper. Xiao Feng. Yun Luo and Yun Qingya turned pale with fright, and in spite of the numerous Core trying to obstruct them, they went towards Yun Luofeng's side with quick steps. Chapter 320, 3-Year Agreement 4. Chapter 320, 3-Year Agreement 4. Xiao Feng, how are you feeling? Yun Qingya hurriedly lent an arm to support Yun Luofeng up, as his cold gaze swept toward the old expert. The one you want to kill is me, the one you want to deal with is also me. If you dare to harm my niece, I, Yun Qingya, will never let you off even if I become a ghost. His entire outfit of black clothing was lightly rippling in the wind. He stood erect in this wind, and his expression contained the resolution of not being afraid to die. The old expert stood in the air for a long time as a slight smile tugged at his lips. Becoming a ghost, I'm afraid you won't even have the opportunity to be one. Everyone of the Yun family must die, especially Yun Luofeng, this little girl with a shocking aptitude. Suddenly, along with a gentle cool breeze, an aged voice that was indifferent and cold could be heard from the door of the Yun family. The people of Medical City are sure imposing. The old expert in the air knitted his brows as he turned towards the two who appeared at the door. It was an old man and a young lady. The old man was in a crescent moon long robe, and a slight smile appeared on his aged face. His gaze was indifferent and cold while deeply staring at the old expert. Beside the old man was a beautiful young lady supporting him, who was 17 to 18 years of age. This young lady was extremely graceful and her facial features were very good looking. Her bright eyes surveyed all around the area, and all along a dignified smile was on her face. With a quick look, one could see that this young lady was wealthy and respectable, and absolutely not an ordinary person. Elder Ning Xin. Yun Luo spotted their appearance, and his heart suddenly felt happiness. Although up until now, he was unclear of Elder Ning's identity, but since he had appeared here, it proved that he could settle this matter. Elder Ning did not reply as his tranquil and calm eyes gazed at the elderly expert in the air and questioned in an uncaring tone, Lu Yin, not only are you over 100 years of age, but you are also a sky-level cultivator. Aren't you afraid of your reputation hitting rock bottom by bullying a younger generation? Lu Yin's eyes turned slightly serious. Elder Ning, the matters of the medical city are not related to your Ning family. Even if the power of Ning family is formidable, it can't be compared to the Association of Physicians. If you assist the Yun family, you are setting yourself against the medical city. Being enemies with our medical city is akin to opposing the Association of Physicians. Facing Lu Yin's threat, Elder Ning faintly smiled. The Association of Physicians will not care about other people's business. Whereas I happen to owe the girl of the Yun family a favor. If you want to touch the Yun family, I will not allow it. Lu Yin's expression turned solemn. If Elder Ning was here, he truly would be unable to harm the Yun family today. Just when the two old men were locked in a confrontation, Elder Rong, who had received the news, rushed over. He wiped the sweat from his face and walked towards both of them with quick steps. Lu Yin, the girl of the Yun family, is not only a person Elder Ning wants to protect, the medical pavilion is also indebted to her. Therefore, I do not agree with you harming him either. Lu Yin coldly glanced at Elder Rong, who was perspiring freely, and a trace of a cold glimmer flashed through his old eyes. Your medical pavilion is also meddling in others' affairs. KK. Elder Rong gave a hollow laugh. Both the medical pavilion and your medical city are members of the Association of Physicians. All influences of the affiliated medical associations have signed a contract that we cannot kill each other. Thus, if the medical city were to harm me, you would be driven out of the Association of Physicians. Lu Yin's heart gradually sank. He didn't expect that the small Yun family would have attracted both Elder Ning and the medical pavilion. Apparently, he had still underestimated Yun Luofeng. Chapter 321, 3-Year Agreement 5. Lu Yin tightly knitted his brows and coldly questioned, Don't tell me you want me to forget about it. Elder Rong pondered for a long time. Why don't we set an arrangement of 3 years? The Association of Physicians holds a general assembly every 3 years, and at that time all the physicians will be attending this convention. Furthermore, as luck would have it, this girl from the Yun family is also a physician. When the time comes, you and the Yun family can settle all your grudges at this convention. After saying this, Elder Rong's voice paused for a moment. If you insist on touching the people from the Yun family now, then I can only battle you. Whereas the rules of the Association of Physicians cannot be changed, even if the miss of your medical city is the disciple of the association's president, your fate of being driven out is irreversible. Elder Lu Yin, the old man that had been kicked flying by Yun Luofeng, hastily stood up and walked beside Lu Yin as his expression was filled with anxiousness. Let's go. Ultimately, Lu Yin complied with Elder Rong's words. He lightly flung the sleeve of his robes and turned to shoot at a glance at Yun Luofeng before he left. Girl, I will be waiting at the Association of Physicians in 3 years. I hope you stay alive and can come meet me. Yun Luofeng raised her brows. I shall gift you this sentence. I hope you don't die before then. KK, Lu Yin laughed hoarsely. I shall repeat myself. As a person, don't be too arrogant. Finishing his words, he longer said anything else as his aged figure quickly disappeared among the crowd. Others from the medical city also left in haste to follow Lu Yin's footsteps. Looking at these figures leaving, her conviction to get stronger had once again deepened within Yun Luofeng's heart. However strong you are, there was always someone stronger. Within the Longyuan kingdom she was considered the strongest, but the entire mainland was so vast that there were innumerable people stronger than her. Only by being sufficiently powerful, then, could she not be oppressed by others. Thank you for earlier on. Yun Luofeng looked away from the masses as she turned towards Elder Ning and Elder Rong, who had rushed here, thanking him earnestly. Elder Ning smiled faintly. Coincidentally, I was in the Longyuan kingdom these few days, and the news of Yun Qingya being alive also spread to my ears. I was worried that people from the medical city would come and find trouble for the Yun family, so I rushed over here. Anyway, Elder Rong, your distance to the Yun family is much closer, but your speed was not any quicker than mine. Elder Rong embarrassingly smiled. This. Looking at that old man's embarrassed expression, Elder Ning could not help but tease him. Don't tell me you went to play around with girls, so you arrived here so late. Instantly, Elder Rong's entire face became red through and through as he dryly coughed twice. This isn't considered playing around with girls. It's just having a heart-to-heart chat with an old friend, just chatting. Your entire body stinks of the smell of rouge, so you had a heart-to-heart talk on the bed. Hee. Yun Luofeng could not help but chuckle. Soon after, seeing that both old men's gazes had turned towards her, she slightly restrained her smile. I just didn't expect that Elder Rong would be hale and hearty despite his age. You two can continue talking, continue. Elder Rong's facial color darkened as his expression became increasingly embarrassed, wishing he could find a hole and hide inside. Yun girl, don't you have other matters to settle? Elder Rong tried hard to change the topic to Jinglin, who was lying on the ground. Elder Ning, that old fogey, had actually dared to say these words before this girl Yun Luofeng. How could he overcome this embarrassment in the future? Most of all, there were also citizens of the Longyuan kingdom here. He had practically been disgraced to the utmost degree. After Jinglin, who was lying on the floor, heard that Elder Rong had changed the topic of the conversation toward him, his entire body stiffened. Chapter 322, Yun Xiao's Return 1. General Yun, Miss Yun, Jinglin said with a wailing face, I was once ignorant and offended both of you, oh and also the second young master of the Yun family. I deserve to die, but I beg you to let me go. I guarantee that from now on, I will disappear without a trace and not appear before you. You're repenting now. Yun Luofeng raised her lips and lightly smiled. Don't you think it's too late? She stepped forward and gradually walked towards Jinglin. Even though the young lady had a smile on her face all along, her smile made Jinglin feel a cold wind in his heart, and his entire body couldn't help but tremble. Miss Yun, I was wrong. I truly know my mistakes. Please let me go, and I won't dare to commit the same mistakes in the future. Jinglin fiercely kowtowed with his head banging on the ground while his face revealed fright. He no longer had his initial attitude of holding his head high. 10 years ago, my grandfather also begged you in the same way. Yun Luofeng slightly raised her jaw and looked down at Jinglin, who was kneeling before her. Do you still remember the words you said before? Jinglin's body shivered and his entire body shook uncontrollably, while his eyes were full of fear. He wanted to continue pleading for forgiveness, but his throat was like it had been clutched by a hand, unable to produce any sounds. That year, facing my grandfather who was kneeling before you to save my second uncle, you said a sentence: you wouldn't save him even if my grandfather died while kowtowing to you. Jinglin tightly clenched his fist. The scene of that year was still vivid in his mind, but now the roles had changed, and he had become the one kneeling to beg. This was truly an eye for an eye. Jinglin, Yun Luofeng ran her eyes over him while looking down. Half a year ago, you and the Crown Prince came forth to force my grandfather to withdraw the marriage. At that time, you said words such as me not being able to cultivate for my entire lifetime. Whereas I had said at that time, with your capabilities, you were incapable of treating my body. Yun Luofeng crouched down and her fingers lightly slid past Jinglin's neck, causing his body to tremble. Miss Yun, I beg you. Jinglin's eyes pleaded and his throat was hoarse. He produced these few words with great difficulty and his throat tensed up. A jade-like hand tightly grabbed his neck and suddenly, a suffocation feeling spread throughout his heart. You can rest assured that I will not let you die. I will only let you go to the backyard and accompany Gao Tu father and son. Jinglin's eyes opened, and he couldn't even produce a sound before Yun Luofeng's palm had ruthlessly landed on his chest. At that moment, he felt his own danshan shuddering. Gao Tu had trusted you so, but you fled after sensing the turn of events. I believe he would want to see you very much right now. Qingyan, throw him into the backyard to accompany Gao Tu father and son. Yes, miss. Qingyan excitedly walked to Jinglin's side and lightly raised his body before heading to the backyard in a bouncing manner. Backyard of the general's estate. In the most remote courtyard, weeds had covered the entire place. Currently, in the corner of the yard, Gao Ling's body curled into a ball as he listened to the movement outside with lifeless eyes. He wanted to run away, but the Yun family guarded him too closely. Every time before he could take action, the Yun family would discover him, and it would result in him getting beaten up. Just then, the voices of two servant maids came from outside the door. Little Green, our miss is really formidable. Just now an expert from Medical City came by and our miss actually sent him flying with a kick. She is simply awesome and I'm starting to be fascinated by her. Chapter 323, Yun Xiao's Return, 2. That's only natural. Our miss is an Earth-level cultivator. Naturally, she's incomparably strong. I've decided that the miss will be my goddess in the future, and if someone badmouths her, I will definitely fight against them as if my life depended on it. Gao Ling did not hear other words. He had solely heard the few words of an Earth-level cultivator. Yun Luofeng was an Earth-level cultivator. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Her medical skill was already so formidable, it's impossible for her cultivation to also be so powerful. Furthermore, as everyone is aware, Yun Luofeng is a trash. You shut up, all of you shut up. Gao Tu yelled furiously and rushed towards the yard. Before he had even rushed out, he had been kicked flying by the guards guarding the door and fell to the ground in a sorry state. Yun Luofeng can't be an Earth-level cultivator. She's a trash, a trash. Gao Ling's expression gradually contained madness as he screamed mournfully, let Yun Luofeng come over here for me, she's a trash. When those two servant maids heard Gao Ling's words, their eyes were instantly filled with rage as they aggressively rushed into the courtyard. You actually dared to insult my miss. My miss is obviously a genius, and it's just that she had deeply concealed it. On what basis are you insulting her? Compared to her, you're the true trash. That's right, my miss's aptitude has always been powerful, and for her not to expose her strength for so long, it must be because she wanted to withdraw from her marriage with you. If you had known about my miss's talents, wouldn't you relentlessly follow her every day? Luckily she had hidden herself, allowing such a selfish beast like you to be exposed. Gao Ling's body gradually fell down, and his eyes revealed traces of despair. He knew that what these servant maids said wasn't wrong. If he had known that Yun Luofeng had such an aptitude earlier, he never would have broken off their marriage. HMPH. The servant maid ruthlessly kicked Gao Ling. Do you still think you are the crown prince that is above others? Now, you're only a plaything for the hamster the miss is raising. Your status is even lower than us. Seemingly hearing the word hamster, Gao Ling's body shuddered as the emotion in his eyes gradually changed from despair to fear. He had been tortured all these days. As long as that hamster was bored, it would come and tease him. However, its type of teasing was the type that could take someone's life. Gao Tu had been teased by it until he was a state of being half alive and there was only him left right now. So how long could he continue being teased by that hamster? If Yun Luofeng had not concealed her ability, perhaps he would have long been married to her. Perhaps he could also borrow her ability to thwart the Strit sect. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regrets in this world. He could only live his life in regret. Just when Gao Ling was in despair, the petite Qingyan picked up Jinglin and walked into the courtyard. She then threw the man on her shoulders to the ground. Your performance earlier on was great. Qingyan clapped her palms and turned to look at the two servant maids beside her. I heard those words earlier on, and I will mention both of you to the miss in a moment. Even if you are unable to join the Steel and Raging Flame Corps, you will still be promoted to become the Yun family's head servant maids. The two servant maids felt delighted deep down. Thank you, Miss Qingyan. Qingyan smiled and took a last glance at Jinglin who she had thrown on the ground and turned to walk out of the courtyard. Jinglin, Gao Ling glanced at the old man that was thrown on the ground by Qingyan and his facial expression suddenly changed. You damned old beastard, you actually abandoned us and escaped that day. So what if you managed to run? Ultimately you're here to accompany us, ha ha ha. Chapter 324, Yun Xiao's Return, 3. Gao Ling thoroughly went mad, and his crazed yell could be heard throughout the entire Yun family. After that, he pounced towards Jinglin like a madman and opened his mouth to bite on his flesh. With a tearing sound, a large chunk of meat was bitten off. His mouth was filled with fresh blood and he looked malevolent. Before Jinglin even had the chance to shout for help, he had fainted due to the pain. The Spirit Sect, at the top of a hill not far from the Longyuan Kingdom. The terrain of this mountain was treacherous and filled with endless danger. Apart from the disciples of the Spirit Sect, no one could get through here and survive. However, currently before the Spirit Sect's main gates, a man stopped in his tracks and his mask emitted an ice-cold radiance. His eyes were grim and unfeeling, while his red lips beneath his mask were pursed into a straight line. Suddenly, a wave of hurried footsteps could be heard and one could see the sect master of the Spirit Sect, Si Kyong, leading a group of people to welcome him. Perhaps it was due to him running too fast, but his forehead was drenched with sweat. He saw the unfeeling man standing outside in a glance, and he hastily rushed over. "Ghost Emperor, why have you come?" The man's unfeeling gaze fell on Si Kyong's body. His voice was low and hoarse, but made one feel scared witless internally. "Where is Si Xuan?" Si Kyong stared blankly for a moment and his gaze was filled with astonishment. This man had never noticed anyone before. Previously when he came to the Spirit Sect, his daughter had intentionally walked 2 rounds before him, but he had turned a blind eye to that. He didn't expect him to say his daughter's name from his own mouth today. Could it be that Si Kyong's luck had changed for the better to be able to curry favor with this man? "Ghost Emperor, please follow me first. My daughter just returned to the Spirit Sect yesterday night. I will send someone to call for her immediately." Si Kyong's heart was filled with joy. If he could marry Si Xuan to Ghost Emperor, from then onward, his position within the mainland would be even higher. The man silently walked into the Spirit Sect donned in a black robe that was gently flowing in the wind, carrying an unfeeling aura. The atmosphere in the Spirit Sect study was grave and solemn. Si Kyong would shoot a glance at the unemotional man seated on the chair from time to time, and his forehead couldn't help but perspire. Ever since the Ghost Emperor had followed him into the Spirit Sect, he did not speak another word. No matter how he tried to bootlick, the Ghost Emperor did not spare him another glance. If the Ghost Emperor had truly taken a liking towards Si Xuan, shouldn't he have asked something about her instead of being uncommunicative like this? Just when he was hesitating, the study room's door was pushed open and Si Xuan lightly pursed her thin lips while restlessly walking into the study room. "Father." Si Xuan prudently shot a glance towards Yun Xiao as she became increasingly flustered internally. She did not believe that Yun Xiao came here because he has taken a liking towards her. This man must have come to vent anger for Yun Luofeng. If she knew he was going to appear, she wouldn't have come back to the Spirit Sect so soon. However, didn't the men she left in Longyuan Kingdom report that they did not spot Yun Xiao's return? He did not even return to the Yuns, so how would he know what she had done? Thinking of this, Si Xuan gradually recovered her endlessly frantic heart and summoned her courage to look at the unemotional man seated in front. Suddenly, the man stood up from the chair and walked down unhurriedly while releasing a grim aura. His voice that had the power to lure others slowly sounded in Si Xuan's ears. "I heard, you admire me." Si Xuan gazed at the unfeeling man before him and nibbled on her red lips nervously. "That's right, Yun Xiao. I indeed like you." Only God knew how much courage she took to say this sentence, and after that, she felt her body weakening and nearly fell on the ground. Therefore, Yun Xiao's voice paused for a moment. "The matters of the Yun family were your doing." Chapter 325, Yun Xiao's Return, 4. Si Xuan's expression changed as she retreated 2 steps back in shock. Her complexion was pale and her delicate body quivered endlessly, with cold sweat dripping. "He knows." Sure enough, this man knew. After he had learned of this, he didn't even return to the Yun family and had directly come to the Spirit Sect looking for her. Si Xuan. Si Kyong's heart gradually had a bad premonition. What's happened exactly? He had told her before that she must not provoke the Ghost Emperor, but he didn't expect that she would have ultimately provoked him. Si Xuan's lips slightly trembled. "I didn't do it on purpose, I only wanted to obtain him too badly. You instigated Gao Xiaochen, and those high-level high-rank cultivators were also sent by you." Yun Xiao seemed to be talking to himself, but his ice-cold gaze was staring straight at Si Xuan. "You've committed such a huge crime. The Spirit Sect can no longer shelter you." Si Xuan's footsteps retreated back as her body leaned against the wall. "I did not harm Yun Luofeng. I only wanted her to marry Gao Xiaochen. Furthermore, isn't she alive and kicking?" Smack. A palm strike fiercely slapped down and Si Kyong's complexion was ashen as he spoke angrily. "Shut up. Who allowed you to speak to the Ghost Emperor in this manner?" After lecturing Si Xuan, Si Kyong hurriedly turned towards Yun Xiao. He wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and spoke in the manner of a lackey. "Ghost Emperor, Si Xuan is already aware of her mistakes. Furthermore, she did not do any irreversible things. I beg of you too." The man's unsympathetic gaze gradually swept towards Si Kyong. With just this glance, it caused Si Kyong's breathing to turn sluggish and the fear of death lingered in his heart. He could guarantee that if he spoke another word for Si Xuan, the person dying was not going to be her, but him instead. Si Kyong steeled his heart and spoke. "Ghost Emperor, since Si Xuan this girl has offended you, then I shall hand her over to you to punish." Even though Si Xuan was his favorite daughter, but no matter how much he liked her, he was not willing to implicate the entire Spirit Sect for her. The Ghost Emperor's strength was too formidable, so strong to the extent that he was unable to resist him. Therefore, for the sake of the Spirit Sect, he could only abandon her. "Father," Si Xuan shouted in disbelief as her beautiful eyes revealed desperation, "you're abandoning me." Si Kyong coldly shot a glance at Si Xuan. "You should assume responsibility for the mistakes you made. I will not let you implicate the Spirit Sect." His words implied that regardless of how Yun Xiao wanted to punish her, he would not pay attention to it. Si Xuan's body collapsed on the floor and her beautiful appearance was deathly pale to the extent that there was no color. She did not expect that her own jealousy would cause her to lose her life here. However, the desire to survive managed to let Si Xuan get up and crawl toward Yun Xiao and fiercely kowtow with her head banging on the ground. "I beg you to let me off. As long as you let me off, I guarantee I will not dare to have any ideas towards you. I am even willing to use my entire being to serve Miss Yun." Yun Xiao coldly shot her a glance. "Your strength is lacking." The meaning of his words was very clear. Your strength is lacking and you do not have the right to serve her. "No." Si Xuan felt the killing intent emitted from his body and she yelled while raising her hands, attempting to hold onto Yun Xiao's legs. With a loud bang, the aura on Yun Xiao's body gushed forth and caused his trousers to be torn off. As his aura was too strong, countless gashes split open on Si Xuan's arms and fresh blood flowed out, dyeing her arms. Chapter 326, Yun Xiao's Return, 5. My entire body belongs only to her. No one other than her is qualified to touch me. Even if they only touched his trousers. Si Xuan's body stiffened as her heartache had already covered the pain of her arms, and she gazed at the unemotional man before her with a heartbroken look. Her heart was gradually being engulfed with jealousy. Yun Luofeng, why was that woman's luck so great to obtain such a perfect unfeeling man's wholehearted love? While she couldn't even obtain a portion of him. Qin Yuan, Yun Xiao retracted his cold gaze and coldly called, after dealing with her, bring Si Qiong along. He had only left for a day. Who knew these people would be so discontented with their lot that they would actually take advantage of his absence to deal with her? He absolutely wouldn't allow anyone to harm her. No. Si Xuan screeched in dismay, Father, save me, I don't want to die. I beg you to save me. Listening to the voice of his daughter's begging, Si Qiong's body trembled, but he eventually heartlessly turned his head, not sparing her another glance. Stop bawling, it's useless even if you bawl until your throat breaks. Qin Yuan snickered, Si Xuan, I've really got to admire your courage. You actually dared to think of dealing with my master's woman. Could it be that your father didn't teach you not to provoke my master? As his words fell, Qin Yuan no longer looked at her. After all, Si Xuan was already a dead person in his eyes. Instead, it was an eye-opener for him to see that Si Qiong was so ruthless as to not even save his own daughter. Qin Yuan fished out a black pill from his bosom and passed it to Si Qiong. Eat this. What's this? Si Qiong stared blankly as his gaze turned vigilant. Obviously, it's poison. Do you think I would give you a tonic to consume? Qin Yuan rolled his eyes and smiled in ridicule. Consume this pill without delay and we can be on our way. The words, on our way, easily caused one to think of something else. Si Qiong obviously was the type of person who would think of something else. The Ghost Emperor only asked you to take me away and did not ask you to kill me. Furthermore, I have already handed over Si Xuan, so why are you killing me? Qin Yuan coldly spoke, who said I'm going to kill you? It's only because a ruthless person like you is incapable of being trusted. As such, you must consume this poisonous pill so that we can control you easily, so as to avoid being stabbed in the back by you. However, the Ghost Emperor did not ask you to do this. Si Qiong retreated a few steps, clearly not wanting to consume this black pill. Qin Yuan somewhat impatiently furrowed his eyebrows as his expression was cold. If everything had to be said by our master himself, why would there be a need for us, his subordinates? Hurry up and consume this pill so you can follow us. Otherwise, you can follow and accompany your daughter down to hell. Si Qiong hesitated for a long time but ultimately decided to comply with Qin Yuan's order. He extended his trembling hands, took the black pill, and closed his eyes before consuming it. Looking at Si Qiong consuming the poisonous pill, Qin Yuan sneered and spoke, are you staying to dig a hole to bury her or are you going to leave with us immediately? Si Qiong shook his head, it's fine to throw her in a random burial pit. The mistake she committed nearly implicated the spirit sect, so she has no right to enter the ancestral hall. Si Xuan's body fiercely trembled and her deathly pale face was filled with fear. Apparently, she couldn't believe that her father who had previously loved her dearly would be ruthless to this extent. Not only did he not save her, he didn't even intend to bury her corpse. Chapter 327, Yun Xiao's Return, 6. Father, a tiger though cruel, will not devour its cubs. You will definitely receive your retribution for being so heartless and merciless. Si Xuan screamed mournfully, and her head full of beautiful hair was messily spread out behind her, staring at Si Qiong like a madman. You this rebellious daughter, you offended the Ghost Emperor and still dare to sprout such outrageous words. Si Qiong slapped Si Xuan's body flying and trampled on her waist. Who told you to offend the Ghost Emperor? If it weren't for you offending him, I wouldn't be forced to consume a poison pill. You harmed me, yet you still dare to lecture me. Retribution. Even if there was retribution, it should fall upon a rebellious daughter like you first. One after the other, his feet stomped on Si Xuan's body. Si Xuan was trampled by him until she spat out blood and her complexion turned ashen. Her ribs had been shattered and she was in so much pain that she couldn't even produce a sound. Qin Yuan hugged his chest with both arms while looking at the good show before him. He seemed to be tired as he had even found a stool and took a seat, while his eyes were filled with the radiance of being in high spirits. Young Master Qin Yuan, this unfilial daughter of mine is too rebellious, so there's no need for you to personally take action. I shall personally punish her myself. Si Qiong instantly unsheathed his long sword and suddenly thrust down as Si Xuan was looking at him with a heartbroken gaze. Fresh blood shot out from her chest, dyeing his face red. His expression was cold and solemn without any expression. It was as if the person he killed wasn't his daughter but just a stranger. Si Qiong, Qin Yuan unhurriedly stood up from the stool. With a self-centered leader like you who doesn't even recognize their own family, it's no wonder my master has been reluctant to take in the spirit sect. Luckily I was wary of you and made you consume a poisonous pill. Otherwise, with your personality, you would bite the back of your own master sooner or later. Oh right, my master isn't your master. You don't even count as his dog. Facing Qin Yuan's mocking and ridicule, Si Qiong did not get angry as a flattering smile appeared on his face. Young Master Qin Yuan, you're right. I can't even be considered a dog. Just let me know, where does the Ghost Emperor want me to go? Qin Yuan laughed grimly, of course to the Yun family. As a father, you must offer an apology to our master's woman for the mistakes your daughter committed. If she does not pardon you, you can go and accompany your daughter. Si Qiong shuddered involuntarily as he internally cursed Si Xuan 1,000 times over. If it weren't for her, he would not have to suffer such punishment. Young Master Qin Yuan, please lead the way and I will apologize to her right now. I can let her hit or scold me as long as she can be appeased. Looking at Si Kyung, who was acting like a dog, Qin Yuan's smile contained a trace of sarcasm as he turned and walked out from the study room. Hurry up and follow me. If we are late, the master will kill you without waiting for our master's woman to forgive you. Hearing this sentence, Si Kyung hastily rushed forth and followed behind Qin Yuan with large strides. General Yun's estate. Within the back garden, amid the sounds of spring water flowing, the young lady was seated beside a tree and playing chess alone. After a long time, she lightly sighed as her pitch-black eyes slightly revealed a faint moodiness. King Yun covered her lips and lightly smiled. Her large, bright eyes looked at Yun Luofeng without blinking as she asked, "Miss, are you thinking of Yun Xiao?" The hand that was tightly holding onto the chess piece slightly trembled as Yun Luofeng unenthusiastically smiled. "I'm worried that perhaps Yun Xiao met with some problems. He only mentioned that he would be leaving for a day, but he hasn't returned yet. I can't help being worried about him." After all, the method that Yun Xiao cultivated was comparatively unique. If by any chance he had a breakthrough, with his heaven spread method he would enter a deranged state, and it was extremely unfavorable for him. Chapter 328, Yun Xiao's Return, 7. This was what she was worried about. "Oh right." Yun Luofeng lightly raised her brows and she looked toward Yi Ling. "The skills of the cook from your estate are pretty good. I originally wanted you to bring him here, but I forgot about it as I was too busy. Ever since I tasted the cooking, even the Yun family's food can't compare. You shall bring that cook into the Yun family sometime later." Yi Ling's gaze revealed a trace of uncertainty. The cook for the third prince's estate was better than the Yun family's. Why was he unaware of that? The cooking of the Yun family's cook had even surpassed the imperial kitchen, so how could those people within the third prince estate compare? "Miss," King Yin prudently shot a glance towards Yun Luofeng. "That day, the soup that I brought to you wasn't made by the cooks in the third prince's estate." Yun Luofeng's brows furrowed in a slanted direction. "Then who made that soup?" "It was." King Yin nibbed on her lips and then spoke resolutely. "It was Yun Xiao." "Yun Xiao?" Yun Luofeng stared blankly and astonishment flashed through her eyes. Clearly, she did not expect that Yun Xiao would have such excellent cooking skills. Just as she went silent, a familiar aura came from behind her and his unique scent spread in the air. "You're aware of it." The man's voice was low and hoarse, gradually sounding in her ears. Yun Luofeng turned and looked at Yun Xiao appearing before her, and her pitch-black gaze contained a smiling intent. "Yun Xiao, you're back." Yun Xiao stared at Yun Luofeng. "At that time, I saw that you weren't accustomed to the Lujian kingdom's food, so." "Yun Xiao," Yun Luofeng interrupted his words, "why didn't you tell me earlier that you knew how to cook?" Yun Xiao looked deeply at Yun Luofeng. "You don't like me doing these things. I was afraid that you would be angry if you knew." "Why would I be angry?" Yun Luofeng lightly furrowed her eyebrows and questioned after failing to understand. Yun Xiao was silent for a long time. "That day, when I prepared bath water for you, you said that was King Yin's chore. So I thought you did not like me doing these." "Yun Xiao, your cooking is really good. Where did you learn it?" Yun Luofeng raised the corners of her mouth. This time, she had truly picked up a treasure. Not only were this man's looks of the best quality, his strength was formidable and he was committed to her. Right now, another line had to be added. Not only was he capable of doing what a man was required to do, he could even excel in the kitchen. It seemed as if there was nothing he wasn't capable of. "These past few years, I had to manage my own livelihood. In regards to cooking, I learned it when I was trapped in the forest of no return." Yun Xiao's gaze was serious and concentrated, and both his pitch-black eyes were filled with the young lady's breathtaking silhouette. "If you like, I can cook for you every day in the future." Yun Luofeng's voice was very domineering. "From now on, you can only make soup for me." "What about General Yun?" "Not giving him any." Yun Luofeng spoke without hesitation, without even giving any leeway to say otherwise. If the old general were to know what she said, he would definitely be angered to the point of being half dead. "All right," a faint smile curved up from Yun Xiao's lips, "I shall only cook for you." His smile only blossomed for her alone. His cooking would only be put to use for her alone. "I am aware of the matters in the Longyuan kingdom that happened recently." The faint smile on Yun Xiao's lips disappeared in a flash as if it had never appeared. "However, I've already settled it for you. Si Xuan's dead, and I've brought her father to face you." Chapter 329, Yun Xiao's Return, 8. Yun Luofeng stared blankly. She did not expect the reason for Yun Xiao's delayed return was because he had gone to the Strid sect to take care of matters for her. This man had always done everything for her without her noticing. Thinking of this, a warm current gushed forth from her heart as her gaze gradually shifted away from Yun Xiao and landed on the middle-aged man who was walking in large strides behind Qin Yuan. The middle-aged man saw the gorgeous young lady standing before Yun Xiao in a glance, and a trace of deep astonishment flashed through his eyes. It's no wonder the Ghost Emperor would get angry for this woman, as no one would not be moved by such a gorgeous young lady. "Ghost Emperor." Si Kyung walked up hastily and took a deep bow before Yun Xiao before he looked toward Yun Luofeng. "Miss Yun, the previous matters were my daughter's mistakes and I've already punished her. I would like to ask Miss Yun to forgive our Strid sect." His face carried a flattering smile and no longer had the awe-inspiring authority of being the sect master of the Strid sect. Yun Luofeng lightly raised her brows. Si Xuan's position within the Strid sect must have been very high, otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to mobilize the many high-level cultivators. Si Kyung's expression was somewhat awkward and his voice contained anxiety, as he was afraid of Yun Luofeng misunderstanding him. "Miss Yun, Si Xuan had the favor of those elders within the Strid sect, therefore they had complied with her assignments. I can vow that I was completely unrelated to those matters." "Is that so?" The young lady's eyes contained a smiling intent and her pitch-black eyes seemed to be able to see everything clearly as she looked straight at Si Kyung. Si Kyung's heart felt somewhat weak. He indeed knew that his daughter had mobilized the power of the Strid sect, but he was unaware that this matter was related to the Ghost Emperor. Due to the trust he had in his daughter, he had passed his authority within the Strid sect to her. Otherwise, with Si Xuan's abilities, she did not have the right to mobilize high-level cultivators within the spirit sect. Of course, you would never mention this to Yun Luofeng. Miss Yun, I can swear to God, I was absolutely unaware of this. I beg of you to believe in me. Also, I Si Qiong, am willing to work extremely hard for Miss Yun and vow my loyalty and devotion to you. Si Qiong's expression no longer had its previous flattering as it turned exceptionally serious, making it so you couldn't help but believe his words. However, Yun Luofeng would never believe that Si Qiong was totally unaware of Si Xuan's actions. If he truly was unaware, then he was indeed a worthless sect master of the spirit sect. He can be used. Yun Xiao spared a glance at Si Qiong as his pitch-black eyes turned towards Yun Luofeng and spoke in a serious tone. I had Qin Yuan feed him a poisonous pill. With the pill to control him, he can never betray you. Yun Luofeng nodded. The Yun family lacks someone to do odd jobs. Since he's willing to work like an ox, then I shall leave him here to do chores. Thank you for your kindness. As the proverb says, better to have a bad life than a good death. As long as he could stay alive, not to mention making him do odd jobs, he would be willing even if he was really asked to work like an ox. Your spirit sect is the backstage supporter of the Longyuan kingdom. May I know how you are going to handle the imperial family's matters? Yun Luofeng languidly leaned on a tree beside her and asked in a smiling yet not smiling manner. Si Qiong respectfully replied, I shall let Miss Yun make the decisions. Yun Luofeng lightly rubbed her chin and spoke, the seventh prince of the Longyuan kingdom is pretty good. Although he is a bit young, his wisdom has sufficiently matured. He is also the only person that had placed his safety first, instead of fighting for the throne, during this chaotic time. The mother of the seventh prince of the Longyuan kingdom had passed away early, so he did not have a deep relationship with Gao Tu, who viewed him as a dispensable existence. Chapter 330, Yun Xiao's Return, 9. However, he had an outstanding aptitude from an early age, it was just that he was of lowly birth, resulting in Gao Tu not placing him in his eyes. Since Miss Yun has spoken, then the seventh prince shall ascend to be emperor of the Longyuan kingdom. Si Qiong smiled in a flattering manner. Miss Yun, may I know if you have other instructions? Yun Luofeng muttered to herself irresolutely for quite a while before she spoke. You shall withdraw with King Yin. She will instruct you on what you need to do. I understand. Si Qiong cupped his hands in salute, with respect across his whole face. Looking towards King Yin's leaving figure, Yun Luofeng turned taciturn. She gazed at the man before her and asked, the spirit sect is the backstage supporter of the Longyuan kingdom, and the Bai family are the people behind the scenes of the Lujian kingdom. Just that, is the strength of the Bai family and the spirit sect the same? The Bai family and the spirit sect are different. Even 100 spirit sects can compare to the Bai family. Why is that? All of a sudden, a handsome yet devilish face appeared within Yun Luofeng's mind and her heart gradually sank. There is the existence of Bai Su within the Bai family. Yun Xiao lightly furrowed his brows as his unfeeling gaze turned serious, which was unprecedented. Without Bai Su, the difference between the strength of the Bai family and the spirit sect would not be huge. Bai Su. Yun Luofeng's eyes met with his. He seems to be related to my parents' death, but I do not know his origins. Originally, she thought that the difference between the strength of the Bai family and the spirit sect would not be too huge, but she didn't expect she had thought of things too simply. It was easy to deal with the spirit sect, but if I were to meet the Bai family again, it won't be that easy. Next time, if you meet Bai Su and I'm not by your side, do not battle with him. His unfeeling gaze contained a trace of almost undetectable concern, and his expressionless face also had a faint trace of nervousness. That man was too dangerous. If Yun Luofeng were to meet him head-on alone, she would definitely be at a disadvantage. I understand. Yun Luofeng raised her head slowly and met his ice-cold gaze. I will not fight with him alone. Yun Xiao deeply gazed at Yun Luofeng. I am having Si Qiong stay beside you because his strength isn't considered bad, and he can temporarily protect you when I'm not by your side. When the time comes and you don't need him anymore, he can be dealt with however you would like. Yun Xiao. Yun Luofeng raised her arms and walked forward 2 steps, tightly hugging his body. Thank you. The young lady's soft whispering caused Yun Xiao's body to slightly stiffen. He raised his hands and tightly held her body. At the time when her eyes were downcast, an extremely faint curve tugged on her bewitching red lips. I've said before that I will protect you. Since he had chosen to protect her, he would never let her be harmed. Regardless of whether it was the Bai family or even some other people. Cough, cough. Suddenly, the sound of a dry cough could be heard, and Yun Luofeng hastily left Yun Xiao's embrace, looking at the old man who walked in from outside of the courtyard. Grandfather, your mood for enjoyment is indeed strong, to actually come here to disturb your granddaughter training her men. She lightly raised her eyebrows and looked at her grandfather's somewhat awkward face in a smiling yet not smiling manner. You darn girl, I just returned to the Yun family and I heard that you've hired a handyman. Yun Luo seemed not to be the slightest bit ashamed of his own actions as he spoke in a lecturing manner. Our Yun family already has enough men, and are you aware how much silver is required to feed those people? Since you don't manage the household, you truly don't understand how expensive rice is. Do you think that this old man's money was picked up off the ground? Yun Luofeng shrugged her shoulders and rebutted, it seems that I was the one who earned the Yun family's money. Yun Luo glared at Yun Luofeng, what do you mean by you earned it? What's yours is mine. That silver belongs to me too, and also, how much money are you giving that handyman? He's working for free. Yun Luofeng lightly rubbed her nose. Oh, by the way, that handyman's identity is sectmaster of the spirit sect. Chapter 331. I'm not a stingy person. After hearing the word free, the old man clearly loosened up. Yet, after that, Yun Luofeng's words caused him to be stunned and frozen on the spot. What did you just say? The old man stared at Yun Luofeng distractedly. At this moment, he suspected that he had a problem with his hearing. What she said just now. That handyman is the sectmaster of the spirit sect. Was it the spirit sect he was familiar with? Yun Luofeng looked at her grandfather's startled expression and slightly shrugged her shoulders. It is what you're thinking of. The young lady's lackluster tone had fiercely rammed into her grandfather's heart, like a heavy club beating him, until his entire being couldn't process things properly. This. The old man hesitated for a long time before speaking. For the sect master of the spirit sect to do odd jobs for the Yun family, this is somewhat embarrassing. How about this? I'm not a stingy person and the wages that have to be given must be paid. Housekeeper, record this down to give the newly hired worker a copper coin for his wages every month. The old man had a deadly earnest expression, and the housekeeper who was quietly waiting beside him couldn't help but rebuke him in her thoughts. A copper coin? Are you trying to send away a beggar? To think that the general would say these words. There's no need for that. Yun Luofeng tugged the corner of her lips and smiled devilishly while looking at the old man's pained expression. He would even be willing if you were to ask him to fork out money. Giving him wages would instead cause him to feel uneasy. The old man nodded his head in approval. Since that's the case, I better keep this copper coin, at least I can still buy a scallion with it. All right, the both of you can continue hanging out, I will not disturb you. Housekeeper, hurry and support me, my legs feel somewhat feeble. Yes, General. The housekeeper walked up and lent an arm to support the old man as they walked out of the courtyard at an exasperatingly slow pace. The old man was clearly still shocked at this moment, and as such, his footsteps were feeble. If it weren't for the housekeeper lending an arm to support him, perhaps he might have fallen at any time. Despite how serious he had acted earlier on, he had in fact been shocked silly by Yun Luofeng's words. No one would have ever expected that the awe-inspiring sect master of the spirit sect would be doing odd jobs for the Yun family. Yun Xiao, seeing the old man's disappearing figure, Yun Luofeng's eyes gradually swept towards Yun Xiao. You have yet to tell me, where have you been these 2 days? Yun Xiao paused for a moment before speaking. I just received news that the Xiao family has arrived in the Longyuan kingdom. Therefore, I went to investigate this matter. You can rest assured, I will never let these people disrupt you. If the Xiao family disturbed her, he wouldn't mind destroying them entirely. Yun Xiao, Yun Luofeng raised her eyebrows and a trace of cold glimmer flashed through her eyes. Since people of the Xiao family have come looking, then we shall look for the appropriate timing to meet them. How about it? I also want to know, what is the reason that they're looking for you? Yun Xiao lightly pursed his thin lips, as his pitch-black eyes gazed deeply into Yun Luofeng's eyes. Since you want to meet them, I am willing to accompany you. If you are not fond of them, then I shall destroy them. Yun Luofeng shook her head. Yun Xiao, do you want to meet your mother? Mother. For Yun Xiao, these 2 words were extremely unfamiliar. However, his mother was the only one who cared about him in the past within the Xiao family. It's a pity that his mother did not have a position within the Xiao family, so she was unable to protect him when he was young. She's not at the Xiao family. Yun Xiao's eyes were unfeeling and still as water. Ever since that year when I was chased out of the Xiao family, she also disappeared. No one knew where she went. Ever since he left the forest of no return, it wasn't that he did not return to look for her secretly. However, the news he managed to obtain was that she had already disappeared several years ago and even the Xiao family was not aware of her whereabouts. Chapter 332, The Price of Harming Him. Yun Luofeng was silent for a long time and an unknown glimmer flashed in her eyes. Your mother went missing after you left the Xiao family. As such, we can only find out your mother's whereabouts by heading to the Xiao family. More importantly, I want to make those who harmed you pay the price. The young lady's determined voice caused Yun Xiao's heart to feel warm and the corner of his lips slightly raised up, forming a faint curve. All right. Yun Luofeng no longer said anything else as a glimmer that contained killing intent flashed in her eyes. Right now, as long as she thought of the torment that Yun Xiao had suffered, she couldn't help but want to dismember the bodies of those who harmed him before. Especially that woman who threw him into the forest of no return. Yun Xiao, when will the people from the Xiao family arrive? Yun Luofeng coldly chucked. When they arrive, I will have to receive them properly. Probably these next few days. Yun Xiao's eyes were deep and unfeeling. Furthermore, the influence of the Xiao family is wide. Therefore, they should be aware that I'm in the imperial city of the Longyuan kingdom, but they don't know I'm in the general's estate. Yun Luofeng asked while being startled. You left the Xiao family when you were 7, so how did they know you're here? After he heard this question, his callous aura abruptly exploded, with his black robes flying around, and he was like a wild animal in the night that could tear its enemies into pieces anytime. The Xiao family can find me via my bloodline. For a huge family like the Xiaos, the purity of their bloodline was very important. Furthermore, they could determine the location of the person they wanted to look for. However, looking for a person via their bloodline could only reveal a general direction and could not accurately discern the other party's location. As such, the Xiao family only managed to find the Longyuan kingdom after searching for so long. Yun Xiao, leave this matter to me. An eerie smile curved from Yun Luofeng's lips. I will make them regret having set foot in the Longyuan kingdom. All right. Towards the Xiao family, Yun Xiao did not have any feelings for them. Since now Yun Luofeng wanted to play with them, what harm was there in indulging her? After she had her fun, he would then appear to wind things up for her. Yun Luofeng slightly raised her eyes and gazed the person standing before her and asked, Yun Xiao, do you hate the Xiao family? Hate. Yun Xiao slightly furrowed his brows and a cold glimmer flashed through his eyes. 10 years ago when he had been chased out of the Xiao family and thrown into the forest of no return, he had indeed hated those people. Because at that time he still cared for the Xiao family. As such, he had hated them for being ruthless, and hated the woman even more for snatching his mother's position. However, right now he no longer had any feelings towards the Xiao family. He was even glad that he had left them 10 years ago. Otherwise, he would not have his current achievements. Whereas for his mother, leaving the Xiao family was perhaps a way of relief. I don't hate them. Yun Xiao's eyes were serious. If I did not leave the Xiao family that year, I would not have the strength that I have right now. Then, I would not have sufficient strength to protect you. Yun Luofeng's lips curved in a slight arc as she walked towards him slowly and her arms tightly hugged the man before him. She then spoke as her eyes looked downwards. I hate the CO family, and I hate everyone who has harmed you before. Therefore, I will not let him off. Chapter 333, CO family's arrival, 1. Yun Seo kept silent without speaking, and his black eyes all along stared at the young lady within his embrace. He didn't hate the CO family, but it didn't mean that he would let him off. Merely, within his eyes, the CO family was an expendable existence. Master. Just then, Qin Yuan's voice suddenly sounded and after that, his body flipped over the enclosure and knelt before Yun Seo. Reporting to Master, the CO family has already entered the Imperial City. Having heard what was said, Yun Luofeng's expression suddenly turned solemn, and the smile on her lips was wicked and sinister as she coldly spoke, CO family. I didn't think they would arrive this fast. Yi Ling, passed down an order saying that all the inns within the Imperial City are not allowed to receive the CO family. If anyone dares to violate this, chase them out of the Longyuan Kingdom. Yes, Yi Ling cupped his hands in salute and spoke respectfully. Looking at the arrogant and domineering young lady before him, Yun Seo's lips slightly moved. The CO family is powerful, I shall let Qin Yuan protect you. No need for that, Yun Luofeng raised the corner of her lips, I know my limits. Then I'll leave it to you. As long as she was happy, regardless of whatever she did, he would support her without any conditions. Qin Yuan opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but he received Yun Seo's icy glare, causing him to instantly shut his mouth. Qingyan, let's go. Yun Luofeng languidly stretched her waist and her narrowed eyes contained a dangerous glint. I'd better replenish and store my energy, so I can deal with those people from the CO family. The brilliant sunlight poured down and covered every corner of the courtyard. After Yun Luofeng finished her sentence, she brought Qingyan and walked towards the backyard direction. Qin Yuan only faced Yun Seo after waiting for the young lady's figure to completely disappear, and he asked hesitatingly, Master, why did you not tell her that the CO family has that item in their hands? If by any chance they fly into a rage out of humiliation, Master, your life will be in danger. All along, Yun Seo had stared in the direction that Yun Luofeng left as his slightly raised lips were stiffly curved. His handsome face was expressionless as if his face was paralyzed. The CO family cannot threaten me. His words implied, regardless of what Yun Luofeng did, he would not prohibit her. Instead, he would support her in silence behind her back. Is there news of her? Yun Seo back-faced Qin Yuan and asked coldly. In his words, her, naturally meant his mother who had also disappeared after he left. Hearing the question, Qin Yuan replied prudently, Master, our men have searched numerous places, but there is still no news about Madam's whereabouts. N. Yun Seo's voice was muffled and hoarse and sounded unconcerned, causing Qin Yuan to raise his vigilance and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Master, your subordinate is incapable. Please punish me. He hastily knelt on the ground and asked while trembling with fear. You shall follow beside Feng Er in the future. Yun Seo's unfeeling gaze swept past Qin Yuan's body. If she were to be harmed in the slightest, you shall end your life. He didn't dare to imagine what would have awaited her if it weren't for the Ning family rushing here and making it on time 2 days ago. He would never allow such things to happen again. If something had happened to Yun Luofeng, he didn't know what crazy things he would have done. Yes, Master. Qin Yuan wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and spoke respectfully. On the bustling and lively streets, 2 young men and a woman were leading a group of men into an inn. After a short period of time, the sound of angry words could be heard from the inn. Chapter 334, CO family's arrival, 2. On what basis are you not allowing us to check in? Within the inn, a young lady's arms were on her hips as she stared angrily at the inn's boss, with flames of fury sprouting from her eyes. My apologies, our inn has been fully booked and is unable to accommodate you. How about making do with staying in the stables? The young lady was angered to the point that her pretty face became thoroughly red. This damned inn actually dared to let someone as respectable as her to stay in the stables. For a noble person like her, she must stay in the most luxurious room and other places were not worthy of her identity. Nonsense, I clearly saw someone checking in earlier on, so why can't we? KK, the inn's boss laughed twice and politely rejected, unfortunately, that customer took our last available room when you came too late. As such, I can only ask you to put up with it. Otherwise, how about visiting other inns? The young lady narrowed her eyes, and a strong killing intent was revealed from within. Just when she wanted to take action, she was stopped by a man beside her. Forget it, the man shook his head, Yao, let's look for other inns. This is not the only inn in the Longyuan Kingdom. But, Ling Yao was still unwilling as she angrily stomped her foot, these secular people are truly ignorant. They should have immediately cleared out all the customers when a respectable person like me arrived here and let us select the best room. I didn't expect they would actually chase us away. In her entire lifetime, Ling Yao had never experienced such humiliation. Within the spirit domain, as the princess of the Ling family, who wouldn't yield to her? She didn't expect that when she came to the secular world, these people actually dared to not give her any face. How would she be able to endure this? Forget it. Xiao Jing pulled on Ling Yao's sleeves and shook his head. Don't forget that we are on a task for our trip here, so it's better to not cause trouble. Besides, this isn't the only inn here, we can always look for other inns to stay in. After saying this, Xiao Jing pulled Ling Yao who was still fuming outside, but what they did not expect was that all the inns in the Imperial City were full, and there were none that they could stay in. Ling Yao was thoroughly enraged as she gnashed her teeth in anger. What rundown place is this? If it weren't because the Xiao family is looking for that trash, I would absolutely never come to such a place. Ling Yao was accustomed to preferential treatment within the family and had never encountered such matters before. It was no wonder that she was extremely angry. Yao, a trace of pondering flashed across Xiao Jing's unflustered face, this matter is too coincidental. There's nothing important happening within the Longyuan kingdom, so why are all the inns fully booked? I suspect there is someone manipulating this behind the scenes. Ling Yao snorted and her delicate face was filled with disdain. Who has such courage to dare to oppose us from the spirit domain? That trash from your CO family. Just based on that trash, where would he have such strength? Furthermore, we were secretive about this matter of us coming to the Longyuan kingdom. It's impossible that trash could have known. When Ling Yao was mentioning Yun Xiao, her face was filled with disdain. Although 10 years ago, that trash had a perfect-looking face. However, a trash was ultimately a trash. Generally speaking, for such a trash that could not cultivate and did not have any strength, she would never spare him another glance. The type of man that she admired must not only have a handsome and beautiful face but also be powerful. Only those type of men were worthy of her with her noble status. Chapter 335, Fiancé 1. Xiao Jing slightly furrowed his eyebrows and ordered in a serious tone, Ling Yao, other than looking for that trash, you have to break off your engagement with him. Upon hearing this, Ling Yao couldn't help but get angry. I truly don't know what my grandfather was thinking, to actually set an arranged marriage between me and that trash. Furthermore, I was unaware of this for so many years. If it weren't for Xiao Yuqing's return this time and grandfather wanting me to marry him, he never would have told me about this. For families like the Lings and the Xiaos, they regarded arrangements seriously. If she wanted to marry Xiao Yuqing, it was a must to break off this prior arranged marriage. After hearing that the Xiao family wanted to look for this trash, she had volunteered to undertake this task and followed them. That trash should also be unaware of this matter. Xiao Jing's furrowed eyebrows became increasingly wrinkled. Regardless of whether he agrees or not, your engagement must be broken off. That year, as Yun Xiao's parents were geniuses of 1 out of 10,000, the Ling family head had proposed to have a marriage arranged between them at a young age. Simply put, this matter was only known by the older generation of the two families. It did not occur to them that Yun Xiao would actually be a trash. Therefore, this matter had been delayed from then on. If it weren't because the Ling family wanted Ling Yao and Xiao Yuqing to be connected via marriage, they never would have revealed this matter. It's for the best if he doesn't know, Ling Yao snorted. If he knew that from a young age we had an arranged marriage between us, then he would definitely relentlessly pester me. Otherwise, for a trash like him, what woman would be willing to get married to him? Not necessarily. He had an outstanding appearance since he was young and it wouldn't be a problem for him to become a son-in-law. Xiao Jing's mind recalled his face and the corner of his lips curved slightly but his eyes were filled with disdain. Ling Yao sneeringly raised the corner of her lips. I reckon that a woman who would take a liking to that trash wouldn't be much better. If she weren't a trash like him, then she must be a lecherous person, and how good can someone like that be? Her words implied that it was impossible for Yun Xiao to find a good woman. Unfortunately, such a trash was not someone she would take a fancy to. Alright, let's not discuss that trash now. The top priority job is to settle our accommodation for the day. Once we have settled down properly, then we can search for that trash's whereabouts. Xiao Jing looked at Ling Yao standing before him as he gradually opened his mouth to speak. However, all the inns are fully booked, so where can we search for a place to lodge for the night? Ling Yao pouted her lips and her face was full of unwillingness. Xiao Jing deeply pondered for a long time before a trace of a glimmer flashed through his eyes. He walked to her house with quick steps and knocked 3 times. Kriak. The door was pushed open and a middle-aged man walked out in a foul mood and asked angrily, Who are you? What are you doing here? I want to buy your house, Xiao Jing faintly smiled. Scram, the middle-aged man waved his hand impatiently. I'm not selling this house and you better not have come here to cause trouble. 10 million. A tranquil and calm yet confident smile was on Xiao Jing's lips. Sure enough, after hearing his words, the middle-aged man's eyes lit up as he fiercely swallowed his saliva. You're really willing to buy my house for 10 million? Clearly, he did not believe there would be someone foolish enough to use 10 million taels to buy an old house. Xiao Jing no longer said anything as he took out a banknote from the sleeve of his robes and handed to the middle-aged man. Here is 10 million. Everything in your house belongs to me, and you can leave now. Chapter 336, Fiancé 2. The middle-aged man hastily snatched the banknote and looked at it carefully to verify its authenticity. After determining that this banknote was indeed genuine, he stuffed it into his sleeve without delay and left in a hurry without even tidying up his place. Xiao Jing disdainfully glanced at the middle-aged man's hastily leaving figure and slowly looked back to Ling Yao. In this way, we have a place to stay. What comes next would be to search for that trash's whereabouts. Ling Yao furrowed her eyebrows. However, we haven't seen that trash for over 10 years, and even if he were to appear before us, we might not recognize him. Rest assured, Xiao Jing smiled mysteriously. I have something in my hands and with this, I can recognize him if he was to appear before me. Having heard what was said, Ling Yao sighed with relief. That's good. For mine and Yuqing's happiness, I must find that trash as quickly as possible to break off our engagement. Only the number 1 genius of the Xiao family like Yuqing is worthy of me. Xiao Yuqing, the number 1 genius of the Xiao family, was the ideal man for countless women, and she was also included in that group. If that trash had some self-awareness, he should not pester her and agree to break off the engagement. Rest assured, Xiao Jing patted on Ling Yao's shoulders to comfort her. Even if he pestered you after meeting you, the Xiao family has the means to make him give up. It's absolutely necessary for the Xiao and Ling family to be connected by marriage, but your marriage partner will definitely not be that trash. I hope so. Right now, as long as she thought of that trash, a trace of loathing would flash through her eyes. If it weren't to break off their engagement, she wouldn't be willing to meet that trash in her entire life. Let's go in and rest first. Xiao Jing slightly narrowed his eyes, whereas for that trash, I will find him very soon. Within the general's estate, a young lady was seated under the peach tree while closing her eyes and resting within the back garden. A faint spiritual energy lingered over her entire body and was absorbed via her pores. Suddenly, the young lady heard fast footsteps heading towards her direction and she slightly opened her eyes, with her black pupils landing on the servant maid walking in. How are things? Yun Luofeng lightly raised her brows and questioned. Miss, King Yin's delicate face was frowning. I had already passed down instructions and all the inns did not dare to accommodate them. However, that man from the CO family took out a banknote and bought a house. Understood. An abstruse glimmer appeared within Yun Luofeng's pitch-black eyes, making it impossible for others to comprehend her thoughts. After a long time, the corner of her lips curved up and her slightly narrowed eyes contained a dangerous glint. It's time to meet these two people from the CO family. King Yin blinked her eyes. Miss, are you thinking of taking actions against those people from the CO family? Based on what reason? Reason. Yun Luofeng lightly smiled. Don't forget, I'm the #1 dandy in the Longyuan kingdom. Do I need a reason to hit someone? I just purely don't see eye to eye with them. King Yin, rouse up the core as we are about to deal with a major matter. She, Yun Luofeng, never needed a reason to hit someone, and she purely didn't see eye to eye with these people. Furthermore, who could do anything to her? King Yin's eyes shined. Her miss was simply too domineering. It seemed like there are still many things she had to learn from her, especially the spirit of being shameless. Chapter 337. Don't need a reason to beat you up. Within the courtyard. Ling Yao tightly furrowed her eyebrows and sized up the entire house with a face filled with disdain. This house is too worn down and is totally incomparable to the Ling family's residence. Take a look at this, there are actually ants on this floor. It's simply too disgusting. Ling Yao raised her foot and ruthlessly pulverized the ant under her feet. Afterward, she took off her own shoe, along with a handkerchief to wipe the soles of her feet. It was as if the ant that was crushed by her was something disgusting. Yao, I had previously surveyed for a long time when we were looking for an inn. This is the best house in the vicinity, so we should just put up with it. After all, how can the worldly stuff be compared to the spirit domain? Xiao Jing shook his head helplessly. Ling Yao was the princess of Ling family, having been pampered and spoiled since childhood. She had never been subjected to any unfair treatment and the clothes she wore were woven silk fabrics, while the food she ate was culinary delicacies. Based on her finicky personality, she shouldn't have come to such a place together with him. Ling Yao opened her mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but at this moment, an orderly group of footsteps could be heard from outside the door. Shortly after, a crowd of men rushed in and surrounded the entire courtyard. Xiao Jing's brows creased as he coldly gazed at everyone who rushed in and he solemnly asked, "Who are you?" In a flash, the crowd who surrounded the courtyard dispersed in two directions and revealed a path in the middle. After that, a breathtaking young lady in white robes strolled in. That young lady was extremely gorgeous, with a head full of beautiful hair flowing down like a waterfall, and skin fair as jade, while the smiling intent on her lips was devilish yet languid. Her pair of pitch-black eyes were shining brightly like the stars of the night skies and her graceful face contained dominance. Even Xiao Jing, who had seen countless beauties, couldn't help but reveal a trace of astonishment. Merely, his astonishment only lasted for a fleeting moment, as his eyes concentrated towards her. This woman is very dangerous. She was just like a fox hidden in the darkness, whose appearance looked calm but in actual fact, would stab you in the back when you weren't paying attention. Even those strong people within the spirit domain had never caused him to feel such a dangerous perception. Who allowed you to enter my property? Furthermore, why are you here? Not waiting for Yun Luofeng to answer Xiao Jing's words, Ling Yao immediately jumped forth and angrily glared at Yun Luofeng and others. Facing Ling Yao, whose fury could be seen across her whole face, Yun Luofeng's thin lips moved. We came here, in order to beat all of you up. Ling Yao didn't expect that Yun Luofeng wanted to beat people up with just a brief remark, and her delicate face instantly changed. Just when she was about to unsheath the long sword on her waist, a hand extended out and stopped her. Lady, Xiao Jing furrowed his brows. May I know if we had offended you, causing you to act this way? You did not offend me. However, you offended my man. Yun Luofeng did not say the last sentence out loud as she crossed her hands over her chest, with her posture being indolent. Her pitch-black eyes were full of smiling intent. It was just that under her smile was a concealed and ample dangerous aura. Xiao Jing's heart sank. Since we did not offend you, and since you want to attack us, you should at least provide me a reason. Yun Luofeng shot a slanted glance towards Xiao Jing, and her voice was apathetic as before but could easily entice others' rage. My apologies, I've never required a reason to beat someone up. She paused for a moment and the smiling intent in her eyes increased. If you insist on wanting a reason, then it would be that I don't see eye to eye with you. Ling Yao was nearly angered to the point of madness. She had never seen such a rude woman who regarded it so proper and expected as a matter of course. Immediately, she fiercely glared at Yun Luofeng. Darn girl, just based on that. A trash like you, yet you want to teach me a lesson. You. Chapter 338. Ling Yao was beaten. 1. Slap. Harshly slapped, Ling Yao was totally stunned. Gaping and speechless, she looked dumbfounded at the gorgeous girl who suddenly appeared in front of her, her eyes full of shock. 4. At that moment, before she could catch Yun Luofeng's action, her figure suddenly disappeared. Like a breeze, she had appeared in front of her. How fast did she have to be in order to be capable of this? Yao, feeling his heart miss a beat, Xiao Jing rushed to Ling Yao's side. With a frown, he asked anxiously, how are you doing? Are you alright? Xiao Jing's voice finally brought Ling Yao back. Realizing that she was actually slapped by someone, she became furious and jumped out at Yun Luofeng ferociously, with a mad look. BTCH, how dare you beat me? I'm going to kill you. No one has dared to beat me since my childhood. I swear I'll kill you. With bloodshot eyes, she looked like a cannibal beast, clawing at Yun Luofeng's face, her eyes filled with madness. However, just when she was going to reach Yun Luofeng grabbed her by the arm and slammed her body into the ground. Bang! Ling Yao's head bumped against the ground, making a thud. When had Ling Yao ever endured such a grievance? It was so painful that she burst into tears, and before she could get to her feet, Yun Luofeng's feet had tread hard on her chest. As she tread, Ling Yao yelled out loud with pain, her bloodshot eyes brimming with killing intent. "BTCH, how dare you do this to me? My family will never let you go." Yun Luofeng slightly raised her eyebrow and exerted a greater force with her right foot. Immediately, Ling Yao gave a shrill cry. Breaking into a cold sweat, she could not even speak. "Stop it." Finally coming back from shock, Xiao Jing said with a black look, "Miss, give some leeway to others and spare yourself a lot of trouble afterward. Don't go too far. I'm sure you will regret provoking our Spirit Domain." Xiao Jing thought on hearing the name of Spirit Domain, Yun Luofeng would be frightened. Unfortunately, the girl didn't respond to his words at all, as if she did not hear him. Xiao Jing's eyes darkened, and he waved his hand and coldly ordered, "Guards, stop her." "Yes, master." Hearing his order, the people of the Xiao clan standing behind him quickly rushed to Yun Luofeng. However, when they were going to reach Yun Luofeng, the people of the two corps suddenly stood out, protecting Yun Luofeng like statues in front of her. Boom! A powerful aura overwhelmingly swept through the courtyard. After feeling the aura of these people, Xiao Jing's face changed violently and his eyes turned solemn. High-level Spirit Cultivators. There are 10 high-level Spirit Cultivators here. When did high-level Spirit Cultivators become so cheap in the Longyuan Kingdom? Although the Xiao clan had more high-level Spirit Cultivators and still dozens of sky-level Spirit Cultivators, 10 high-level Spirit Cultivators added up was still a great force in the Longyuan Kingdom. After all, from what he knew of the Longyuan Kingdom, there seemed to be only 2 high-level Spirit Cultivators in this country. As one of the outstanding disciples of the Xiao clan, he had become a high-level intermediate rank Spirit Cultivator a few months ago. However, there were too many of them, so he could hardly deal with all of them. Xiao Jing's eyes flickered and he said threateningly, "Miss, the Xiao clan has a lot of sky-level Spirit Cultivators and so does the Ling clan. If you insist on this, you will cause a big trouble for yourself." Chapter 339, Ling Yao was beaten, too. Facing Xiao Jing's threat, Yun Luofeng responded with an action. Slap. Once again, her hand was slapping Ling Yao's face. In just a moment, the cheeks of Ling Yao were swollen, which made her look like a pig. It hurt so bad that she couldn't utter a single word. She was glaring at Yun Luofeng, her red eyes full of enraged tears. If looks could kill, maybe Yun Luofeng would have been cut into pieces by her glaring look. Even though Xiao Jing was good at controlling his temper, he was so enraged by Yun Luofeng that he nearly went up in flames, his face all black with rage. "Don't blame me for being rude if you keep provoking us." Xiao Jing clenched his fists and rushed towards Yun Luofeng, a killing intent flickering across his fierce eyes. Boom. All of a sudden, the girl in front of him raised her eyes and glanced at him with a wicked look. In an instant, a powerful force poured into his mind, leaving his mind blank. Bang! Yun Luofeng lifted her foot, mercilessly kicking at Xiao Jing's chest, and his body immediately flew out and slammed against the wall. Appearing as if the kick seriously injured him, he began to vomit blood ceaselessly. "Beat them." Glancing at Xiao Jing who was struggling on the ground, Yun Luofeng cracked a wicked smile. "Don't kill them. These 2 people cannot die so fast." "Yes, master." Hearing her order, the members of the 2 corps were all rubbing their hands and walking to Xiao Jing lying on the ground with sinister smiles. "You. Don't come over." Xiao Jing was frightened and trembling all over. If confronted with these people previously, he wouldn't fear them. After all, the most powerful one of these people was just a high-level low-rank Spirit Cultivator. However, Yun Luofeng's kick had inflicted 10,000 points of damage to his body. Now he couldn't even get to his feet, let alone fight with these people. Realizing that the situation was unfavorable to them, the people of the Xiao clan wanted to save Xiao Jing. However, they were stopped by the people of the 2 corps before they could reach Xiao Jing. What awaited them was simply a ravaging. They suffered from this because Xiao Jing was too confident. He didn't think there was any person strong enough to worry about in the Longyuan Kingdom, so he didn't take any strong guards with him. The strongest one of the guards he took with him was just a high-level low-rank Spirit Cultivator. That was why the guards of the Xiao clan guard couldn't even defend themselves. Bang! Punched in the face by almost every one of the 2 corps, Xiao Jing's teeth had been knocked out. His right cheek was swollen like a steamed bun, and his mouth was bleeding. No longer looking at Xiao Jing, Yun Luofeng turned her eyes to the girl in front of her and slightly raised her eyebrows. "I allow you to choose a way of being abused." Ling Yao shook her head in horror. "No, I'm from the Ling family, I." Bang! The girl's fist fell and slammed down on Ling Yao, stopping the words on the tip of her tongue. Vomiting a mouthful of blood, Ling Yao glared at Yun Luofeng furiously, the blood dripping from her mouth dyeing her clothes red. At this moment, trembling all over, she was burning with rage. This BTCH, she would never let her go. Bang! Yun Luofeng's fist once again fell. Ling Yao's body shook and she slightly closed her eyes, her beautiful face ghastly pale. With each punch, Yun Luofeng felt that the anger in her heart had been vented a little bit. Every time she thought of the torture Yun Xiao had suffered over the years, her heart was filled with hatred. Chapter 340, Ling Yao was beaten, 3. The Xiao family. One day, she would wipe out the Xiao family and avenge Yun Xiao. But it wasn't the time yet. Yun Luofeng took a deep breath, repressed the anger that was boiling inside her, and she turned her eyes to Ling Yao, who had been badly beaten. Xiao Jing, however, was no better. His clothes torn to pieces, his skin all black and blue and his body trembling, he just didn't have any strength to fight back. To escape from the beating, he concealed his inner hatred, his eyes as deep as a bottomless well. "Take it." Taking out a black pill from somewhere, Yun Luofeng ordered coldly. A look of horror flashing through Ling Yao's eyes, she shook her head frantically, sobbing in despair. Laughing wickedly, Yun Luofeng exerted a strong grip on Ling Yao's chin, forced her mouth open, and forced the pill into it. King Yin, make all of them take the pills. Yun Luofeng took out a handful of pills, a wicked smile hovering on her lips. After taking the pills, your lives will be in my hands. If any of you dares to leak what happened today, I will let him experience the pain of being gnawed by 10,000 insects. Before coming here, Yun Luofeng had told Yun Xiao that she knew how far she should go. With her current strength, she still couldn't confront a great power like the Xiao family. That was why she prepared these pills. With them, she could control these people. After all, she would not put herself in danger just to vent out her anger. She loved her life. She would be reckless only if there was no danger. Xiao Jing lowered his eyes, and instead of resisting like Ling Yao, he swallowed the pill. He understood that he was now the fish on the chopping block. If he refused it, what awaited him would be a harsher punishment. Thus, he'd better just take the pill so as not to be tortured. Seeing that Xiao Jing had swallowed the pill, the other people of the Xiao family had no choice but reluctantly take the pills. Their faces were pale, and some of them were even rolling on the ground in pain. Who the hell are you? Struggling to his feet, Xiao Jing glared at Yun Luofeng with a serious look. Raising the corners of her lips, Yun Luofeng glanced at Xiao Jing with a wicked look. The first dandy of the Longyuan kingdom, that's me. As everyone knows, I don't need a reason to beat someone. As long as I find a person unpleasing to my eyes, I will beat them. At the moment, Xiao Jing's head had swollen like a pig's head, so no one could tell his expression, but it was clear from his eyes that he did not believe Yun Luofeng's words. Yun Luofeng lazily stretched herself and said, I hope you can stay a few days longer in the Longyuan kingdom because beating you makes me feel so good. Ling Yao's body shook in horror, and finally learning her lesson, she just bit her lip and didn't utter a single word. Let's go. After saying this, Yun Luofeng went out of the courtyard. The people of the two corps briskly walked away behind her. Xiao Jing, shall we just pretend nothing had happened? I can't force myself to forget this. Ling Yao opened her mouth with difficulty, but when she spoke, she accidentally pulled at the wound on her face, and she couldn't help but take a deep breath from the pain. Chapter 341, Leaving Overnight. Xiao Jing was no better. His handsome face was swollen like a pig's head and he was ragged, with wounds and bruises all over his body. But his eyes were so unfathomably deep that Ling Yao felt her heart miss a beat when looking into his eyes. Xiao Jing, Ling Yao swallowed and tried to say something, but was interrupted by the man's cold eyes. What do you want? If you don't let it go, don't forget the pill we just swallowed. If you don't force yourself to forget it, who knows what will happen to us again. Xiao Jing was a little annoyed. Even now, he still had no clue how he had offended the crazy woman and therefore suffered such a mad retaliation from her. After saying this, he was silent again. After a while, his brows tightly knitted, he said, now let's go back to the Xiao family first. Ling Yao was still reluctant, her eyes burning with rage. We're here to find that trash. What about the trash if we go back now? Your grandfather told you to listen to me when he agreed to allow you to come with me. If you don't want to go back, that's fine. I'll leave, and you can stay here alone. Don't forget what the crazy woman just said. She said we should stay here a few days longer, so she could be safe for a few more days. Xiao Jing gnashed his teeth, but couldn't do anything, because he was simply no match for that woman. The top priority now was to return to the Xiao family, in case the crazy woman came after them again. Ling Yao stomped her foot. No matter how reluctant she was, she had no choice but to quickly leave the courtyard behind Xiao Jing. In the general's estate, after hearing that Ling Yao and Xiao Jing had left overnight, Yun Luofeng's face lit up with a wicked smile, a scheming light flickering across her dark eyes. You think you can just get away with it after hurting Yun Xiao? If I don't make some trouble for you, I'm afraid you'll still be nagging Yun Xiao. What do you have planned, miss? King Yin blinked and asked her curiously. Not answering her question, Yun Luofeng just smiled and said, King Yin, I'm going to go out. Prepare me a change of clothes and a bamboo hat. Though King Yin was very curious, she didn't ask much. She knew her miss would always be right no matter what she was going to do. As gentle as water, the night was quiet and beautiful. Leading their subordinates, Xiao Jing and Ling Yao were walking quickly in the darkness, as if it was a place of savages and they couldn't wait to leave here. Unfortunately, because all of them were badly injured, they had to stop and go, advancing very slowly. Therefore, they were still walking in the ancient trees outside the imperial city after several hours. Ling Yao, hang on, when we leave this place, we can find a clinic to heal our wounds, said Xiao Jing, frowning at Ling Yao who was panting beside him. If it hadn't been for the Ling family's old man who had asked him to take care of Ling Yao, he might have left her alone. But I can't walk anymore. Ling Yao lay down against a tree, her face ghastly pale. The bruises on her body had not yet faded, so her skin was still all black and blue. The bloodstains on her clothes had dried and turned brown. Ling Yao, Xiao Jing's brows were knitted more tightly. If you don't want to meet the crazy woman again, get up now. Who knows when that maniac could jump out of nowhere. Apparently, Xiao Jing was really afraid of Yun Luofeng. Chapter 342, Framing Up 1. Okay. Gritting her teeth, Ling Yao stood up from the ground. Every time she thought of Yun Luofeng, she freaked out, wishing she could rush over to the woman and rip her into pieces. However, she knew that with her own strength, she couldn't avenge herself. Moreover, since taking that pill, she could not use the power of her family. Let's go. Xiao Jing looked away and walked slowly towards the woods in front of him. However, Ling Yao seemed to be absent-minded. Biting her lips, she stared at her toes, eyes wandering. Bang! Suddenly a figure appeared in front of her and caught off guard, so she violently bumped against them. At the same time, the other side released a powerful aura, knocking her body into the air. Boom. Ling Yao had been seriously injured. With this blow, she spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Ling Yao. Xiao Jing's face violently changed. He hurried to Ling Yao and lifted her trembling body up, his icy eyes sweeping to the crusher who had suddenly appeared in the woods. Her white robe was fluttering in the gentle breeze, and her head was covered with a white bamboo hat, so Xiao Jing could not tell if the person in a white robe was male or female. Xiao Jing's eyes darkened and he asked coldly, "Who are you?" Under the bamboo hat, a faint smile was hanging on the girl's gorgeous face, her dark eyes crystal clear and bright. She deliberately lowered her voice to make it low and hoarse, with a tinge of ruffian tone. "She bumped into me because she wasn't watching where she was walking, so I just taught her a lesson." Perhaps because she had deliberately changed her voice, she sounded quite manly, and Xiao Jing thought this person must be a man. Ling Yao was wrong. She should have watched where she was walking. "But are you totally innocent? You were so spooky that we can say exactly when you appeared. How can you blame Ling Yao for bumping into you?" In the breeze, the girl's bamboo hat was lifted slightly upward, but only her thin lips could be seen and the smile hovering on her lips revealed a tinge of ruffian style. With his eyes wide open, Xiao Jing still couldn't see the face under the bamboo hat. "If I said she bumped into me, then it was she who bumped into me." The girl's voice rang again, "I'll punish anyone who offends me. Do you choose to gouge your eyes, or to be punished by me?" Her last sentence was clearly directed at Ling Yao. Like a dandy, she spoke in a ruffian manner, "Although your face isn't pretty enough, your figure is not bad. I'm interested in playing with you. Gee, I'd like to know how it feels when I strip you and whip your beautiful body." Hearing the words of his master, Xiao Mo in the God Code world couldn't help but roll his eyes. He didn't expect that his master would be so good at disguising herself as a man. She could even vividly imitate the ruffian tone. In particular, when she was molesting Ling Yao, people who didn't know her real identity would take her as a real ruffian. "Don't go too far, friend." Xiao Jing's face darkened. He really had a streak of bad luck during this trip. At first, he met a crazy woman, and now he met a ruffian. If it were not for the fact that he was seriously injured, he would have sent the guy to hell. Chapter 343, Framing Up 2. Go too far. Yun Luofeng's face shone with a wicked light. Raising her eyebrows, she stared at Xiao Jing in front of her. "As a member of the Bai family, I never know what going too far means. This woman wants me to let her go after she bumped into me. In her dreams." At first, Xiao Mo didn't know what his master wanted to do, but now he suddenly figured it out. Framing up. This was all about framing up. Not waiting for the people of the Xiao family to make trouble for Yun Xiao, his master made some trouble for them to keep them busy. The descendants of the Xiao family and the Ling family were humiliated by a member of the Bai family. How could they easily let go of the Bai family? Thus, she pretended to be a member of the Bai family and tried to foment a dissension between the two sides. It served the Bai family right. They shouldn't have participated in the war of the Lujian kingdom, and they even helped the empress kill her mother. "You are from the Bai family. The Bai family of the Lujian kingdom." Not expecting he would meet a member of the Bai family here, Xiao Jing turned pale. Not feeling ashamed of her trick at all, Yun Luofeng said assuredly, "Yes, I am from the Bai family. With Bai Su as our master, do you think we'll be afraid of you?" Even though Yun Luofeng didn't know the real identity of Bai Su, she could tell from Yun Xiao's words that Bai Su was special in the Bai family. Therefore, she planted what she did on Bai Su. At this moment, a handsome and evil face popped up in her mind, his narrowed eyes revealing a dangerous light. "Bai Su, one day, I will settle with you. Let me make some trouble for the Bai family first. I just need to stand by and watch you fight." "Stop him." Xiao Jing ordered the guards of the Xiao family, then grabbed Ling Yao to get out of there. "Ling Yao, let's go." "You think you can go?" Yun Luofeng sneered and looked at the guards of the Xiao family who were rushing at her, an icy light flickering across her dark eyes. Then a long sword appeared in her hand. Puff. Yun Luofeng quickly passed through the guards of the Xiao family. Very soon, blood spurted from the bodies of those fierce and menacing guards, and they fell stiffly to the ground. Realizing the situation was unfavorable to them, Xiao Jing tried to escape, but in an instant, the figure in a white bamboo hat had appeared in front of them. Swish. The girl waved her long sword. As soon as the sword flashed, Ling Yao's clothes were cut to pieces and scattered in the air. Ah! Ling Yao screamed and quickly covered her body with her arms, with a look of shame and horror. "Although there are a lot of scars on your body, I'm still interested in it." Yun Luofeng put away the long sword, took out a whip from somewhere, and slowly approached Ling Yao. Looking at the approaching figure, Ling Yao kept retreating, trembling all over. Don't come here. Xiao Jing, help me, ah. Smack. Yun Luofeng cracked the whip, and Ling Yao's body immediately bled, with skin split and flesh torn. "Stop it." Xiao Jing was going to catch Yun Luofeng's whip, but before he reached out his hand, he was knocked off by spiritual strength and fell backward into a pile of corpses. Covering his chest, Xiao Jing kept spitting blood. He really regretted that he didn't check the lunar calendar to check his fortune before he set out from home. Who knew that there were so many audacious people in the secular world who dared to touch people from the spirit domain? Yun Luofeng's eyes fell on Ling Yao and she asked coldly, "Your identity?" Chapter 344, Framing Up 3. Trembling all over, Ling Yao didn't dare to conceal anything from this horrible person, and she bit her lips and said, "I'm from the Ling family of the spirit domain, and he is from the Xiao family." "Why did you come here?" Yun Luofeng raised her eyebrows slightly. It was not convenient for her to ask about these things in her previous identity, but now that she had disguised herself as someone from the Bai family, it was time for her to find out the purpose for coming here. Naked, Ling Yao couldn't help but shudder in the cool air. "We came here to find the trash that was expelled from the Xiao family more than a decade ago. The trash? Yun Luofeng's eyes were getting icy. It was obvious that the trash Ling Yao was talking about was Yun Xiao. It seemed that the people of the Xiao family didn't know that the Ghost Emperor was Yun Xiao. Otherwise, he would not be treated in such a manner. Since you're not from the Xiao family, Yun Luofeng paused, why would you come here? On hearing this, Ling Yao seemed to forget her fear. With a disgusted look, she said, that trash of the Xiao family had an engagement with me when we were very young, but the one I love is the first genius of the Xiao family, Xiao Yuqing. I came here to break off the engagement with the trash, and I want my engagement token back. Engagement token, what is that? Yun Luofeng frowned. It's a jade pendant engraved with a Ling character. Wondering why Yun Luofeng asked her this, Ling Yao still answered her in a trembling tone, my grandfather gave that jade pendant to his mother. And before he left the Xiao family, his mother gave it to him. My purpose is to take back the jade pendant. A trash like him doesn't deserve to hold it. Whenever she thought that her own jade pendant was held in the hands of a trash, she felt so disgusted. Smack. Just then, the whip fell on her body again, and she gasped with pain. I've already told you what you want to know. Why will you still not let me go? She roared with rage and shuddered, her eyes filled with grievance and resentment. Of course, Ling Yao didn't know that it was her words that completely enraged Yun Luofeng. Her Yun Xiao was so excellent. How could he be humiliated by these lowly people? And she could imagine the treatment that Yun Xiao suffered in the Xiao family when she saw the dismissive eyes. You pervert. Whip once again, Ling Yao forgot to be shy, lifting her arms that were covering her private parts to catch the oncoming whip. Ah. The whip fell on her arm. It was so painful that Ling Yao burst into tears, her tearful eyes filled with resentment. I swear, when I get back, I'll tell my grandfather about it and let him destroy your Bai family. For the last sentence, Ling Yao roared out with all her might, her face turning ferocious with inner rage, her eyes glaring at Yun Luofeng like a poisoned dagger. Ha ha, Yun Luofeng sneered, speaking in a domineering tone, others fear the Strid domain, but we in the Bai family don't. I'll see whether your Strid domain has the guts to attack the Bai family. In this sentence, she revealed her real intention. If two tigers fought, there must be a loser. She only needed to see them fight. We'll see. Ling Yao was shaking with anger. I'm not going to let go of your Bai family. Chapter 345, Departure of Yun Xiao, 1. Finally getting what she wanted, Yun Luofeng stopped torturing Ling Yao. She slowly put away the whip and said with a sneer, all right, then I will wait for you in the Bai family. After saying that, she guffawed, then turned around and left in the direction she had come. After she had left, Xiao Jing dragged his seriously injured body to Ling Yao, took off his clothes and put them on her body. Ling Yao, this Bai family is too presumptuous. We really should teach them a lesson. Gnashing her teeth, Ling Yao stared at the direction in which Yun Luofeng had left, her eyes sinister and sharp like a dagger. I swear I will avenge myself. He will have to experience something 1,000 or even 10,000 times worse than what I experienced today. Though the Bai family had Bai Su, so what? She would not easily forgive anyone who had bullied her. Xiao Jing, Ling Yao scrambled to her feet, her eyes sullen, I don't want anyone else to know what happened to me today. If Xiao Yuqing found out that she had been stripped bare in front of other men, he would refuse to marry her. Xiao Jing ruminated and nodded slightly, okay. The marriage between the Xiao family and the Ling family was imperative. If the scandal was known by others, it would hurt the Xiao family's reputation. So he had to conceal what had happened to Ling Yao today. Let's go. Xiao Jing took a last look at the bodies scattered on the ground, his eyes darkening. He supported Ling Yao with his hand, the killing intent in his eyes increasingly intense. Bai family, how dare you provoke us like this? I will make you pay for this. The continent was not peaceful recently. Two of the top 3 families in the Spirit domain, the Xiao family and the Ling family, together attacked the Bai family for some reason. However, the Bai family had no clue when it had offended the two families. It happened that Bai Su wasn't with the Bai family during the attack. Therefore, with its own strength, the Bai family can resist the attack of the two families. However, for some reason, the two families of the Spirit domain didn't drive the Bai family into a corner but soon retreated. As the one behind this disturbance, Yun Luofeng wasn't affected by it at all. Every day, she flirted with Yun Xiao, cultivated, or teased the nagging Xiao Mo as if nothing had happened. At this moment, in the backyard of the general's estate, the man silently gazed at the girl lying on a chaise longue, his dark eyes glowing with deep affection. Were you behind the dispute between the Xiao family and the Bai family? Yes, said Yun Luofeng, slightly raising the corners of her lips, the Bai family was involved in my mother's death and the Xiao family. Had heard you, so I fomented the dispute between the two parties. A wave of warmth swept through Yun Xiao, as he knew that Yun Luofeng did it to avenge him. That day, he witnessed how the people of the Xiao family left the Longyuan kingdom like drowned rats. I want to ask you something, Yun Xiao. Yun Luofeng's face turned solemn and her eyes were fixed on the man standing beside her. What's your relationship with the Ling family? Yun Xiao glanced at Yun Luofeng with doubt. What's my relationship with the Ling family? This was Yun Luofeng's question for him, and he asked the same question to Yun Luofeng because he really didn't know what relationship he had with the Ling family. With a wicked look, Yun Luofeng leaned lazily against the chaise longue, and asked in a casual tone, I heard that. Ling Yao of the Ling family is your fiancé. Yun Xiao shook his head, frowning, I don't know her and I've never heard of the fiancé thing. Did the Ling Yao tell you this? Chapter 346, Departure of Yun Xiao, 2. Yun Luofeng said with a smile, not only did she tell me that you and she were engaged when you were kids, but that you had an engagement token in your hand. Is that true? Yun Xiao thought about it and shook his head, I've never heard of it. Did she tell you what the engagement token was? A jade pendant engraved with the Ling character. Yun Xiao was silent, frowning as if he was trying to recall it. However, he couldn't recall what the jade pendant looked like even though he had racked his brain. I don't have a jade pendant like she described. When he left the Xiao family, he took nothing with him, not to mention a jade pendant. So he really didn't have the jade pendant, Yun Luofeng said. Yun Luofeng glanced at Yun Xiao. When you left, your mother didn't give you something. No. Yun Xiao answered very firmly, his dark eyes filled with sincerity and earnestness. Trust me, I didn't have that kind of relationship with her. Certainly, Yun Luofeng would believe Yun Xiao's words, but it didn't look like Ling Yao was lying. Then there was only one possibility. Yun Xiao's mother didn't give him the jade pendant. It's all right, said Yun Luofeng, crossing her legs. She moved her stiff shoulders and asked in a lazy voice, Yun Xiao, could you massage my shoulders? Pursing his lips, Yun Xiao silently walked to Yun Luofeng, his hands falling on the girl's shoulders. Looking from behind, he could see the girl's jade-like skin through her thin clothes. Yun Xiao felt his heartbeat was accelerating. Staring at her in a daze, he couldn't move his eyes away from the girl's body. Yun Xiao, not feeling his movement, Yun Luofeng turned around to check what happened. After seeing the aggressive eyes of the man behind her, she slightly narrowed her eyes, the smile on her lips releasing a dangerous aura. Do you want to see what's under my clothes? Yes. As an honest man, Yun Xiao would not lie, be it in action or in words. He wanted to see her body, so he was honest about what he had in mind. The smile on the girl's face spread, and she rose from the chaise longue and took a few steps towards the man. Then, do you want me to strip off before you? Boom. The girl's ambiguous words and her provocative movements made the man's blood rush into his brain. In an instant, his body was aroused. Even though the two of them had slept together, Yun Luofeng had never been naked in front of Yun Xiao. She was in her pajamas even in the bed. No wonder on hearing her words, Yun Xiao would have such a strong sexual impulse. Feeling the sharp rhythm of the man's breathing, Yun Luofeng chuckled, Yun Xiao, I'm just teasing you. I will not strip off before you, until we've settled the issue with the Xiao family. Thinking of the Xiao family's insult to Yun Xiao, Yun Luofeng felt a strong killing intent, an icy light flickering in her dark eyes. The Xiao family, what she had done to the Xiao family was just the beginning, and she would let the people of the Xiao family live in regret. Make them feel better off dead. Yun Xiao looked at the stunningly beautiful face of the girl, a light flickering across his cold dark eyes. His eyes were still as deep and dark as night, so nobody could tell what was in this man's mind. The next day. At dawn, Yun Luofeng pushed the door open after finishing the morning wash. Suddenly, a grey figure waiting in the doorway was reflected in her eyes. Chapter 347, Departure of Yun Xiao, 3. Mistress, good morning. Qin Yuan laughed awkwardly and said, my master asked me to wait for you here, and he left you a message. For some reason, looking at Qin Yuan's expression, Yun Luofeng got a bad feeling. Where is Yun Xiao? She asked, frowning. Qin Yuan rubbed his hair. Master went to the spirit domain because he wanted to return to the Xiao family. Return to the Xiao family? Why? Yun Luofeng was stunned and asked, her eyebrows knitted. Qin Yuan looked even more embarrassed. Mistress, Master asked me to tell you that he would wipe out the Xiao family as soon as possible and, don't forget to keep your promise to him. What promise? Well, mistress, you said that you would strip before Master after the Xiao family was wiped out. In saying this, Qin Yuan blushed, and he couldn't imagine that his cruel master would say such a shameful thing. In particular, just to make mistress strip off before him, he went to the spirit domain alone, a place so dangerous. It seemed that the mistress was very important in Master's mind. That idiot, Yun Luofeng shook her head helplessly. Why does he just believe every single word I say? He returned to the Xiao family just because of a joke of mine. As if thinking of something, Qin Yuan forgot how embarrassing it was, and his face turned anxious. Mistress, though Master didn't want me to tell you, I think I should let you know that it might be dangerous for Master to return to the Xiao family. Yun Luofeng felt like her heart missed a beat. What's the matter? Shouldn't Yun Xiao be able to cope with the Xiao family with his strength? Mistress, Qin Yuan shook his head. Indeed, Master is very powerful, but the master of the Xiao family held a thing in his hand that may endanger Master's life. Yun Luofeng's face changed, her dark eyes suddenly darkening. Why didn't Yun Xiao tell me about this before I provoked the Xiao family? Qin Yuan answered with a wry smile. Mistress, you are too important in Master's mind. As long as you are happy, he wouldn't mind putting himself in a dangerous situation. That fool. Hearing Qin Yuan's words, Yun Luofeng couldn't help but scold Yun Xiao in her mind. In her 2 lives, she had never seen a person so stupid. However, she was always moved by this stupid man. Give me a map of the spirit domain, said Yun Luofeng, breathing deeply. Oh. Qin Yuan was stunned. Mistress, why do you want to go to the spirit domain? Of course to find that fool Yun Xiao. How could she just leave that fool alone after she had caused all of this? She was going to go to the spirit domain no matter how dangerous it would be. Qin Yuan got nervous and then embarrassedly said, Mistress, I don't think that's a good idea. If Master knew that I told you about this, he would cut me into pieces. Yun Luofeng glanced at Qin Yuan grimly and threateningly said, do you choose to be cut into pieces by him or dismembered alive by me? Trust me, my means will only be more bloody than Yun Xiao's. I will not let you die until you shed your last drop of blood. Qin Yuan shivered and looked frightened. He regretted it. He regretted telling Mistress about this. If Master knew about it, he would not let him off lightly. Finally, gritting his teeth, Qin Yuan said, Mistress, please wait a moment. I'm going to prepare the map of the spirit domain for you. Chapter 348, A Sneak Attack. Anyway, if Master got angry, with Mistress interceding for him, he would surely be able to escape death. However, if he refused to give the road map to Mistress now, he would probably be tortured to death. At the thought of this, Qin Yuan had made up his mind. Without any hesitation, he hurried to find the roadmap for Yun Luofeng. Qin Yuan knew that Master's order didn't count compared with the words of Mistress that were like an imperial edict. Even Master had to obey her words. So, if he could please Mistress, he didn't have to fear that Master would punish him. The more Qin Yuan thought about it, the more complacent he was, and the more efficient he was. Soon, he found the roadmap and submitted it to Yun Luofeng. Mistress, this is the roadmap to the spirit domain. I promised Master that I would protect you, so I will go with you this time. Qin Yuan was as obsequious as a pug, and if he had a tail he would have wagged it now. No, Yun Luofeng put away the roadmap. You stay here to protect the Yun family, and will go to the spirit domain alone. But, Qin Yuan frowned. There are so many strong men in the spirit domain that I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it alone. Yun Luofeng glanced at Qin Yuan grimly. Are you defying my order? Good. When Yun Xiao comes back, I'll tell him that you're not doing your job well enough and that he should punish you. Qin Yuan put on a bitter face and grumbled. Mistress, if you go to the spirit domain alone, I will be so worried about you. If something bad happens to you, Master won't let me off lightly. Don't worry. He won't punish you if I don't let him. But if you don't obey my order, you'll be better off dead. The girl's voice was calm and peaceful, but Qin Yuan felt his heart missed a beat. Mistress, even if you're going to punish me, I'll still follow you, Qin Yuan said with a bitter smile. After all, I've promised Master that I'll keep you safe. Swish. Suddenly, a silver needle flew in from the front and pierced into the body of Qin Yuan. In an instant, he was unable to move as if he was subject to an immobilization spell. He could do nothing but stare at Yun Luofeng anxiously. Mistress, you cannot go to the spirit domain alone. Yun Luofeng smiled to Qin Yuan. In an hour, the needle in your body will naturally fall off, and then you will be free to move. During this time, I'm sorry you'll have to be like this. Mistress, Qin Yuan looked more anxious. If he had known it, he would not have told Mistress about it. Qin Yuan, I'll go to the spirit domain alone, and I don't know when I will come back, but I'm worried about the safety of the Yun family. Only with you protecting them here can I feel assured. Besides, you have to watch Sikyong. Without your surveillance, we can't be sure that he won't make trouble for us. Qin Yuan tried to force the needle out of his body with spiritual strength but failed. He should not have been so careless, but he didn't expect that Yun Luofeng would give him a sneak attack. Please, Yun Luofeng earnestly looked at Qin Yuan, who was sweating all over in anxiety. Please take care of the Yun family, my grandfather and my second uncle for me. Don't worry, when Yun Xiao and I come back, I will plead with him for you. Qin Yuan was speechless, as he knew that no matter what he said, Yun Luofeng wouldn't free him. He put on a bitter smile. Mistress, since you have already made up your mind, what can I say? If you really want to find Master, go ahead. I will protect the Yun family for you. Chapter 349, The Xiao Clan, Yun Xiao. Thank you, Yun Luofeng said sincerely, with gratitude in her black eyes. Qin Yuan's body stiffened and he said with a wry smile, Mistress, my master is your man, so it's my duty to do whatever you ordered. You really don't need to thank me. He knew that no matter how she threatened him, she would not really do anything so cruel to him. Though Mistress seemed domineering outside and would beat anyone she didn't like without hesitation, she was very nice to people on her own side. Otherwise, she would not have said, thank you, to him. It was because Mistress was such a person that he was willing to obey her orders. Tell my grandfather, I will come back in half a year or up to 2 or 3 years. Yun Luofeng finally looked at Qin Yuan and walked out of the door. She knew that if she told her grandfather that she was going to go to the spirit domain, he wouldn't allow it. So she could only leave without saying goodbye. The spirit domain. Perhaps because the descendants of the Xiao family and the Ling family had been bullied outside, now the whole spirit domain was not very peaceful. At this moment, in the hall of the Xiao family estate, a serious-looking old man was sitting upright, and a man and a woman were seated next to him. The middle-aged man was dressed in a blue robe, his eyes sullen, and he glanced at the man standing aloof in the hall with a disgusted look. Beside him sat a coquettish woman, whose face revealed a bright smile, but her eyes were as sharp as a viper. When stared at by her, one would feel uneasy as if targeted by a viper. Xiao, we have had you come back for 2 purposes, the old man said with a serious look, his eyes as cold and sharp as a dagger. Firstly, soon Xiao Yuqing will succeed me as the master of our family. You were expelled from the Xiao family, and your name was removed from our genealogy, so you are not eligible to participate in this event. However, Xiao Yuqing must open the secret area of the Xiao family if he wants to inherit the position. And the price of opening the secret area is the power of blood of 10 disciples of the Xiao family. Inside the hall, the man was silent, his handsome face expressionless, his calloused black eyes coldly staring at the old man sitting high, and he gave no reaction to his words. We had chosen 10 disciples with great powers of blood, but one of them was accidentally killed in a mission some time ago. Thus, we had to contact you via the power of the blood. Today, there were only 10 disciples in the Xiao family whose powers of blood were strong enough to open the secret area. The powers of blood of the rest of the disciples were too weak to open the secret area. Thus, the Xiao family thought of Yun Xiao who had already left the Xiao family. In that year, the blood test showed that Yun Xiao had a strong power of blood, so the Xiao family placed high hopes on him. However, it turned out that this man was just a trash. Even Xiao Lin, the master of the Xiao family, didn't understand why Yun Xiao, whose power of blood was so strong, was a trash. What's more, nobody had a greater power of blood than he did in the whole Xiao family. Secondly, Xiao Lin paused and then continued, to annul the engagement between you and Ling Yao. She and Xiao Yuqing love each other. Even if you insist on marrying Ling Yao, she wouldn't be willing to marry you. Then why should you ask for an insult? With your poor aptitude, you are simply not qualified to represent our Xiao family and marry the heiress of the Ling family. Chapter 350, The Xiao Clan, Yun Xiao, 2. Xiao Lin always believed that the trash would not be willing to break off the engagement with Ling Yao, who was an excellent girl and the little princess of the Ling family anyway. However, he didn't expect that Yun Xiao was no longer a trash. Even if he was still a trash, he would not choose Ling Yao. Yun Luofeng was the only person in his mind. Good. Yun Xiao, who had been silent for a long time, immediately agreed after hearing his words, his voice as cold as ever. Hearing the man's words, everyone present felt relieved. They were afraid that Yun Xiao would cling to it after learning about his engagement with Ling Yao. Fortunately, this trash knew himself well. He knew he didn't deserve the little princess of the Ling family. In that case, hand in the engagement token. Relieved as well, Xiao Lin said in a tone not as harsh as just now. Yun Xiao frowned. I don't have any engagement token. His words made all the people present turn pale. The middle-aged man sitting next to Xiao Lin jumped to his feet, his face ghastly pale. Nonsense. Your bloody mother must have given you the token. Hand it in. I know, you just don't want to break off the engagement with Ling Yao. But you have forgotten that the heiress of the Ling family would never choose a trash like you. In his opinion, Yun Xiao wouldn't hand in the token because he was not willing to break off the engagement. Hearing the angry voice of the middle-aged man, Yun Xiao gave him a cold glance. This man was his father, but in his mind, he was not his son, but a mortal enemy. And if it weren't for taking back that thing, he would have wiped out the whole Xiao family. I will break off the engagement. Yun Xiao paused, and I don't think I have any engagement with her. The only woman he wanted to marry was Yun Luofeng. All other women had no difference with a pile of bones in his eyes. You want to break off the engagement? Then hand in the engagement token. The middle-aged man sneered, his eyes filled with disgust and sarcasm. Why not hand in the engagement token? Do you really want it, or is this just a clumsy excuse? Seeing her husband getting furious, the coquettish woman hurried to rub his chest to comfort him, and her beautiful face was full of contempt. My dear husband, this boy is just a trash. The engagement with the little princess of the Ling family must be a blessing he earned from his 8 previous lives. A person like him would definitely not miss this good opportunity. Unfortunately, the little princess of the Ling family only loves my son Yuqing. This trash simply has no chance. He was just a trash. What made him believe the Xiao family would accept him even though they were calling him back? If it were not for her son, the Xiao family would not allow him to take a single step into the Xiao family. Her son was so excellent. Not only was he called the first genius of the Street domain, but he also attracted so much attention that every woman in the world would compete for his love, while this trash could only get sarcastic comments. Hardly had her voice faded away when Yun Xiao gave her a cold look. It made her feel like she had fallen into hell and she was frozen with terror. No, that was impossible. The coquettish woman bit her lips, her delicate body trembling. How could this trash be so intimidating? Just now, she felt as if she was going to be strangled, and her heart even missed a beat. Not knowing what had happened, the middle-aged man tightly held the coquettish woman's trembling body, and tenderly asked her, Yue, what happened? Chapter 351, Went to the Street domain. Lin Yue shook her head, her face pale. This man was just a trash, so why should she be afraid of a trash? He simply had no ability to threaten her. At the thought of this, Lin Yue's face returned to normal, and she just said, I'm fine. I'm just a little bit tired. I think I need to take a rest. Looking at Lin Yue's tired eyes, Xiao Chen put his arm around her soft body and said softly, I know you don't want to see this trash, but father called him back entirely for Yuqing. Bear with it. After things get done, I will expel him out of the Xiao family again. In Xiao Chen's opinion, Lin Yue was sick because this trash appeared before her eyes. Besides, the trash even had the nerve to cling to the daughter of the Ling family, which enraged Lin Yue. Pursing her red lips, Lin Yue glanced over Yun Xiao with a sinister look, and then she walked slowly out of the hall being supported by Xiao Chen. Xiao Lin, sitting high above with a stern look, did not stop Xiao Chen and Lin from leaving. He coldly stared at the expressionless cold man with his majestic and domineering eyes. You can leave now. Without my permission, you shall not contact Ling Yao. Hearing his words, Yun Xiao immediately turned around and walked out of the hall. From the very beginning to the end, he didn't utter a single word, as if he didn't hear him. His indifferent attitude enraged Xiao Lin, and his face turned blue with anger. He slammed his hand on the table and said harshly, he is really a son of a vulgar woman, so ignorant and not knowing how to behave properly. Fortunately, our Xiao family still has Xiao Yuqing. Otherwise, I would have ended up with having no successor. Without Xiao Yuqing, the only direct descendant of the Xiao family would be Yun Xiao, which was no different than having no successor. Fortunately, he must have done something good in his previous life, so God had still given him an excellent grandchild, Xiao Yuqing. Thinking of his dear grandson, Xiao Lin's face turned normal, but his eyebrows were still tightly knitted and a worried look flickered through his eyes. It will soon be the succession day, and where has my Yuqing gone? Why hasn't he returned? Different from the Longyuan kingdom, the Street domain was a separate space though it was on the same continent with the Longyuan kingdom. Outsiders couldn't enter the space unless led by someone from the Street domain. At this moment, above the cloud ridge not far from the Street domain, the moonlight drizzled down through the branches and fell on a girl who was sitting leg crossed next to a tree. Closing her eyes, the girl was sitting still, her clothes gently fluttering in the breeze. The scene was indescribably beautiful. However, no one knew that the girl's consciousness had quietly entered God Code space though she looked like she was in meditation. Different from the outside world, God Code space only had days. At this moment, bright daylight covered everything, illuminating every corner of the space. Xiao Mo, can you help me enter the Street domain? Yun Luofeng leaned lazily against the tea tree and asked the little boy pouting and squatting in the corner, raising her eyebrows. The little boy's adorable face was filled with grief and he glanced at Yun Luofeng piteously. Master, how long has it been since the last time you came to the God Code space? As for the Street domain, how am I supposed to know these things since I've been away from this continent for so long? Chapter 352, Met Chanya again. Gently stroking her chin, Yun Luofeng pondered for a while and her eyes lit up. It seems that I have to find someone from the spirit domain to lead me if I want to enter the spirit domain. If she had known that, she would have taken a pass token from the people of the Xiao family. Squeak. Just then, milk tea's cheeping sound rang in Yun Luofeng's mind, and her face immediately turned serious. Xiao Mo, I'm leaving. Hardly had her voice faded away when she felt a suction force from the sky that pulled her consciousness away from the God Code space. When she opened her eyes, suddenly, an old face appeared in front of her and startled her. It was a short old man whose smiling face looked a little bit wretched. Though he wore a white robe, he didn't look elegant at all, his white hair shining under the dim light of night. Little girl, we meet again. The little old man greeted Yun Luofeng with a smile. What a coincidence that we meet here. Yun Luofeng finally remembered who he was. He was the old man having a dispute with Mu Wuchen in the tea house. He said he would come to the general estate to buy the spiritual tea the second day, but he came that night and left in a hurry after taking the spiritual tea as if he was avoiding someone. Why are you here? Asked Yun Luofeng, frowning. The little old man smiled. This is the gateway to the spirit domain. I'm here because I'm going to the spirit domain. Little girl, are you interested in going to the spirit domain with me? Yun Luofeng looked suspiciously at the little old man who had invited her because the little old man seemed to know that she was going to the spirit domain. Seeming to be able to read her mind, the little old man curled his lips. I have said just now, here is the gateway to the spirit domain. You are here because you want to go to the spirit domain, right? However, if you want to enter the spirit domain, you have to find someone from the spirit domain to take you in or get a pass. So I guess you stayed here because you're not allowed in. What are you going to do in the spirit domain? Yun Luofeng raised the corners of her lips, her dark eyes staring at the little old man, her stunningly beautiful face showing a smile. Healing people, of course. When it came to what he was good at, the little old man got quite proud, sticking out his chest, his old face brimming with pride. Little girl, if you are interested in medical skills, I can teach you, and for free. What do you think of that? Well, said Yun Luofeng, touching her nose, I'm not interested. She was not interested in learning medical skills from the old man, because she already had the best medical book in her hand. What medical skills could be compared with those in the medical god's code? The little old man's smile suddenly froze, and he glared at Yun Luofeng. You silly girl, do you know how many people want to learn my medical skills? And you just refused them. If it weren't for the fact that I find we're quite congenial, I wouldn't bother to teach you. Glancing at the angry old man, Yun Luofeng replied half-heartedly, okay, when I get interested, I'll learn medical skills from you. When she got interested. The little old man couldn't help but roll his eyes. How long would he have to wait before she finally got interested? However, he had finally met such an interesting girl, so he didn't want to scare her off. Otherwise, where could he find another girl as interesting as her? Chapter 353, First Meeting with Xiao Yuqing 1. Little girl, if you want to learn medical skills one day, come to me and I can teach you at any time. Looking at the sky, the smiling little old man said, it's getting late. If you want to go to the spirit domain, just follow me. Yun Luofeng's eyes flickered. She didn't expect that she would be so lucky. Just when she was wondering how to get into the spirit domain, someone popped up and solved her problem. Deep in the cloud ridge, a gigantic door stood there. 2 armored guards were standing on either side of the door, motionless like 2 statues. Stop. Seeing the slowly approaching little old man and Yun Luofeng, the guard stopped them at once, and said coldly, please show us your pass. The little old man slowly put his hand into his clothes but didn't take out anything after fumbling around in his pocket for quite a while. Seeing this, the 2 guards got impatient and asked in an unkindly manner, do you really have a pass? Their expressions seemed to say, get out of the way if you don't have a pass. Don't obstruct us from performing our duties. Strange, where is my pass? The old man looked a little bit anxious. Why can't I find it? I remember I did take it with me. Did I lose it somewhere midway? How embarrassing it was. Looking at Yun Luofeng who was standing next to him, the little old man blushed and got embarrassed. One of the guards sneered, I've seen too many of you people who attempt to sneak into the spirit domain. Save your stupid excuses. I won't let you in if you don't show me your pass. Now I tell you, without a pass, no one is allowed to take a single step into the spirit domain. One could enter the spirit domain as long as he could pass through this door. As there were countless treasures in the spirit domain, many people wanted to sneak into the spirit domain. Unfortunately, no one could take a single step into it without a pass. Frowning, the little old man looked a little bit angry. After all, with his status on this continent, he had never been scorned like this. Do you know who I am? The little old man snorted angrily. I was invited to treat someone by a big shot of your spirit domain. Can you take the responsibility if you delay my schedule? Besides, I do have a pass, I just can't find it now. Over all these years, he had been treated respectfully everywhere. This was the first time he was given a cold shoulder. If it weren't for the fact that he didn't want to scare Yun Luofeng, he would have taught these fools a lesson. I don't care who you are. Without a pass, no one is allowed to enter the spirit domain. The guard lifted his chin arrogantly, his eyes full of contempt. Obviously, he didn't put the little old man in his eyes. Just as the little old man was going to lose his temper, the sound of hooves came from behind, and a group of people were riding towards the gate to the spirit domain. Frowning, he glanced at the group of people who were riding from the distance and soon looked away. The head of these people was a handsome young man whose facial features were very delicate as if his face was carefully carved by God. He pursed his thin charming lips, his eyes cold and indifferent. Although Yun Qingye also looked cold and indifferent, one could still feel his kindness from his demeanor. Unlike Yun Qingye, this man was simply inaccessibly cold. When the 2 guards saw the young man who was riding toward them, their eyes lit up and they greeted him respectfully, Master Xiao, welcome back. Chapter 354, First Meeting with Xiao Yuqing 2. Xiao Yuqing nodded his head, glanced at the two guards standing in front of the gate and said apathetically, "Open the door." "Yes, Master Xiao." One of the guards bowed respectfully and turned to open the door. Seeing this, the little old man said sarcastically, "I remember someone said whoever wants to enter the spirit domain must show his pass. So your words didn't mean anything." The guard's face darkened, and he snorted, "Old man, do you know who he is? This is the heir of one of the top 3 families in the spirit domain, the Xiao family. He certainly doesn't need any pass. What makes you believe you can compare with him? If you don't have a pass, get out of here." The Xiao family of the top 3 families. Yun Luofeng slightly narrowed her eyes, and a dangerous look flashed through her eyes. So, this Xiao family should be the Xiao family that expelled Yun Xiao. What a coincidence that she met the people of the Xiao family here. Yun Luofeng glanced at the seemingly apathetic man sitting on his horse, and said with a sneer, like a dog's owner. The little old man looked at Yun Luofeng with surprise. For some reason, he had the impression that she seemed to have a grudge against the heir of the Xiao family. "What does that mean?" the little old man asked with a smile. In any case, he would stand by Yun Luofeng's side because he liked this little girl. Yun Luofeng glanced at him, and curled her lips. "Can't you see that the 2 guards are just like 2 dogs raised by the Xiao family? When the owner comes back, the dogs will certainly open the door for their owner." The 2 guards' faces suddenly changed and they gave her a black look. "Hey. Don't be too aggressive. We both know he is the heir of the Xiao family, so we don't need to check his pass. But you just want to sneak into the spirit domain and steal those precious medicinal herbs in it. Get away if you don't want to die. Don't push us too hard." As if not hearing the guard's words, Yun Luofeng looked at Xiao Yuqing with her smiling dark eyes. "I heard that the mistress of the Xiao family used to be a concubine, and the son of the Xiao family's master favored his concubine and sent away his wife. It has long been known to all. I wonder why such a disgusting family can still stay in the spirit domain." Xiao Yuqing's mother Lin Yue used to be a prostitute. She hooked up with Xiao Chen and gave birth to his son, Xiao Yuqing. However, Xiao Chen placed high hopes on Yun Xiao at that time, so he didn't marry Lin Yue but kept her outside in case Lin Yue would be bullied by his wife. However, it turned out that Yun Xiao was just a trash, so the Xiao family expelled Yun Xiao after discussion and his mother was also demoted to a concubine. Lin Yue, with Xiao Yuqing, took over the Xiao family. Though Lin Yue was just a prostitute, she had a good aptitude and was really good at scheming. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to have Xiao Chen's love for so many years. To protect her, he even risked universal condemnation and kept her outside. However, in Yun Luofeng's mind, Lin Yue was just a concubine because Xiao Chen already had a wife when he met her. Xiao Yuqing's face darkened, but staring at the girl in white in front of him, he just said, "My mother is not a concubine." Chapter 355, First Meeting with Xiao Yuqing 3. Yun Luofeng had already prepared for a big fight with Xiao Yuqing, but he simply said that. She smiled sarcastically. A concubine is always a concubine. Not only did she steal a woman's husband, but also she tried to murder the woman's son, to consolidate your position in the Xiao family. To my surprise, such a shameless person can be the mistress of the Xiao family. The Xiao family is making themselves a laughing stock by accepting her. After hearing Yun Luofeng's words, the guards of the Xiao family flew into a rage. They pulled out their weapons and prepared to teach her a lesson. However, they had just taken a few steps, and Xiao Yuqing raised his hand and stopped them. "Do you have a grudge against the Xiao family?" Xiao Yuqing looked at her calmly and apathetically and one couldn't feel any warmth from his eyes. "Or, do you have something to do with my father's abandoned ex-wife?" "I'm sorry, I was just taking up the cudgels for a poor woman." Yun Luofeng smiled coldly, her gorgeous face releasing a domineering aura. "I hate to see the Xiao family bullying the weak, so I stood up to tell people the truth." Xiao Yuqing stared at Yun Luofeng with his clear eyes and said slowly, "Take up the cudgels. You don't even know what really happened. Though my mother used to be my father's concubine, she had met my father earlier than his wife and they fell in love with each other, but the woman kidnapped my mother's maid. My mother is a kind-hearted person and treated the maid like her own sister. To save the maid's life, my mother was forced to leave my father. How can you say it was all my mother's fault? Did you experience these things in person?" Yun Luofeng glanced at Xiao Yuqing, her eyes filled with sarcasm. "No," Xiao Yuqing shook his head, "my mother told me. But the whole spirit domain knows these things. So, if you don't know the truth, don't open your mouth. Otherwise, you might undergo some unexpected trouble." Yun Luofeng sneered in her heart. To defend her own reputation, Xiao Yuqing's mother had the nerve to call white black and blame everything on Yun Xiao's mother. Above all, she believed in Yun Xiao more than Xiao Yuqing. "I think it's you who don't know the truth." Yun Luofeng lazily stretched herself, a wicked light flickering across her slightly narrowed eyes. "Go tell your mother, all her deeds can never escape God's eyes. What she has done will come to light someday. Kind-hearted. If that woman were kind-hearted, there would not be any evil person in this world. She stole the husband of Yun Xiao's mother and threw an innocent little boy into a place as dangerous as the forest of no return alone. Would such a person sacrifice her own happiness for a maid?" The answer was no. Every time she thought of the pains Yun Xiao had suffered, she had an urge to dismember the BTCH alive. "Found it." While the two were trading words, the little old man suddenly burst into excited laughter. "Ha ha ha, I forgot that I stuck the jade pass into my shoe. Now I found it. Hey, open the door for me now." Keeping his chin up, the old man glanced contemptuously at the 2 guards. "What did you say just now?" "I wanted to sneak into the spirit domain to steal treasure. Keep your eyes open. Have a look at this." Chapter 356, First Meeting with Xiao Yuqing 4. Not expecting that the little old man really had a pass, the guard who had just scoffed at him seemed confounded for a moment. On the other hand, the other guard was calmer. Not looking at the little old man, he said coldly, whether you have a pass or not, you must let the master of the CO family enter first. Our spirit domain has different rank passes, and whoever has the higher rank pass has the right to go first. The little old man frowned, and his voice sounded quite angry. What, did that guy give me a low rank pass? Great, I came all the way to the spirit domain to treat him. But now I'm not only refused entry, but also have to give way to someone else. I've never been treated like this since I became famous on this continent. Yun Luofeng looked at the golden jade pass in the little old man's hand. Why did you hide it in your shoe? Is your foot all right? Besides, you really couldn't feel it. That jade pass is so big. On hearing her words, the old man, who had been angry at the words of the guards, blushed and said with embarrassment, well, it was really careless of me. I was afraid that I might lose the jade pass, so I hid it in my shoe. Coldly staring at the two people who were standing in front of the gate, one of the guards said impatiently with a frown, have you finished yet? If you have, get the hell out of the way. Can't you see the master of the CO family has been waiting here for a long time? There was a rule in the spirit domain, the higher rank a jade pass was, the faster its holder could enter. So the rank of a jade pass was a symbol of its holder's status and power. If one had to give way to someone else, it would be taken as a disgrace and no strong person would like to experience such a thing. Knowing this well, the little old man wasn't willing to give way to Xiao Yuqing. So he stuck out his chest and said, on this continent, I'll never give way to anyone. If I give way to this boy, people will laugh their head off if they hear about it. What? Who do you think you are? You. One of the guards was going to scoff at him, but suddenly he saw the golden jade pass that the old man was holding tightly, and his face stiffened. A golden jade pass. What this old man was holding in his hand was the highest rank pass in the whole spirit domain, a golden jade pass. But wasn't only that power able to release a golden jade pass? Was this old man invited into the spirit domain by that power? Not understanding why the guard suddenly stopped talking, the little old man gave him a puzzled look. What did you just say? The guard quivered, and exchanged a glance with the other guard, their eyes filled with shock. No longer taking a scornful attitude with the little old man, the guard hurriedly turned to him and bowed respectfully. Senior, I was acting improperly just now. I'm sorry I offended you. Please forgive me, Senior. The little old man was dumbfounded. Apparently, he didn't know why the guards suddenly changed their attitudes. Do you have a fever? Why did the guard suddenly become so servile, since he was still so arrogant only a minute ago? Except for being ill, the little old man couldn't come up with another reason. The guard laughed in embarrassment. I didn't notice the jade pass in your hand, so I didn't know you were invited by that power. Senior, let me open the door for you now. Finding out the reason, the little old man exclaimed, good to know that guy didn't give me a low rank pass. It turns out my pass is of a higher rank than the CO family's pass. Otherwise, if I were forced to give way to a boy of the CO family, I would turn around and leave immediately, leaving him to die. Chapter 357, First Meeting with Xiao Yuqing, 5. The guard shuddered and he was obviously frightened. It seemed that the little old man was really invited by that power and probably to treat someone according to what he said. If he had really driven him away, he might have been cut into pieces by the people of that power. At the thought of this, the guard became anxious, worrying that the little old man would complain about him to that power. Seeing this, Yun Luofeng slightly narrowed her eyes, and suspiciously looked the little old man up and down. What are you looking at? The little old man turned around and caught a glimpse of Yun Luofeng's strange eyes. He shuddered and hastily covered his chest with his hands. Do you have a crush on me? I tell you, I'm a man of principles. I would rather die than submit to you. Yun Luofeng's face darkened. I'm just curious about your identity. Well, the old man rolled his eyes and grinned. If you acknowledge me as your master, I will tell you who I am. What do you think of that? Well, forget it. Yun Luofeng shrugged and stepped to the open gate. At the gate, she paused, turned around and said to Xiao Yuqing with a smile, have you ever heard of it? The blood debt must be repaid in kind. To get what she wanted, your mother has done many evil things and one day, someone will have her pay for what she has done. Saying these words, she entered into the spirit domain, without looking back. Xiao Yuqing gazed at the receding figure of the girl, and a subtle light flashed through his apathetic eyes. Then, he turned to the little old man who was putting away the golden jade pass. A golden jade pass. Did he belong to that power? It seemed that the two people he met today were not simple. Master, a guard of the Xiao family stepped forward and made an obeisance. Shall we start off now? Yes, Xiao Yuqing nodded slightly. We must be back to the Xiao family in 3 days. Giddy-up. After saying this, Xiao Yuqing whipped his fritted horse which immediately galloped towards the gate, leaving a cloud of dust behind. On the rugged mountain path, the little old man curiously looked at the girl beside him. When the girl stopped, he asked her with an awkward smile, Girl, tell me, do you bear a grudge against the boy of the Xiao family? I said I was just defending the weak against an injustice. The girl slightly raised the corners of her lips, her voice calm and steady. However, her dark eyes revealing a domineering and defiant look, she looked like an untamed wild horse, obstinate and unruly. Defending the weak against an injustice. The little old man rolled his eyes. Do you think I'm foolish? A person like you would defend the weak against an injustice. If you hadn't been irritated by the boy of the Xiao family, you wouldn't have been so hostile to them. Moreover, from what he knew of Yun Luofeng, this girl was good at controlling her emotions and preferred to entrap her enemies secretly. One could tell that from how she entrapped Niu Wuchen in the tea house. However, faced with Xiao Yuqing, she totally lost her cool. Every single word she spoke was so hostile. She would never utter such provocative words if she didn't bear a deep grudge against him. That was because he rubbed me the wrong way. Yun Luofeng raised her eyebrows wickedly, looking exactly like a dandy. You think I'll believe you? The little old man curled his lips. She should have found a better excuse if she wanted him to believe her. He would not believe that Yun Luofeng did it simply because she found Xiao Yuqing to be an eyesore. Chapter 358, First Meeting with Xiao Yuqing, 6. Why not believe me? Yun Luofeng smiled and said domineeringly, since you have been in the Longyuan kingdom, you should know what kind of person I am. I treated him like that because I found him unpleasant to my eyes. There's no other reason. Seeing that Yun Luofeng was determined not to tell him the reason, the little old man no longer asked her but sighed. I really like you, little girl, and I really want to take you as my disciple, but you are not willing to accept my kindness. All right, I will not force you. You may turn to me for help anytime you are in need. I will help you as much as I can. Hearing the little old man's words, Yun Luofeng felt a wave of warmth sweeping through her. However, the Xiao family should be finished by her and Yun Xiao, and she wouldn't let anyone else meddle in it, unless she was forced to. Thank you. Two simple words expressed Yun Luofeng's most sincere gratitude. Anyway, she had accepted the little old man's kindness. Well, the little old man smiled and rubbed his hands. If you want to thank me, you can give me a few pounds of that spiritual tea. Gee, I really miss the taste of that tea. Okay. This time, Yun Luofeng didn't refuse the little old man. She thought for a while, and then added, the spiritual tea I'll give you this time is better than the last time. What? Better than the spiritual tea from the last time? The little old man's eyes lit up and his mouth almost watered. He stared nervously at Yun Luofeng. Well, can you give me that spiritual tea now? Hearing his request, Yun Luofeng took out a bag of spiritual tea from her space ring and handed it to the little old man. This is the reward for bringing me into the spirit domain. The little old man stared at the bag of tea in the girl's hand and his breath quickened. He snatched the spiritual tea and hurriedly put it into his own space ring as if he feared that it would be taken back by Yun Luofeng. Little girl, if you are looking for someone to lead the way for you in the future, let me know. For the sake of that spiritual tea, he was willing to serve Yun Luofeng. As if thinking of something, the little old man looked up at Yun Luofeng. By the way, do you have any map of the spirit domain? Yun Luofeng shook her head. Qin Yuan only gave her a roadmap to the spirit domain, and she had not obtained a map of the spirit domain yet. In that case, you can go with me first. I'm going to see a patient, and I will ask them to prepare a map for you when I get there. And if you are going to Xiao City, we're going the same way. Yun Luofeng raised her eyebrows, and her dark eyes contained a smile. It seems that she didn't have another choice. After all, she didn't know the spirit domain very well. Without someone leading her, it would be difficult for her to find the way to the Xiao family. The Spirit God Mountains were one of the forbidden places in the spirit domain. It was said that the mountains were created by the Spirit God, so they were called the Spirit God Mountains. However, that was only a legend, and no one could tell whether it was true or not. At this moment, in front of a house at the foot of the mountains, the little old man stopped. He took a deep breath with a serious look, and his hand slowly grasped the door knocker. Before he could use it, the door creaked open. In the courtyard, a man stuck his head out and looked around. Discovering the little old man, his face lit up with a clear gleam of joy. You're finally here, godly doctor. Chapter 359, Treating an Illness, 1. The old man's face revealed a startled look and an expression that was stern like never before. How is the situation? Godly physician, our lord is waiting for you in the courtyard, please follow me. The man opened the huge gate as his small eyes glanced at the gorgeous young lady beside the godly physician and asked while frowning, right, and this young lady is? My disciple, the old man said indifferently. So it's actually the disciple of the godly physician. The man relaxed, as after all, this matter was of great importance and he could not let outsiders know. If she was the godly physician's disciple, then that was a different matter. Yun Luofeng looked at the old man and retracted her gaze very quickly as she followed behind the man and walked into the hall. This house was somewhat aged and rather worn out, while the ground was covered with weeds, seemingly uninhabited for a long time. Regardless of how worn out this house was, it could not cover up the man's aura of nobility in the hall. This man's strength was very powerful, and she could sense the awe-inspiring aura he emitted from afar. He was like a monarch set up high above, his dominance resembling nature itself. Godly physician, after spotting the old man appearing from the door, a smile raised on his handsome and domineering face. However, his smile contained sadness while his face was full of helplessness. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Could you follow me and take a look at my daughter's condition? The old man solemnly nodded his head. Sure, bring me over to take a look. Godly physician, please. The middle-aged man made an inviting gesture and walked to the curtains that separated the back hall and opened them. Within the back hall, a wooden bed with a young girl that had a pale complexion could be seen. This young girl was around 13 years old and her skin was fair and clear, looking extremely adorable. Her long eyelashes on her lightly closed eyes were like a fan that was slightly trembling. Her expression was pale to the extent of being nearly transparent as if she would break just by lightly blowing on her. Xiao Bai's condition is getting more and more serious and I'm afraid she can't survive much longer, so I sought for you from far away. Godly physician, you are also aware that Xiao Bai's identity is somewhat special and I cannot let her die. The man's gaze was fixed on the young girl on the bed, and he was reluctant to shift his gaze away in the slightest. His eyes were filled with affectionate concern and a heartfelt expectation. Master, this young girl's blood is somewhat special. At the time when Yun Luofeng had looked at her from the sidelines, Xiao Mo's astonished voice could be heard from her soul. Special, Yun Luofeng slightly raised her brows and asked, in what way? Xiao Mo tightly bit his red lips. I've left this continent for too long and I am unclear about many things. The knowledge within my mind is not as wide as it was in the past. I only know, if Master were to save her, she would be very beneficial for you in the future. Yun Luofeng was silent. She trusted Xiao Mo and since he had already said so, it proved that this young girl indeed had something special about her. However, she did not rush to action and instead cast her gaze towards the old man. The old man furrowed his brows, and his aged expression was solemn. Xiao Ruobai's condition isn't too good, and I have to diagnose her current condition first. However, I cannot guarantee that I can treat her. Hearing this, the man's heart suddenly tightened and a layer of sweat involuntarily emerged on his forehead. The godly physician had never failed to treat an illness before, whereas right now, he said that he might not be able to treat Xiao Bai. Chapter 360, Treating an Illness 2. Godly physician, no matter what, I am already very grateful to you for being willing to save my daughter. The man recovered his senses and a bitter smile hung on his lips. If there's really no way to save her, then it can only be said that it's her fate. The old man no longer said anything. He slowly walked to the bed and his hand lightly touched on the young girl's pulse. His originally tightly furrowed brows became increasingly furrowed. I long knew that her condition wasn't good, but I didn't expect that it would be serious to this extent. Right now, her internal organs have already been damaged, and unless someone is willing to donate theirs, it will be impossible to save her. The man's heart trembled as his eyes gradually sank. After a long time, seemingly making an important decision, he clenched his teeth and spoke, "Godly physician, can I donate my organs?" "No." The old man shook his head. "The difference between your strengths is too big, so your organs cannot be used by her. Otherwise, it would only accelerate her death." The man's body unexpectedly stiffened. In an instant, he seemed to have aged tens of years as half of his hair turned white. Evidently, he had been worried about his daughter's condition for a long time. Xiao Bai has a kind-hearted nature and if other children's organs were used to save her, then she would rather die. The middle-aged man laughed bitterly and his expression was sorrowful. "Don't blame yourself. It isn't your fault." The old man patted the man's shoulders and sighed. "No." The man held his head tightly and spoke in pain. "You don't know how I feel. I did not protect my wife that year and right now, I can't even save my own daughter. For a spineless coward like me, why am I still alive?" The old man wanted to continue consoling him but without waiting for him to speak, a young lady's indifferent voice could be heard. "Since you want to die that badly, then it's better if you bang your head and die, rather than grumbling here." After hearing Yun Luofeng's words, the expression of the black-robed guy who had led them in suddenly changed and his gaze was filled with anger. "Don't you see that my lord is already grieving, yet you still ridicule him? What evil intentions are you harboring? If it weren't for this woman being the disciple of the godly physician, he would have long thrown this woman out. To actually dare to say such words when the lord was heartbroken, she clearly did it on purpose." "Dai Li." The man waved his hands and stopped Dai Li, as he looked at Yun Luofeng with a bitter smile. "What you say is right, a person like me should bang myself to death. What use do I have when I can't even protect my wife and daughter?" "Indeed." Yun Luofeng nodded her head in agreement. "Therefore, you can bang yourself to death here and let the person who harmed your wife and daughter get away with it." From the start, the old man did not understand the meaning behind her taunting that man. However, right now, everything suddenly became clear, and he did not prevent the young lady's actions, as he only stood beside the bed to examine Lin Ruobai's condition in silence. Seeing the man's suddenly changing expression, Yun Luofeng continued speaking. "You've said one correct thing earlier on, and that is about you being a spineless coward. Not only did you not protect your wife and daughter, you don't even have the courage to revenge them. A spineless coward like you indeed does not have the right to continue living. It's better for you to bang yourself to death." The man's expression became increasingly painful as he held his head in his hands while kneeling on the ground. Chapter 361, Treating an Illness 3. "You don't understand." His suffering expression also contained a trace of deep helplessness. "The strength of the person who harmed my wife and daughter is extremely powerful, to the extent that I'm incapable of opposing them. Even the entire Strid domain could turn into ashes under those people's strength, so how can I take revenge against them? It'll be better for me to accompany my daughter so that she doesn't feel that lonely on her road to the afterlife." Yun Luofeng said sneeringly, "I was once a trash and my parents were killed by scoundrels. My existence at that time was comparable to an ant and those scoundrels were so strong to the extent that I couldn't rival them." Indeed, for Yun Luofeng who had just crossed over, wasn't the imperial family an existence that could not be shaken. It's just that she was lucky to have obtained the God Code world, allowing her cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds, thus only using over half a year to take revenge and wipe out a grudge. The man finally lowered his hands and raised his head to look at Yun Luofeng. He opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something but he had ultimately closed it. A bit of a bitter smile hung on his handsome face. "Those people's strength was only stronger than me at the start." Yun Luofeng took a deep breath as her arrogant face was filled with confidence. "I believed that as long as I invested in more hard work than others, then I would ultimately surpass those people. As a result, I exterminated those people and avenged my parents not long ago. Therefore, you had better remember, there is no one you cannot surpass. Even if you have to exhaust all your strength, you must take revenge for them." The man's body slightly trembled as his gaze swept towards the young girl lying on the bed, while his gaze was filled with tenderness. "Xiao Bai, I'm sorry. Your father cannot accompany you for now. After I kill those people who harmed you and your mother, then I shall head down to accompany you." His fingertips slightly brushed away the young girl's hair, while his gaze was filled with gentleness as if sunshine enveloping the young girl's body. The old man sighed and spoke in a manner of blaming himself. "I originally thought that my medical skills were sufficiently superb, but I didn't expect to meet such a difficult problem today. Rest assured, I will set off to the Association of Physicians and gather everyone to discuss a method. This girl absolutely cannot die. Lin Ruobai, this darn girl's identity was somewhat unique, therefore, regardless of anything, he had to cure her." A trace of hope emerged from the man's eyes and at this moment, he no longer cared whether the news of Lin Ruobai being injured was spread around. As long as they could cure her illness, he could disregard anything. "Let me try." All of a sudden, a devilish voice was heard and the man stared blankly for a moment, turning his head to look at the gorgeous young lady who was lecturing him previously. "Darn girl, are you well versed in medical skills?" The old man blinked his eyes in astonishment. "Didn't you say you weren't interested in learning?" Yun Luofeng shrugged her shoulders. "I only said that I wasn't interested in learning medical skills from you." The old man's expression darkened as he darkened as he shot a resentful glance at Yun Nuofeng. That look was like a silent complaint, and in the eyes of others who were unaware of the truth, they would think that Yun Nuofeng had done something horrible to him. Step aside. Yun Nuofeng walked past the man and spoke in a low voice. Perhaps he was inspired by the young lady's previous speech. The man couldn't help but stand up and obediently step aside, giving Yun Nuofeng space. If she was only injured, it wouldn't be so serious to this extent. Yun Nuofeng tightly furrowed her eyebrows. If my guess isn't wrong, you've let her consume something. Chapter 362, Treating an Illness, 4. The man stared blankly for a moment and then lightly nodded his head. I've given her the holy water to consume. What holy water? Yun Nuofeng shot a glance at the man. Could you take it out for me to see? The man hesitated for quite a while, but in the end took out a bottle of milky white holy water. Dai Li wanted to stop him, but his words caught in his throat as he was stopped by the man. He could only use an angry gaze to stare at Yun Nuofeng, as if she had come to swindle the holy water. Yun Nuofeng took the holy water and her eyes looked downwards while using a soul transmission to ask, Xiao Mo, could you identify what is this holy water? A long while later, Xiao Mo's soft voice could be heard in her mind. Master, this spiritual essence is good stuff, just that this bottle isn't unadulterated. If you refine the essence within, it can allow your strength to advance from earth level low rank to middle rank. Yun Nuofeng's eyes flickered and a strange glimmer flashed through her pitch black eyes as she continued to ask, for this young girl to have such serious injuries, is it related to this spiritual essence? Xiao Mo shook his head. She shouldn't have only consumed this spiritual essence, but also something else. I'm merely unable to tell at this moment. Yun Nuofeng turned taciturn, and she pondered for a long time before raising her head to look at the man. Other than this holy water, what have you given her? The man frowned and pondered, but even after thinking for a short period, he could not think of anything else Lin Ruobai took other than the holy water. There seems to be nothing else. Seeing the man's current manner, Yun Nuofeng also understood that he was truly unaware of Lin Ruobai's situation. The young lady unhurriedly opened her mouth to speak. I have a way to treat her. The man's eyes were as if they had been ignited and lit up, and he was looking at Yun Nuofeng with hurried breathing. Even the old man turned his head and gave the young lady a shocked look. You really have a way to save my daughter. The man's current situation was like turning to any doctor he could find when critically ill. As long as they could save his precious daughter, he would absolutely not let any hope slip past. Indeed, Yun Nuofeng lightly touched her jaw, but I have a demand. After she recovers, I want her to be my disciple and stay by my side. Since Xiao Mo has said that there's something special about this girl, then she would only be at ease with her alongside. Having heard what was said, the man's brows once again furrowed, as if he was considering something carefully. Soon, he made up his mind and clenched his teeth. As long as you can cure Xiao Bai, you can take her with you. This was his only daughter, so how could he bear for her to die? As long as she could stay alive, what harm is there in her leaving his side? Lord, Dai Li anxiously called out, Mrs. Dai Li, you don't have to say anything else as I have already made up my mind. The man waved his hands. To me right now, regardless of what Xiao Bai's identity is, she is my daughter. As a father, I am absolutely not willing to see her die. Therefore, if she can live, even if the both of us have to be separated, I have no complaints. Your words are too serious. Yun Nuofeng's body languidly leaned on the bed frame. I'm only bringing her along with me and didn't think of making a father and daughter unable to see each other forever. If you want to see her, you can come and find her anytime. The man's eyes became clear. I can truly still see Xiao Bai. Yun Nuofeng slightly nodded. You can find her whenever you want to see her. In addition, this holy water of yours shall be the cost of my treatment. Chapter 363, Treating an Illness, 5. Looking at the young lady calmly putting away the holy water, the man's eyes hesitated for a moment. One had to know that this holy water was scarce even within the entire Strait domain. Other than him, there was only Xiao Bai who could consume it. He didn't expect that this young lady would actually snatch the holy water away. However, the man did not dare to have any complaints in his heart, as after all, he still required Yun Nuofeng to treat his daughter. How would he dare to offend her at this time? Furthermore, if she could cure Xiao Bai, it was worth it regardless of how much he sacrificed. If there is no improvement in the miscondition, you must return the bottle of holy water. Dai Li knew his own lord's misgivings and he did not dare to be excessively rude, but the meaning of his words was very clear. It was impossible for Yun Nuofeng to cure his miss. Furthermore, he was even more certain that Yun Nuofeng came here to swindle and cheat, and her motive was to obtain the holy water. Yun Nuofeng did not even spare a glance at Dai Li, and his words went in one ear and out the other. She fished out a cloth bag from her sleeves and carefully opened it while taking out a few silver needles. Yun Nuofeng furrowed her brows and coldly commanded, prepare a candle and a few other medicinal ingredients. Dai Li, the man hastily turned towards Dai Li and ordered, prepare the items this young lady needs. Yes, Lord. Dai Li unwillingly cupped his hands in salute. In his eyes, with an illness that the godly physician couldn't even cure, how would his disciple be able to cure it? If his disciple truly had this ability, why would she recognize the god physician as her teacher? After saying these words, the man ordered paper and pen to be delivered so that Yun Nuofeng could write down all the required medicinal ingredients. Shortly after, he ordered Dai Li to head forth to the pharmacy to purchase these ingredients. Luckily, the pharmacy was not too far from the Strid God Mountains. Coupled with the fact that the Strid domain produced abundant medicinal ingredients, it wasn't long before Dai Li had brought the ingredients Yun Nuofeng had asked for. Yun Nuofeng lit the candle and sterilized the needles before slowly inserting the silver needles into Lin Ruobai's body. The reason why Lin Ruobai had suffered such heavy injuries was that a trace of Strid energy had been inserted by someone. That trace of Strid energy was currently damaging her internal organs. However, even so, she should not be injured to the point of remaining unconscious. The reason why her injuries were so severe was that another berserk power was contained within her body. This power was not a spiritual energy that humans possessed, which is why Yun Luofeng had asked that man if he had given Lin Ruobai anything else to consume. I've used my spirit energy to temporarily seal the two energies within her body. Yun Luofeng wiped the sweat from her forehead and slowly stood up. I have a method to absorb one of them, whereas the other energy is too frantic and I am unable to assist her in absorbing it. The man's expression tightened, and he became nervous once again. Then would Xiao Bai be in any danger? Yun Luofeng shot a glance at the man whose face was filled with anxiousness and she slowly spoke. I conceal the other energy within her for 3 years. Within these 3 years, she must increase her own strength. By the time her strength is equal to this energy, she can naturally neutralize it. However, she only has a time frame of 3 years. Even if you did not agree with me taking her away, you must make such a decision now. Only by being beside me will she grow fast enough. The man's heart relaxed and his eyes contained gratefulness. Miss, I truly don't know how I should thank you. Moreover, what are these medicinal ingredients for? Chapter 364, Treating an Illness 6. To absorb the spirit energy. The corners of Yun Luofeng's lips slowly curved up. Prepare the medicinal bath immediately, and unrelated people are to step back. All right, the man trusted Yun Luofeng and nodded his head. I'll have these medicine ingredients prepared and sent over afterward. After speaking, he waved his hands and brought Dai Li to withdraw from the back hall. The old man hesitated somewhat. Darn girl, are you truly able to cure her? I have a 60% confidence. Yun Luofeng slightly narrowed her eyes. But I will try my best. Keke, the old man laughed twice. You darn girl have truly hidden well, to think that I wasn't aware of your medical skills. If you can truly cure Xiao Ruobai, it's fine even if I call you my teacher. Yun Luofeng waved her hands without delay. Forget it, you're too old and I don't wish to accept an old codger as my disciple. It'll be embarrassing if word were to be spread around. The old man's face darkened and he stared at Yun Luofeng. In any case, I am referred to as the godly physician, and you actually said that accepting me as your disciple would be embarrassing. This darn girl, it's fine if she doesn't want to become his disciple, but when he wanted to become her disciple, she still found it embarrassing. Was he truly the below average? The old man was filled with resentment as who knew how many people within this continent could curry favor with him even if they wanted to, but when he had taken the initiative to acknowledge her as his teacher, he was even despised by this darn girl. I'll be undressing her in a while, are you intending to stay? Yun Luofeng looked over at the old man who had no intentions of leaving and her eyes contained a trace of teasing. The old man's face reddened. If he really stayed, wouldn't Ling Jingfeng, a man who loved his daughter, fight with him as if his life depended on it? Although he couldn't defeat him, if that young fellow went all out at the risk of his life, wanting to end in mutual destruction, he would definitely suffer some injuries. Not worth it, it was truly not worth it. The old man shook his head and walked out the door with his head behind his back. In a short while, he had disappeared from Yun Luofeng's line of sight. Soon after that, someone carried the medicinal bath over. After waiting for the person to leave, Yun Luofeng then walked to Lin Ruobai's side. Finding it troublesome to take off her clothes, she tore Lin Ruobai's clothes into pieces. Afterward, she lifted her up and threw her into the medicinal bath. Lin Ruobai sat silently within the milky white medicinal liquid. Perhaps the spiritual energy within her body was still desperately trying to break free from the shackles, as it was charging around violently. Feeling the might of the spiritual energy rampaging, her body trembled and her tightly knitted brows revealed the pain she was currently suffering. Yun Luofeng's hands closely touched the young girl's back and a trace of spirit energy slowly entered her body from her back. After that, as if led around, that frantic spirit energy quieted down and followed the trace of spirit energy that Yun Luofeng had inserted, as it slowly wandered outside of the body. According to reason, with Yun Luofeng's strength, she was unable to absorb the spiritual energy within the young girl's body. However, she still had another identity, which was a physician. For physicians, everything was possible. Thanks to the assistance from these medicinal ingredients, Yun Luofeng was able to absorb such an amount of spiritual energy. Bang! The spiritual energy rushed into Yun Luofeng's mind and caused her body to jolt suddenly. Shortly after that, a mighty force broke the barrier within her body, allowing her to enter a new realm. Earth level, intermediate rank. Yun Luofeng opened her eyes and the corners of her lips curved up. I didn't expect to have such a stroke of luck after coming to Spirit Domain this time around. Unfortunately, this trace of Spirit is too strong and I can only absorb a part of it. Otherwise, it'll cause my foundation to be unstable. However, if I do not suck it out completely, I won't be able to cure her. Chapter 365, Treating an Illness 7. Squeak squeak. Milk tea called out and came out from Yun Luofeng's sleeves, while his bright eyes were filled with expectation. You want this spiritual energy? Yun Luofeng looked at Milk tea and asked. Milk tea put his front paws together and incessantly nodded his head while squeaking. Open up. Yun Luofeng no longer had any hesitation and with a hand flick, the remaining trace of spirit energy shot into Milk tea's mouth. Obtaining what he wanted, Milk tea was perfectly satisfied. He entered Yun Luofeng's sleeves once again and started to digest the spiritual energy he had absorbed. After you digest this spiritual energy, I reckon you could advance to an earth-level high-ranked realm. Yun Luofeng lightly sighed. The gold-seeking hamster's physique was after all, different from humans. It didn't need to be worried about affecting its foundation even if it were to absorb too much spiritual energy. On this point, it actually made Yun Luofeng envy it endlessly. After settling this spiritual energy, what comes next would be to seal the other energy within her body. Yun Luofeng's eyes gradually became serious and her gaze contained an imposing aura. Xiao Mo, I require your help. 2 days later. Ever since Yun Luofeng entered the back hall, she did not take a step out for an entire 2 days. Within these 2 days, Lin Jingfeng had been anxiously waiting in the main hall and had wanted to head to the back hall, but had ultimately restrained himself. During the afternoon 2 days later, the curtain had been opened by a hand and immediately Lin Jingfeng's eyes brightened up and he hastily walked over. Looking at the gorgeous young lady walking out from the back hall, his expression was full of anxiety. "Miss, how is it? You can go in and take a look." Yun Luofeng did not say much but had instead leaned to one side and opened a path for Lin Jingfeng. Lin Jingfeng hastily entered the room. His gaze fell onto the young girl's figure who was now seated on the bed, and he couldn't look away. No one knew at this moment how hard his heart was hammering. It was as if it was about to jump out from his chest. "Xiao Bai," he lightly whispered, seemingly afraid he would agitate her if he was careless. "Daddy, what happened?" Lin Ruobai rubbed her blurry eyes, and her large misty eyes showed that she was at a loss and still unaware of the recent developments. A gentle smile emerged on Lin Jingfeng's handsome face. "Everything's all right, Xiao Bai. Your father has found a master for you and from now on, you shall follow and train alongside your master, all right?" "Daddy, do you not want Xiao Bai anymore?" She looked at Lin Jingfeng with tears gleaming in her eyes as her lips pouted. "Xiao Bai." Lin Jingfeng's heart ached as he walked towards Lin Ruobai's side and raised his hands to lightly caress her small head. Filled with affection, he spoke. "Your master is your benefactor, and only by following her can you continue living. Only after your strength is sufficiently strong, then you can return to your father's side." Only Yun Luofeng could help Lin Ruobai seal the energy within her body, so he would only feel assured by having Lin Ruobai following alongside her. Lin Jingfeng would never take risks with his daughter's life, and who knows when that layer of seal would be broken. "I understand." Lin Jingfeng restrained his tears, while a brilliant smile perked up on the fair and delicate face, as her eyes that seemed to be able to talk had blinked. "Daddy, I will work hard and cultivate, so as to not make you lose face." "Good, very good. As expected, this is my Lin Jingfeng's good daughter, haha." Lin Jingfeng swallowed a mouthful of bitterness and laughed. While laughing, his tears couldn't help but flow out. Chapter 366, Heading towards Xiao's residence, 1. It was his fortune for his daughter to be so sensible. Perhaps by following alongside Yun Luofeng, Xiao Bai would grow to become extremely powerful. At that time, he would be able to take revenge and wipe out a grudge for his wife. "Let's go, I shall bring you to see your master." Lin Jingfeng bent down to pick up the young girl and walked towards the main hall with slow footsteps. Before he had arrived at the main hall, he could smell a fragrant tea. This fragrance caused him to crave for it and a layer of radiance appeared in his eyes. "Godly doctor, what tea are you drinking? Why is it so fragrant?" More importantly, after he smelled this fragrance, he had clearly felt his spiritual energy rising by a little. Even if it was just the size of a fingernail, it had sufficiently caused his heart to be filled with excitement. "Keke, you haven't drunk this sort of tea before, right?" The old man complacently looked up. "This tea is something I purchased from this darn girl and I spent quite a sizable amount of gold." TSK, but I have to say, this tea is much better compared to the tea you previously sold me. It's completely not on the same level." His words implied that Yun Luofeng had actually dared to previously sell him a substandard product while hiding away such a good product. "This is not for sale." Yun Luofeng lifted the teacup and lightly took a sip, "therefore, you should rejoice to be able to drink such a tea. In any case, I don't care. I will come and look for you in the future if I run out." The old man said shamelessly. After all, he was the type of person who had no sense of shame, and it didn't matter if he had to give up his entire face for this straw tea. "This?" Lin Jingfeng weakly asked. "Could you sell some of this tea leaves to me? I'm willing to fork out any sum of money." Yun Luofeng slowly put down the teacup in her hands. "On Lin Ruobai's account, I can give you 100 grams. The young lady's words nearly caused the old man to be envious to the point of being blind. Yun Luofeng had only given him 100 grams and had extorted a huge sum of taels from him. Who would have thought that she would so easily gift Lin Jingfeng with 100 grams of tea leaves? This was simply unfair. "Darn girl, I shall be your disciple, so you should give me 100 grams too." The old man spoke pitifully. Yun Luofeng once again took a sip of tea and spoke steadily. "I've said before that you're too old. It's embarrassing to accept a disciple like you." Lin Jingfeng stared blankly and looked towards Yun Luofeng and the old man with an unbelieving gaze. The godly doctor shamelessly begged to formally become a disciple, and he was actually rejected. No one would believe him if he were to tell others. "Xiao Bai," Lin Jingfeng recovered his senses and placed Lin Ruobai down from his embrace as he gently spoke. "This is your master and in the future, you shall follow alongside her. Do you understand?" Lin Ruobai faintly blinked her eyes as her bright eyes happily looked towards Yun Luofeng. After a long time, she finally said, "Master, you're really good looking." Lin Jingfeng's forehead was filled with black lines. This is the first time he felt that his own daughter didn't seem to be reliable. "Xiao Bai, serve tea to your teacher and remember to listen to her words from now on." Lin Jingfeng shook his head helplessly. This darn girl had been spoiled rotten by him and he was truly afraid she might get into trouble outside. "Yes, father." Lin Ruobai answered and shortly after, she took the tea that her father had handed over and bounced towards Yun Luofeng. At the time when she reached Yun Luofeng, she half knelt on the ground and a bright smile perked up on her adorable face. Her smile was like the warm sunshine and could easily warm up other spirits. Chapter 367, Heading towards Xiao's residence, 2. "Master, please drink this tea." Lin Ruobai spoke reverently and respectfully. Yun Luofeng put down the teacup in her hands and took the tea that Lin Ruobai had passed on, as she slowly delivered the cup to her mouth and took a small sip before speaking. "I still have other matters and I have to leave here. Therefore, you shall follow me immediately." Lin Jingfeng stared blankly for a moment. He didn't expect he would be separating from his daughter so soon, and momentarily his heart was brimming with melancholy. "Miss, my daughter is very naughty and she causes trouble easily. I hope that you can pay close attention and take care of her along the way. You can rest assured, Yun Luofeng placed down her teacup and the corner of her lips perked up. Since she's my disciple, I will not allow others to harm her in the slightest. She was someone who shielded the shortcomings of the people around her, so she would absolutely not allow others to harm them. Lin Jingfeng released a sigh of relief. If that's the case, then I can be at ease. Xiao Bai, you have to remember not to cause trouble for your master on unimportant things. If you were to meet with any trouble that you cannot settle, you can come and look for me. I shall settle it for you. I understand. Lin Ruobai answered lovably as her pair of eyes spun around and around, while the smile on her adorable face became more prominent. Even though she hated to part with her father, after knowing she could leave this place to look at the outside world, her heart was filled with excitement. Oh right. Yun Luofeng paused for a moment and turned her head to look at Lin Jingfeng. Give me a map to the CEO's residence. CEO's residence. Lin Jingfeng was somewhat astonished. You're heading to the CEO's residence. That's right. Yun Luofeng slightly narrowed her eyes and a dangerous glint flashed through her eyes. I'm heading there to look for someone. And to find trouble. Of course, she did not say the latter words out loud, as a gorgeous yet wicked smile perked up on her face. This smile of hers was as beautiful as datura flower, dangerous yet enticing to others. All right, Lin Jingfeng gradually recovered his senses and his expression was complicated. I'll let Dai Li prepare the map for you. Just that, I do not know what grudge you have with the Xiao family. If you were to require any assistance, you can find me here any time. At this very moment, embarrassment could be seen across Dai Li's face as he stood off to one side. He originally assumed that Yun Luofeng had spoken those original words to obtain the holy water, but who would have thought that such a young lady could actually cure his miss? In addition, listening to the godly doctor's words, it seems that this young lady wasn't his disciple. Instead, he had wanted to acknowledge her as his master. Sifang City. Within the CEO's residence, Ling Yao suddenly stood up, as her delicate face was filled with anger. Is that trash unaware that he isn't fit to be with me? Why is he unwilling to break off the engagement no matter what? Yao. Ling Feng's warning gaze faintly shot towards his own granddaughter before his line of sight turned towards Xiao Lin who was seated high above. Xiao family's head, I want to know the reason he's unwilling to break off the engagement. Xiao Lin tightly furrowed his brows and his aged face was full of helplessness. It isn't that he's unwilling to break off the engagement, it's just he's unable to take out the token of betrothal. You have to know, our families abide by promises and if we want to break off an engagement, the token of betrothal must be returned. Bang! Ling Yao smashed the table before her and walked out of the main hall. Yao, Ling Feng's expression turned solemn as he coldly asked, where are you going? Ling Yao gnashed her teeth in extreme anger and her expression was malevolent as if she wanted to kill someone. To find that trash. She tightly clenched her fist. Don't assume that I'm ignorant. He verbally agreed to break off the engagement, but in actual fact, he was unwilling. Otherwise, he wouldn't have hidden this token. His motive is to take me in as his wife. Chapter 368, Trash, Yun Xiao, 1. For a trash like him, not to mention marrying her as a wife, he didn't even have the right to look at her. Within the CEO's residence, Ling Yao saw the unfeeling man standing by a tree from afar. Even though many years had passed, Ling Yao couldn't help but feel astonished the moment she saw that man's appearance. God was equal to all. After giving him a trash physique, it had also given him such an extremely handsome look. His face was just like a work of the gods, engraved to the utmost perfection. In the midst of the cold wind, with black robes fluttering in the wind, one could faintly glimpse his captivating figure under his clothes. Ling Yao fiercely swallowed a mouthful of saliva. How good would it be if this guy wasn't a trash? Then she would definitely get married to him. Thinking of this, Ling Yao unconsciously felt regretful in her heart and she clenched her teeth before walking towards the man standing under the tree shade in quick steps. Exactly what do you want to be willing to let me off? Ling Yao tightly clenched her fists. As long as she remembered that this man clung to her without letting go, anger would gush forth from her heart. The man seemed to not have heard her voice as his black eyes were unfeeling as before while expressionlessly staring at the blue skies. It was as if he could see figures of people dwelling in an extremely distant place through those layers of clouds. Ling Yao angrily stomped her foot. Until when are you going to pester me? The person I love is Xiao Yuqing, not you. For a trash like you, you don't even have the right to carry my shoes. Her eyes contained loathing that was not at all concealed, as the corners of her lips curved up in a disdainful manner. Yun Xiao withdrew his line of sight as he walked towards the east courtyard with slow steps. All along, he did not spare a glance at Ling Yao. It was just like he did not notice her existence. Trash. Seeing that this trash had the audacity to disregard her as such, she angrily shuddered. Let me tell you, there's no use playing this game of loosening the reins to grasp them better. I will never fall for you. For a trash like Yun Xiao, he was absolutely unable to truly disregard her. With such an outstanding woman beside him, he would only think of all means to get closer, and the reason why he had ignored her was that he was trying to gain her attention. He thought that he could attract her attention by acting so. He was simply dreaming. Her gaze would never linger on this trash in this lifetime. Even if this trash was extremely perfect. How's it going? Xiao Jing walked over from her back and frowned while he glanced at the direction Yun Xiao had left. This trash is overly arrogant. I've observed him several times and he never acknowledges the presence of others. He was clearly standing before you but he didn't seem to notice you. Ling Yao coldly snorted and spoke in ridicule. I reckon he must have asked around to know that I like men who are aloof, so he is purposely acting cold to gain my attention. Unfortunately, if he wasn't a trash, I might have considered him for a moment. Purely on the basis of being labeled as trash, I will never fall for him. Although she wanted to get married to Xiao Yuqing, the type of man who gave her a cold shoulder wasn't the type she liked. Merely, Xiao Yuqing's innate talent was very powerful and his strength surpassed others, which led her to want to represent her family and marry him to connect their families via marriage. Only on marrying Xiao Yuqing would their Ling family be able to truly stand on the same level with the Xiao family. Xiao Jing furrowed his eyebrows. From the start, he had felt that Ling Yao was too excessive in feeling good about herself. Through his observation these days, he clearly understood that this man truly did not place anyone in his eyes, and it was not like what Ling Yao had said, loosening the reins to grasp them better. However, what he did not understand was, how did he have the confidence to display such an arrogant mindset, seeing that he was just a trash? Chapter 369. Trash. Yun Xiao. 2. Yao, let's go. Xiao Jing paused for a moment before saying, Xiao Yuqing has returned. Xiao Yuqing. Ling Yao's eyes brightened and even her mood became excited. Brother Yuqing has returned. Let's go and look for him right now. It's a good way to dispel the bad feelings that trash brought me. After speaking, Ling Yao walked towards the main hall direction in quick steps. However, after she had reached the main hall, she had been told that Xiao Yuqing had already returned to the back garden to rest. She did not pause and instead, went towards the back garden without consulting anyone. At this moment, within the luxurious and exquisite room, a beautiful woman grasped Xiao Yuqing's arms tightly as she scrutinized him up and down. She only managed to relax after seeing that her treasured son was not hurt. There are some things you do not have to personally do it yourself. It's sufficient to dispatch the Xiao family's disciples. Xiao Yuqing tightly furrowed his eyebrows as his cool gaze stared directly at the beautiful woman. Mother, I have a question to ask you. What is it? At that time, was it really because that woman kidnapped Piao Zhu that you were forced to leave father? Lin Yue stared blankly for a moment, perhaps because she did not expect Xiao Yuqing to have asked such a question, and her heart unexpectedly sank. King Heir, don't you believe your mother? Would I be like those women who snatch another woman's husband? If it weren't for that slut using despicable means to snatch your father, there would not be the existence of that trash. God truly sees, and made her son shoulder the penalty for her mistakes. The reason for her son being a trash is because of this. After saying these words, Lin Yue questioned, King Heir, tell your mother, who has been starting a rumor in front of you. I met a woman when I was returning to Strode Domain this time and she claimed that you were a concubine who caused father to favor you and do away with his wife. She also said something along the lines of a blood debt returned with blood. Therefore, I came to ask you of the matter that year. Xiao Yuqing's tightly furrowed eyebrows loosened and regardless of anything, the woman before him was his mother. He believed in her. King Heir, don't listen to that crazy woman's crazy and unfounded ravings. Lin Yue's brows slightly knitted together. I think that woman knew that you are the young master of the Xiao family and wanted to get acquainted with you, thus she deliberately approached you. Xiao Yuqing fell silent. The old man beside the young lady had a golden jade pass, and her identity must not be ordinary. There was no need for her to establish a relationship with him. What's more, he had never seen someone who would insult someone's mother in order to establish a relationship. Therefore, Xiao Yuqing, who had previously dispelled his doubts about Lin Yue, was once again in a state of distrust. A trace of glimmer flashed in his eyes. Brother Yuqing, are you here? Just then, a tender voice could be heard from the door and shortly after, a pair of lily-white hands pushed the door open and walked in. With a happy face, she came forward. Aunt, I'm here to find Brother Yuqing. After seeing Ling Yao, Lin Yue's attitude changed as she spoke in joy. Yao, you're here. Your brother Yuqing has just returned, and I shall have to inconvenience you to accompany him. Ling Yao hooked on Xiao Yuqing's arm with a charming smile on her face. Aunt, you can rest assured that I will bring Brother Yuqing around to play. Brother Yuqing, let's head out right now. Facing Ling Yao's actions, Xiao Yuqing did not resist and allowed her to pull him out of the room. However, after they had gone out of the room, he raised his hands and lightly pushed Ling Yao's hands away and spoke in a cool and apathetic tone. There are differences between men and women, please conduct yourself with dignity. Chapter 370, The Thief Lin Ruobai. Looking at her empty hands, she was slightly displeased. Brother Yuqing, we are soon going to be husband and wife, so what differences between men and women are you talking about? At least right now we still aren't husband and wife. Xiao Yuqing's gaze was cold and cheerless as always, but he was somewhat annoyed inside. If you continue to be so touchy, I will not see you again in the future. Ling Yao's body stiffened as grievance could be seen on her face. Brother Yuqing, I had been bullied by that trash so I came to look for you, hoping you would avenge me. I didn't do it deliberately. Trash. A wipe of confusion appeared within Xiao Yuqing's eyes. You were saying? Indeed, it's that trash that had previously been chased out from the Xiao family. Speaking of this, Ling Yao's face was full of fury. That trash is too much. Obviously based on his status, he's not worthy of me but he continues to pester me relentlessly. I don't believe that he truly does not have the token. That token must have been hidden by him. Xiao Yuqing frowned. He's returned. His brother of the same father but different mother had finally returned. Brother Yuqing, are you going to avenge me? Ling Yao fiercely stomped her foot. That trash was too much. How can you tolerate your fiancé being bullied? Without knowing why, when he heard that Yun Xiao did not hand over the token of betrothal, Xiao Yuqing's heart clearly relaxed. If things continued this way, then perhaps he might not have to take in a wife like Ling Yao who was so willful and unruly. That's an issue between you and him that is unrelated to me, said Xiao Yuqing. His tone was indifferent, clearly not putting any importance towards Ling Yao. If it weren't that his grandfather wanted him to marry her, he would never take her as his wife regardless of anything. Ling Yao stared blankly. She never thought that Xiao Yuqing would ever say such thing and a layer of tears emerged from her eyes. Brother Yuqing, I'm tired. Xiao Yuqing wearily closed his eyes. You should leave. Ling Yao tightly bit her lips and she reluctantly tore her gaze from Xiao Yuqing, as she ran away to leave the courtyard. Spilled tears flowed down and emitted sparkling glimmers in the air. Xiao Yuqing slowly opened his eyes and his cool gaze looked towards the direction Ling Yao left and indifference filled his handsome face. His eyes completely lacked any warmth. At this moment, the scene of Yun Luofeng having a confrontation with him emerged from his mind and he slightly furrowed his eyebrows. I will definitely find out what happened that year and give my mother justice. He also wanted to let the young girl understand he wasn't an illegitimate child, but instead, the true young master of the CO family. Although it was a common occurrence in this continent for men to have many wives and concubines, if he was the son of a concubine who later became the first wife, that was very different from being a son of the first wife. He must prove himself. According to the map, this would be where the CO residence is located. On the bustling streets of Safang City, a languid yet wicked smile hung on Yun Luofeng's face and smiling intent flashed past her face. Perhaps she was thinking she could meet Yun Xiao in a little while, as the smile in her eyes deepened. Xiao Bai. After Yun Luofeng came back to her senses, she suddenly realized that Lin Ruobai who was following beside her had disappeared. Just when she was about to seek for her, she saw Lin Ruobai walking towards her while holding 2 sugar-coated apples on a stick. Master, for you. Lin Ruobai passed on one of the sticks to Yun Luofeng and blinked her huge eyes, waiting to be complimented. Is your disciple filial? Yun Luofeng slightly frowned. Where did you get this candied fruit? I remember that your father did not give you any money. Lin Ruobai cutely took a bite of the candied fruit and stared at Yun Luofeng with her head to one side. Of course I took it, this tastes really good. Master, do you want to try it? As she was speaking, a wild shout could be heard behind Lin Ruobai's back. That voice was extremely loud while rushing footsteps could be heard after. Catch the thief, catch the thief. Chapter 371, Meeting Xiao Yuqing again, 1. Lin Ruobai still had the candied fruit stain on her mouth as she blinked her eyes, failing to understand anything and puzzled turned her head to look at the crowd that was chasing them. Master, are they chasing a thief? There's actually a thief in the territory that my daddy has jurisdiction over. Just as she said that, a group of tall and heavily built people had already surrounded them. One of them walked up and spoke in a fiendish manner, arrest these 2 thieves and bring them back. Lin Ruobai foolishly blinked and she pointed to her nose. Are you referring to me as a thief? Who is there other than you? The burly man coldly snorted. You took my candied fruit without paying. If you aren't a thief then what are you? Lin Ruobai hid behind Yun Luofeng and mumbled indignantly, I didn't know I had to pay. You didn't know you had to pay. Are you stupid, you asterisk. Don't think I will let you off by using such an excuse. Both of you don't seem so poor as to not be able to fork out a few copper coins, but to think that you've done such a shameless thing. Since you're unwilling to pay, then I will arrest you too and bring you back to be my wives. Seeing that the burly man's hands were about to land on her own shoulder, a trace of fury flashed through Lin Ruobai's adorable face. Although she had been basically cut off from the rest of the world these past few years, she understood the meaning of being someone's wife. This man actually had such courage to shame her. Scram. Lin Ruobai's small fist struck on the burly man's chest and he, whose build was several times bigger than her, had been hit flying and he crashed into the neighboring stall. This. Lin Ruobai was shocked as she looked at her own fist, and turned towards Yun Luofeng while feeling wronged. Master, have I gotten you in trouble? I honestly didn't know I had to pay to take things. Daddy never taught me this before. Yun Luofeng raised her hands and stroked Lin Ruobai's small head. You've never been to such a market before. Lin Ruobai hurriedly shook her head and looked at the gorgeous young lady before her in a pitiful manner. Her hands fiddled with the corner of her clothes in an uneasy manner as she timidly spoke. Daddy didn't allow me to go out, so I've never come to such a place before. I honestly didn't know I had to pay. It's fine, Yun Luofeng patted Lin Ruobai's head and the corner of her lips perked up, while a dazzling radiance passed through her pitch-black eyes. Let me handle this matter. Looking at the young lady's confident look, Lin Ruobai slightly blinked her eyes and obediently followed behind Yun Luofeng. Yun Luofeng looked at the burly man lying on the stall and asked in a serious manner, how much did the few candied fruits she took cost? The burly man climbed up from the stall and laughed sneeringly. This little thief stole my stuff, so how could I let her go that easily? Right now I don't want your money, I want both of you to be my wife. Yun Luofeng lightly furrowed her eyebrows and her pitch-black eyes quietly gazed at the burly man before her. You're sure about that? Keke, the burly man licked his dry lips and his face had a licentious look. I didn't think that you were wrong, had such luck. After being a bachelor for tens of years, I could obtain 2 pretty wives now. Rest assured, if the both of you follow me, I will certainly not treat you unfairly. Chapter 372, Meeting Xiao Yuqing again, 2. The more Lin Ruobai listened, the angrier she got. It's fine even if these people had slandered her, but they actually dared to use such nasty words to sully master. They cannot be forgiven. Xiao Bai was indeed wrong at first for this matter, having taken your things. I'll give you 10 taels, it can be considered as your compensation. I've said before, I don't want your money, I only want a wife. The burly man stared at Yun Luofeng in a drooling manner and his saliva nearly flowed down. 10 taels compared to such a gorgeous woman like you is simply insignificant. These 2 women didn't seem like they were from Safang City and he reckoned they were out-of-towners. If he couldn't bully them, then who could he bully? All the people who set up a vendor stall in the street within Safang City were of one mind. If these 2 women don't submit to him, then they can forget about mingling around Safang City. I've given you a chance. Yun Luofeng sighed as her body leaned towards one side. Xiao Bai, if you want to beat him up, then beat him as much as you like, just don't let him die. Lin Ruobai's eyes brightened, and she rolled up her sleeves, eager to get into action with all smiles. I can really hit them. This darn girl had a violent streak in her bones, and hearing that Yun Luofeng allowed her to fight, the smile on her adorable face immediately became brilliant. Just based on you 2 darn girls. The burly man sneeringly laughed as he brandished his hands and said while gnashing his teeth, let's grab these 2 girls. Instantly, everyone picked up their weapons and rushed towards Lin Ruobai fiercely. Lin Ruobai, who was surrounded, did not fear them and a brilliant smile perked up on her adorable face while she exhilaratingly stared at everyone who came towards her. Halt. When these people were about to rush to Lin Ruobai, a cold voice could be heard suddenly, causing everyone to stop their tracks in a split second to turn and look at the person. Behind the crowd, a man in cyan robes with sunlight shining behind his back walked over slowly. His features were refined and handsome, with cold black eyes looking past everyone before falling on that languid yet gorgeous young lady. The young lady slightly narrowed her eyes and her black pupils gazed at the cold man walking over with a dangerous glint contained in her gaze. Master, do you not like this man? Retracting her aura, Lin Ruobai then sensed the cold intent from Yun Luofeng, and subconsciously felt astonished. She didn't understand why her master did not like such a good-looking man. Yun Luofeng did not speak as she lightly pursed her thin lips, while a trace of chilliness flashed past her wicked eyes. Seeing Xiao Yuqing walking over, Lin Ruobai tightly grabbed Yun Luofeng's arms and her big bright eyes gleamed. She subconsciously wanted to hide Yun Luofeng behind her back. This man was indeed very handsome, but she did not like the expression he used to look at her master. More importantly, her master did not like him. Those people who her master didn't like, she felt the same way too. Young Master Xiao. The burly man saw Xiao Yuqing who was walking over slowly, and stared blankly for a moment. After that, cold sweat emerged on his forehead. I didn't know these two ladies were acquainted with young Master Xiao and offended them. Please forgive me, young Master Xiao. A cold smile hung on Xiao Yuqing's lips. His back was to the burly man and his voice was just like a clear spring flowing. How much money do they owe you? This, only a few copper coins. Cold sweat dripped down on the burly man's back as he looked at Xiao Yuqing with a guilty conscience. Just a few copper taels and you want to exchange for 2 wives. You have calculated pretty well, it's a pity that you didn't become an accountant. Chapter 373, Meeting Xiao Yuqing again, 3. The burly man's body jolted and he spoke in embarrassment. I was joking earlier on, that's right, it's just a joke. Young Master Xiao, since these two are your friends, then these few copper coins don't need to be paid. After speaking, the burly man did not wait for Xiao Yuqing to answer as he hastily turned to leave. His footsteps were hurried as if there was a hideous monster chasing behind him. Xiao Yuqing quietly gazed at Yun Luofeng who was standing before him as his eyes were cold and detached. We meet again. So what? Yun Luofeng raised her eyebrows and asked. Having heard what was said, Xiao Yuqing closed in on her by 2 steps as his handsome face carried confidence. I will prove to you that my mother isn't in the wrong. The man's tone was earnest, as his cool gaze coldly gazed at Yun Luofeng. Are you done speaking? Yun Luofeng smiled. If you're finished, then I shall leave. Xiao Bai, let's go. After saying that, Yun Luofeng pulled Lin Ruobai's arm. Her face was filled with distrust as she pulled her along a distance before loosening her hand. Many people had gathered around the area on the prosperous street. However, it was as if Xiao Yuqing did not hear the noise from the surrounding discussion as he quietly stood within the street while his cold eyes followed Yun Luofeng's footsteps. On the street, Lin Ruobai fiercely bit on the candied fruit and spoke angrily, Master, has that person bullied you before? I didn't think that even though he looks handsome, he is actually a scum that doesn't match his appearance. This won't do, I cannot let Master get bullied. I shall write a letter to Daddy later and ask him to exterminate that scum. In Lin Ruobai's opinion, people who Yun Luofeng did not like weren't good people. They must have harmed her before previously, so how could she tolerate those people who bullied her master whom she respected and loved? Even though she liked pretty men, they were not as important as her master. For those people who bullied her master, regardless of how they looked, she would never let them off. All of a sudden, a burst of fragrance faintly floated over and in an instant attracted Lin Ruobai's attention, who originally wanted to fight for justice for Yun Luofeng. Her big bright eyes looked towards the restaurant beside them and saliva slowly flowed down from the corner of her lips. Master, I'm hungry. She wiped the saliva that flowed down and turned her head to look at Yun Luofeng pitifully. Let's go. A languid smile perked up on Yun Luofeng's face. We'll rest here for a moment here and after that, we will think of ways to look for him. Yun Xiao should be in the Xiao's residence and if she wanted to enter, she doubted that it would be that easy. As such, this matter had to be planned out. What? In the ladies' chambers in the rear court of the Ling family's residence, Ling Yao slapped the table and stood up, as an expression of fury emerged on her delicate face. A woman actually seduced Brother Yuqing in a public place. She sure is courageous. Let's go, I want to look for Brother Xiaoqing right now, and see what kind of bitch that woman is. Xiao Yuqing was called the genius of spirit domain and had an outstanding aptitude since young. Within the entire spirit domain, only she was compatible with him. She truly did not know if that bitch had any self-awareness. How could a trash like her dare to seduce Xiao Yuqing? Unfortunately, when Ling Yao rushed to Xiao Yuqing's side, she only saw him standing in the middle of the street, quietly gazing at the endless pathway before him. She suppressed her inner discomfort and put on a lovely smile as she walked towards Xiao Yuqing. She took hold of the crook of his arm in a familiar fashion, and had a coquettish smiling expression on her face. Chapter 374, Looking for Trouble. Brother Yuqing, I've been searching for you for a long time. I didn't expect that you would be here. Xiao Yuqing retracted his arm and coldly asked, what are you doing here? The man's voice contained an indifference that repelled others and his coldness did not contain any warmth. It was just like an ice block, causing Ling Yao's heart to be thoroughly chilled to the core. Brother Yuqing, it's Aunt who asked me to look for you to have a meal. Ling Yao looked at Xiao Yuqing while feeling wronged. How about heading to the nearest restaurant? Hearing that it was Lin Yue who asked Ling Yao here, Xiao Yuqing no longer rejected her and he lightly nodded his head. His voice was still as cold as before. All right, I can accompany you to dine in the restaurant. However, if you touch me another time, I will truly not meet you again in the future. Ling Yao's heart suddenly trembled, as she tightly clenched her fist. Xiao Yuqing was too cold towards her to the extent that it was somewhat unusual. He must have taken a liking towards another woman for him to act like this. If she were to find out who had seduced her brother Yuqing, she would definitely dismember their body. Brother Yuqing, then let's set off. Ling Yao suppressed her internal soreness and a forced smile revealed on her delicate face. She had subconsciously wanted to hang on Xiao Yuqing's arm, but just when she touched him she had retracted her hands. Dragon soaring restaurant, with aromas floating and shrouding everything. Ling Yao stood at the entrance and turned towards the man beside him with a smiling expression. Brother Yuqing, how about this restaurant? It was as if the man did not hear her words as his eyes quietly gazed at the restaurant's hall. His cool gaze was similar to a lake, calm without any ripples. Ling Yao froze for a moment and she involuntarily followed Xiao Yuqing's gaze. Suddenly an extremely gorgeous and familiar face appeared in her eyes and Ling Yao's pupils contracted as anger rose to her head. She would never forget how she was humiliated in the Longyuan kingdom that day. She would also never forget the arrogant expression on this woman's face when she had been crushed beneath her feet. Right now, she had actually come to the spirit domain and even delusionally wanted to seduce her brother Yuqing. Thinking of this, Ling Yao no longer restrained her frantic heart as she rushed towards Yun Luofeng in fury. She completely forgot that she had been forced to consume a black medicine pill when she was in the Longyuan kingdom, and the matter of her being subjected to Yun Luofeng's control. Slut, you actually dared to come here. Yun Luofeng, who was currently teasing milk tea, suddenly heard an angry voice, and she involuntarily frowned. Her black eyes slightly narrowed as she shot a sideways glance towards Ling Yao, who had started to kick at the table. The young lady arrogantly swept a glance at Ling Yao's legs as the corner of her lips slightly curved up. If you don't want your leg anymore, you can feel free to kick this table. Ling Yao's legs stiffened and paused in midair as her eyes revealed a trace of horror. Clearly, the matters of that day had caused enormous spiritual harm to her. Even now, she still had a lingering fear in her heart in regards to the young lady before her. HMPH, Ling Yao coldly snorted as she retracted the leg she used to kick at the table. Her face was filled with arrogance as she said, I'm worried that the table you're using would dirty my leg. Even if she feared Yun Luofeng in her heart, she would never let it show on her face. Otherwise, wouldn't she be losing face? Yun Luofeng hands lightly caressed Milk Tea's petite body as her eyes glanced towards Lin Ruobai seated at one side and said, let's continue, there's no need to care about her. Chapter 375, I already have a man, 1. Lin Ruobai blinked her eyes and seemed to understand, but in actual fact, she did not understand anything. She scooped a mouthful of bird's nest into her mouth and her bright eyes were filled with bewilderment. However, she still replied, okay. Since her master told her to ignore that woman, then she would listen to her master. It was just that this woman didn't seem like a good person at first glance, and to think she actually insulted master. If her daddy was present, she would have let her daddy deal with her immediately. Hey. Ling Yao wanted to shout at Yun Luofeng by her name but she realized that she didn't even know the other party's name, so she could only address her as such. However, in regards to Yun Luofeng disregarding her, it had thoroughly aroused her wrath. Her beautiful eyes were filled with anger. I truly do not know what's with the two gatekeepers of the spirit domain, to actually let outsiders sneak in here. I think your purpose here must be to steal precious treasures within the spirit domain. One required a pass in order to enter, but the spirit domain would never issue out a pass at random to outsiders. Yun Luofeng was only a dandy in the Longyuan kingdom, and she did not have the qualifications to enter the spirit domain based on her status. It was obvious that those two gatekeepers must have fallen for her beauty, thus allowing her into the spirit domain. At the main hall in the restaurant, Xiao Yuqing looked at Ling Yao who was causing trouble for Yun Luofeng. His eyebrows slightly furrowed as the glimmer in his eyes became increasingly cold. No one was more clear than him how Yun Luofeng had entered the spirit domain. The old man alongside her had a golden jade pass, and his identity was clearly not ordinary. So how could this young lady be an ordinary person? Also, he could not see through the adorable girl beside her. However, he would never tell these things to Ling Yao. If Ling Yao truly angered Yun Luofeng, perhaps he could settle this woman by borrowing Yun Luofeng's hands. Are you listening to what I'm saying? Seeing Yun Luofeng disregarding her once again, Ling Yao's charming face suddenly changed as she walked up with fury across her whole face. Bang! Yun Luofeng kicked the table flying with one leg and the delicacies on the table flew everyone. As luck would have it, a plate of cuisine had fallen on Ling Yao's face and was slowly sliding down off her face. Ling Yao was shocked silly as she looked in astonishment at Yun Luofeng who was standing up. The moment she saw the young lady walking towards her, she subconsciously retreated a few steps and her voice contained a trace of dismay. You. What are you doing? What am I doing? The corner of Yun Luofeng's lips curved up as she smiled wickedly. Of course I wanted to you. These originally perverted words were overbearing after coming out from Yun Luofeng's mouth, causing one's fear to increase more and more. Bang! Yun Luofeng raised her legs and kicked at Ling Yao, causing her body to fly up high in the sky, falling before Xiao Yuqing. However, Xiao Yuqing did not even spare a glance at Ling Yao before him as his cold eyes stared at Yun Luofeng all along. You were crazy. Ling Yao climbed up with great difficulty and she was angry to the point that her whole body trembled. Her beautiful eyes stared at Yun Luofeng without moving. Do you know what are you doing? This is Sifang City, not the Longyuan Kingdom. Yun Luofeng slightly narrowed her eyes and her unruly eyes shot a glance at Ling Yao. Your saliva has fallen on my food. Her words implied that because your saliva had fallen on my food, I don't want that table of food anymore. Lin Ruobai bit on her chopsticks as she was staring at the dishes on the floor with an expression of feeling wronged, seemingly about to cry. Chapter 376, I already have a man, 2. Her food had been wasted just like that. This was all because of that woman. If she hadn't sprayed her saliva on the dishes, her master wouldn't have destroyed the table of food, and she wouldn't have to salivate while looking at the delicacies on the ground. Lin Ruobai swallowed a mouthful of saliva and her bright eyes widened and fiercely stared towards Ling Yao. Rotten girl, you actually dare to use such an expression to glare at me. Ling Yao's heart was still somewhat afraid towards Yun Luofeng, as what happened that day in the Longyuan kingdom was a lifelong nightmare. But even this little girl dared to glare at her with such an expression. Was she really that easy to bully? Lin Ruobai restrained her frantic internal anger and turned towards Yun Luofeng to ask, Master, can I beat her up? When you're beside me, you can beat whoever you want. There's no need to ask me. If Lin Jingfeng were to hear Yun Luofeng's words, even his heart would probably turn cold. After all, Lin Ruobai was viewed as a devil in her family, and there was no end of her causing trouble. He had originally hoped that Yun Luofeng would discipline this darn girl, but who knew this was basically a dandy meeting another dandy, so what good could come from it? Lin Ruobai's eyes instantly brightened up and the smile gradually curved up from the corner of her lips. She clenched her fist so tightly that bone-cracking sounds could be heard. A darn girl who unknowingly popped up from some backwoods mountain dares to be impudent before me. Ling Yao coldly smiled with a look of disdain on her face. Don't tell me your parents never taught you that when you meet someone stronger, you must bow before them. As Yun Luofeng originated from the Longyuan kingdom, this darn girl must also be a noble's daughter from the secular world. Regardless of how high her status was within the secular world, she had to bow before others over here. Pa! Suddenly, a white silhouette like a gust of wind flashed past and reached Ling Yao's rapidly. With a smacking sound, a resounding palm slap landed on Ling Yao's left cheek and it became inflamed in a flash. Perhaps she did not expect that Lin Ruobai would really slap her, as she stared blankly momentarily. Only a long time later did she suddenly recover her senses and rage surged up violently in her eyes. She bared her fangs and brandished her claws and pounced towards Lin Ruobai. Rotten girl, you dared to hit me, you actually dared to hit me. Looking at Ling Yao rushing towards her, Lin Ruobai held her head high and her snow-white face had a sneering smile on it. I've hit you, but what can you do to me? Who asked this woman to sully her master? Those people who curse her master should die. Furthermore, this entire Strit domain belonged to her family, so how would she be afraid of the Ling family? Slut, go and die. Ling Yao's expression was malevolent and the aura on her body gushed out, as a sharp sword unknowingly appeared in her hands while she rushed towards Lin Ruobai with all her might. Yun Luofeng slightly narrowed her eyes and a dangerous glint flashed past momentarily. However, she did not take any action, but instead stood quietly beside Lin Ruobai and waited to see what would happen. She wanted to know Lin Ruobai's true strength. Stop. Xiao Yuqing, who was originally standing at one side, silently saw the scene before him and his handsome face changed in a split second. His figure appeared beside Ling Yao in a flash and tightly held onto her shoulders. Ling Yao, you've acted too overbearing. His voice was cold and indifferent, but it caused Ling Yao's internal fury to increase. It must be because Brother Yuqing had taken a liking to these two women. Therefore, he had stopped her. She would absolutely never give Brother Yuqing to anyone. Chapter 377. I already have a man. 3. Brother Yuqing, let go of me. I want to teach these two women a lesson. Her jealousy had caused her to go berserk. She had even forgotten the injuries she suffered in the Longyuan kingdom and only thought of killing these two people, especially Yun Luofeng. She couldn't forgive Yun Luofeng for seducing Brother Yuqing with her looks. Yun Luofeng had instead shaken her head in regret as she had wanted to probe Xiao Bai's strength with this fight, but she didn't expect that Xiao Yuqing would prevent it. Xiao Yuqing's eyes turned serious as he coldly commanded, apologize. Although he wanted to resolve his trouble by using Yun Luofeng, if Ling Yao truly took action against both of them, the aftermath would be irremediable and might even implicate the Xiao family. Brother Yuqing, it's these two women who hit me. Ling Yao's body slightly trembled as she angrily glared at Yun Luofeng and Lin Ruobai. Clearly, it was their fault, but why did Brother Yuqing want her to apologize? She would absolutely never yield towards these two women. Lin Ruobai's adorable white forehead creased as she spoke towards Xiao Yuqing in a bad mood. Go away, I want to teach this woman a lesson. We'll see if she still dares to curse my master in the future. You horrible girl, just based on your strength, I can pinch you to death with one hand. Ling Yao gnashed her teeth in anger. In this world, only she could despise others and others absolutely could not look down on her. Xiao Yuqing furrowed his brows as his cold gaze turned towards Yun Luofeng and Lin Ruobai. I'll apologize in her stead, and today's matters shall be dropped as such. Brother Yuqing, Ling Yao fiercely stomped her foot, whereas her shoulders had been tightly pressed by Xiao Yuqing, causing her to be unable to move and could only use a gaze filled with hatred to glare at Yun Luofeng. Slut, don't think I'm unaware that you seduced Brother Yuqing. Someone like you could never enter the gates of Xiao family. It's better if you don't labor under a delusion as I'm about to get married to Brother Yuqing, and even if you continue to be involved with Brother Yuqing, you can only be a concubine. Furthermore, with her identity, she wasn't even fit to become a concubine in the Xiao family. Yun Luofeng curved the corner of her lips and her pitch black eyes slowly swept past Ling Yao, while her gaze fell behind her back. At this moment, the young lady's eyes calmed down as they contained a devilish look. Apologies, I already have a man. Ling Yao laughed mockingly as her eyes were filled with contempt. You have a man. Do you think I will believe the words you say? You're only giving an excuse as you seduced Brother Yuqing and were found out by me. I'm not so foolish that I would believe you. Perhaps her mood was pretty good. Yun Luofeng did not teach Ling Yao a lesson this time around. Her gorgeous face had a devilish smile on and her black eyes were like the stars in the night skies, radiating a resplendent glimmer. My man is right behind you. If you don't believe me, you can turn and look. Ling Yao stared blankly for a moment and a trace of astonishment flashed through her eyes. Is it possible that this woman truly had a man? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but turn her head and her beautiful eyes turned towards the man standing in the restaurant's doorway. She wanted to see who had such courage to even want such a wanton and unrestrained woman. Furthermore, this woman had seduced Brother Yuqing before him, so she would definitely have an illicit lover after their marriage. However, just when Ling Yao saw the man behind, her expression suddenly froze as she shouted in disbelief, "It's you." Chapter 378, Meeting 1. The man seemingly did not hear her words as he slowly walked towards the white-robed young lady standing in the restaurant without consulting anyone. His expressionless face seemed to have cracked as it contained a slight arc. "You're here." These simple words that represented the endless yearning of his heart were like a hand that lifted Yun Luofeng's heart. "I'm here to find you." The young lady had a slight smile on her face and her pitch-black eyes quietly gazed at the man standing before her. Her eyes contained a devilish glimmer, and to see if you were fooling around with other women in passing. Yun Xiao's gaze was serious as he looked at Yun Luofeng without blinking. "I will only look at you." In this world, other than her, the other women were like a pile of white bones in his eyes, so what was there to see? Thinking of this, the man paused for a moment before continuing. "In this entire lifetime, there's not even enough time for me to look at you, so why would I waste my time with others?" These were the most pleasant words of love Yun Luofeng had ever heard. There wasn't enough time in this entire lifetime to look at her, so why would he waste his precious time with other women? Yun Luofeng slightly narrowed her eyes and the smile on her lips gradually became dangerous. "Who taught you to say all this?" "No one taught me." Actually, no one had taught him to say these words of love. He had only said the things in his heart he wanted to express. "It seems like my training you for this half year was quite effective, as you're starting to understand things properly." Yun Luofeng curved the corner of her lips and her face was smiling. "In the future, I won't need to train you anymore." Yun Xiao furrowed his eyebrows. "It's not enough." "What?" "Because I want to be trained by you." If these words were spoken by someone else, Yun Luofeng could still treat it as them teasing her. But when it was spoken by Yun Xiao, it became serious and earnest, impossible for one to think of it another way. Lin Ruobai blinked her eyes and looked at Yun Luofeng, followed by the unfeeling man standing in front and her eyes were shining with excitement. There's something going on. Master and this man absolutely had something going on between them. Moreover, this man is much more good-looking than Xiao Yuqing and had the right to be deserving of her outstanding master. The more Lin Ruobai thought about this, the more excited she got, and the seed of gossiping gradually germinated in her heart. Unfortunately, before Lin Ruobai had the chance to gossip, a voice that caused one's throat to dampen could be heard. Ling Yao angrily pointed towards Yun Xiao as she questioned while gnashing her teeth in anger. "That time you attacked me and Xiao Jing in the Longyuan Kingdom was not because you didn't see eye to eye with us, but was because of this trash, wasn't it?" She didn't expect that the injuries they suffered that day were all because of this trash. "You only figured that out now." Yun Luofeng shot a sideways glance at Ling Yao and the corner of the lips curved up. "In this world, there's no hatred that is completely uncalled for. What's funny is that you two actually believed that I just didn't see eye to eye with you. I was actually only venting anger for my man. You." Ling Yao angrily glared at Yun Luofeng. "You're sure willing to degrade yourself to actually get together with this trash. Let me tell you, you're only picking up trash that I didn't want." In this period of time, Ling Yao had suffered extreme anger and she had naturally vented her internal anger at this moment. In her opinion, with Yun Luofeng's arrogant personality, she would absolutely disdain to pick up another's trash. "The man you treat as trash is actually a precious treasure in my heart." The light in Yun Luofeng's eyes was like the night skies, deep yet frightful. "Furthermore, there will be a day when you shall regret your decision." Chapter 379, Meeting 2. No one was clearer than Yun Luofeng of Yun Xiao's strength. Therefore, she was confident that Ling Yao would regret it for the rest of her life one day. "Regret?" Ling Yao sneeringly laughed as she spoke in ridicule. "Don't you know? This man isn't a good person. He has been pestering me relentlessly and isn't even willing to end an engagement with me, insisting on taking me as his wife. So, I reckon he's only toying with you by being with you. For a man that pesters me because of my high status, do you think he will truly invest his sincere feelings? Especially towards such a man, she would absolutely never regret it." The man who had disregarded Ling Yao all along, after hearing her self-opinionated words, had finally turned his unfeeling gaze towards her. However, this glance of his caused Ling Yao's entire body to tremble and her entire heart seemed to have been clenched by a hand. A suffocating feeling arose abruptly, causing her to be extremely fearful. "Yun Xiao." Yun Luofeng's hands lightly held onto Yun Xiao's arms and her eyes sank while she spoke in a volume only both of them could hear. "Your strength temporarily cannot be revealed, so let me handle this matter." Based on what Qin Yuan had told her previously, there must be something in Xiao family's hands that could threaten Yun Xiao's life. So if he were to reveal his strength right now, the Xiaos would definitely pester him relentlessly. Whereas with Yun Xiao's temper, he would never return to the Xiao family, and at that time, it would definitely bring danger to him. She was unwilling to see this no matter what. "She slandered me." Yun Xiao put away his killing intent as his bewitching red lips had a stiff arc, and his eyes were filled with a callous glimmer. Earlier on, he had indeed wanted to kill her. Before Yun Luofeng came, he could ignore everyone, but he would never allow Yun Luofeng to suffer even the slightest humiliation. Even if his strength were to be exposed, he would still protect her. "I believe you. I believe you." The young lady's pleasant voice caused Yun Xiao's heart to be emotionally moved. Within his deep eyes, the trace of callous glimmer gradually dispersed, as he gazed at the young lady beside him deeply. The corner of his lips curved up in a slight arc. Even if there was a day the entire continent distrusted him, it was sufficient for him with just her trust. "You shall just stand there without moving." Yun Luofeng lightly hugged Yun Xiao before she turned and walked towards Ling Yao unhurriedly. Her slightly lifted eyebrow was unbridled. "Who did you say was a trash?" Ling Yao was shocked to the point of retreating a few steps. "What do you want again?" "I'll ask you one more time, who did you say was a trash?" Yun Luofeng slightly raised her jaw and looked down at Ling Yao with arrogance. Ling Yao was clearly scared after being beaten up by Yun Luofeng as the gaze she used to look towards Xiao Yuqing beside her contained a cry for help and internal regret. If she knew that she would run into this woman, she would have brought along the Ling family's bodyguards. At present, within the main hall, other customers who were dining also stopped their actions as the curious gaze continuously shot towards Yun Luofeng and others, while they discussed in a low voice. "This is the woman of the Xiao family's trash. I didn't think that his luck would be so great to actually obtain a young lady that is so gorgeous. You better not look down on the Xiao family's trash. Although he does not have any abilities, his looks are of the best quality. If you could look like that, there will also be a woman willing to lose money instead of being paid. Sigh, the gods are sure impartial by giving him perfect looks but taking away his aptitude. However, it's all because of the trash's mother doing evil. Rumor has it that his mother had threatened Lin Yue to leave Xiao Chen in order to obtain him. As such, she had received retribution, with it falling upon his son. Chapter 380, Yun Luofeng going ballistic 1. Those people might have purposefully lowered their volume, but how sensitive was Yun Luofeng's hearing? Without a single word missing, that conversation traveled to her ears. She bent down, picked up a chopstick from the ground, and hurled it behind her with a swish. In a flash, it brushed past the young man slandering Yun Xiao's mother and immediately plunged into the wall behind him. The originally sturdy wall was like a soap bubble being popped, only leaving behind a black hole, with the chopstick deeply buried in the wall. The young man was dumbfounded, wiped his sick neck, and looked at his hand. It was fresh red blood that colored his neck red. He was so frightened that he screeched, "Blood, blood." He nearly fainted, but thankfully, the people beside him hurriedly caught him, so he was able to steady his body. However, anyone could imagine the fear in this youth's heart. Just a little more. If the chopstick was slanted a little bit more to the side, perhaps his neck would be pierced through by the chopstick, and he would have lost his life. That was a warning. Yun Luofeng's dark eyes carried an aura of haughtily looking at the world. If I hear anyone else humiliating his mother, I will instantly splatter your blood everywhere. The young girl's voice was insolent, and her features were brimming with cold arrogance. Xiao Yuqing faintly frowned, his cold gaze sweeping past the cold man dressed in black. Something like jealousy suddenly appeared in his heart. This man was obviously a trash, but a woman was willing to get angry on his behalf. Moreover, she had no scruples about staining Sifang City 1 red. As for him, no one would be willing to go this far for him. Even his own father would not. If it weren't for his outstanding talent, perhaps his status in Xiao family would not be all that different from Yun Xiao's. A powerful clan like that, why would they damage their own interests for him? In the entire main hall of the restaurant, silence returned in an instant. No one dared to take a deep breath, everyone using a timid expression to look at that peerlessly beautiful and bewitching girl dressed in white. Now, it's your turn. The corner of Yun Luofeng's lips was tinged with a smile as she turned to look at Ling Yao standing in front of her. For all these years, how did you all slander Yun Xiao? No. Perhaps it was because Yun Luofeng's actions just now stunned Ling Yao again. The fear in her eyes intensified, and her hands tightly clung onto Xiao Yuqing's shoulders. Brother Yuqing, save me. Xiao Yuqing's eyebrows became more and more furrowed as he lifted his hand to slowly push off Ling Yao's hands and coolly and mercilessly said, I already told you not to cause trouble. Now, resolve the trouble that you caused yourself. The man's heartless voice turned Ling Yao's heart incomparably icy, as though a stream of cold air rushed from the bottom of her feet to the inside of her heart, so cold that she inhaled a mouthful of cold air. Bang! With a kick, Yun Luofeng sent Ling Yao's body flying. Then, before Ling Yao's body landed, she used an extremely quick speed to bolt to Ling Yao's front and viciously kicked Ling Yao's waist like a soccer ball with her instep, making the girl ceaselessly fly in the air. Recalling the entirety of the humiliation that Yun Xiao suffered for all these years, Yun Luofeng's heart contained a fury, and now she vented all of this fury onto Ling Yao. It was Ling Yao's own fault for bumping into her a second time. After the final kick hit its mark, Ling Yao's body brutally landed on the ground. Yun Luofeng stepped on her and haughtily said, Ling Yao, did you forget about the pill that I fed you earlier? Chapter 381, Yun Luofeng going ballistic 2. The current Ling Yao was disheveled, and her whole body was curled in a ball from the pain. She could feel that her viscera had suffered major blows and all of her ribs were broken. This woman was truly ruthless. Ling Yao gnashed her teeth, the hatred in her heart strengthening. If given the chance, she definitely would not let this woman off. Of course, the prerequisite was that she must identify the black pill that this woman fed her earlier. You want to know what that pill was, don't you? Yun Luofeng smiled and looked at Ling Yao's pale appearance with lowered eyes. I call that pill the bone-shattering pill, 1. However, this pill won't actually shatter your bones, it will only make you feel that pain. I only need a thought, and I can make you taste that feeling. I didn't imagine that after consuming a bone-shattering pill, you would still dare to seek me out. Ling Yao's body shuddered, and she stubbornly looked away. There was no way that she would believe in this so-called bone-shattering pill. She had never heard of something like that anyways. Most importantly, she only needed a thought to make her taste the bone-crushing feeling. How could something that mystical happen? This was also the reason why Ling Yao dared to come out and seek trouble with Yun Luofeng. Because she did not feel unwell after leaving the Longyuan kingdom and also had a physician examine her without finding anything, she thought Yun Luofeng was only bluffing and it was merely a normal medicinal pill. Don't believe it. The smile on Yun Luofeng's lips deepened. If you don't believe it, I can let you give it a try. Hearing the young girl's words, Ling Yao's eyes revealed disdain, but before she could voice her ridicule, she felt a violent pain shoot through her body. That pain was akin to having a grindstone ferociously grinding her bones. Ah! The severe pain made Ling Yao give a piercing shriek. She was in so much agony that cold sweat was pouring off her whole body and she was shivering non-stop, her beautiful eyes exposing her profound fear. Other people did not know what had just occurred. Even when Ling Yao's body was kicked like a ball by Yun Luofeng just now, she did not shriek this shrilly. However, now that Yun Luofeng did not even touch her, she started screeching instead. Kill me, kill me, ah. The pain that was worse than death caused Ling Yao to be unable to resist begging for death. Even if she died, it would be better than suffering from this torment. Now you believe it. Yun Luofeng lightly chuckled. I already said, this pill is the bone-shattering pill, but you didn't believe me, so I naturally had to have you try it out. Also, don't let me hear you speak the word trash ever again. Otherwise, I will make your life worse than death every single day. That acute pain gradually disappeared from Ling Yao's body, but her body was still faintly trembling without end. As soon as she recalled the agony that she experienced just now, fear would surface in her eyes again. Yun Luofeng retracted the foot that she used to step on Ling Yao and slowly walked to a stop beside Yun Xiao. She lazily stretched and with a smiling face said, Yun Xiao, I'm tired. Let's go back and rest. Besides the one time that he coldly glanced at Ling Yao when she initially slandered him, for the remaining time, he did not even give her a single glance, clearly treating her as air. Indeed, in this world, except for Yun Luofeng, all other women were not worth him wasting his valuable time to glance at them. Chapter 382, Abandoned Xiao Bai. After Lin Ruobai, who was originally turned into a silly fan by Yun Luofeng's domineering behavior, uneasily recovered her wits, she discovered that she had been abandoned. She foolishly blinked her eyes and had no choice but to accept this reality. Because of a man, Master forgot about a living person like her. Moreover, ever since Master's man appeared, Master only had him in her eyes, to the extent that she did not even remember that she had left her disciple behind. Master, wait for me, don't abandon me. Lin Ruobai glanced at the delicious food trashed by Yun Luofeng on the ground and hardened her heart, quickly darting out of the restaurant. Because her speed was too fast, she tripped over the doorsill and face-planted. Wah! Lin Ruobai started sobbing and aggrievedly wailed, Master, didn't you realize you were missing someone from your side? How could you forget about a giant living person like me? Sure enough, Master valued her lover over her disciple. Lin Ruobai got up from the ground and patted the dust from her pants. Her little mouth was tightly biting the corner of her robe, and the resentment in her eyes made her look like an abandoned puppy. On the streets, Yun Luofeng walked on the path for pedestrians with a languid smile on her lips. Her black eyes turned to the perfect side profile of the man beside her. Yun Xiao, Qin Yuan already told me about your affairs. Yun Xiao briefly started and tightly knitted his brows. He has heard. He was only worried about you. Yun Luofeng raised her brows. Moreover, I hope that no matter what you encounter, you will inform me. I will face it together with you. When we return, don't punish him, as he's a very loyal subordinate. All right, Yun Xiao nodded. Since you spoke on his behalf, I will let him off. It was only after hearing Yun Xiao's response that Yun Luofeng felt relieved. As though remembering something, she frowned. Have I forgotten about something? Yun Xiao was silent for a moment. Doesn't seem like it. Oh. Yun Luofeng's knitted brows relaxed, and she lazily said, then let's go rest, I'm tired. Poor Xiao Bai. Her master, who valued her lover over her disciple, not only abandoned her but also did not realize it, so Xiao Bai could only pitifully seek directions to the Xiao residence from passes beyond her own. Her heart currently felt as though thousands of brass mud horses were rolling over it, endlessly turbulent. Auntie 2, you must avenge me. In the rear court of the Xiao residence, Ling Yao aggrievedly threw herself into Lin Yue's arms, and her tears could not help but flow down from her eyes. What happened? Loathing flashed through Lin Yue's eyes, but when she looked at Ling Yao, she hid the distaste in her eyes, and her gaze was gentle. Tell auntie who bullied you. Ling Yao wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes, her pale little face brimming with hatred. I met a woman on the streets just now. That woman not only seduced Brother Yuqing but also beat me up and fed me poison. She wanted me under her control so that I have to yield Brother Yuqing to her. What? Lin Yue's fair hand heavily slammed on the table and her beautiful, viper-like eyes were completely dark. Who's the woman with such guts, actually wishfully desiring our family's Yuqing? Yuqing's status is extremely noble, how dare some boorish woman delusionally wish for him? In her heart, Xiao Yuqing was the most outstanding and was also the pride of her life. She definitely would not permit some churlish woman to delusionally covet Xiao Yuqing. Chapter 383, I don't know her. Ling Yao slightly lowered her eyes and tightly clenched her fists. She followed the trash back to the Xiao estate and is currently living inside that trash's courtyard. I suspect that she's only with the trash as a plan of convenience, and she's aiming to enter the Xiao estate in order to make it easier for her to get close with Brother Yuqing. Hearing Ling Yao's words, Lin Yue's expression increasingly darkened. She suddenly stood up, a cold light flashing through her eyes. Let's go, we will find her now. That woman was actually audacious to this extent, desiring someone she should not. She absolutely could not tolerate something like that happening. In the silent east court, only the chirping of a little bird could be heard. Yun Luofeng lazily leaned against the door frame with her arms across her chest, regarding the simple yet elegant room in front of her. Gradually, her gaze shifted to the cold man standing beside her. Yun Xiao, I want to know how you are under the Xiao family's control. Yun Xiao was briefly silent, his black eyes a deep abyss. Everyone in the Xiao family, after they are born, will all hand over a piece of their soul. This piece of soul is sealed in a jade pendant. If this jade pendant is damaged, I will at the least become an idiot and at the worst die. Injury to one's soul was not easy to remedy, especially since a piece of his soul was still in the Xiao family's grasp. If they only possessed a part of his soul, it would not be this dangerous, but the more important part was that the jade pendant used to seal the soul was created from special materials. Once someone got a hold of this pendant, it was the same as getting a hold of the owner's life. If you wanted him to die, he definitely would not live past 5 gang. 1. This was why Yun Xiao did not take actions against the Xiao family for these past years. Do you know where is that jade pendant stored? Yun Luofeng asked with a slight furrow of her brows. Yun Xiao gently pursed his thin lips and glanced at the frowning young girl beside him. I don't know yet. I'm still investigating where the jade pendant is hidden. After I attain the pendant, I won't let off anyone from the Xiao family. Especially that woman who tossed him into the forest of no return. Yun Xiao. Yun Luofeng lightly grasped Yun Xiao's hand and looked at him with serious eyes. I will help you. These past 6 months, Yun Xiao had helped her with too much. This time, it was her turn to help him. The young girl's words made the man's cold gaze gradually change. Just as he was about to speak, footsteps could be heard from outside the courtyard. After hearing these footsteps, his brows knitted once more, and his expression returned to its usual coldness. Within moments, Lin Yue's figure appeared in the courtyard. Her beautiful and alluring face was shrouded in a layer of cold frost, and her furious gaze went past Yun Xiao and landed on Yun Luofeng. You are the woman who is hoping to retain my son. Lin Yue snorted and lightly raised her chin, saying in an overbearing manner, Little girl, I can see how young you are, but how could you do something so shameless? I know that you simply took a fancy to our Xiao family's power and wealth. How about this? I will give you 1,000,000 taels, and you will immediately leave the Xiao estate. Yun Luofeng wickedly raised her brows and turned to look at the man standing beside her with raised lips. When did you suddenly have another mother? The man's cold eyes swept across Lin Yue before turning his head again, his dark eyes intently watching Yun Luofeng. I don't know her. These two people's conversation nearly angered Lin Yue to craziness. Her eyes, similar to those of a viper, remained unwaveringly fixed on Yun Luofeng as she coldly said, Little girl, don't bother pretending to misunderstand, you know the person that I'm speaking of is Xiao Yuqing. Chapter 384, Uncontrollable Yun Xiao. Yun Luofeng glanced at Lin Yue. I don't know where you got the confidence to think that I would take a liking to Xiao Yuqing. Ho ho. Lin Yue suppressed the rage in her heart, and a mocking smile appeared on her alluring face. I have seen many little misses like you, so I don't believe that you would take a liking to a trash. Therefore, your objective for coming to my Xiao family is extremely obvious. I will give you a chance. Take the 1,000,000 taels and get lost, otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Yun Luofeng slightly narrowed her eyes, her wicked eyes glowing with a dangerous light. 1,000,000 taels, don't you think it's too little? I will spend 10,000,000 taels to buy your life, how about that? I will spend 10,000,000 taels to buy your life, how about that? The young girl's voice was brash and domineering, revealing her haughtiness. Lin Yue's face drastically changed in an instant. Her dark eyes glinted with fury as she snorted. I have seen many little misses wanting to climb into my son's bed, but the most shameless one is you. I'm advising you, don't bother daydreaming. My son definitely won't take a fancy to an arrogant and rampant woman like you. Boom. Her words just landed, and a strong force was suddenly shot from in front of her, mercilessly hitting her chest and making her fly back. Bang. She crashed heavily into a corner, her narrowed eyes revealing a malicious light. Who injured me just now? Yun Xiao, or was it the little miss? No. Impossible. Yun Xiao was only a trash, and the little miss was young, so her strength certainly could not be too strong. What Lin Yue did not notice was that the moment that her body sailed into the air, that originally silent and cold man slowly retracted his palm, as though nothing happened. Bang. Bang bang bang. Lin Yue did not recover her breath yet, and a stream of air crashed around in her body like it wanted to break open her body and burst out. She was in so much pain that she surely shouted. Seeing Lin Yue's miserable appearance, Yun Luofeng glanced at the man standing beside her. He could not resist hitting her in the end. However, she could also understand the feeling in the man's heart. No matter how other people humiliated him, he could ignore it all, but he could not disregard those people who humiliated her. If Lin Yue did not insult her, perhaps Yun Xiao would not act at a time like this. It was me who hit you just now. Yun Luofeng tightly pressed down on Yun Xiao's hand, her haughty eyes glancing at Lin Yue. What can you do? She must not allow other people to know about Yun Xiao's strength, otherwise, it would definitely bring him trouble. This was why she took the blame. Anyhow, even if Yun Xiao did not hit her just now, she would also injure her. Someone, come. Lin Yue stood up with a pale complexion, her features malicious. Crash crash crash. A countless number of guards rushed in through the door, and the entire courtyard was surrounded within moments. The weapons in their hands were all pointed at Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao, completely enclosing them in the center. Lin Yue's eyes darkened as she coldly ordered, arrest this woman for me. Yun Xiao tightly knit his brows, pulling Yun Luofeng behind him. His pair of cold eyes watching the gloomy-faced Lin Yue, his long, black robe lightly fluttering in the breeze as he imperceptibly revealed a killing intent. Ha, seeing Yun Xiao this protective of Yun Luofeng, Lin Yue remarked with a peculiar tone, I didn't imagine that even a trash like you would also protect a woman. Cluck cluck, this is making me look at you in a new light. It's a pity though, how can a person like you protect her? Chapter 385, Beat her as you like. Her face was filled with contempt. Apparently, she didn't take Yun Xiao, who was standing in front of Yun Luofeng, seriously. Yun Xiao's eyes turned icy, and the power he was releasing was like turbulent waves, dangerous and overwhelming. Yun Xiao, did you forget what I said to you? Yun Luofeng gently patted Yun Xiao on the shoulder. I've told you, leave these people to me. Listening to her words, Yun Xiao nodded and gradually took back his power. He turned to look at the gorgeous girl behind him, thought for a while and said, beat her as you wish. No matter what happened, you would always stand behind her. Have you ever seen me soft on my enemy? Slightly narrowing her eyes, Yun Luofeng approached Lin Yue with a wicked smile. Lin Yue's face changed and shouted, stop her. Yes, madam. Hearing Lin Yue's order, the guards came forward and rushed to Yun Luofeng. The girl cracked a stunningly beautiful smile and calmly stared at the guards rushing to her, her white dress fluttering lightly in the breeze. As she gradually released a powerful aura, the wind around her grew stronger and stronger. Boom. The spiritual strength of the girl exploded like a bomb and hit against the guards. Before they could even reach Yun Luofeng, they were already gripped by the explosive power, their bodies flying out and the weapons in their hands all dropping to the ground. Yun Luofeng's eyes slowly turned to Lin Yue, her wicked smile revealing a chilling thirst for blood that would make people tremble with horror. Now, it's your turn. An Earth-level spirit cultivator. Lin Yue's face changed, and of intermediate rank. At this moment, she clearly felt Yun Luofeng's real power, and her coquettish face darkened. Although she had a good aptitude, she was just an Earth-level low-rank spirit cultivator. This girl was obviously stronger than her, so she must be an Earth-level intermediate rank spirit cultivator. A one-rank difference was simply like the difference between the earth and the sky. Lin Yue gnashed her teeth. How dare you make trouble with the Xiao family? Do you think you can do whatever you want because you're an Earth-level intermediate rank spirit cultivator? Unfortunately for you, my father-in-law is a sky-level spirit cultivator, so you won't be able to resist a single attack of his. No matter how powerful the master of the Xiao family is, he hasn't come here yet, and I can kill you before he comes. The estate of the Xiao family was quite large and was divided into 4 parts. Thus, it would take some time for Xiao Lin to get here. Looking at the wicked smile on the girl's face, Lin Yue retreated a few steps in fear, her back pressing against the wall, and her face growing paler. While she was thinking about how she could escape from here, a sweet voice came from outside. Hearing the voice, Yun Luofeng slightly narrowed her eyes. Yuqing, I told you the woman was bullying Aunt, but you just didn't believe me. If we had come a little late, Aunt would have been killed by her. Hearing the familiar voice, Yun Luofeng raised the corners of her lips sarcastically. Ling Yao, aren't you afraid of death? How dare she come to provoke her again since she had taken the bone-shattering pill? It seemed that Xiao Yuqing was really important to her. A man in a blue robe rushed in from outside, stopped in front of Lin Yue, and gently held her tottering body. Chapter 386. He was the man behind her. 1. Ling Yao, who had followed that man to walk into the courtyard, didn't have the courage to take a look at Yun Luofeng. She quickly went to Lin Yue's side, clenching her teeth tightly, her beautiful face still pale. Although she had taken the bone-shattering pill, she would suffer this kind of torture to make Yuqing give up on Yun Luofeng. From what she knew of Yuqing, he would never allow anyone to hurt his mother. Ling Yao's face was glowing with a smug smile, her eyes bright. She looked so complacent, as if she had already seen Xiao Yuqing treat Yun Luofeng with hatred. Unfortunately, the result turned out contrary to her expectations. Xiao Yuqing supported Lin Yue, and turned his clear eyes to Yun Luofeng. I said before, my mother is not the kind of person you described. She didn't steal anyone's husband. That man belonged to her from the very beginning. I'll prove it to you. But before that, I hope you won't hurt my mother anymore. Hurt her? When did you see me hurt her? Yun Luofeng asked with a sneer. Xiao Yuqing didn't say anything. He looked at the intact Yun Luofeng, and then looked at Ling Yao, and a stream of blood was overflowing from the latter's mouth. The situation was quite clear. And, Yun Luofeng paused, even though I've hurt her, so what? She almost killed Yun Xiao by throwing him into the forest of no return. Just because of this, she should die hundreds of times to atone for her sin. My mother didn't do such a thing. Xiao Yuqing frowned and glanced at Yun Xiao coldly. I hope you won't be bamboozled by a pretty face. Stay rational and don't jump to a conclusion before finding out the truth. He would find out what really happened back then and prove his mother's innocence. The truth? Yun Luofeng raised the corners of her lips and sneered. What I said is the truth. So arrogant and domineering. What she said was the truth. Then what kind of truth did you want? Xiao Yuqing's face turned sullen, his eyebrows tightly knitted. I don't feel like arguing with you here, but I'll prove it to you when I find out the truth. I just don't want to see you used by someone with ulterior motives. Now I'm going to take my mother away. As for what you've done today, I can let it pass. After saying this, supporting Lin Yue, Xiao Yuqing turned around and was about to leave. However, a wicked and domineering voice rang behind him and stopped his steps immediately. You can go, but she must stay. Yun Luofeng looked at him with a domineering and arrogant look, as if she was standing at the peak of the world and looking down at the common herd. Her hatred for Lin Yue had already been engraved in her mind. Now that she finally had a chance to avenge Yun Xiao, how could she let her leave? I know you have a special background. Xiao Yuqing turned around and glanced at Yun Luofeng, but this is the Xiao family. You are only an Earth-level spirit cultivator. If you annoy my grandfather, I can't help you. Yuqing, Ling Yao curled her lips. What's special about this woman? She is just a common aristocrat from the Longyuan kingdom. We don't need to be afraid of such a person. Xiao Yuqing was silent as if he had not heard Ling Yao, his clear and cool eyes gazing at Yun Luofeng. She stays, or you two stay together, said Yun Luofeng, slightly raising her eyebrows. As Xiao Yuqing was going to continue to persuade Yun Luofeng, a pressure struck him from nowhere, like a heavy rock on his body, stopping him from moving. Chapter 387. He was the man behind her, too. Seeing Xiao Yuqing suddenly turn pale, Ling Yao's face changed and she anxiously asked, Yuqing, what's wrong with you? Xiao Yuqing gently pursed his thin lips, his eyes unfathomably deep. He hurriedly searched for the source of the pressure on him with his consciousness, but he couldn't find out where the pressure came from. Of course, with his strength, Xiao Yuqing couldn't find out this was from Yun Xiao. Now that Yun Luofeng said she was going to solve these people herself, he wouldn't stand up. But it didn't mean that he would let Yun Luofeng fight alone. Even though he couldn't help her publicly, he could give her a hand secretly. He was willing to be the man behind her. You really enjoyed scolding me, right? Yun Luofeng lightly moved her body and soon appeared in front of Lin Yue. She stared at Lin Yue, a wicked smile hanging on her face, her dark eyes glowing with a subtle light. Did you insult Yun Xiao and his mother in the same way? King Air. Lin Yue's face changed, and she tried to hide behind Xiao Yuqing. However, Xiao Yuqing was unable to move. He felt as if he was being crushed under a huge mountain, with 1,000-pound weight on his back. Mum, run. Don't worry about me, run. Xiao Yuqing shouted with all his might, breaking out in a cold sweat, his handsome face ghastly pale. Hearing Xiao Yuqing's words, without any hesitation, Lin Yue quickly turned around and ran towards the outside of the courtyard. The only idea in her mind was to run for her own life, and her son's safety had been totally forgotten. Seeing her actions, Xiao Yuqing was a little bit disappointed. He didn't understand why he would feel disappointed when seeing his mother running away, since he himself had asked her to run for her life. Bang! Just as Xiao Yuqing became upset, a white figure rushed out of the courtyard, and then Lin Yue was kicked back into the courtyard and rolled to the front of Xiao Yuqing. Did you see that? Yun Luofeng looked at Xiao Yuqing. This is your mother, who was just running for her own life, regardless of your life. Do you think this kind of person will be kind? Xiao Yuqing tightly pursed his lips and kept silent. Indeed, his mother could be very selfish sometimes, but he still couldn't believe that she would be so selfish as to hurt a descendant of the Xiao family. King Air, Lin Yue struggled to her feet and gave Yun Luofeng a black look. Don't listen to this woman's bullshit. I was going to call your grandfather. When your grandfather arrives, she will die and there won't be enough left of her to bury. Hearing Lin Yue's words, Xiao Yuqing finally recovered from his extreme disappointment and he answered her softly, Mum, I believe you. He would believe whatever she said to him. Yun Luofeng sneered and slowly stepped towards Lin Yue, ignoring the immobile Xiao Yuqing. How did you treat Yun Xiao and his mother back then? Lin Yue paused and kept retreating. What do you mean? I've never done anything heinous to them. Don't frame me in front of my son. After all, without any witnesses, no one could make her admit what she had done. Yun Luofeng kicked Lin Yue's stomach, kicked her to the ground and trampled on her body. Just answer my questions. No more excuses. At this moment, Ling Yao was so scared that she hid off to the side. Already being tortured a few times, she no longer dared to speak any words, or else what awaited her would be an even crueler torture. Chapter 388. He was the man behind her. 3. Stop it. Suddenly, a furious shout came from behind and hit against Yun Luofeng with a powerful momentum. Just as the momentum was about to reach Yun Luofeng, a more powerful breath appeared and crushed it in the air. Yun Xiao took the momentum back, his cold eyes slowly turning to the people who had come out of the courtyard. At the same time, Yun Luofeng took back the foot trampling on Lin Yue's chest and coldly glanced at the group of people who had just arrived. Her dark pupils constricted, revealing an icy light. Yue. With an anxious look, Xiao Chen hurried to Lin Yue's side and asked her, Are you all right? Lin Yue coughed and shook her head feebly. I'm fine. How dare you? After making sure his beloved woman was fine, Xiao Chen turned to Yun Luofeng and shouted angrily, How dare you attack people in the Xiao family? That's outrageous. Xiao, is she the woman you brought back? When he was speaking the last sentence, he turned to Yun Xiao. Yun Xiao answered with a frown, My name is Yun Xiao. Obviously, he was very unhappy with the way Xiao Chen called him. He was no longer a member of the Xiao family, but Yun Xiao of the Yun family. What? Xiao Chen's face turned blue, and he shouted in rage, How ungrateful you are. Have you forgotten who raised you? How dare you change your last name? Your existence is simply a disgrace to the Xiao family. In Xiao Chen's view, the Xiao family could remove Yun Xiao's name from their genealogy, but Yun Xiao had no right to change his last name. Even though Yun Xiao's name was not included in the genealogy of Xiao family now, he was not allowed to become a member of another family. Yun Xiao was expressionless, his eyes cold and apathetic. I was expelled from the Xiao family when I was 7 years old. What he meant was that he had been expelled from the Xiao family since he was 7, so he was actually not raised by the Xiao family. Xiao Chen was so angry that he could not speak. Fortunately, you are no longer a member of the Xiao family. Otherwise, I would have been driven mad by you. If you were as excellent as Yuqing, I would not have been so angry. Glancing at the enraged Xiao Chen, Xiao Lin turned to Yun Xiao. Xiao, you're really wrong in this matter. Even though you are no longer a member of the Xiao family, you can't randomly give yourself another surname, because you still have the Xiao family's blood in your body. Well, if you help Yuqing open the secret area with your power of blood, I can make an exception for you and allow you to return to the Xiao family, and then you can still use the surname of Xiao. For the Xiao family, it was a shame to let the descendant use another family's surname, even though this person who had the bloodline of Xiao family was already not qualified to use the surname of Xiao. Yun Luofeng stood still and coldly stared at these people in front of her. They were the so-called family of Yun Xiao. They called him a trash, not allowing him to use the surname of Xiao, but forbid him from using another surname. In their minds, Yun Xiao didn't deserve to have a surname. At that moment, Yun Luofeng's heart ached, and she felt sad for Yun Xiao. She couldn't imagine how many humiliations and cold shoulders he had endured before he was 7. And these insults were given to him by his own family. No wonder he was always cold and silent. Yun Xiao. Yun Luofeng tightly grabbed the hand of Yun Xiao, and after feeling how icy the man's hand was, she said sincerely, You still have me, and the Yun family. Chapter 389. He was the man behind her. 4. No matter what, she would never abandon him. Yun Xiao gently raised the corners of his lips and showed a faint smile. His smile was so beautiful that it would easily touch one's heart. However, he would only show such a smile to one person. I have you. That's enough. He could give up anybody in the world but her. As long as she was with him, it would be enough for him. Xiao. Xiao Lin's face darkened. If you insist on taking sides with this woman, you are no longer a member of the Xiao family. Yun Xiao tightly grabbed the hand of Yun Luofeng, and the smile hovering on his lips soon disappeared as he turned to Xiao Lin. He said with an expressionless face, The Xiao family needs my power of blood. Hearing his words, Xiao Lin frowned. What are you trying to say? Let her beat that woman, said the man grimly. Xiao Lin knew Yun Xiao loved Yun Luofeng, but didn't expect that he loved her so much. Was he threatening him? Good, very good. He was literally the only one who had the courage to threaten him. Xiao Lin's eyes darkened and he asked coldly, Xiao, do you have any idea what you're talking about? I know. The man's words were as simple as ever, and to him, one more word to these people would be simply a waste of time. You threatened me for a woman. Yes, you can threaten me now, because the CO family really needs a person with a pure and great power of blood like you. But once the secret area is opened, you are useless. So you are sure you still want to threaten me for a woman? Trying to suppress the anger in his heart, Xiao Lin found that he was unable to see through his grandson now. Yun Xiao glanced at the beautiful girl beside him. As long as she is happy. He was telling him as long as Yun Luofeng was happy, he would be willing to indulge her to do anything. Ha ha, Xiao Lin chuckled, and his voice was clearly angry. Xiao Chen, you have a good son. He is so good that he even threatens his grandfather for an outsider. Xiao Chen sneered, Father, you are wrong, I have only one son, and that is Yuqing. A trash like him is not qualified to be my son. I won't have a trash as my son. Giving a flick of his sleeve, Xiao Lin said coldly, Xiao, remember the decision you made today. I won't easily forgive you for your mistake when you can't threaten me anymore. Let's go. Saying these words, Xiao Lin turned around and walked outside. Father, Xiao Chen hurried to catch up with him. Father, what about you if you just walk away? Xiao Lin paused for a moment and said, do you want Yuqing to be the master of the Xiao family, or do you want your wife? Choose one. Then he quickly walked away, without even looking back. God knew how frustrated Xiao Lin felt at this moment, but he couldn't do anything about it, because he still needed to use this trash. Pondering for a while, Xiao Chen finally made up his mind and hurried off. In order to let his son become the master of the Xiao family, even if he had to give up Lin Yue, he would accept it. Gazing at the receding figure of Xiao Chen, Lin Yue's heart sank, and a bitter smile appeared on her coquettish face. Husband and wife are birds in the same forest, but they fly off in different directions for safety when disaster strikes. This saying is exactly right. No matter how well Xiao Chen had treated me, he deserted me now. Chapter 390. He was the man behind her. 5. Yun Luofeng slightly raised her eyes and looked down at the coquettish woman sitting on the ground. If he could give up Yun Xiao's mother before, he can give you up now as well. Lin Yue grunted and closed her eyes, her pale face gradually turning desperate. Don't worry, I won't let you die so soon. Yun Luofeng approached Lin Yue, with a faint smile hovering on her lips, because it's not yet the right time for you to die. Nobody could kill this woman but Yun Xiao. Now she was just venting the anger in her heart. Sifang City was led by 3 families. They were the Xiao family, the Ling family, and the Wei family. The 3 families were not only powerful in Sifang City but were also important in the entire spirit domain. At the moment, in the first of the 3 families, Wei Lianye, the master of the Wei family, rushed out of the hall. Soon he saw a lovely girl standing in the courtyard and quickly walked to her. The girl was surrounded by a group of guards who were groaning and rolling on the ground. Obviously, they were seriously injured. Oh, my little miss, why have you come here? Wei Lianye walked to the cute girl and then gave a black look to the guards rolling on the ground. Are you beastards blind? How could you offend the little miss? The guards felt they were really unlucky, for they didn't expect that the little girl would know the master. Also, it seemed that the master dreaded her. Wei Lianye smiled and said in an ingratiating tone, my little miss, come on in and take a seat. Does your father know that you've come here? Lin Ruobai tugged at Wei Lianye's beard and wrapped it around her fingertips. Lao Wei, the Sifang city is too big. I've asked a lot of people, but I still can't find the place where I want to go. Come on, take me to find my master now. Your master? Wei Lianye was stunned and blinked. Had the little miss got a master, who was so capable and became this little miss's master? Lin Ruobai blinked her big bright eyes and said with a smile, yes, valuing boyfriend over disciple, my master forgot me. I guess she hasn't found out that she forgot me even now, so I have to look for her myself, but I don't know the way. Lao Wei, have someone send me to my master, come on. Well, Wei Lianye asked obsequiously, who is your master? And where is your master? This little miss was simply a little devil, so her master must be a big devil. It seemed that he was going to have a hard time. My master ran off with a person of the Xiao family. Lin Ruobai pouted, her eyes filled with grief. Send me to my master now, or I'll tell my dad you bullied me. Oh, please don't, my little miss. Alright, I'll take you to the Xiao family now. Wei Lianye broke into a cold sweat. If the little miss complained about him to her family, he would not be able to serve as the master of the Wei family anymore. However, to his surprise, the Xiao family was really lucky taking the master of this little miss home. And there was only one man in the Xiao family who was attractive to women, Xiao Yuqing. Was it Xiao Yuqing who took the little miss's master home? The more Wei Lianye thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. It seemed that he should change the attitude towards the Xiao family from now on, for if he could build good relations with the little miss, he would ride on her coattails and enjoy countless benefits. Chapter 391, Xiao Bai Struck Back 1. The Xiao family. In the courtyard, Yun Luofeng looked down at Lin Yue who was badly battered and all black and blue, an icy light flickering across her eyes. I will make you pay for every bad deed you did to Yun Xiao in those days. Trembling all over, Lin Yue bit her lip tightly and glared at Yun Luofeng, her sinister and malicious eyes as sharp as a poisoned dagger. Yun Xiao, let's go. No longer looking at her, Yun Luofeng slowly took back her eyes and went to Yun Xiao, a charming smile appearing on her gorgeous face. Her clear and bright eyes were like stars in the night, and nobody could resist her gaze. The man nodded his head silently, his face expressionless and cold. Just as Yun Luofeng came to the door, she suddenly remembered something and stopped. Yun Xiao, I finally remembered what I forgot. Yun Xiao's eyes fell on the girl and he asked, what? Xiao Bai, Yun Luofeng smiled, I forgot that girl. She felt uneasy just now as she thought she seemed to have forgotten something, and now she finally remembered that she had forgotten the little girl, Lin Ruobai. She could imagine how the little girl would feel aggrieved at being forgotten. In the hall, hearing the report of the servant, Xiao Lin rushed out. As soon as he walked out, he saw an old man and a little girl standing in the yard. The old man in a navy robe was majestic looking, his snow-white beard fluttering in the wind. Although he was old, he still looked quite vigorous like a treasured sword. Beside him, there stood an adorable girl dressed in white. This girl kept looking around with her big eyes as if she was looking for something. "Ha ha, Master Wei, why have you come here?" Xiao Lin laughed and greeted the two. He looked curiously at the white-dressed girl standing beside the old man. After all, he had never seen the little girl in the Wei family. "Master Xiao," Wei Lianye smiled, "this girl is one of my relatives. She came here to find her master." Lin Ruobai's identity was very special, and Xiao Lin was not qualified to know her true identity with his current status, so he introduced her as one of his relatives. "Oh." A surprised look flickered through Xiao Lin's eyes. "May I ask who is the little girl's master?" Before Lin Ruobai answered him, Wei Lianye said with a smile, "You should ask this question to your grandson Yuqing." Her master had gone with Xiao Yuqing, so maybe only Xiao Yuqing knows the whereabouts of her master. Yuqing, is her master Ling Yao? Xiao Lin was surprised because only Ling Yao always followed Yuqing. He didn't expect that the Ling family had connected with the Wei family. In this way, the three main powers of Sifang City were fully integrated. Ling Yao. Lin Ruobai curled her lips and said with disdain, "How can that worthless woman become my master? My dad's taste is not so bad as to make such a rotten woman my master." Although Lin Ruobai had lived in seclusion for a long time, she grew up in that environment, so how could she not be aware of the intrigues? Thus, she intentionally revealed this message, to let Wei Lianye know that the identity of her master, who her father had chosen for her, was quite noble. Chapter 392, Xiao Bai Struck Back 2. Wei Lianye's face turned much more solemn. Lin Ruobai choosing this master herself and Lin Jingfeng making the decision for her were totally different things. If the master was chosen by Lin Jingfeng for his daughter, then her status would be supreme in the spirit domain and exceed anyone else. Wei Lianye, Xiao Lin frowned and gave them a black look. Ling Yao is not only the Ling family's daughter but will also be the future mistress of the Xiao family. How could this girl call her this? She must be poorly brought up. Poorly brought up. Lin Ruobai's little face immediately darkened. She had lived for so many years, and no one ever dared to say that she was poorly brought up. She snorted, and the sarcastic look flickered across her lovely baby face. "I called her worthless because she is worthless. And what's wrong with that Xiao Yuqing of your Xiao family? Why did he keep pestering my master? Doesn't he know that my master will never fall in love with him because she already has a man? You'd better manage your own family first before you try to educate me." Xiao Lin's face turned totally black with anger. At first, when Lin Ruobai insulted Ling Yao, he tolerated it because first, Ling Yao was not yet a member of the Xiao family, and second, Wei Lianye was the master of the Wei family that was the most powerful of the three families, so he should give him some face. But he didn't expect that the little girl would go so far and humiliate Yuqing by claiming that Yuqing was pestering her master. What a joke. If Yuqing had a crush on her master, would her master reject him? Of course not. She must have thrown herself on Yuqing. Well, Wei Lianye looked at Lin Ruobai in surprise. If it wasn't Xiao Yuqing who took your master away, then who did? Xiao Yuqing was the most excellent disciple in the Xiao family, so Wei Lianye couldn't figure out who else could take the little Mrs. Master away except Xiao Yuqing. Lin Ruobai curled her lips. Have you forgotten that the old man of the Xiao family still has another grandchild? He was the one who took my master away. Wei Lianye was shocked because he didn't expect that Lin Ruobai's master was related to that trash of the Xiao family. If he had not insisted on bringing the little miss to the Xiao family himself, he would have missed the news and made irreparable mistakes. Fortunately, he had come and hadn't stepped on the wrong boat. Hearing Lin Ruobai's words, Xiao Lin couldn't help but scoff. So the woman brought back by that trash is your master. Like master, like disciple. Both of you seem poorly brought up. Taking a deep breath, Wei Lianye was going to ask Xiao Lin to take them to see Yun Luofeng. But this time, he suddenly heard the mocking voice of Xiao Lin, and his old face immediately darkened. Master Xiao, I'll leave this little girl with your Xiao family, but I warn you, whatever she wants to do, just let her do it. Otherwise, don't blame me if your Xiao family has any trouble. Was Xiao Lin out of his mind? How could he say something like that in front of the little miss? If her father heard what he said just now, the Xiao family would soon disappear from the three families. Unfortunately, the little miss's identity was so special that he couldn't tell anyone. Otherwise, Xiao Lin wouldn't dare to talk to her like that. However, in response to Wei Lianye's kind warning, Xiao Lin just gave him a cold snort, not taking his words seriously. Lao Wei, Lin Ruobai blinked and asked with a smile, can you help me catch him? Chapter 393, Xiao Bai Struck Back 3. Wei Lianye hesitated a moment and said with a bitter smile, my little miss, Xiao Lin is the master of the Xiao family. Would it be proper to treat him like this? Hardly had his voice faded away when Lin Ruobai grabbed Wei Lianye's beard and grimly threatened, Lao Wei, didn't you hear me? If you don't catch him, I'll burn your beard. Wei Lianye shook his head helplessly. He looked at Xiao Lin and smiled apologetically. Pardon me Master Xiao, I'm sorry, but you really shouldn't offend the little miss. Looking at the smile on Wei Lianye's face, Xiao Lin stepped back and barked at him, what are you going to do? I'm not afraid of you even though the Wei family is the most powerful of the three families. I warn you, if you dare to touch me, the Xiao family and the Ling family will fight against the Wei family together. Ha ha, Wei Lianye smiled indifferently, pardon me, I can't help it. After saying that, he quickly moved through the guards and rushed to the front of Xiao Chen, his old figure as agile as a gust of wind. Both of them were sky-level spirit cultivators, but Xiao Lin was only a sky-level intermediate rank spirit cultivator, while Wei Lianye was a sky-level advanced rank spirit cultivator. One rank difference was immeasurably vast, so before Xiao Chen had the time to respond, his shoulder had been held down by Wei Lianye. Wei Lianye turned his head and said to Lin Ruobai behind him with a smile, "Little miss, I've caught him. Do whatever you want to him." Lin Ruobai smiled insidiously. Suddenly, a flame popped up in her palm, and she slowly approached Xiao Chen. The guards of the Xiao family tried to come forward to stop Lin Ruobai. However, before they could reach Lin Ruobai, she had set fire to their clothes with the flame on her palm. In a panic, they quickly dropped their weapons and tried to put out the fire on their bodies. Seeing Lin Ruobai approaching, Xiao Lin screamed in rage, "Wei Lianye, is this girl your illegitimate daughter? Why do you indulge her like this? This little girl must be the old man's illegitimate daughter, otherwise, why would Wei Lianye, who had always been a rational person, do such a thing?" Whoosh! In an instant, the flame on Lin Ruobai's palm lit up Xiao Lin's beard, and her lovely little face was full of arrogance. "It is fine if you just scold me, but why did you scold my master? Now I'm going to burn your beard, strip your clothes, and throw you out." Trembling with anger, Xiao Lin tried to break away from Wei Lianye's hands that were firmly pressing him against the floor, but the hands were so powerful that he couldn't even move. "Wei Lianye, you old rascal. You secretly gave birth to an illegitimate daughter and had the nerve to tell me that she was one of your relatives. Would you indulge her like this if she was only a relative of yours?" Wei Lianye frowned and gave Xiao Lin a black look, no longer feeling guilty. "Xiao Lin, I'd like to remind you that disaster emanates from careless talk." "Ha ha," Xiao Lin sneered, "so she really is your illegitimate daughter? You are just an old rascal. So shameless." Hearing Xiao Lin's words, Wei Lianye's face turned darker with rage. "Xiao Lin, no matter what you've said, I just want to remind you. If this little miss loses a single strand of hair, the Xiao family will be immediately wiped out." Chapter 394, Xiao Bai Struck Back, 4. He wanted to tell Xiao Lin that if Lin Ruobai suffered any loss, her father who avidly loved his daughter would never let the Xiao family go. But in Xiao Lin's ears, it sounded like Wei Lianye was threatening him that if Lin Ruobai lost a single strand of hair, Wei Lianye would not let him go. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Lin said slowly, stressing each syllable, "Wei Lianye, if you continue to indulge this girl like this, she will certainly become more lawless. And if she causes irreparable consequences, the Wei family will also be affected. So, you'd better give it a second thought." Seeing that his words went unheeded, Wei Lianye sneered and turned his eyes to Lin Ruobai, ignoring Xiao Lin who kept struggling. "Little miss, don't worry. I've controlled him and he can't move." Lin Ruobai cracked an innocent smile, her big bright eyes shining. "This old guy's beard is too short, but I haven't burned anyone's beard for a long time, so maybe today I can have some fun with him." How dare this man humiliate her master? Even her daddy respected her master and no one could humiliate her. Poof! Once again, the flame on Lin Ruobai's palm jumped to Xiao Lin, catching his clothes on fire, but the flames only burned his beard and clothes, as if it had eyes. After a short while, Xiao Lin's chin became bare, and his clothes were burned to ashes and scattered in the air. On his naked body his skin was as flabby as the bark from old trees. Lin Ruobai arrogantly lifted her cute little face, her soft voice determined. "Lao Wei, throw this old man out. I want to see him lose face." "Okay." Bang! Wei Lianye picked up Xiao Lin and threw his body out of the door. The bustling street outside the Xiao family was filled with people, but no one had noticed Xiao Lin was thrown out until they heard the sound. They turned around only to find Xiao Lin lying on the street, naked. Isn't this the master of the Xiao family? What happened to him?" "I don't know. It seemed that he was being kicked out, but where are his beard and clothes?" Listening to the rumbling sound of the crowd accompanied by the screams of women, Xiao Lin could only hide his face in shame, his heart filled with hatred for Wei Lianye, his gaze turning ferocious. "Wei Lianye, I will never let you go," he roared with anger, his eyes full of hatred. How could he let it pass after being humiliated like this in public? In particular, Xiao Lin would always seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Without even looking at Xiao Lin, Wei Lianye asked Lin Ruobai with a smile, "Little miss, have you had enough of this game? If you still think it's not enough, I can control him again and let you make fun of him." Lin Ruobai curled her lip and said, "You can go now." "Then you." Wei Lianye was stunned, but he was interrupted by the girl's soft voice before he had finished. "Where my master is, there I will be." Hearing her words, Wei Lianye frowned. He would have left the little miss in the Xiao family before the fight, but after they had humiliated Xiao Lin, who could guarantee that Xiao Lin wouldn't seek revenge? Chapter 395, Xiao Bai Struck Back, 5. So how could he leave Lin Ruobai here alone? "Little miss, let's go back to the Wei family first. The old beast-starred Xiao Lin is such a shameless backstabber. I'm afraid you might suffer if you stay here alone." "I don't care," Lin Ruobai said, pouting, "I came to find my master and with master here, no one can hurt me." Wei Lianye shook his head helplessly. "All right, it seems there's nothing I can do with you. Maybe only your master can stop you. Remember, if any one of the Xiao family bullies you, go to the Wei family and tell me about it, and I will avenge you." If Wei Lianye had known what kind of a person Yun Luofeng was, he might not have said such words. How could she have prevented Lin Ruobai from acting like this since she herself was a dandy? She would only indulge the little girl. Lin Ruobai blinked, and with a wicked smile on her face said, "Nobody in the world can bully me. I'd like to see whether the Xiao family dares to bully me or not." Wei Lianye gave a bitter smile. Indeed, this girl was quite unruly and had a strong family background, so very few people could really bully her. The Xiao family had better be smart and not hurt the girl. If this girl suffered any loss, the master would not let him go. "Little miss, then I'll go back to the Wei family. Enjoy yourself and don't hesitate to ask me if you need any help." Wei Lianye worriedly repeated, "Without me here, be sure not to fight with the people of the Xiao family, because they might hurt you." Lin Ruobai curled her lips disapprovingly. She came here to give vent to her anger for her master. She had already provoked the Xiao family, so it wouldn't make any difference whether she fought with them or not. Seeing that the girl didn't take his words seriously, Wei Lianye sighed helplessly. He took a final look at Lin Ruobai and turned to walk away from the Xiao family. No. He had to tell what happened here to that master on Spirit God Mountain via pigeon mail, and let him make the decision. Glaring at the receding figure of Wei Lianye, Xiao Lin scrambled up from the ground. Looking at the guards struggling on the ground, he sulked, "Tell Xiao Chen to see me in my study." One of the guards struggled to stand up, responded, "Yes, master," and left. Xiao Lin quickly walked away to change, to escape from the embarrassing situation, and those staring eyes. In the study, Xiao Chen stood before the desk, his handsome face sullen. "Father, I heard about what had happened just now. How dare old Wei do such a thing to you in the public?" Xiao Lin snorted, that old Aishol Wei Lianye doesn't put the Xiao family and the Ling family in his eyes, just because he has been invited to the Spirit God Mountain. His strength is only a little stronger than mine. Why is that such a big deal? If he had not been picked up by the master on the Spirit God Mountain, his status would not have been higher than mine. Spirit God Mountain was literally the ruler of the Spirit Domain and controlled the fates of all the people in the whole Spirit Domain. However, the people on Spirit God Mountain were so mysterious that few people in the Spirit Domain had seen him so far. No ordinary person could ever step into the Spirit God Mountain. Thus, the people on the Spirit God Mountain were worshipped like gods. Chapter 396, Xiao Lin's Scheme 1. If the Spirit Domain was a small world, the people of the Spirit God Mountain were gods of the world who enjoyed a high status in the Spirit Domain. Although the people of the Spirit God Mountain had never appeared in the secular world, they had issued golden jade passes. It was said that any person who held a golden jade pass was a messenger of the Spirit God Mountain and had a significant position in the Spirit Domain. Apparently, the old man of the Wei family had a golden jade pass in his hand. This golden jade pass was also a pass to the Spirit God Mountain. Xiao Lin indignantly said, "I don't know what was going on in the minds of the people of the Spirit God Mountain. Why did they pick the old B-starred Wei Lianye? I was stronger than him, but after he entered the Spirit God Mountain, he surpassed me in strength and became the leader of the three families. In his opinion, he was way better than Wei Lianye, but the people of the Spirit God Mountain didn't choose him. It was unfair that a person like Wei Lianye could get such a chance but he couldn't." "Father, what are we going to do?" Xiao Chen asked worriedly, frowning. Not only is Wei Lianye a sky-level high-ranked spirit cultivator, but he also has the favor of the Spirit God Mountain. "I'm afraid it won't be easy for us to solve him." "Yes, that's what I'm going to discuss with you." Xiao Lin's eyes darkened slightly, a sarcastic smile hovering on his lips. "Now that the trash is not willing to return the engagement token, we can just ignore him. Let Yuqing get engaged with Ling Yao. Only when the Xiao family and the Ling family form an alliance can we work together to deal with Wei Lianye." Xiao Chen paused and said hesitantly, "Even if we form an alliance with the Ling family, the two families may not be able to beat the Wei family. So we must count on Yuqing." Xiao Chen smiled complacently. "We'll open the secret area for Yuqing in advance. If he can enter the secret area and cultivate there, he will surely make astounding advances. At that time, with his help, will we be afraid of the Wei family? Only the disciples of the direct bloodline could enter the secret area of the Xiao family. Of course, as the secret area only opened once 100 years, both Xiao Lin and Xiao Chen had never entered the secret area. As to why Xiao Lin didn't enter the secret area in person, it was because only spirit cultivators below the sky level could enter the secret area. Once a spirit cultivator had reached the sky level, he could no longer step into the secret area. Xiao Chen was even more unlikely to enter it. His talent was not bad, but was no match for Xiao Yuqing's. Xiao Yuqing had almost surpassed him in strength though he was still so young. His talent was simply unmatched in the whole Spirit Domain. So, Xiao Lin would give this precious opportunity to Xiao Yuqing instead of his son. "Father, we forgot something." Xiao Chen looked at Xiao Lin and continued, "Wei Lianye is favored by the Spirit God Mountain. If we deal with him, will the Spirit God Mountain be angry with us?" "It's not a problem." A subtle light flickered across Xiao Lin's darkened eyes. "A power like the Spirit God Mountain would not lack for subordinates. After Yuqing gets strong, we will be able to take the Wei family's place to serve the Spirit God Mountain. At that time, the Spirit God Mountain definitely won't blame us for killing Wei Lianye." The tightly knitted eyebrows of Xiao Chen finally relaxed, and he respectfully asked, "Then when will we open the secret area, father?" "One of these days." Every time Xiao Lin thought of today's disgrace, anger welled up within him. He coldly said, "It takes time to open the secret area. In a few days, we will send Yuqing into the secret area." Chapter 397, Xiao Lin's Scheme 2. The day Xiao Yuqing left the secret area would be the beginning of the end of the Wei family. Soon, those people would regret what they had done to him. "Father, after Yuqing successfully enters the secret area and succeeds as master of our family, what should we do with the trash and the woman with him?" A grim look flickered through Xiao Chen's eyes. "Kill them." His voice was as gloomy as ever, as if Yun Xiao was not his grandson, but a mortal enemy. "I will never allow the trash, even though he is no longer a member of the Xiao family, to change his surname. What he has done has challenged my bottom line. If I let the trash live, it will bring shame to the Xiao family. He couldn't accept this shame. A trash like him did not deserve to live. Unless his talent was stronger than Xiao Yuqing's, he would not spare his life." "Okay." Xiao Chen's eyes lit up, the smile on his lips hiding murderous intentions. He had wanted to solve the trash for a long time. He would never allow his descendant to be such a trash. If it weren't for his father stopping him, he would have killed that trash back in those days. Fortunately, my father finally figured it out, knowing that the trash didn't deserve to live. Xiao Lin closed his eyes, his old face ruthless. "I didn't want to kill him. Even though he is a trash, he is still a part of the Xiao family's bloodline. But what has he done? He changed his surname for a woman and even dared to threaten me for that woman. As I said, when Yuqing successfully opens the secret area, I will never let him go. He asked for this treatment. It was all because he was a contemptible trash. Chen, you can go now. Make amends with your wife. After all, she is Yuqing's mother. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and said mildly, now that Yuqing will be the next master of the Xiao family, his mother will enjoy a high status. What you've done today must have hurt her. Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and a resentful look flickered through his eyes. If it weren't for the trash, I would not have hurt Yu's heart. It was all his fault, and I will never forgive him. Hearing his words, Xiao Lin waved to him with a tired look. All right, save these words for Yuqing's mother. I need to prepare for the opening of the secret area, and before that, let them be. The Xiao family had been suffering from Yun Luofeng, who was utterly unruly as indulged by Yun Xiao, and now came another Lin Ruobai who had Wei Lianye behind her. Xiao Lin couldn't imagine what would happen to the Xiao family. However, he had no time to deal with those people. Only when Yuqing successfully entered the secret area could he handle these people and bring the Xiao family to a higher level. Before that, he could only endure. Master. As soon as Lin Ruobai entered the courtyard, she saw a gorgeous girl standing under a maple. She curled her lips in sorrow, her tears almost falling down, and she rushed toward the girl, opening her arms to hug her. However, just before Lin Ruobai reached the front of Yun Luofeng, a powerful arm suddenly stretched out from the side and pulled the girl into his arms. Flop. Lin Ruobai bumped into the tree. She rubbed her aching brow and turned to look at Yun Luofeng. Her grief-stricken eyes made her look like a dog abandoned by its owner, full of sorrow. Chapter 398, Xiao Lin, Esteem 3. But Lin Ruobai didn't dare to come forward. The eyes of the man who was tightly holding Yun Luofeng were too scary. He was as callous as death, and her heart almost skipped a beat under his glare. Don't frighten her, Yun Xiao. Glancing at Lin Ruobai's shuddering figure, Yun Luofeng raised her eyebrows and gave a beautiful smile. Hearing her words, Yun Xiao looked away from the girl. Immediately, Lin Ruobai felt that her heart had finally recovered and the icy air around her was gone. Master, Lin Ruobai pulled Yun's coat tail and in a grief-stricken voice said, didn't you notice that you had left something behind during the last few hours? Yun Luofeng answered honestly, I did forget you at first, and then I remembered you, but I thought you should be able to find the way to the Xiao family, so I didn't go to find you. Master, Lin Ruobai's eyes turned more piteous, and she stared at Yun Luofeng with a sad look. How could you just forget me, a person alive and kicking? Isn't it because your boyfriend is too charming? It was the first time she had ever seen such a master who didn't bother to find a lost disciple. Yun Luofeng paused. Yes, he is really charming. With him there, I totally forgot about you. Hearing her honest words, Lin Ruobai almost cried. Her delicious food was ruined, and her master had abandoned her. By the way, said Yun Luofeng with a slight frown, turning to Lin Ruobai, did anybody try to stop you when you entered the Xiao family? Lin Ruobai curled her lips. I burned the beard and clothes of old Xiao and threw him onto the street. Master, will I get you in trouble? By saying that, she implied that if her action had gotten Yun Luofeng into trouble, she would ask her father to send some soldiers to help them. At that time, the Xiao family would not be a threat to them anymore. Well done, said Yun Luofeng, stroking Lin Ruobai's little head. I'm very satisfied with what you've done today, so I promise I will never leave you behind again. Really? Lin Ruobai's tone sounded skeptical. Could she believe her master who actually valued boyfriend over disciple? Don't worry, I'll keep my words, but did Xiao Lin hurt you when you burned him? Though Lin Ruobai was talented, she was no match for Xiao Lin who was already a sky-level intermediate rank spirit cultivator, so Yun Luofeng was wondering how she was able to enter the Xiao family unscathed after she heard Xiao Lin. To Yun Luofeng's question, Lin Ruobai only showed a mysterious smile. I had a helper. She had to admit that Old Wei was a good helper, and if she still wanted to abuse Xiao Lin, she would ask him to help her again. Hearing her words, Yun Luofeng stopped asking, leaned against the man's body, and lazily raised the corners of her lips. Xiao Bai, no matter what identity you have, since you have become my disciple, you must obey my words. Do you understand this? Master, I will follow every single word of yours. Lin Ruobai hurriedly stood up straight and said respectfully, as long as you don't leave me behind again, I will do anything you order. Good, remember what you said today. Yun Luofeng slowly sat up and glanced at Lin Ruobai with a wicked look. It's getting late. Find a room and take a rest. Don't disturb me. Lin Ruobai frowned. Look, Master really values her boyfriend over her disciple. Since she found a boyfriend, she just treats me as a third wheel. Chapter 399, Xiao Lin, Esteem 4. Yes, Master. No matter what was going on in her mind, Lin Ruobai didn't dare show it, because she once again felt the icy air released by Yun Xiao that was urging her to leave. If she had stayed here for a little while longer, she believed the man would definitely throw her out. So, Lin Ruobai made a wise choice and left as soon as she could. Under the maple tree, the callous man stared at the receding figure of Lin Ruobai and said in a low voice, she's dangerous. Dangerous. Yun Luofeng was stunned. She had never associated this word with Lin Ruobai. After she heard Yun Xiao's words, her face turned serious. Do you need to tell me something, Yun Xiao? I feel that there is a powerful force in her veins that is not the one you've sealed, but a very dangerous thing. Yun Luofeng had told Yun Xiao about Lin Ruobai's story, so he knew that she had helped the girl to seal a force in her body. When they were in that restaurant, Yun Xiao put all his attention on Yun Luofeng and ignored all other people. He hadn't noticed a special thing about Lin Ruobai until now. Yun Luofeng turned to Yun Xiao and asked, what do you mean by dangerous, Yun Xiao? Yun Xiao kept silent for a while and then replied, the force hidden in her veins is very powerful. If she can control it well, she will be your right-hand woman, but if she is unable to control it, she will end up being a bloodthirsty devil. Hearing his words, Yun Luofeng laughed. Her smile was so beautiful that men would be willing to die for such a smile. I have confidence in Xiao Bai. Yun Xiao's eyes fell on Yun Luofeng. But, I don't allow any danger to be around you. Even though Yun Luofeng believed in Xiao Bai, he did not want her to be hurt even a little bit. Yun Xiao Bai is only 13 years old. She is still young, and I have plenty of time to train her. Yun Luofeng looked up and stared at the cold man. I know you don't believe in Xiao Bai, but you have to believe in my strength. She knew that Yun Xiao said those words for he was concerned about her safety, but she had a lot of faith in Xiao Bai. Yun Xiao pondered, and after quite a while, his dark eyes turned again to Yun Luofeng, his face quite serious. Okay, for your sake, I'll give her a chance. He would give her a chance, just because of Yun Luofeng. But if Lin Ruobai really heard Yun Luofeng, he would never let her go. Yun Luofeng gently smiled, slowly turned her eyes to the sky nearby and lowered her long eyelashes. When Yun Xiao wasn't paying attention, she initiated soul communication. Xiao Mo, did you already know about this? Xiao Mo's voice sounded a little guilty. I told you, she is special. But if you take her as your disciple, it will be good for you in the future. Yun Luofeng raised her eyebrows, a faint smile on her face, but you didn't tell me that she might not be able to control her power and become a devil. Well, Xiao Mo answered carefully, it all depends. If she is able to control her power, she will be of great use to you. Then tell me, what are the odds that she will be able to control her power? Chapter 400, Xiao Lin, S Scheme, 5. Xiao Mo quieted down. After quite a while, he replied in a timid voice, 10%. In other words, it was a 90% probability that Lin Ruobai would not be able to control her power. No wonder Yun Xiao didn't want Lin Ruobai to be with her. She had too little of a chance to control her power. Xiao Mo, how dare you hide this from me? Yun Luofeng's voice turned angry. Is this your loyalty to me? Master, don't be angry. Hearing Yun Luofeng's obviously angry voice, Xiao Mo was scared, but he insisted, though she only has a 10% probability, it will not be a problem with my help. Yun Luofeng narrowed her eyes. Are you sure? Xiao Mo said in an uncertain tone, it should be okay. Master, now you're not strong enough, but when you get strong enough, I'm sure I can help her. Hearing his words, Yun Luofeng suppressed the anger in her heart and sneered, okay, I'll give you one more chance. But from now on, you'll have to tell me everything you know and keep back nothing. Otherwise, I will terminate the contract with the medical gods code, and you can go find another master. Xiao Mo's heart trembled and he almost burst out into tears. Master, I was wrong. I will never do it again. It's true that I was sure that I could help her. I didn't tell you about it because I was worried that you might not want her if you knew about it. Boo-hoo, I finally met a good master like you. Please don't abandon me. The boy's soft sobs softened Yun Luofeng's heart, and she knew that Xiao Mo was telling the truth. If she had known that, she would have saved Lin Ruobai but would not have taken her as her disciple. After all, she was not alone now, and she can take risks and bring danger to her family. If she were alone, she would have a try, no matter how dangerous it would be. But now that she had taken Lin Ruobai as her disciple, no matter what kind of person Lin Ruobai was, she would be responsible for her. Xiao Mo, remember, there won't be a next time. If she brought danger to her family, she would never forgive herself for her entire life. Master, don't worry, this will never happen again, and I will tell you everything I know in advance, whatever it may be, Xiao Mo said with a determined voice. He realized that he had made a mistake. No matter what decision his master would make, he should have told her the truth and not have held anything back. By the way, Master, Xiao Bai. Now that she's already my disciple, though she's got a low probability to control that power, I won't give her up. Yun Luofeng raised her eyes slightly, a light shining in her dark eyes like stars at night. Xiao Mo, how can I help her? Xiao Mo thought for a moment and answered, I don't know yet. I only know that you have to improve your strength. The stronger you are, the more probable that she will be able to control that power. Okay, I see. Yun Luofeng lowered her eyes slightly. It seemed that it was really urgent for her to improve her strength. Of course, the highest priority was still to find the jade tablet that sealed a piece of Yun Xiao's soul. Only by taking back the jade tablet could she rest assured and leave the strict domain to improve her strength. Chapter 401, Whereabouts of the Jade Plaque. Yue. At this moment, in a luxurious room, Xiao Chen was looking at the coquettish woman lying on the bed. He slowly came to her with a guilty look, and gently stroked her soft hair, a resentful look hidden in his lowered eyes. Don't worry, I will avenge you. Lin Yue sneered and turned her face to the wall. Apparently, she had not forgiven Xiao Chen for what he did to her just now. Yue, seeing Lin Yue's attitude toward him, Xiao Chen's resentment toward Yun Xiao and Yun Luofeng grew stronger. He took a deep breath and said, Father said he would let Yuqing enter the secret realm in advance. After that, you can do whatever you want to those people. Lin Yue shivered, a resentful look flickering through her eyes, her beautiful face ferocious. She turned around and asked Xiao Chen, did you say Yuqing can enter the secret realm ahead of time? Xiao Chen gently nodded. This is father's decision, and he has also decided that no matter whether that trash will hand in the engagement token or not, the engagement between him and Ling Yao will be cancelled anyway. Then ask Yuqing marry the girl of the Ling family as soon as possible, Lin Yue said with a sneer, in case some other woman covets him. She still thought that Yun Luofeng would not love a trash like Yun Xiao but would only fall in love with Xiao Yuqing. She had never considered, however, that if Yun Luofeng was really in love with Xiao Yuqing, how could she beat her so hard? Yue, will you forgive me for my previous behavior? Xiao Chen gazed at Lin Yue whose body was covered with bruises, his eyes soft and pitiful. He couldn't imagine how hard Yun Luofeng beat her to make her look so miserable. Lin Yue's eyes darkened. Xiao Chen, I have served as your wife for so many years, and I gave birth to such an excellent son for you, but you chose to give up on me at the critical moment. Do you know how disappointed I was? Yue, at that time, for our son, I could only make that choice, for we still need to use that trash. When he becomes useless to us, we can kill him. For the last few words, Xiao Chen gnashed his teeth, as if Yun Xiao was not his own son but a mortal enemy of his. Hearing his words, Lin Yue rolled her eyes, and she said suggestively, Xiao Chen, it is said that every time the Xiao family has a newborn baby, they will take out a piece of the baby's soul and put it into a jade plaque, so as to control all their descendants. Yue, you mean? I want the jade plaque of that trash. Li Yue raised the corners of her lips and showed a cruel smile. If you want me to forgive you for what you did, just bring me the jade plaque of that trash. Otherwise, I won't forgive you. Xiao Chen quieted down, frowning. All the jade plaques of the Xiao family were in the hands of his father, and his father was busy preparing for the matter of Yuqing and probably had no time to mind these trivialities. Besides, even if he was free, he would not necessarily give these jade plaques to Lin Yue. However, looking at Lin Yue's angry eyes, Xiao Chen grit his teeth and finally made up his mind. Okay, I know where the jade plaques are kept. I'll steal it for you later, but I need to make a fake one first to replace the one I take away. If he didn't do that, his father would be enraged when he found out what he did. Chapter 402, Secret Realm 1. Husband. Lin Yue's expression turned gentler after hearing Xiao Chen's words as she placed her swollen pig-like face into the man's embrace and spoke gently, then I shall wait for your good news here. Seeing Lin Yue's swollen pig-like face, Xiao Chen felt like gagging. But when he recalled the words Xiao Lin said to him previously, he concealed his revulsion and a trace of pampering was revealed in his eyes. Yue, I'll bring his jade plague to you very soon. You only have to wait here quietly. After he finished speaking, Xiao Chen tightly embraced Lin Yue's body and a helpless smile curved up on the corner of his lips. While they were talking, they did not notice in the slightest that there was a white hamster rapidly squeezing out through the gap under a door in a dim corner and disappearing into the bright sunlight. East Courtyard. In the cozy bedroom, Yun Luofeng slowly opened her eyes as she looked at Milk Tea who dashed in from outside and she asked, how was it? Did you manage to hear something? Milk Tea leaped onto Yun Luofeng's thigh as he squeaked while dancing and gesticulating for joy. Xiao Mo, can you understand what he is saying? Yun Luofeng furrowed her brows and asked. After a long time, Xiao Mo's soft voice could be heard from inside her soul. Master, Milk Tea said that he heard a piece of news in Xiao Chen and Lin Yue's room. He said that Yun Xiao's jade plaque is held by Xiao Lin, but Lin Yue talked to Xiao Chen and convinced him to steal Yun Xiao's plaque for her. Yun Luofeng stared blankly for a moment and a bit of a smile appeared on her gorgeous face. I had guessed that after Lin Yue suffered such a humiliation that she certainly wouldn't swallow it that easily. Therefore, I sent Milk Tea to check on the situation. I didn't expect I would receive such a huge surprise. If the jade plaque was in Xiao Lin's hands, it would be difficult for her to find out the plaque's whereabouts. After all, who knew where he had hidden it? What Yun Luofeng did not expect was that Lin Yue actually wanted Yun Xiao's jade plaque. In this way, it was sufficient for her to just pay attention to Lin Yue. Milk Tea, you shall continue to monitor the situation, and if there are any updates, come and inform me. Milk Tea lively called out, Chi, as his tiny body swiftly dashed outside and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yun Luofeng fixed her gaze at Milk Tea's disappearing figure and the smile on her face contained a devilish aura. Right now, I only have to wait here quietly for the news. After obtaining the jade plaque, it will be the time to take action against the Xiao family. Nighttime. The moonlight was like water, pouring into the room. Xiao Chen's figure sneakily entered from the door. After probing that no one was following him, he released a sigh of relief and walked towards Lin Yue who was lying on the bed while resting with her eyes closed. I've brought the jade plaque for you. He carefully took out a jade plaque from his robe and placed it before Lin Yue. You must definitely safeguard this plaque well. At least before Yuqing has assumed the position of the family's head, you can never let anyone know. If this were to be found out by my father, both of us will be punished. Once Xiao Yuqing became the family head, he would then have the final say within the entire Xiao family. As such, why would they need to fear that old fart? Lin Yue took the jade plaque in surprise and a malevolent smile appeared on her face. I reckon that Trash wouldn't have thought there would be such a day when his life would be controlled by me. In the future, if I want him to live, he can live. If I want him to die, he can only die. Chapter 403, Secret Realm 2. The Lin Yue right now no longer had her previous beauty. Coupled with her current malevolent expression, disgust involuntarily rose within Xiao Chen's heart. Who asked her to be Xiao Yuqing's mother? For Yuqing, he must act like he loved her. I've brought the item you want, but I have other matters to attend to right now. You should take a good rest. Xiao Chen's gaze was filled with warmth and his voice was as gentle as before. Lin Yue toyed with the jade plaque in her hands and spoke excitedly without even sparing a glance at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen shook his head and took a last glance at Lin Yue before he turned to leave the room. His swift and fierce figure rapidly disappeared into the night. Jade plaque, I've finally obtained you. Lin Yue took a deep breath as her beautiful eyes contained a trace of viciousness. From now on, I shall see how that Trash continues his act of being callous before me. Furthermore, you dared to snatch my son's woman. You should at least reflect on yourself. Based on your strength, how are you even deserving of the Ling family's daughter? Sure. When Lin Yue was playing with the jade plaque, a white silhouette leaped from the side all of a sudden. After that, the jade plaque in her hands disappeared. Lin Yue looked at her empty palms and stared for a moment before her gaze hastily swept towards the outside. As a result, she spotted a fat white hamster dragging along a jade plaque bigger than itself while strenuously running away. Instantly, Lin Yue recovered her senses as she agitatedly shouted, "You little beastard actually dared to come to my Xiao family to steal things. You're looking for death." After saying that, Lin Yue angrily stood up and released a palm strike toward the small hamster on the ground. With a bang sound, the entire floor vibrated under her palm strike, with dust flying everywhere. She originally thought that her palm strike would smash milk tea into a meat patty, but after she retracted her hand, she instead found a tunnel entrance that was the size of the jade plaque. And that little hamster that stole the plaque had long since escaped into the tunnel. Ah. Lin Yue was thoroughly mad and her disheveled hair came loose, while she angrily shouted like an insane woman. That damned gold-seeking hamster. If she found it, she would definitely dismember it in pieces. What happened? Xiao Chen, who originally left, had turned back after hearing Lin Yue scream and he hastily pushed the door open. He saw Lin Yue with her disheveled hair with a glance and he furrowed his eyebrows in dissatisfaction. Lin Yue's heart gradually calmed down and she used her normal tone to reply, "The gold-seeking hamster snatched my jade ring earlier. I originally wanted to smash it to death, but it dug a hole and escaped." Regardless of anything, she couldn't let Xiao Chen know the jade plaque had been stolen. Thus, she chose to lie. Gold-seeking hamster. Xiao Chen furrowed his brows. How could there be a low-grade street beast like a gold-seeking hamster in the Xiao family? Do you remember what color is it? I will send people to search for its traces in a moment. All right, Lin Yue slightly nodded her head. That gold-seeking hamster's entire body is white in color, and it looks plump. Its burrowing speed is very fast. Husband, you must catch that damned beastard. When she spoke that, Lin Yue was gnashing her teeth in anger. One could imagine how huge of an injury milk tea had caused her. In order to kill that trash, she had been thinking about the jade plaque for so long, but who knew it would be stolen the moment it fell into her hands. How could she not hate milk tea? As long as she caught that small beastard, if she did not dismember its body into 100 pieces, it would be hard to extinguish the fury in her heart. Chapter 404, Secret Realm 3. Is this the sole jade plaque? Within the elegant room, the curtains slowly danced. Yun Luofeng took a dark brown jade plaque from Milk Tea's hands as the corner of her lip slightly perked up and she turned towards the unfeeling man beside her. Yun Xiao, take a look to see if this jade plaque is genuine. Yun Xiao took the jade plaque in Yun Luofeng's hands and carefully examined it before placing it into the young lady's hands. It's genuine. Yun Luofeng raised her eyebrows and spoke. Speaking of that, Xiao Chen did not use a random jade to fool Lin Yue. Anyway, their actions have instead made it convenient for us. Yun Xiao, since we have the jade plaque in our hands, you better keep it safe. Looking at the jade plaque Yun Luofeng passed to him, Yun Xiao did not accept it. He narrowed his black eyes and his gaze stared deeply at the young lady's bewitching face. This jade, I'll gift it to you. Yun Luofeng looked distracted for a moment and was a bit perplexed. This sole jade plaque represents your life. I'm afraid that it's somewhat inappropriate for you to gift it to me like this. Having heard what was said, Yun Xiao's expression became increasingly serious. I shall leave the jade plaque, and my life in your hands. I'll gift you the jade plaque, and my life. The man's voice contained sincerity, causing Yun Luofeng's hands to unexpectedly tremble. She looked at the man's emotionless handsome face and ultimately kept the jade plaque. All right, then I shall safeguard this jade plaque in your stead. As long as I am alive, I will not allow it to be harmed in the slightest. Seeing Yun Luofeng keeping the jade plaque, the corner of his lips slightly curved up at an extremely slow speed and a smile that no one noticed emerged. In the future, if I'm not beside you, it shall represent me accompanying you. After speaking, Yun Xiao slowly came closer and his two strong arms tightly embraced the gorgeous young lady before him. At this moment, he could even smell a faint sweet scent coming from her. This sweet scent caused him to feel satisfied. In this lifetime, as long as he could have her, he would not have any regrets. Yun Xiao, when do you intend to take action against the Xiao family? Yun Luofeng seemed to have recalled something as she asked. Yun Xiao was startled and he tightly furrowed his eyebrows. The day when Xiao Yuqing opens the secret realm. Reason being, I'm interested in the secret realm. All right. Yun Luofeng raised the corner of her lips. When the day comes, I will let those people from the Xiao family regret their actions towards you. Letting them live in extreme regret for their entire lifetime, unable to escape from it, and this would be her punishment towards the Xiao family. The Xiao family opening the secret realm was the most important event within the family in this century. Thus, on this day, all three leading families of Sifang City were all gathered at the Xiao residence. However, Xiao Lin and the Ling family's head Ling Feng seemed to have made a prior arrangement as they did not pay attention to Wei Liancheng, seemingly not even noticing his existence. Wei Liancheng did not take it to heart as his beaming expression was looking at the cute little girl standing beside Yun Luofeng. Only after seeing that she was safe and sound did he relax. A few days had passed. A few days had passed since he sent the information to that person on the Strud God Mountains about his own daughter getting bullied here. He reckoned that he would be rushing to Sifang City soon. Concerning that man who loved his daughter as much as his life, he would feel distressed about his daughter losing a strand of hair, let alone being humiliated as such by others. Cough cough. Looking at everyone present, Xiao Lin dryly coughed twice and cleared his throat before speaking. Presumably everyone knows that the Xiao family is going to hold an important affair today. Furthermore, before this matter, I have something to inform everyone. Chapter 405, Secret Realm 4. Everyone looked at each other in dismay, and looks of doubt were contained in their expression. Just when they were guessing what Xiao Lin was about to announce, the old man's aged voice once again sounded. As we all know, the Xiao family and the Ling family had fixed an engagement several years ago. However, we didn't expect Shia to be a trash, and I did not want to implicate Ling Yao, so we decided to dissolve their engagement while matching her to Yuqing instead. As such, I would ask everyone here to be the witnesses. Lin Ruobai quietly stood beside Yun Luofeng. After hearing Xiao Lin's words, her adorable bright eyes revealed a trace of disdain. This old man actually called her master's man as a trash. If he was a trash, would there still be geniuses in this world? Although Lin Ruobai did not know Yun Xiao's strength, she believed Yun Luofeng without any doubt. How could a man that Yun Luofeng had taken a fancy to be inferior? These people, who were unaware of anything, absurdly accepted what was said. A dense look of ridicule emerged from Lin Yue's eyes as she looked at Ling Yao beside her, who had joy on her face. Her look gradually became gentler and she said, Yao, do you still remember the words I told you last night? Ling Yao nodded her head forcefully. Aunt, can you truly find a physician to cure the poison? Obviously, this was a lie. She didn't even know what poison Ling Yao was afflicted with, so how could she cure her poison? Furthermore, the Ling family had searched for numerous physicians without any results, so where could she go and find a godly physician? Although she was thinking this internally, Lin Yue still replied with a beaming smile, of course this is true. Have you heard of the godly physician, Qian Ya? He is the most outstanding godly physician on this entire continent, and he intends to help treat your illness. Therefore, you no longer have to dread Yun Luofeng. With the Xiao family supporting you, why do you still need to be afraid of her? This silly girl is stupid and she is easy to dupe. So, regardless of what I say, she will believe it. For a person like the godly physician Qian Ya, how could he be someone she could invite? However, in any case, it was sufficient as long as Ling Yao believed her words. Aunt, I understand. Ling Yao was moved emotionally in her heart. Yun Luofeng, that slut, did such a thing to me. I will never let her off. Lin Yue curved up the corner of her lips and a hint of a sinister smile was shown on her face. You can say what you want to say and do what you want to do as much as you like. As long as you can humiliate them today, I will immediately request for the godly physician Qian Ya to treat your poison. As the madam of the Xiao family, she had to maintain her face when dealing with outsiders and could not humiliate others with her words. As such, she had then schemed for Ling Yao to listen to her, so that not only would she not lose face, she could still have the things said that she wanted to say in her heart. As expected, after hearing Lin Yue's words, the fear in Ling Yao's heart completely disappeared as she raised her head and stuck out her chest while walking towards Yun Xiao. Her delicate face was filled with pride. Yun Xiao, so what if you won't hand over our token of betrothal? I am still going to break off our engagement, and let me tell you, only brother Yuqing is worth of me. Who do you think you are? Even if I, Ling Yao, was blind, I would not take a liking to a man like you. She originally thought that the trash would definitely be unable to maintain his emotionless expression and would try to catch her attention after knowing that she was getting engaged to Xiao Yuqing. However, who would have expected that even now, Yun Xiao did not even look at her, as all along his gaze was fixed on the gorgeous young lady beside him. Ling Yao was thoroughly angered. She pointed towards Yun Luofeng and spoke while gnashing her teeth in anger. Don't assume that I'm unaware. This woman was brought here by you deliberately, and your motive is to put on a show so that I would pay attention to you. It's a pity, you have underestimated me, because regardless of anything, I will never like you. Chapter 406, Secret Realm, 5. In Ling Yao's opinion, even if Yun Luofeng's personal strength was powerful, she was only the daughter of a small aristocrat in Longyuan, so how could she be compared to her, a princess of the Ling family? It was impossible for Yun Xiao to disregard her with such good qualifications and choose a woman who had lowly status. That's right. In Ling Yao's heart, even if Yun Luofeng was a lady of the Longyuan general's estate, she still couldn't escape from the word, lowly. Yun Xiao's expression finally had a slight change as his unfeeling gaze slowly turned to Ling Yao and he spoke a single word, scram. Ling Yao was stunned. This trash actually dared to tell her to scram. How did he have the nerve to say that? What did you say? Ling Yao's expression was ashen. If you have the guts, say it again. He. Lin Ruobai could no longer restrain herself and chuckled. She blinked her huge bright eyes and happily looked at Ling Yao. Auntie, is there a problem with your brain? My master's man asked you to scram, didn't you hear that? A woman with such an ugly appearance like you, my master's man isn't ugly to the extent that he would fancy you. Xiao Bai's words angered Ling Yao to the point that she was trembling all over. This darned girl was only younger than her by a few years, yet she dared to call her an auntie. Furthermore, she had insulted her as being incomparably ugly. With her looks, she had caused an uncountable number of young and talented young masters in the spirit domain to fall for her, but Lin Ruobai actually said she was ugly. Rotten girl, do you even have any manners? Ling Yao angrily stared at Lin Ruobai's innocent face. She wished she could tear her face that was as cute as an apple into pieces. A talented person chooses a patron of integrity. May I know if you've heard of this? Even if this woman has a good aptitude, her status is ultimately lowly, so what man would abandon me to choose her? Among the Wei family's troops, after Wei Liancheng heard these words, he involuntarily furrowed his eyebrows. This darn girl of Ling family sure has a problem with her brain, to actually say this little devil's master has a lowly status. If her identity was lowly, then what about the Spirit God Mountain? Thinking of that, Wei Liancheng wanted to speak up and lecture her. But who knew before he even spoke, he had been disrupted by Lin Yue's tender voice. Yao, you shouldn't speak like that. Even if her status is lowly, we cannot disrespect her as such. Wei Liancheng's eyebrows became increasingly tight. Although Lin Yue's words were for Ling Yao to respect Yun Luofeng, the word lowly had been enunciated by her slowly, and anyone could understand the meaning of her words. Aunt, Ling Yao pouted her lips in dissatisfaction. Have you forgotten how this slut treated you? To think that you're still speaking up for her now. A few days ago, she had relied on the fact that we still have a use for this trash and did not hesitate to blackmail us. Not only that, she also beat you up. Yet, you are still speaking up for her right now. A person like her will never appreciate your kindness. Ling Yao's voice caused everyone's gaze to gather on Lin Yue. Only now did they notice that there were some scars on Lin Yue's face. The inflammation on her chin had yet to subside and she no longer had her previous beauty. Lin Yue saw that Ling Yao's words had caused the masses to pay attention to her disgraceful face and she immediately furrowed her brows while fiercely scolding her as a blockhead in her heart. However, regardless of how angry she was inside, she did not let it show on her face as she still continued to look at Ling Yao with a smiling expression. We should requite evil with good and shouldn't be so unreasonable. Yao, I know that you hate this woman because previously she had tried to seduce Yuqing. But our Yuqing is so firm, so how could he be seduced by her? You can completely rest assured regarding this. Chapter 407, Secret Realm 6. Everyone was stunned, and they were full of contempt as they looked at Yun Luofeng. Unexpectedly, this woman looked decent, but not only did she seduce the Xiao family's expelled young master, she had even enticed young master Yu Qing after that. Such a promiscuous woman should be arrested and thrown into a pigpen. Yun Xiao's unfeeling gaze gradually shifted away from Yun Luofeng and slowly turned to Lin Yue. On his body, a killing intent abruptly surged forth and his face was expressionless. His gaze was so cold it was as if he was a killing god. Such a man would become an existence that everyone would focus their attention on regardless of where he was. Unfortunately, he was only a trash. Why? Ling Yao noticed Yun Xiao's line of sight as she laughed sneeringly while ridiculing him. Don't tell me what Aunt said is wrong. Don't tell me you still want to hit Aunt. For the Xiao family to be willing to let a trash like you return to the family, you should be grateful. I don't believe you have the courage to take action against the Xiao family. What was there to fear from a measly trash? Those who disgrace her, die. Yun Xiao's thin lips opened and his emotionless face was filled with a stern killing intent. Ling Yao laughed out loud, and the smile of hers contained contempt and sarcasm. Ha ha ha, Yun Xiao, you say you want me to die. But then again, we have to see if a trash like you has the strength to do so. In the Xiao family, Xiao Yuqing is the #1 genius and you are totally incomparable to him. She had held her head up high with pride from the start, totally not putting the man and woman pair before her in her eyes. Wei Liancheng helplessly shook his head and simply closed his mouth without saying anything else. After all, the Xiao and Ling families were simply asking for it, and he only had to observe the show from the sidelines. Yun Luofeng, let me tell you, the poison you inflicted me with doesn't matter anymore. Aunt has sought the godly physician Qianya for me, and when he treats me, you will no longer be able to threaten me. Looking at Ling Yao's proud expression, Yun Luofeng finally understood why she had the courage to rush out today. So it turns out that she had fallen into Lin Yue's evil scheme. Her pitch-black eyes like the stars turned to Lin Yue, and her expression showed that she had already seen through Lin Yue's conduct and deeds. Chuckle. Just as Ling Yao said that, a muffled sound could be heard within her body, and after that, her body suddenly flew out and she sprayed a mouthful of fresh blood. Her small delicate face was incomparably pale. Who secretly harmed me? Ling Yao gnashed her teeth and a trace of fear appeared on her pale face. Soon after, the spiritual energy in her body became frantic and was incessantly colliding in her body. Those who disgrace her, die. All of a sudden, Ling Yao recalled the man's unfeeling voice and her body immediately started trembling. Impossible, it cannot be him. That beastard is only a trash, so how could he control her body's spiritual energy? There must be someone hidden in the dark who is helping them. Ling Yao turned her head towards Wei Liancheng and angrily shouted, Wei Liancheng. You actually dare to harm me? It must be him. Other than this old man, no one had such strength. Wei Liancheng, you actually dare to harm someone from a younger generation. Do you not want your old face anymore? Xiao Lin had long found Wei Liancheng irritating, and now that he had found something with great difficulty that he could use against him, how could he not exploit it? His expression was cold and solemn as he stared at Wei Liancheng. Seeing her own granddaughter getting hurt, Ling Fang involuntarily creased his eyebrows. Wei Liancheng, you actually took action against a younger generation, so how can you hold the position of the head of the three big families? I have long known that you were shameless, but I didn't expect you will be shameless to this extent. Chapter 408, Secret Realm 7. Facing these people's mocking remarks, Wei Liancheng merely snorted. Perhaps others did not notice, but he had seen Yun Xiao's aura becoming sharp at that moment. He did not even need to think to know that Ling Yao's spiritual energy going berserk was caused by Yun Xiao. It seems like this trash of Xiao family isn't that simple. It's laughable that no one from the Xiao family noticed this, to erroneously treat such a treasure like dirt. Wei Liancheng, I invited you here to allow you to witness this precious moment of our Xiao family. Unexpectedly, you took action against my Xiao family's daughter-in-law. Don't tell me you have nothing to say. Xiao Lin became increasingly furious, and his expression was like a sharp sword, shooting towards Wei Liancheng. Wei Liancheng laughed grimly. I only want to say this, you Xiao family are all blind. There's someone more outstanding than Xiao Yuqing, but you've never taken notice. Yun Xiao could take action against Ling Yao before the eyes of everyone without being noticed, so one could assume that he was extremely powerful. If it weren't that his perception was more sensitive than others so that he sensed the changes in the aura on that man, perhaps he would never imagine that the trash that was chased out by Xiao family would have concealed himself that deeply. Head of the Wei family, what do you mean? Lin Yue knitted her eyebrow and spoke while being displeased. What do you mean by someone more outstanding than my Yuqing? Within this entire spirit domain, no one can be compared to my Yuqing. Wei Liancheng coldly swept a glance at Lin Yue. Are you sure no one can be compared to Xiao Yuqing? Let's not talk about the genius your Xiao family has missed because you were blind. Instead, what about that Spirit God Mountain Lord's daughter? She is a genius that is hard to come by. KK, Lin Yue laughed in a mocking manner. Since you've already said she's a daughter, it's impossible for her to inherit the family, so what's the use even if she is a genius? Unlike my Yuqing, not only is his aptitude outstanding, he can also carry on our ancestral line. So who can be better than him? Although the Spirit God Mountain was mysterious yet powerful, they had all heard that the Lord only had a daughter and not a son. Didn't that equate to him not being able to pass down his ancestral line? Regardless of how much of a genius that young lady was, she was ultimately going to become another family's daughter-in-law. Lin Yue did not notice at all that when she was saying this, Lin Ruobai was fuming with rage and her entire body trembled endlessly. So what if I'm a daughter? My dad only has me as a daughter. Why can't daughters carry on the family line? We women aren't worse than men. At this very moment, the berserk spiritual energy within Ling Yao had yet to stop and she rolled about on the floor in pain, but no one had paid any attention to her, including her grandfather. His whole head was filled with thinking of ways to use this matter to force Wei Liancheng to give up his position. Yun Xiao stood at one side as a spectator, without feeling any pity for her. For him, he only needed to feel tender for Yun Luofeng alone, and he didn't really care if others were to die horribly. Little girl, you are too insensible. Even if your father pampers you, you are still a daughter and will give birth to a kid for another family sooner or later. How would he be willing to gift someone else his enormous family property? Therefore, your father would rather gift his entire fortune to a nephew by the male line rather than to an outsider like you. In Lin Yue's heart, a daughter was an outsider as they were unable to pass on the ancestral line. Even the nephew would be closer to them because he would follow their surname. Luckily, Lin Yue had given birth to a son, so she did not have such concerns. Wei Liancheng shook his head once again. If it was someone who was more intelligent, they would definitely link her and the Spirit God Mountain after hearing her words. Chapter 409, Secret Realm 8. Lin Yue was very conceited and would never believe that Yun Luofeng would be connected with the Spirit God Mountains in any way, so she did not connect Lin Ruobai as being someone from there. Lin Ruobai's expression became increasingly angry as her small fist tightly clenched. She kicked Ling Yao who was on the floor before her to one side and walked to stand before Lin Yue with both her hands on her hips. If you have the guts, repeat what you just said. Who did you say is an outsider? Doesn't pamper his daughter but pampers his nephew instead. My father isn't foolish like that. If you dare to say that again, I will strangle you to death. Boom. When Lin Ruobai's finished her words, a sharp gusting aura rushed forth like a storm that was coming close. All this happened in a split second. Yun Luofeng appeared before Lin Ruobai in a flash and tightly protected her in her arms while facing Xiao Chen's sudden attack head-on. Bang! Two palms collided, and Xiao Chen's body went flying and fell among the crowd. Those who were unaware of Yun Luofeng's strength were stunned as they stared at the young lady's gorgeous face in astonishment. Yun Luofeng's white robes were lightly rippling in the breeze. She lowered her head to look at Lin Ruobai in her arms and she slightly furrowed her eyebrows. Are you hurt? Lin Ruobai shook her head while in a daze, and her huge bright eyes gazed at the young lady in a snow-white robe while she foolishly said, Master, if I were a man, I would definitely take you in as my wife. Whoosh. The moment Lin Ruobai spoke those words, a chilly air invaded from behind, and it was so cold that her body trembled uncontrollably. How could she have forgotten that her master's man was behind her? I'm done for, I'm finished this time around. She had actually said such words in front of her master's man. Lin Ruobai was so scared that she shrunk into Yun Luofeng's embrace, hoping to find a sense of security. But before she had obtained any security, an arm reached out from the side and pulled Yun Luofeng away. Yun Xiao. Yun Luofeng turned and looked at the man's unfeeling face and abruptly chuckled. Are you feeling jealous? This chap was truly a person with a jealous nature, to even be jealous of a woman. The man looked at her and not knowing if it was Yun Luofeng's misperception, those unfeeling eyes seemed to contain the trace of a grievance. She said she wanted to marry you. You wouldn't permit anyone to marry her, regardless if they were a man or woman. But, she's not a man and she cannot marry me. Yun Luofeng's eyes were full of smiling intent. Furthermore, I already have you. Hearing this, Yun Xiao's expression relaxed. After thinking for a moment, he said something else as he was still somewhat not reassured. Don't forget, you have to take responsibility for me. Responsibility. This word caused the corner of Yun Luofeng's lips to suddenly twitch. In Yun Xiao's view, her expression seemed as if she was unwilling to take responsibility and he suddenly became nervous. We've already shared a bed together, so you cannot renege on your word. Yun Luofeng was speechless. They had indeed shared a bed together, but nothing had happened in actual fact. However, with Yun Xiao mentioning it like that, it was just as though they had done something. Like a phrase that her grandfather used, it meant, not recognizing the deed after putting on one's pants. Among everyone, Xiao Yuqing, who had not said a word from the start, couldn't help but look at them after hearing Yun Xiao's words. His eyebrows slightly furrowed and his cold gaze contained a trace of an unusual glimmer that was undetectable by others. At this moment, Xiao Chen climbed up from the ground and coughed out a mouthful of fresh blood. His handsome face was ashen. Father, this woman is too audacious, we. Chapter 410, Secret Realm 9. PA. Xiao Lin hit Xiao Chen's face with a swing of his hand as he shouted in anger with his ashen face, have you forgotten what I told you earlier? Covering his inflamed cheek, Xiao Chen's eyes were filled with hatred. He had indeed forgotten that he can defend this trash before the secret realm was opened. It was fine if Ling Yao and Lin Yue were taunting them with their words, but he had actually wanted to injure them. If by any chance Yun Xiao did not want to help them open the secret realm, Yuqing would also be unable to raise his strength. Thinking of that, Xiao Chen took a deep breath as he suppressed his internal overflowing rage and spoke with a low voice, I understand. Xiao Lin coldly snorted as he turned to look at Yun Xiao while speaking faintly. It's about time. You shall go to one side with the other Xiao family's disciples to let out your blood, and use your fresh blood to open the secret realm. Yun Xiao stood without moving and his face was expressionless as always. Xiao Lin's expression was somewhat displeased. You can be at ease. It only requires a few drops of your blood and it will not harm your body. As a disciple of the Xiao family, it's fine if your strength is trash, but unexpectedly you don't even have any courage and are scared by just a few drops of blood. Lin Ruobai, who was standing on one side, couldn't help it and rolled her eyes. How did that old man think that my master's man was scared? Instead, he clearly wasn't willing to help them. Seeing that Yun Xiao was still standing without moving, a gush of rage surged from Xiao Lin's chest. I have satisfied you these days with everything, what else do you want? If it weren't to let you open the secret realm, the Xiao family would never ask you back. Yun Xiao coldly looked at Xiao Lin. I did not return to the Xiao family to help Xiao Yuqing. Then why did you come back? 2. Exterminate this family. Yun Luofeng had promised him that after settling the matters of Xiao family, she would undress her robes and let him look. Therefore, in order to strip her naked, he had chosen to return. What did you say? Xiao Lin's eyes shot out a ray of fury. If you have the nerve, repeat what you just said. Exterminate the family. To think this trash had said such words. Yun Xiao obediently repeated his words, exterminate the family. Boom. A tyrannical aura burst forth from Xiao Lin's body. He didn't expect this rotten beast to have the guts to really repeat those words. Good. Very good. It seems like he had indulged him too much during this period of time, resulting in him being undisciplined and out of control. A trash like you also dares to say you want to exterminate the Xiao family. Who gave you such guts? Is it this woman standing beside you? Xiao Lin coldly snorted and shot a sideways glance at Yun Luofeng. This woman's aptitude is indeed good, but unfortunately, she is only an earth-level cultivator and she is not sufficiently strong for me to fear her. If it weren't so that you would obediently assist in the opening of the secret realm, I would never have allowed her to do whatever she pleased in the Xiao family. Yun Xiao's face was expressionless, and his black pupils completely lacked any fluctuation. It was just as if it wasn't him who said to exterminate the family. Originally, I wanted to wait for the secret realm to open before exterminating the family, but you've humiliated her. His words implied that, because these people had humiliated Yun Luofeng, he could not continue waiting even for a moment. Rotten beast, I shall exterminate you right now. Xiao Lin was angered to the point that he lost his mind and he charged toward Yun Xiao in a flash. His eyes contained fury and killing intent. However, just as Xiao Lin charged towards Yun Xiao, a green figure came forth from empty air, meeting with Xiao Lin's attack. Chapter 411, Secret Realm 10. Shortly after, a ridiculing voice suddenly sounded and entered everyone's ears. With someone like you, there's no need for my master to personally take action, lest you dirty my master's hands. Lin Qiong met Xiao Ling's fist with his palm and caused the other party's body to retreat a few steps before his handsome face revealed the hint of a smile. He had been released by his master from that place with great difficulty and he must definitely perform well, so as to not make his master disappointed no matter what. Who are you? Xiao Lin's expression suddenly turned solemn, and he retreated a few steps back while he stared at Lin Qiong who was standing before him. I will tell you my real name and surname. Lin Qiong arrogantly raised his head and looked towards Xiao Lin with disdain. I am my master's most competent subordinate, Lin Qiong. Lin Qiong. Yun Luofeng slightly raised her eyebrows as her black eyes turned towards Yun Xiao. He's the Lin Qiong who gave you the Changong too. Lin Qiong originally had a proud look, but after hearing Yun Luofeng's words his facial expression instantly stiffened. Wasn't it just because he had given his master a Changong too, which resulted in being punished in a fit of anger? He didn't expect that his master's woman still remembered that incident. Thinking of that, Lin Qiong looked at Yun Luofeng with a guilty conscience, afraid that this young lady would find him to settle the debts for the matter at that time. Yun Xiao nodded his head and answered Yun Luofeng's questioning. Having heard what was said, Yun Luofeng had a smile on her face as her eyes that seemed to be smiling yet not smiling gradually fell on Lin Qiong's body. That Changong 2 you gave him before was pretty good. What Yun Luofeng said was the truth as it was precisely the Changong 2 that allowed Yun Xiao to understand things that quickly. But when her words fell on Lin Qiong's ears, it sounded like Yun Luofeng was blaming him for the previous matters. Instantly, Lin Qiong wanted to cry but no tears came out. My master's woman, I didn't do it on purpose and My master's woman, I didn't do it on purpose and master has already punished me for that. If you are still unable to forgive me, I will let you scold me as much as you please. Yun Luofeng tugged the corner of her lips. Then I'll have to see your current performance. See his current performance. Lin Qiong's eyes brightened, and he shot a chilly glance towards Xiao Lin, and his handsome face had a merciless smile. Did the master's woman mean that, as long as he performed well here, she would forget his previous actions? At this very moment on the Xiao family's rear mountain, there was total silence. Everyone's gaze was gathered on Lin Qiong's and Yun Xiao as each one tried to guess the relationship between them. They were still unable to think of them as master and subordinate. After all, in the eyes of the masses, Yun Xiao was a trash. So how could he have such a powerful subordinate? Even though this subordinate had addressed him as his master, they were still telling themselves that they had heard him wrong. Especially Xiao Lin, as his old-aged face became ashen while he glared at Lin Qiong with a death stare. You're saying this trash is your master? His words had asked the question that was in everyone's heart because everyone saw that this person named Lin Qiong came here by treading on air. Only a sky-level cultivator had the ability to walk on air. Although the Xiao family also had tens of sky-level cultivators, Yun Xiao was only a trash, so what right did he have to order a sky-level cultivator to work for him? What trash? You actually dare to say my master is a trash? Lin Qiong's eyes opened wide. If my master is a trash, why would the masses call him the Ghost Emperor? With your level, you dare to humiliate my master. Rumble. It was as if lightning struck during clear weather and struck everyone, making everyone at the scene dumbfounded. Ghost Emperor. He was that Ghost Emperor who emerged suddenly within these last few years. Chapter 412, He is the Ghost Emperor, 1. It was rumored that the Ghost Emperor was very secretive and no one had even seen his face or knew his age. They only knew that his way of handling matters was ruthless and merciless. Numerous people guessed that the Ghost Emperor's appearance must be incomparably ugly, otherwise, he wouldn't have concealed himself with a mask. Unfortunately, what everyone did not anticipate was that the famous Ghost Emperor within the continent was actually the trash of the Xiao family. Xiao Lin's expression turned from ashen to white, and from white to green. His aged body was shivering with cold in the light breeze. He subconsciously forced himself to reject Lin Qiong's words. How could a trash be related to the Ghost Emperor? This was definitely impossible. Without waiting for Xiao Lin to speak, Lin Yue who was standing on one side couldn't help but let a laugh escape. Father, do you truly believe their words? How could this trash be the Ghost Emperor? He doesn't even have an ounce of strength, so it's even more impossible for him to make a sky-level cultivator submit to him and become his subordinate. I'm guessing they must have some sort of dishonest deal. In any case, I have heard that many men in the secular world are homosexuals, and since this trash is quite good looking, you must have used his **** to get this sky-level cultivator to lie for him and make all of you regret. Her eyes disdainfully swept past Yoon Seo, and her meaningful glance was seemingly telling Yoon Seo that she had long seen through everything. Lin Keong was shocked silly. His eyes were wide open while looking at Lin Yue, who believed herself to be infallible. He truly did not know where this woman's courage came from, to use such a story and slander his master. Did her brain get slammed in a door? Seo Yuqing did not recover from his previous astonishment when he heard his mother's words again. He flabbergastingly turned his head, and a trace of questioning was contained in his cold gaze. He knew that his mother did not like Yoon Seo. Not to mention his mother, even he did not like this man. However, he had never expected that his own mother would say such words in a public place with numerous people. This did not tally with her personality in the former days, and a trace of suspicion couldn't help but arise in him. Lin Yue was clearly angered to the point of madness. She definitely would not allow the Seo family to believe in this man's false words, otherwise, she would lose her position in the Seo family in the future. This mentality caused her to stand out and speak such self-opinionated words. Lin Keong. Just as Lin Keong was considering how to torture this woman, a voice that was as sharp as a knife could be heard behind him all of a sudden. "You're too hasty." This voice caused him to shiver all over, and he replied while trembling. "Master." The man's deep and low voice had revealed dissatisfaction, causing a layer of cold sweat to emerge on Lin Keong's back, while his entire body was shaking uncontrollably. Lin Keong bit his lips and spoke, "Master, give me another chance. I will settle this matter well." Scram. The man's manner of speaking was unquestionable, scaring Lin Keong to the point that he beat a hasty retreat. 10 years ago, Yoon Seo's grim gaze fell on Lin Yue's body as he spoke expressionlessly. "You threw me into the forest of no return." Lin Yue's entire body trembled. "You're talking nonsense." She absolutely could not let anyone know of this matter. However, it was as if Yoon Seo did not hear her words as he continued speaking. 10 years later, you humiliated my woman." Although Lin Yue did not jump out to humiliate Yoon Luofeng directly, she had used Ling Yao to say what she wanted to say. Just based on this point, Yoon Seo would never forgive her. "Regardless of how you humiliate me, I can ignore you. However, I will never allow anyone to bully her." Chapter 413. He is the Ghost Emperor, 2. Yoon Seo slowly walked towards Lin Yue, and his unfeeling expression contained a sharp glint. "Stop." Seo Yuqing felt anxious in his heart as he hastily stood before Lin Yue, and his ice-cold gaze coldly looked at Yoon Seo, who was walking over. "It is reasonable to say that I should address you as my brother, but I doubt you'll want me to address you as such, so I shall not make the mistake of doing so. However, just now it was Ling Yao who humiliated her and not my mother. The person you should deal with should be her." No matter how much he suspected Lin Yue, she was still his mother, and he would not allow anyone to harm her regardless of anything. Furthermore, it was indeed Ling Yao who had humiliated Yoon Luofeng earlier on. His mother was innocent. "Scram," Yoon Seo grimly ordered as he spoke with an unfeeling face. Seo Yuqing's gaze was still as cold as before. "I will not allow you to harm my mother." Looking at the figure that was blocking in front of her, a trace of joy flashed past Lin Yue's eyes. "Yuqing, this trash is thinking of harming me. You shall kill him now and let him witness the difference between our Seo family's genius and a trash like him." He was only a trash, and her own son could slap him to death with a single palm strike, so exactly what strength he had to be arrogant here. Scram. Yoon Seo's voice was deep and low. As he spoke this word, his palm also stuck out at the same time. Smack. A palm struck on Seo Yuqing's chest, and instantly his pupils shrank while his entire body was like a rocket, slamming into an aged ancient tree with a bang. After that, the ancient tree loudly toppled over and smashed on his body. Seo Yuqing spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, and his handsome face was completely pale. He wanted to push away the ancient tree that was pressing on him, but it was as if that tree was a huge mountain that he couldn't move. Everyone's face was motionless, and the most obvious ones were in the Seo family group, who had foolish expressions, clearly not knowing what happened. Ha ha ha. It was Wei Liancheng who reacted first as he heartily laughed. That laughter of his was overjoyed. A good trash from the Seo family. I truly do not know how you people are so confident to actually think that Seo Yuqing was more outstanding than him. Seo Yuqing couldn't even resist one of his palm strikes. Ha ha ha, it sure made me overjoyed. He was rejoicing in other people's misfortune, and he was glad that he had come to the Seo family today, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to see such a great show. Seo Lin's and Seo Chen's expressions revealed a startled look. They would never have expected that this beast-star was no longer a trash. Furthermore, he was more powerful than Seo Yuqing. Was he truly the renowned Ghost Emperor? Toward their understanding of Ghost Emperor, the three big families of the Spirit Domain definitely knew more compared to Gaoling and the rest. After all, when the Ghost Emperor became famous, they had also sent forth experts from their families to investigate the situation, but they all never returned. From this, it could be seen that his strength was very powerful to an unknown level. There were even many sky-level middle-rank cultivators among his subordinates. One should know that the family head of the Seo and Ling families were only of sky-level middle rank. Compared to the Seo family father and son shock, Lin Yue's expression became twisted as her gaze was filled with malevolence. Yuqing was the most outstanding, and what could that trash be considered? She would never allow anyone in the Spirit Domain to overtake Yuqing, especially this trash. Rotten beast-starred, do you think you can do whatever you please just because you're the Ghost Emperor? Don't forget, you're also one of the Seo family. Your soul jade plaque is in our hands, and if we want you to die, you must die. Chapter 414, Threatened 1. Lin Yue's words had instead reminded Seo Lin, and his gaze changed a few times while his tone was no longer cold as before, but instead became gentler. Xiao'er, previously the Seo family had misunderstood you, and now I want you to join us. Would you be willing to? Hearing Xiao Lin's shameless words, Wei Liancheng released a sarcastic laugh, but his heart was filled with worries as he was also aware of the matters of Xiao family. Everyone born within the Xiao family would have their soul jade plaque made, and the reason for it was to allow the Xiao family's head to conveniently control the entire family. If Yun Xiao's jade plaque was indeed in the Xiao family's hands, he was afraid that he could only be led by the nose in the future. It's a pity, such an outstanding man. Wei Liancheng shook his head, and his face was full of helplessness. Right now, he could only hope that the little Mrs. father would come forth as soon as possible, as only his arrival could help Yun Xiao. Facing Xiao Lin's words, Yun Xiao stayed motionless and his body stood erect under the light breeze. His expression was unfeeling as before, and his black eyes were calm without any fluctuations. Xiao, as long as you return to the Xiao family, I will let you replace Xiao Yuqing's position and have you assume the position as the Xiao family's head. Xiao Lin's face had an amiable smile as he gently spoke. Xiao Chen, who was standing on one side, hastily nodded his head. Indeed, as long as you return to the Xiao family, you will be my only son, and it will also be you who will be the groom for the marriage together with the Ling family. Whereas for that woman beside you, if you truly like her, I can disregard her faults and allow you to take her in as your concubine. In Xiao Chen's eyes, it was a common thing for a man to have several concubines. He could see that Yun Xiao liked Yun Luofeng. However, for a man, as long as the woman they liked was beside them, what difference was there between a wife and a concubine? After all, the marriage for the Xiao family could only be with the Ling family. No man would reject the opportunity to be able to hold several women. The Ling family's head Ling Feng was also tempted. If the ghost emperor became his daughter's husband, he was evidently much better than Xiao Yuqing, and he would have ample face if he were to say it out loud. Furthermore, this ghost emperor's aptitude was powerful. How could Xiao Yuqing be compared with him? Hearing the Xiao father and son words, Lin Yue's heart instantly turned chilly. If the soul jade plaque was still in her hands, then she would definitely be able to deal with Yun Xiao. Unfortunately, the jade plaque had been stolen by that darned beast. However, Yun Xiao definitely wasn't aware that the darned beast had stolen his jade plaque, and she mentioned the soul jade plaque merely to threaten him. Thinking of that, Lin Yue's heart gradually stabilized. Xiao. Seeing that Yun Xiao was still expressionless, Xiao Lin took a step forward and his gaze was filled with gentleness. It's been hard on you these years. You can rest assured that if you return to the Xiao family, I will open the secret realm in a moment's time to allow you to train inside. Furthermore, I can also honor the words your father said earlier on. Ling Feng nodded his head in agreement. Xiao family's head, the engagement is imminent, we shall let the both of them agree on their marriage today. Oh wait, that's wrong. Their marriage has long existed, so it'll be alright if the words you said earlier on weren't valid. Ha ha ha, then both families will truly be related by marriage in the future. Both of them were laughing, and their words did not even involve Yun Xiao's opinion. In Xiao Lin's opinion, Yun Xiao's soul jade plaque was still in their hands, so how could he dare to have an opinion? Wouldn't he only be able to be obedient and listen to them? Just when they intended to discuss the engagement, the man's unfeeling deep and low voice slowly sounded. I said, I came to here to exterminate the Xiao family. The position of the head of the Xiao family. He didn't need it. Chapter 415, Threatened 2. Xiao Lin's expression stiffened and he turned his head towards Yun Xiao in disbelief. Xiao, are you bewitched by this woman? To be spouting such words at this point. Don't tell me you've forgotten that your soul jade plaque is still in the hands of the Xiao family. After he finished saying that sentence, his tone became gentler once again. Furthermore, I did not make the two of you break up. Didn't I promise you to let her be your concubine? In this way, wouldn't you get the best of both worlds? Xiao, Ling Feng parroted after Xiao Lin, my family's Yao is kind-hearted and she will not do those things like rivaling for your affection with her. Therefore, you truly have the good fortune to marry Yao, who is a virtuous woman. With a lovable wife and beautiful concubine, wouldn't it be great? Yun Xiao's line of sight gradually turned towards Ling Yao, who was rolling on the floor. At this moment, Ling Yao's body's spiritual energy was no longer berserk, but her heart was still ruthlessly clutched tight. To think this trash was the ghost emperor. She was blind in the past to actually abandon such a gifted man. Anyway, everything was still good as the Xiao family had something to control him, so regardless of anything he had to marry her. Thinking of this, Ling Yao's petite face reddened, and when she looked at the gaze of Yun Xiao looking at her, her face became increasingly scarlet. She then contained her bashfulness and looked at him. Brother Xiao, I mistook you for a trash in the past, but we are going to be husband and wife in the future. I hope you will not remember my previous faults. Yun Xiao slowly raised his hands. Looking at his actions, Ling Yao's heart palpitated. Could it be that he wanted to caress her face? Should she loosen the reins to grasp him better or comply with him? Before Ling Yao had thought of a decision, a sharp spiritual energy emerged from his palms and transformed into a powerful force. With a bang, it had collided on Ling Yao's chest. Ah! Ling Yao shrieked loudly and a piercing voice spread throughout the entire Xiao family's rear mountain. Xiao! Xiao Lin was furious as he angrily shouted, what are you trying to do? Yun Xiao's expression was unfeeling as he emotionlessly said, she has already become a trash and is unworthy of me. Didn't you all want me to marry Ling Yao? Then I shall make her into a trash, without being able to hold up her head forever. Yao! Hearing his words, Ling Feng turned pale from fright as he hastily ran to Ling Yao's side. After checking her body's situation, his gaze that was filled with extreme anger glared at Yun Xiao. Beastard, you actually dare to be ruthless and cripple Yao. The Xiao family must give an account of this matter. The reason why he was so angry was not that he felt sorry for Ling Yao. For such a force like the Ling family, there was no so-called family affection and there was only exploiting. Although Ling Yao's personality was unruly, her innate aptitude was outstanding. However, right now, she had been turned into a trash, so how could he not get angry? Ling family head, please rest assured. I will give you an account regarding this matter. Xiao Lin took a deep breath and took out a jade plaque from his sleeves as he spoke sneeringly. I've long expected that this beastard would never follow our orders. Luckily I have prepared sufficiently and I will ask you one thing right now. Are you willing to listen to my orders? Yun Xiao callously spoke, in my entire life, I will only have one woman and she is Yun Luofeng. Presumptuous. Xiao Lin's face turned furious. It's a normal thing for men to have 3 wives and 4 concubines, and if this woman did not cause so many troubles in the Xiao family, perhaps I might let you marry her as your wife. Unfortunately, she has angered everyone, and I have been especially kind to let her be your concubine. You're truly unable to differentiate the good from the bad. Even if Ling Yao became a trash now, you must still marry another woman from the Ling family. Chapter 416, Threatened 3. Yun Xiao coldly shot a glance at Xiao Lin, then I shall kill them. His tone was ruthless as if those people were only ants and not real people who were still alive. Good, very good, Yun Xiao. You truly don't wish to continue living. Since that's the case, I shall send you down to the underworld. Xiao Lin laughed maliciously and his hand landed on the jade plaque. Crack. The jade plaque broke into 2 pieces in his hands. Xiao Lin smiled contemptuously at Yun Xiao. Yun Xiao, this is the result of you not doing what you're told. My Xiao family doesn't require people who are disobedient. Looking at Yun Xiao, Xiao Lin's entire being was stunned. That man stood under the light breeze with his black robes rippling under the wind. His emotionless face was extremely handsome, while his eyes were still tranquil without any fluctuation as he expressionlessly looked at him. Impossible, how can this be? Xiao Lin shivered. How are you still alive when your jade plaque broke? Just when Xiao Lin asked that, Yun Luofeng, who was standing at one side all along, finally opened her mouth and unhurriedly said, you should ask your son about this matter. Having heard what was said, Xiao Lin suddenly turned and looked at Xiao Chen and a look of fury appeared in his eyes. Tell me, what exactly is going on? His tone contained a rage that could not be suppressed. Xiao Chen only recalled what he had done a few days back and he was intimidated to the point that he slightly trembled. Father, this jade plaque, I had taken it for Lin Yue at that time to please her. Sigh, Xiao Lin's was still somewhat angry internally but he still managed to relax because of Xiao Chen's words. He turned to look at Lin Yue and questioned, where is the jade plaque? Take it out. Lin Yue opened her mouth and a trace of horror flashed across her pretty face. Lin Yue, hand the jade plaque over to father. Xiao Chen furrowed his eyebrows. Didn't you want him to die? Now, as you wish, as long as you hand over the jade plaque, his soul will be wiped out here. Jade plaque. Lin Yue spoke while having a guilty conscience. The jade plaque is in my room. Since that's the case, I will dispatch people to retrieve it right now. It didn't matter where it was as long as the jade plaque was still in their hands. Right now to them, the jade plaque was the only thing that could threaten Yun Xiao. Lin Yue's expression stiffened. While she was thinking of a method to solve this matter, a bewitching voice unhurriedly sounded, are you sure the jade plaque is still in your room? Lin Yue knitted her brows and somewhat displeasingly looked toward Yun Luofeng. Just then, a milky white small hamster suddenly appeared before her eyes. That small hamster was resting on Yun Luofeng's hands, and it scratched its claws before looking at Lin Yue. The hamster's eyes seemed as if it was taunting her and jeering at her for being an idiot. Little beast, so it turns out you're here. Lin Yue saw Milk Tea who was lying on Yun Luofeng's hands and her expression became malevolent. It's no wonder you all dare to oppose the Xiao family's orders right now. So it turns out that the small bastard in your hands stole my jade plaque. She would still recognize that small hamster even if it turned into ashes. Recalling the moment that the small hamster had stolen the jade plaque, the hatred in her heart intensified, wishing that she could dismember it into pieces. What did you just say? After hearing Lin Yue's words, Xiao Chen grabbed her lapels while the blue veins on his forehead bulged and throbbed. Did you say that the jade plaque was stolen? That's right, Lin Yue could no longer continue her lies, so she straightforwardly admitted to this matter. The jade plaque has been stolen. Chapter 417, You Are All My Hope. Bang. Xiao Lin could not control himself and a fist landed on Lin Yue's body, causing her to fly out instantly and fall heavily to the ground. Xiao Lin at this moment had tightly gripped his fist and sounds of his bones cracking could be heard. His entire aged face was ashen, while the fury surging forth seemed as if it could instantly burn Lin Yue into ashes. Slut, you actually dared to take the jade plaque without permission and it was even stolen. Lin Yue closed her eyes and her expression seemed to give up all hope. She opened both her eyes and her line of sight looked straight at Yun Xiao. That year, why didn't you die when I threw you into the forest of no return? How good it would be if you were dead. Just when Xiao Yuqing had shifted the huge tree pressing on him, he had suddenly heard his mother speaking of this. His entire body suddenly shook, and his handsome face became pale in a split second. The words Yun Luofeng had said previously were actually true. His mother had truly done something that was akin to killing the Xiao family's bloodline. Xiao Yuqing slowly shut his eyes. When he recalled the words he once spoke to protect his mother, he found them ridiculous at this moment. Reality had ruthlessly given him a tight slap on his face that was extremely painful. Mother, you told me that in order to obtain father, his mother had captured your servant girl to force you to leave. Was that a fake story? Xiao Yuqing opened his eyes as his cold gaze coolly looked at Lin Yue who was lying ahead of him and his tone was filled with disappointment. It was as if this disappointed voice had pierced Lin Yue's heart, causing her to tremble. That's right, it's a lie. At this moment, she no longer concealed herself, as such, she had admitted to Xiao Yuqing's words. Bang! Xiao Yuqing's heart shivered as he retreated a few steps. Only by supporting himself on the tree beside him did he manage to stand steadily. His cold eyes were filled with deep pain. It was also at this moment that he saw Xiao Lin's fist directed towards Lin Yue. He did not even think but rushed over and used his own body to shield Lin Yue from Xiao Lin's attack. Bang! This palm strike caused Xiao Yuqing to fly out several meters distance. He vomited out fresh blood while his internal organs were aching incessantly. He didn't think that even after knowing the truth, he didn't have the heart to see his mother die. Yuqing. Perhaps Lin Yue found her conscience and was not afraid of death as before. She hastily rushed to Xiao Yuqing's side and an anxious expression appeared on her face. How are you feeling? Mother, that year, why did you do it? Xiao Yuqing disappointedly looked at Lin Yue. Why did you commit so many unforgivable evil deeds? Evil deeds. These two words agitated Lin Yue and she furiously said, you actually think that what I did were evil deeds? Weren't my actions all because of you? Don't tell me you want to become an illegitimate child. In order to let you return to the Xiao family, in order to give you the status of being a son of the first wife, I did so many things. Why are you still reproaching me? Xiao Yuqing laughed bitterly. If I had known earlier that the status of being a son of the first wife was obtained in this way, I would rather not have it. I'd rather live outside and it would be much better than coming into this inhumane Xiao family. Were his mother's actions truly for him? No. What she had done was for herself. She yearned for a luxurious life and wanted a position where people respected her. For this, she did not hesitate to commit countless crimes. He should have been aware of this long before, but he had been deceiving others and himself for so many years. Lin Yue lowered her eyes and softly whispered in Xiao Yuqing's ears, Yuqing, from now on, you are all my hope. Chapter 418, Hate. Before Xiao Yuqing had a chance to react, he saw Lin Yue fishing out a talisman from her bosom. Shortly after, she suddenly pressed it into Xiao Yuqing's hands and with a tearing sound, she used his hands to tear this talisman. Yuqing, this is a teleportation talisman that can teleport you to places that are several thousand meters away, and it is the only treasure that I have collected all these years. You have to remember to revenge me. No. Xiao Yuqing hastily shouted, and after that, his entire body drifted along with the wind and quickly disappeared from the rear mountain area. Lin Yue's actions were too fast, so fast to the extent that everyone was unable to react. After that, her gaze gradually turned towards Xiao Chen and a hint of a bitter smile curled up on the corners of her lips. I gave my entire life's youth to you, and you betrayed me. Her eyes were laden with grief and no longer had her conceited look of the past. Luckily I still have Yuqing, and he's all the hope I have left. I will not let him die at the hands of you people. If it were the Lin Yue of the past, she would definitely choose to survive on her own and let Xiao Yuqing die. However, her heart was filled with hatred right now. She did not want to drag out an ignoble existence and only wanted to take revenge. With her aptitude, even if she were to escape from here, she would absolutely not have the opportunity to take revenge. As such, she had given the chance to survive to Xiao Yuqing, while her purpose was to let him take revenge and wipe out a grudge for her in the future. Yun Xiao fixed his eyes on Xiao Yuqing's departing direction as he slightly furrowed his eyebrows and gave Lin Qiong who was standing beside him a meaningful glance. Lin Qiong grasped the intention he had wanted to convey and hastily shot out towards a distant place, quickly disappearing before everyone's eyes. Yun Xiao only retracted his gaze after Lin Qiong had left. His unfeeling expression deeply stared at Lin Yue and killing intent gradually emitted from his body, shrouding the entire rear mountain. KK, Lin Yue sensed Yun Xiao's killing intent and laughed sneeringly. Even if I die in your hands, my son will definitely avenge me. At that time, you will also come and accompany me in the underworld, ha ha ha. Her laughter was filled with malevolence, as her eyes were filled with hatred. Hate. How could she not hate? Absolutely no one could surpass her son, especially this trash. Wei Liancheng could no longer continue to silently stand by and ridiculed her as he said, Lin Yue, I only want to say this. Your son is not as good as Yun Xiao right now and he will not surpass him in the future either. You better not put too much hope in him. HMPH, I don't believe it and my son is very outstanding. The reason why this trash could become so powerful is that he definitely met with some sort of opportunity. Therefore, I have already sent away Xiao Yuqing, and the location is the forest of no return. Wei Liancheng shook his head. This woman has truly gone mad. She threw Yun Xiao into the forest of no return in the past, and now she also made her own son enter there. Only a crazy woman would do such a thing. If you want to kill me then do it. After all, my Yuqing will avenge me. Lin Yue raised her chin and sneeringly looked at these people before her. You want to die? Yun Luofeng tugged the corner of her lips. I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Haven't you ever heard of the saying, alive but hoping you could die? She would never forget that it was this woman that had caused Yun Xiao to be harmed. Just based on this point, it was sufficient for her to die 10,000 times over. Chapter 419, Lin Ruobai's father arrives, 1. Lin Yue's body trembled and she looked at Yun Luofeng who was closing in on her while her face finally revealed fright. What are you doing? She retreated back 2 steps and tightly bit her lips as her facial expression was pale. It wasn't until this moment that she finally felt fear. Letting you experience a living hell. Yun Luofeng bewitchingly smiled and closed in towards Lin Yue. A slight smile hung on the corner of her lips. I wonder if you'd like to experience the bone-shattering pill. Lin Yue was startled and her eyes revealed terror. Before she had the chance to say anything, a black medicinal pill had been flicked out from the young lady's hands and shot into her mouth. Swallow. Lin Yue accidentally swallowed the black medicinal pill and she hastily clutched her own throat while rushing to one side to dryly vomit. Yet, that black pill had dissolved after entering her mouth and rapidly entered her body. Yun Luofeng, seeing this scene, Ling Ya laughed sneeringly. It's a huge mistake if you want to use this bone-shattering pill to control us. Don't you know that she has already contacted the godly physician Qian Ya? With the arrival of Qian Ya, it's useless regardless of how powerful your pill is. If it were in the past, Ling Ya would definitely address Lin Yue as aunt, but right now, she had clearly addressed her in an improper way. After all, Xiao Yuqing's innate aptitude was inferior to Yun Xiao and now her heart has already inclined towards Yun Xiao. Even if she was now a trash. Thinking of the things that Yun Xiao did to her earlier, her heart ached but she believed all along that the reason why Yun Xiao would treat her that way was because of Yun Luofeng. If Yun Luofeng were to die, she could take advantage of that and replace her. As for her crippled Danshan, Didn't Lin Yue say that she had already contacted the god physician Tian Yao? She didn't believe that there was an illness that the god physician was unable to cure. Yun Xiao coldly glanced at Ling Yao, and the killing intent in his eyes being increasingly thick. The moment that he had glanced towards Ling Yao, the spiritual energy in her became frantic once again and caused her to be in so much pain that she couldn't even speak a word. Won't you know if anyone could cure you of my bone-shattering pill by experiencing it yourself? Yun Luofeng slowly walked towards Lin Yue, and the smile on her face contained a bewitching glimmer. Suddenly, Lin Yue's body started to hurt, and she screamed mournfully, just like her body was being torn and her bones crushed. I've said before, those who have humiliated Yun Xiao will not die that easily. She would only let them live wishing they were dead. Looking at Lin Yue's miserable appearance, Xiao father and son shivered. Clearly, they were filled with dread towards Yun Luofeng's methods. The title of the three families of Sifang City is bestowed by that lord from the Spirit God Mountain. Xiao Lin gnashed his teeth and said, no matter how powerful Shire is, he isn't able to oppose the Spirit God Mountain. If you insist on touching us, the people from there will certainly not let you off. Seeing Xiao Lin bringing out the Spirit God Mountain, Wei Liancheng helplessly shook his head and a mocking smile hung on his aged face. Could it be that this old fogey didn't know that Lin Ruobai was the young miss of Spirit God Mountain? To actually say such words before her. If that lord were to know of these matters, how would he let these people off? Wei Liancheng, Xiao Lin turned towards Wei Liancheng and continued speaking. The three families are a whole, and now that there's an external force encroaching, you must unite with us to fend them off. If it were in the past, he would simply not place Wei Liancheng in his eyes. Chapter 420. Lin Ruobai's father arrives too. Unfortunately for him right now, he had to make use of Wei Liancheng. Why did it have to be that Wei Liancheng who was the only one who could get in touch with that lord from Spirit God Mountain? KK, Wei Liancheng contemptuously snickered and a mocking smile appeared on his lips. Apologies, I do not think that I am in agreement with your Xiao family. The mistakes that the Xiao family has committed must be shouldered by yourself. At this time, Wei Liancheng had already noticed Lin Ruobai's discontented gaze, and he immediately emphasized their relationship to prove his innocence. He did not want this little ancestor to be mistaken in any way. Xiao Lin's expression changed as he did not expect Wei Liancheng would be in such a hurry to deny their relations, and a gush of anger surged forth from his chest. Wei Liancheng, I hope you will not regret your actions today. Wei Liancheng chuckled. Rest assured, I will not go as far as to regret just because of your Xiao family. HMPH. Xiao Lin snorted and turned to look at Yun Luofeng. Are you truly intending to make things difficult for the Xiao family? Don't tell me you are not afraid of those people from the Spirit God Mountain. Spirit God Mountain. Yun Luofeng subconsciously shot a glance at Lin Ruobai. Initially, it was at the foot of the Spirit God Mountain where she had seen Lin Ruobai. Therefore, even though that old man did not tell her of Lin Ruobai's identity, but she could still imagine the status she had there. Furthermore, she did not believe that the Spirit God Mountain would unreasonably side with the Xiao family. Yun Xiao. Yun Luofeng pressed on Yun Xiao's hand and looked at the Xiao family father and son with a smile. That year when you chased Yun Xiao out from the family, did you ever think you would see a scene like today? Xiao Chen's heart suddenly trembled. His handsome face was pale without any color, and his pleading gaze bypassed Yun Luofeng to glance at the unfeeling man beside her. Xiao, don't forget, without the Xiao family, you wouldn't exist. Do you truly have the heart to see the family destroyed? Hearing this word, Yun Xiao's gaze slowly fell on Yun Luofeng's body. His expression no longer had the tenderness of before, but instead contained a deep glimmer that no one was able to understand. It's fine if she's happy. He still insisted on that sentence. As long as Yun Luofeng was happy, he would be behind her, supporting her regardless of anything she did. After that, he seemed to have recalled something as he spoke another sentence. She promised me that as long as I settle the matters of the Xiao family, she will let me undress her. His words implied that his motive for destroying the Xiao family was to make Yun Luofeng take off her clothing. Xiao Chen was thoroughly enraged. He stared at the man's unwavering emotionless face, and he angrily berated, "You're outrageous. You actually dare to treat your grandfather and father as such. You will definitely not have a good death." Bang! Just as Xiao Chen spoke these words, a palm strike abruptly came forth and caused his body to retreat a few steps. The young lady fiddled with her skirt, and her arrogant expression had a condescending look as she coldly overlooked the Xiao family. You do not have the right to humiliate my man. Fuchi. Xiao Chen spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, and he was angered to the point his whole body trembled. He wished he could dismember these people before him into pieces. In contrast, Xiao Lin's eyes revealed a despairing look, because he knew that this time, the Xiao family would be completely destroyed. Family head. Just as Xiao Lin was despairing, a hurried voice could be heard from outside. Shortly after, a servant ran in and cupped his hands in salute and spoke. Reporting to the family head, people from the Spirit God Mountain have come. Chapter 421. Lin Ruobai's father arrives. 3. Spirit God Mountain. Xiao Lin's original despairing expression suddenly brightened after hearing the three words Spirit God Mountain. The people from the Spirit God Mountain have arrived. As long as they come, the Xiao family will be saved. Ha ha ha, Wei Liancheng, you colluded with outsiders to harm the Spirit Domain. Do you think that person from Spirit God Mountain will forgive you? Although Xiao Lin was also suspicious of why the Spirit God Mountain would come to the Xiao family without any reason, this did not mean he wouldn't make use of their strength to flaunt their might. As long as the Spirit God Mountain backed him up, these people would be unable to cause any trouble. Thinking of that, his gaze turned towards Yun Xiao, who was on one side and his aged face was smiling. I can give you a chance to hand over your soul jade plaque and return to the Xiao family. Otherwise, you will definitely regret your decision today. The Spirit God Mountain was the strongest force in the Spirit Domain and also symbolized power and prestige. The Spirit God Mountain had a godlike existence in the hearts of everyone in the Spirit Domain. Unsurpassable and unparalleled. As he was speaking, sounds of orderly footsteps of the people from the Spirit God Mountain resounded in the entire rear mountain. Not even a moment later, Xiao Lin saw a handsome middle-aged man hastily walking over from the foot of the mountain. His clothing was freely flying in the wind and he had an astonishing might. One need not think to know that this man's identifier was certainly incomparably grand. A group of bodyguards followed behind the man and their strength was out of the ordinary. Their auras were like a treasured sword that was unsheathed and extremely sharp. In the vast sea of people, in a glance Lin Jingfeng saw Lin Ruobai who was obediently standing beside Yun Luofeng. Only after seeing that his precious daughter was unharmed did his heart slowly loosen. Right now, whenever he recalled the letter that Wei Liancheng had sent over, a raging fury would bubble up in his heart. Lord Jingfeng, Wei Liancheng walked over slowly and a hint of a smile curved upon his aged face. You're here. Lord Jingfeng. A look of astonishment appeared on Xiao Lin's face. Could it be that this middle-aged man before me was that person on Spirit God Mountain that had been revered as a supreme existence? Lord. Thinking of this, Xiao Lin immediately recovered his senses and he fiercely stared at Wei Liancheng while he hastily spoke. Wei Liancheng, this old man is excessively unruly, to actually collude with outsiders to scheme and seize power in the Spirit domain. That illegitimate daughter of his is the best evidence. Wei Liancheng's illegitimate daughter had acknowledged an outsider as her master and right now, that outsider was thinking of oppressing the Xiao family. Didn't this indirectly prove that Wei Liancheng had colluded with outsiders? Lin Jingfeng, who originally wanted to walk towards his treasured daughter, stopped in his tracks because of Xiao Lin's words. He looked in astonishment at Wei Liancheng and asked, Liancheng, when did you have an illegitimate daughter? Why was I unaware of this? Wei Liancheng was also baffled as he touched his own head and in a puzzled manner replied, illegitimate daughter. Even I am not aware of any illegitimate daughter. Wei Liancheng, you're still trying to worm out of this. Xiao Lin coldly snorted and he angrily pointed towards Lin Ruobai. Isn't this darn girl your illegitimate daughter? If it weren't because you have a relationship with her, why would you indulge her as such? Following the direction where Xiao Lin pointed, Lin Jingfeng gaze gradually turned towards his precious daughter who was nibbling on her fingers. Afterward, his entire being was stunned. Wei Liancheng's expression revealed an odd look. In addition to his initial disdain, his gaze looking towards Xiao Lin also contained sympathy. He helplessly shook his head but his face had unconcealable gloating. Chapter 422, Lin Ruobai's father arrives. 4. Lord, Xiao Lin did not see the odd expression of Wei Liancheng and he continued speaking. A man like him does not have the qualifications to be the spokesperson of the Spirit God Mountain. Only people who are unconditionally loyal to the Spirit domain have such a right. He was indirectly saying that Wei Liancheng did not have the right to be a spokesperson, and only a person like him, Xiao Lin, who was loyal had this right. Keke. Wei Liancheng sneeringly laughed. Xiao Lin, I truly don't know if you are really stupid or not, but I've never seen a person who is stupid to such an extent as you. This idiot actually dared to claim that Lin Ruobai was my illegitimate daughter in front of Lin Jingfeng. Wasn't this bringing it on oneself? Lin Jingfeng's expression was so solemn that it was frightening. An intense storm seemed to rush forth from his eyes and a glance as sharp as sword shot at Xiao Lin. However, he did not say anything ultimately but walked towards Lin Ruobai without consulting anyone. When Lin Jingfeng stood before the young lady, his footsteps paused and his voice hoarsely called, Wei Liancheng. Xiao Lin proudly looked at Wei Liancheng. That old bastard actually dared to help these people and make things difficult for the Xiao family, and now that the Spirit God Mountain people were here, he's doomed. However, continuing on, Lin Jingfeng's words caused Xiao Lin's aged face to stiffen and he was stupefied to the extent of not being able to speak. The man's voice became increasingly low and it was as if a sharp knife had drifted past him. Guard him and don't let him escape. Xiao Lin's expression was lifeless as he did not understand the meaning of Lin Jingfeng's words. According to reason, shouldn't he fly into a rage out of humiliation and kill these outsiders and Wei Liancheng that traitor? But why did he ask Wei Liancheng to guard him? Soon, Lin Jingfeng's actions answered to the questions in Xiao Lin's heart. When he had walked to Lin Ruobai, his sharp expression gradually became gentle, and his handsome face had a tender smile as he spoke gently. Xiao Bai, why didn't you throw yourself into your father's embrace after seeing me this time around like you did in the past? The man's voice had instantly thrown Xiao Lin into the underworld. His heart was ice cold and cold sweat emerged from his entire body. He seemed to have heard Lin Jingfeng say the words, your father. Don't tell me, that young lady was Lin Jingfeng's daughter. Thinking of this possibility, Xiao Lin's expression became pale and lacked of color instantly. The reason Wei Liancheng had indulged the young lady as such, was not because she was his illegitimate daughter, but instead, because of the other's party identity as the Miss of Spirit God Mountain. It was such a joke that he had just assumed that Lin Ruobai was Wei Liancheng's illegitimate daughter and had even said it out loud in front of her real father. Daddy, Lin Ruobai looked at Lin Jingfeng who was walking closer and her bright eyes contained a grievance. Do you not love me anymore? Lin Jingfeng did not understand why his precious daughter would say such things, and he couldn't help but stare blankly. Soon after, he saw her expression of being unfairly treated, and the gentleness in his face became increasingly prominent. Xiao Bai, you are my only daughter and if I don't love you, who will I love? Lin Ruobai pouted her small lips, and she looked towards Lin Yue whose complexion was already deathly pale without any color. Earlier on, this auntie said that your daughter was unable to carry on the ancestral line for the family and will not be liked by daddy. Only someone like her son is considered a real genius. She also said that you would hand over all your assets to your nephew rather than giving them to me. Otherwise, you would become the joke of others. Chapter 423, Arrogant and Domineering. 1. When Lin Jingfeng heard his daughter's words, his gently smiling face immediately darkened. An icy look flickered across his sharp eyes, and guided by Lin Ruobai's gaze he slowly turned his eyes to Lin Yue, who was lying on the ground and pretending to be dead. Trembling all over, Lin Yue prayed that Lin Jingfeng would not notice her eyes tight shut, her pale face perspiring. Unfortunately, he did. The man's eyes were like sharp blades, scraping over her skin, and this made her feel like she was being cut into pieces by those blades, her heart filled with pain and fear. Lin Jingfeng laughed coldly, and his laughter was like icy blades that made all the people of the Xiao clan kneel down in fear. I didn't expect that your daughter-in-law was bold enough to lord it over the Spirit God Mountain and utter nonsense like my baby girl was disfavored by me. Master Jingfeng, Xiao Lin was kneeling down in the cold wind, his old body shivering. I didn't know this little girl was your daughter, I just... Oh, Lin Jingfeng showed an icy smile and gave Xiao Lin a threatening look. You didn't know that Xiao Bai was my daughter, so you concluded that she was the illegitimate daughter of Wei Liancheng. Although there was a distance between him and Lin Jingfeng, Xiao Lin felt the man's voice was right beside his ear. Shaking harder, he was on all fours, as if he was trying to hide in the dust. Get out of here, Lin Jingfeng shouted coldly. I'll settle with you later. Saying this, he turned his eyes to Lin Yue on the ground, a cruel smile appearing on his lips. If you continue to pretend to be dead, I will make you regret it soon. Xiao Bai was his baby girl. He loved her so much that he wouldn't even say a harsh word to her. How dare this woman humiliate his baby girl and bullshit that he would rather pass down his power to his nephew instead of his own daughter. Greatly frightened by his words, the unkempt Lin Yue no longer pretended to be dead, quickly got up from the ground, and kept kowtowing to him. Please, forgive me. As long as you forgive me, I'll be at your service for my entire life. Before, when she had transferred Xiao Yuqing away with a charm, at that moment she had been determined to face her death. But who in the world was not afraid of death, let alone that she had tried so hard to acquire her position today? If she could survive, she didn't want to die here. At my service, Lin Jingfeng lifted his chin arrogantly and gave a sneer. Do you deserve it? The man's words were full of contempt, his eyes so arrogant, as if he did not put Lin Yue, who looked just like a crazy woman, in his eyes. Indeed, there were too many people who were desperate to be at the service of the Spirit God Mountain. Who did Lin Yue think she was? Bang! Lin Yue drew back a few steps, stumbled and fell to the ground. Suddenly, she burst into laughter. Did I say anything wrong? Yes, the Spirit God Mountain is very strong, so what? You will die without any descendant. When you go to hell, how will you face your ancestors? Ha ha ha. Since she would die anyway, why not humiliate these people before she died? Seeing that Lin Jingfeng's face immediately changed, Lin Yue felt quite pleased. Chapter 424, Arrogant and Domineering 2. The man, in her opinion, was touched in a raw spot by her words. After all, everybody in the world would want a son. Unfortunately, some people would end up dying without any descendant because they had done too many evil things in their past lives. However, Lin Yue didn't expect that Lin Jingfeng's face changed, not because she said he would die without any descendant, for in his opinion, his daughter could inherit the family business as well. He was angry with Lin Yue's attitude towards girls. It would be fine if Lin Yue herself preferred boys over girls, but how dare she utter this nonsense in his presence? He never thought a girl would be inferior to a boy. Thinking of this, he gave a sneer and tightly grabbed Lin Yue's neck, his face ferocious. You are courting death. Lin Yue slowly closed her eyes, a determined smile hovering on her lips. Yes, she preferred a boy to a girl, so what? That was why she strangled her own daughter on that day. Nobody knew it, including Xiao Chen. If he knew about it, she would lose her position in the Xiao clan, and even Xiao Yuqing's life would be utterly changed. She would also lose the only one she could depend on, Xiao Yuqing. Wait a minute. Suddenly, a voice rang behind Xiao Chen. Hearing this voice, Lin Jingfeng slowly relaxed his grip on Lin Yue's neck. Under the eyes of all the people present, a gorgeous white-robed girl lightly walked to his side, a gentle smile on her lips. Leave this woman to me. I have something to ask her. Okay. Lin Jingfeng would not refuse any request of Yun Luofeng, the girl that saved his baby girl's life. Moreover, if it weren't for her insulting words to him, he would not have picked himself up. Looking at this scene, Wei Liancheng curiously looked at Yun Luofeng. For some reason, he had an inkling that the relationship between Lin Jingfeng and Yun Luofeng was not as simple as he imagined. He could feel Lin Jingfeng's respect and gratitude for this girl from his words. But the girl was so young, why did Lin Jingfeng respect her so much? There must be something he didn't know. Yun Xiao stood silently behind Yun Luofeng, leaving her to do whatever she wanted. His dark eyes followed her figure all the time, not moving away from her even a second. Tell me, Yun Luofeng lifted her beautiful face and looked down at Lin Yue. Where is Yun Xiao's mother? Lin Yue was stunned. Her eyes rolled. I don't know. You don't know. Yun Luofeng smiled and suddenly kicked hard on the chest of Lin Yue. Do you know what kind of means I'll use on those who don't answer my question? Bleg. Lin Yue vomited a mouthful of blood. She rubbed her sore chest and glared angrily at Yun Luofeng. I am Xiao's legitimate mother. If you marry him, I'll be your mother-in-law. Aren't you afraid of divine punishment doing this to me? Yun Luofeng trampled hard on Lin Yue's body, her eyes arrogant and domineering. Firstly, he belongs to the Yun clan, adopting my surname, Yun. Secondly, you were just a concubine. How dare you have the nerve to call yourself his legitimate mother? He only has one mother, and you don't deserve to be called his mother. Thirdly, if there really was something like divine punishment in the world, why wouldn't it be directed at you? If it punishes me for a person like you, it only shows that God doesn't have eyes. If God is blind, then I'll get rid of him. Chapter 425, The Mysterious Person Taking Away His Mother. With her commanding attitude, the girl was like a god, looking down at the common herd. Lin Yue's face was turning paler, she felt a burning pain in her chest, and she couldn't move her body. Whenever she moved, her bones ached so much that she couldn't help gasping in pain. Yun Luofeng, you will go to hell. She gnashed her teeth and cursed word by word. Yun Luofeng sneered, alas, you are not even qualified to go to hell. I'll give you one more chance. Where is Yun Xiao's mother? Lin Yue clenched her lips, and a cold snort came from her nose. Why would she tell this woman so much information since she would die anyway? She would love to see them blindly search for that woman for their entire lives, and end up with nothing. It seems that you want to taste the bone-shattering pill. Now, Yun Luofeng lowered her eyes, an evil look flickering across her eyes, so I'm going to satisfy you. Hardly had Yun Luofeng's voice faded away when a body-shattering pain immediately ran all through her body. Under the severe pain, she broke into a cold sweat and trembled all over. It was so painful that she couldn't even cry out. I'll tell you. Clenching her teeth, she tried really hard to spit out these words. At this moment, she finally understood why Ling Yao was so afraid of Yun Luofeng. Nobody could really bear this body-shattering pain. His mother was taken away by a mysterious man. I happened to see it. Even Xiao Lin and Xiao Chen didn't know about it. As she spit out these words, the sharp pain soon disappeared. Soaked with sweat, she couldn't help but tremble as long as she recalled the sharp pain. Over the years, she kept it secret, not telling anybody about it. She didn't expect that she would be compelled to tell about it today. Do you know the identity of the mysterious man? Yun Luofeng pondered and asked. Lin Yue feebly shook her head. I don't know. I don't even know who the mysterious man was. At this moment, Lin Yue would not continue to lie. It seemed that she really didn't know who the mysterious man was. She just didn't understand why the mysterious man took Yun Xiao's mother away. Done with this question, there is another question. Is Xiao Yuqing your real son? I've never seen a mother who would transfer her son to a place like the Forest of No Return. Yun Xiao had narrowly escaped from the Forest of No Return, but Lin Yue thought Yun Xiao became so powerful just because he found some opportunity within the Forest of No Return, so she transferred Xiao Yuqing to the Forest of No Return via a charm. Chapter 426, Shameless Xiao Chen. Yun Luofeng just casually asked this question. After all, how would a great family like the Xiao family accept a person without their bloodline as a descendant? However, hearing the question of Yun Luofeng, Lin Yue shook, a look of fear flashing through her eyes. As if trying to cover up this fear, she laughed crazily. Ha ha ha, Xiao Yuqing is my own son. Are you afraid now? My son has entered the Forest of No Return, and he will surely find a great opportunity. He will definitely become more powerful than this trash. At that time, he will come back and avenge me. Ha ha ha. As Lin Yue was laughing like crazy, all of a sudden she hit her own chest, and soon blood spurted out and dyed the ground red. Yun Luofeng was stunned. She didn't expect that a person like Lin Yue would commit suicide. Was she afraid she would be compelled to tell something, or it was because her casual question had touched on a raw spot? So Xiao Yuqing was not her real son. I'll check on that. Yun Xiao, apparently aware of the doubts in Yun Luofeng's heart, slowly stepped forward, and gently put his arm around the girl's shoulder, his cold face serious. Okay, Yun Luofeng nodded gently. She could leave this matter to Yun Xiao, who would surely find out the truth. Yun Xiao, how do you want to deal with the people of the Xiao family? Yun Luofeng nestled in the man's shoulder, a wicked smile hovering on her lips. Yun Xiao gave a cold look at Xiao Lin and Xiao Chen and his voice was as cold as ever. Kill them. He paused and added, don't forget your promise to me. At that moment, the man gazed at her earnestly and intently with his dark eyes, as if he could see her naked body through her clothes. Yun Luofeng's eyebrows twitched. The man was still thinking about what she had said to him with so many people present. Yun Luofeng raised her head, and gazed at the man's handsome face. I'll keep my promise to you. Since Yun Xiao took it seriously, she would fulfill her promise anyway, even though she just joked about it back then. Hearing the girl's answer, Yun Xiao cracked a faint smile, and then, he turned his cold eyes to Xiao Lin and Xiao Chen, the smile soon disappearing. He would only smile to Yun Luofeng and nobody else deserved his smile. Xiao, Xiao Chen trembled and gave a hollow laugh. I'm your father. If you kill me, people will blame you for being unfilial. You wouldn't commit such a monstrous crime, would you? Besides, your younger brother has left the Xiao family, and you are the only eligible successor of the Xiao family. I will give you all my fatherly love if you come back. In Xiao Chen's opinion, he was the biological father of Yun Xiao, and this man would not be so cruel as to kill his own father. After all, if a son killed his father, he would be subject to divine punishment. The man's face was cold and his voice was low. I only have one family. That person was Yun Luofeng. Xiao, I treated you badly before, but now I know I was wrong. With a stiff smile, Xiao Chen tried to speak as softly as he could. If you come back to the Xiao family, I'll make it up to you for my entire life. Chapter 427, Dog Eat Dog. Make it up. Hearing Xiao Chen's words, Yun Luofeng sneered. Yun Xiao was expelled out of the Xiao family when he was only 7 and thrown into the Forest of No Return. Can you imagine how much he suffered all those years? What makes you believe you can make it up to him? But, Xiao Chen looked towards the girl who was approaching him and backed up a few steps in fear. He clenched his teeth and tried to defend himself. It was my father who decided to expel him from the family, and it was Lin Yue who threw him into the Forest of No Return. I had nothing to do with these things. I am innocent. Xiao Chen didn't feel any guilt saying these words. He just tried to defend himself with all possible arguments and put all the blame on others. You. Xiao Lin turned to Xiao Chen angrily, his finger trembling with anger. You didn't want him because you thought he was a trash. If it weren't for the fact that you brought Lin Yue and Xiao Yuqing home, I wouldn't have kicked him out of the family. Xiao Chen snorted and argued coldly, Father, it was all your fault, I just followed your orders. Besides, I didn't intend to bring Lin Yue and Xiao Yuqing home. I brought them home because you found out that Xiao Yuqing had great talent. Xiao Lin's face turned from blue to white, and then from white to blue, his eyes filled with raging flames, with more disappointment than distress. This was his good son who he had been taken care of for so many years. To save his own life, he would rather put all the blame on his old father. Father, even a spiritual beast will protect its cub. If you really treat me as your son, you should cut your throat before Shia to atone for your sins. I'll bury you after you die, otherwise, you will end up not being buried. A fierce look flashed through Xiao Chen's eyes. Every man for himself. His father's life was not as important as his own life. As long as Yun Xiao could let him go, he wouldn't mind sacrificing his father's life. Ha ha ha. Xiao Lin was so angry that he burst into laughter, his laughter resounding throughout the back mountain of the Xiao family. Look, what a good son I have. You want me to be your scapegoat. In your dreams, it was because of you that Xiao, I was kicked out of the Xiao family. And have you forgotten how you treated his mother? If it weren't for the fact that his mother was taken away, that woman would probably be tortured to death by you. Xiao Chen's face greatly changed. Bullshit. I didn't abuse her at all. Don't try to frame me. After saying this, he turned his eyes to Yun Xiao and hurriedly explained, Xiao, don't listen to this old fool's bullshit. I love your mother, I swear to God. If it weren't for the old fool who was satisfied with Xiao Yuqing's talent and insisted on welcoming Lin Yue and Xiao Yuqing to the Xiao family, I would not have been forced to reduce your mother to a concubine. It's all his fault. I'm innocent. From the very beginning, Yun Xiao did not look at the two who were biting at each other, as if it was an insult to him to even look at the two. Miss Yun. Seeing Yun Xiao ignored him, Chen Xiao hurriedly turned to Yun Luofeng and begged, it's all this old fool's decision, and I'm innocent. Please plead for me. If Shia can forgive me, I will do all I can to make it up to him. Looking at Xiao Chen who was sympathetic, Wei Liancheng shook his head and smiled with contempt. Chapter 428. Xiao Chen has gone crazy. This was the personality of the Xiao family's father and son pair. It was truly a dog-eat-dog fight. 1. Yun Luofeng wickedly glanced at Xiao Chen, her pitch-black eyes bursting with a domineering light. What if I imprisoned you for 10 years and made you encounter innumerable torments and pain in those 10 years? Then, after 10 years, I told you I would compensate you, what would you think? Xiao Chen's appearance turned ghastly white in an instant. He could not control himself and snarled again, but I'm Yun Xiao's father. If he does this, he will definitely face the wrath of heaven. Is that so? Yun Luofeng's lips turned up, and she said with a faint smile, then your behavior just now, wouldn't it be met even more seriously with the wrath of heaven? At least you only gave life to Yun Xiao, but Xiao Lin, he raised you to adulthood and provided you with a generous amount of resources and an unlimited amount of glory. Yet, you repeatedly referred to him as, old thing, and even wanted him to commit suicide by cutting his own throat as an apology for his offense. Wouldn't your behavior cause the wrath of heaven as well? Boom. Inside Xiao Chen's head, it was as though thunder roared like an explosion, making him stagger back a few steps. He tightly clenched his fists and could not stop his heart from trembling no matter what. Yun Luofeng coldly glanced at him. This glance had an attitude of looking down on the world, arrogant and domineering. I don't believe the so-called wrath of heaven, I only believe in avenging each grievance one by one. However you treated Yun Xiao back then, now, he's merely paying it back to you. No. Xiao Chen shrieked, I don't want to die, I don't want to die here. After saying this, he suddenly charged toward Lin Yue, who already lost her life long ago, and drew a long knife, ferociously stabbing her corpse. It's all you. If it weren't for your existence, I would never have missed a peerless genius like Shia. You and Xiao Yuqing both deserve to die. If it weren't for you, I, Xiao Chen, would be the father of the magnificent Ghost Emperor. Ha ha ha. He had gone completely crazy. His head of ink-colored hair hung messily over his shoulders and his features were malevolent. As though he did not vent enough anger, he used a long knife in his hand to start dissecting the corpse in front of him. Xiao Bai. Perhaps afraid that Lin Ruobai would be traumatized by this bloody scene, Lin Jingfeng hurriedly wanted to cover her eyes. But who knew that Lin Ruobai would slap his hand away and watch the bloody scene in front of her with big, bright eyes that were brimming with an excited light. Immediately, Lin Jingfeng was stunned. He carefully examined her, as though this was his first time getting to know his daughter. This little girl's bones actually hid such a bloody and violent genetic trait, so much so that she would become this excited from seeing someone being dissected. That enthusiastic appearance of wanting to try it out herself made the corner of Lin Jingfeng's mouth twitch. He solemnly instructed, Xiao Bai, you can't do something this bloody in the future. When faced with an enemy, a one-hit kill is enough. Do you understand? Lin Ruobai blinked her eyes and cutely nodded. I understand, Daddy, I'm only curious, I wouldn't do it myself. As long as you understand. Lin Jingfeng stroked Lin Ruobai's little head, and his gaze gentled. He did not wish to see his daughter becoming a psychopath who ravaged corpses for gratification. Ha ha ha. On the rear mountain, Xiao Chen's mad laughter echoed everywhere. His laughter was sinister and terrifying, making people shiver all over even though it was not cold. Dead, you are finally completely dead. Xiao Yuqing as well, if it weren't for you too, I wouldn't be reduced to this miserable state. You all deserve to die. Even now, Xiao Chen still did not think about what caused his current fate and continued to push the blame onto other people. Chapter 429. Anyone who humiliates her, dies. Yun Luofeng turned her head, facing Xiao Chen with her back. Her pitch-black eyes were like the dark sky and its stars, revealing an abyss. I'm tired. Her words implied that she hoped Yun Xiao would hurry and finish taking care of these people in front of them so that she could return and rest. Okay, Yun Xiao lightly nodded, wait a minute for me. When that man's cold voice was heard, the eyes of the Xiao family's father and son divulged their fear. Then, two rays of light flashed and pierced into their throats. Xiao Chen probably never imagined that Yun Xiao would actually kill his own father. Could it be that he really did not fear the wrath of heaven? Even until the moment that he closed his eyes, his brain was still pondering this question. From Yun Xiao speaking those words to the Xiao father and son meeting their end, only 20 seconds had passed, so there was still a lot of time left in the minute that he spoke of. After disposing of the two members of the Xiao family, the man's callous gaze turned to the group from the Ling family again. Ling Fang originally wanted to sneak away while everyone was not paying attention. However, he did not walk too far before meeting the man's cold gaze. His back suddenly grew stiff and sweat could not help but surface. Young Master Xiao, Ling Feng dryly chuckled twice. Ling Yao and you are considered to have once had an engagement, and our Ling family never hurt you. So, could you let me go? As long as you're willing, I can give Yao to you to be your concubine. Hearing her grandfather's words, indignance surfaced on the face of the young girl lying on the ground. She was originally Yun Xiao's fiancée, but she could only become a concubine now. If people learned of it, she would surely be ridiculed. Moreover, she did not think that Yun Luofeng's status could surpass hers. Brother Xiao, Ling Yao looked at Yun Xiao with tearful eyes. I'm aware of my mistake. If you're willing to give me a chance, I'm willing to fulfill the engagement and become your wife. At this moment, every word that Ling Yao spoke, a piercing pain would come from her body. It was evident that her injuries were not light. For Yun Xiao, she was completely ignoring her pain to say these words. However, she had clearly forgotten how Yun Xiao crippled her without any mercy just now, so why would he have any pity for her? Yao, Ling Feng's expression shifted. It had to be said that the current Ling Yao was already a trash, and becoming a concubine for Yun Xiao already required profuse thanks. If it weren't for the previous engagement, he would not have planned to exchange Ling Yao for the Ling family's peace. However, it appeared that besides previously having decent innate talent, this granddaughter, Ling Yao, was completely useless in everything else and also did not have a single bit of intelligence. Young Master Yun Xiao, if you don't like Ling Yao, our Ling family still has other women, I can gift them all to you to be your concubines. Ling Feng looked at Yun Xiao in an ingratiating manner. I only beg you, please let our Ling family off. Because Lin Jingfeng came rather late and did not see everything that happened earlier, he naturally did not know about Yun Xiao crippling Ling Yao without any leniency. Therefore, hearing Ling Feng's words now, his eyes revealed a hint of fury, but even more prominent was worry. In this world, how many men could resist the allure of beauty? If this man could not resist the terms proposed by Ling Feng, then what would Xiao Bai's master do with herself? Just as Lin Jingfeng was plagued with anxiety, the man's icy voice slowly rung in this rare mountain. The Ling family humiliated her. What? Ling Feng started, not understanding the meaning of the man's words. The man briefly paused before continuing to say, anyone who humiliates her, dies. Chapter 430, I will be waiting for you to strip my clothes off. Boom. Without waiting for Ling Feng to react, a strong force suddenly attacked him from the front. It was as though a giant, invisible hand pierced into his chest and ferociously squeezed his heart into pieces. Ling Feng's entire body stiffened, and his eyes widened in disbelief, his geriatric body slowly falling to the ground. He died with remaining grievances. At this moment, seeing the scene of her grandfather's horrible death, Ling Yao was evidently frightened. Her mouth was wide open, her eyes divulging her fear. Suddenly, she felt the man's gaze land on her. This was the first time that Yun Xiao directly looked at her, but there was an intense killing intent concealed in his gaze. And no, Ling Yao's hoarse voice carried a teary note. It was not until now that she truly experienced the taste of regret. Then, she watched the man lift his hand. Boom. A terrifying force slammed into Ling Yao and her body was flung into the air, harshly falling onto the ground. Fresh, scarlet blood endlessly rushed out of her mouth, painting the lapels of her robe red. However, this was not the end. Under her fearful gaze, several rays of light rapidly sped toward her, gradually magnifying in front of her eyes. Immediately after, she felt a sting of pain in her chest, and her awareness began to ebb. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end, she closed it. However, Ling Yao's last glance at Yun Luofeng was brimming with jealousy and envy. A man with both excellent looks and formidable strength was disloyal to her. She was the only one for him even though there were many other women in this world. A love this loyal and dependable, no matter how much some people envied it, they still could not attain it. But against all odds, this woman attained it. If she were given another chance, she definitely would not mock and ridicule Yun Xiao during his hard times. If she did that, would this man choose her instead in the end? In her despair, Ling Yao slowly closed her eyes, and her face gradually lost its color and turned pale. Yun Xiao slowly turned around without a trace of pity, his appearance as cold as always. I have done what I promised you. When his gaze turned to Yun Luofeng once more, it contained a hint of warmth, and his thin lips slightly pursed as he seriously asked, so shouldn't you fulfill your promise as well? Originally to him, whether the Xiao family survived had nothing to do with him. He only came to Spirit Domain because of her words. Don't you plan to take a look at your Xiao family's secret realm? Yun Luofeng lightly raised her brows and asked with a smile on her lips. Yun Xiao replied with a concentrated expression, compared with the secret realm, you're more important to me. Meaning, compared with the Xiao family's secret realm, stripping off Yun Luofeng's clothes was more important. Yun Luofeng's fingers gently lifted Yun Xiao's chin up as she stood on tiptoes, her lips nearing his ear, and said in an incredibly flirtatious tone, all right, then I will be in the room, waiting for you to strip my clothes off. It was as though her voice contained an extremely strong seductive power. It hit Yun Xiao's heart with a boom, causing a primitive desire to appear in his body. This. Wei Liancheng saw the interaction between the two and rubbed his head as he asked with uncertainty, are all the youth these days this open? It's completely different from our generation. Lin Jingfeng's lips imperceptibly twitched. He did not realize that Xiao Bai's master would actually be this good at teasing men. He reckoned that not many men would be able to resist her attraction. Chapter 431, Lin Yue's Crime. The night was like water. Pale moonlight streamed into the room, landing on the young girl's peerlessly beautiful face. The girl felt movements from the outside and slightly opened her eyes, and a bewitching and enthralling smile appeared on her face. Her eyes were like the starry night sky, bright and filled with seductive power, causing people to involuntarily drown in them, unable to free themselves. Yun Xiao, watching the cold man entering the door, Yun Luofeng had a wide smile on her face. How do you plan to handle the matter with Xiao Yuqing? Yoon Seo was silent for a moment. Lin Keong has returned, and Seo Yuqing was indeed sent to the forest of no return. That place is too dangerous, so I summoned Lin Keong to come back. The entire world claimed that the Ghost Emperor was cold-hearted and just as cruel to his subordinates, but he would never permit his own subordinate to become an unnecessary sacrifice. If he had Lin Keong head to the forest of no return to search for Seo Yuqing, it would undoubtedly be pointless. What need was there to do such a thing? Yoon Seo, do you think Seo Yuqing is truly Lin Yue's son? Yoon Luofeng slightly narrowed her eyes. The more that she thought about it, the more suspicious she became. If Lin Yue was not guilty, why would she choose to commit suicide? However, Yoon Luofeng appeared to have remembered something and continued, I heard that only those from the Seo bloodline can enter your Seo family's secret realm, so if Seo Yuqing isn't of the Seo bloodline, why would Lin Yue allow him to enter the secret realm without worry? Yoon Seo glanced at Yoon Luofeng, hesitating and looking as though he was reluctant to speak. It took a while before he made a decision and said, there's a secret technique that allows someone to completely exchange the blood inside a person and use this to deceive the world. If Lin Yue killed her own child and exchanged Seo Yuqing's blood with her child's, even the Seo family's secret realm couldn't discern the difference. As the Seo family's heir, if Seo Yuqing's identity was false, wasn't it the same as giving the Seo family away on a silver platter? Therefore, before Lin Yue joined the Seo family, Seo Lin must have used the blood-dripping verification method to set his identity. If she wanted to achieve her goal through underhanded means, she could only turn Seo Yuqing into the Seo family's direct descendant by using the secret technique to exchange two people's blood. The hand that Yoon Luofeng used to hold her teacup trembled lightly. Are you saying that Lin Yue would kill her biological child and also exchange the child's blood with Seo Yuqing's? Regardless of how vicious and merciless Lin Yue was, could she really ruthlessly kill her own child? I had someone investigated just now. Yoon Seo intently looked at Yoon Luofeng. Back then, all the people who helped Lin Yue give birth to her child had an accident and died. Then, not long later, someone dug up a female baby with all its blood sucked out from a field not far away. Because nobody claimed the corpse of this female baby, it was hastily buried. In other words, Lin Yue killed her own daughter back then. Then, to destroy the evidence, she drained all of the blood from the baby and replaced Seo Yuqing's blood with the baby's blood, using this to prove that he was a child of the Seo family. Yoon Luofeng snorted. We allowed Lin Yue to die too easily. Even wild beasts looked after the young, but to attain a higher standing in life, she would murder even her own child. This sin was more than enough to make her fall into eternal hell. Yoon Seo's expression remained cold. He tended to not possess any unnecessary feelings for unimportant people. Hence, despite the fact that Lin Yue did something like that, his face was still void of emotions. Before I was 7, Lin Yue lived outside, so she had plenty of space to do this and not be discovered. Chapter 432, Yoon Seo and Yoon Luofeng 1. If it was at the Seo residence, perhaps someone would have discovered Lin Yue's actions. However, during those years, she was a kept mistress living outside, so no one would detect anything that she did. Even Lin Yue herself thought she did a flawless job, but she had no idea that many things had already betrayed her. Yoon Seo, we don't care about these people. Yoon Luofeng slowly stood up, and a wicked smile adorned her lips. She strode to Yoon Seo's side, her breath turning heavy. Seo Yuqing won't cause much trouble. Now, we should fulfill our prior promise, how about it? Her smile was like a flower, the air slipping past her lips carrying an enticing flavor. Yoon Seo's gaze involuntarily landed on her body, as though he could see through the thin muslin on her body and catch a glimpse of her faintly visible snow-white skin. Yes. Yoon Seo was very honest. His objective for coming to the Seo residence was to strip the clothes off of the girl. Now that the critical moment had arrived, how could he get cold feet? Come here. Yoon Luofeng advanced toward him with a smile and slightly narrowed eyes. Her beautiful, happy face was as bewitching and alluring as a purple rose. It was dangerous yet made people unable to resist getting closer to her. Or is it that you plan to let me help you strip first? While saying this, the girl's hand was already on the man's lapels, her slender fingers slipping into the opening and lightly running her hands over the man's firm chest. Swish. Suddenly, with a lift of her hand, his upper robe was torn off by her, and his 8-pack was branded on the girl's eyes. On top of his handsome appearance, this man had an extremely perfect figure as well. Anyone who saw abs as beautiful as this would be unable to control the primitive impulse in their heart. Just as Yoon Luofeng's hand slowly trailed down from the man's chest, he firmly grabbed a hold of her, tightly pressing her against the wall. Yoon Luofeng's eyes lightly narrowed, the smile on her breathtaking face deepening. Yoon Seo, you were a piece of white paper in the beginning. As for me, my biggest interest was to paint a black spot on this piece of white paper to prove that you are mine. The only one in this world who can train you is me. Yoon Seo's thin lips faintly pursed, his dark eyes gradually shifting down from the girl's collarbone, his hands gently peeling the layer of thin muslin off of her body. Every inch of her skin was visible to the man, and she lifted her arms to hook it around his neck without a single hint of embarrassment. Her wicked smiling lips moved to beside his ears and lowly chuckled, if you want to see, I will let you see as much as you want this time. Her smoldering breath beat against the man's ear, carrying a sensual air that made the man's mind instantly lose its rationality. Fiery blood burst into his veins with a boom, his large hand tightly pressing on the girl as he leaned down to kiss that pair of beautiful lips. This kiss, along with the man's domineering air, was engraved onto her lips, not dispersing for a long while. Feng air, he called in a low tone, his magnetic voice akin to a grinding stone, causing a person's heart to feel unbearable. The girl quietly responded with raised brows, her dark, smiling eyes remaining fixed on the cold man in front of her from start to end. I want you. This time, not only was the man's words honest, but even his body honestly reflected his heart's response. Yoon Seo, your kissing has improved. Chapter 433, Yoon Seo and Yoon Luofeng 2. The young girl provided an irrelevant response while looking at Yoon Seo with a smile. It appears that something like technique truly needs to be practiced repeatedly. Whenever we are free from now on, we can practice frequently. What do you think? Okay, he would never reject Yun Luofeng's requests, especially a suggestive proposal like this. Yun Xiao, when your heaven and spread method has a breakthrough again, I will give myself over to you, alright. Some might say that Yun Luofeng only had a favorable impression of Yun Xiao at the beginning, but the fact that she was willing to use dual cultivation to cure Yun Xiao's deranged symptoms during his breakthrough already proved that she accepted him with her whole heart and body. If a person had a man this excellent and loyal as well as lovable and obedient beside them, not many could remain unmoved. She was the same. This man made her taste what it was like to have her heart stirred for the first time. For you, I will break through as fast as possible. Yun Xiao's gaze was concentrated and serious, and after saying those words, he quietly picked up the clothes from the floor and laid them over the girl's body. She raised her brows imperceptibly. Aren't you going to continue looking? It's cold. Yun Xiao intently looked at Yun Luofeng. I'm afraid you will catch a cold. Yun Luofeng started, her lips unable to resist curling up when she saw the man's completely serious expression. Yun Xiao, I finally know why I like you, she lowly chuckled, it's because of your foolishness and purity. To be able to retain a personality like this in the giant dye jar that is this world, it's truly too rare. You said that my paper had a black spot painted by you, but, in fact, that's not all. My entire paper has been completely painted black by you. Yun Xiao's gaze remained serious and earnest. However, I only permit you alone to paint other colors onto my paper. For the rest of his life, the only woman that he wanted was her. Hence, he only permitted her to paint the piece of white paper that represented his love life black. RCO, 1 inch Yun Luofeng's fingers raised his chin, and she stood on her tiptoes to press a light kiss against his lips. I will wait until your breakthrough with the heaven and spread method. At that time, I will hand a complete me over to you. After saying this, her hand slowly fell on the man's chest, wanting to gently push his body away, but just as her hand touched his chest, he suddenly pulled her into his arms, his lips descending again. Beside her ear was the man's rough voice. You said you wanted to practice kissing technique with me. We will continue to practice now. Outside the door, Lin Ruobai, who originally came here to find Yun Luofeng, accidentally heard the activity inside the room. She quickly retracted the hand that she just extended to push the door open and hurriedly covered her eyes. See no evil, see no evil. Xiao Bai, what are you doing? Suddenly, a pleasant, masculine voice came from behind her, causing her to jump in surprise. She quickly turned her head and placed her fingers against her lips, making a shushing motion. Daddy, Master and Master's lover are making a child right now, we shouldn't bother them. Through the thin veil on the window, she could faintly see the two people kissing inside the room, and according to the descriptions in the Shanggong Tutu, the next step should be child creating. As soon as she thought of that embarrassing scene, Lin Ruobai's face turned thoroughly red. Thank goodness that she stopped in time and did not enter, otherwise, with Master's partner's personality, he would definitely chop her into pieces. Chapter 434, Grieving Lin Jingfeng. How do you know about child making? Lin Jingfeng asked as he glanced at his own daughter with suspicion. Lin Ruobai quickly blinked. This is how it's written in the Shanggong Tu, is it incorrect? Shanggong Tu. Upon hearing these words, Lin Jingfeng immediately exploded, all of the hair on his head stood on its end, and he stared at her with widened eyes. What did you just say? You've actually seen something like a Shanggong Tu. Could it be that his own daughter was starting to yearn for love? Thinking of this, Lin Jingfeng's entire body felt unwell and incredibly heartbroken, and his look of despair was as though his own wife ran off with someone else. For all these years, he had never thought about the fact that his daughter would eventually marry someone. To him, his daughter was still young and should stick by her father's side instead of being the wife of some bastard. Even if his daughter had to marry, it would still be something several years down the line. He did not realize that she would yearn for love this quickly. How could that be possible? This was no different from sticking a knife into his heart. Xiao Bai, Lin Jingfeng hurriedly steadied his tumultuous heart, his hands firmly pressing on Lin Ruobai's shoulders, and looked at her seriously and intently. You're still young right now, only 13 years old. You're only allowed to look at Shanggong Tu when you're an adult. But, Lin Ruobai pursed her lips, Master is only 2 years older than me, and she can already create children with her lover, so why can't I look at Shanggong Tu? This. Lin Jingfeng was rendered speechless, his eyes shifting a few times before saying, you already said that your master is 2 years older than you, so you're still too young. Wait at least 2 years before learning these things, you still aren't permitted now. Fine, Lin Ruobai pouted in resentment, I won't look at it from now on. Worst comes to worst, she would have Master bring her to visit the brothel. She heard that you can see a live version of Shanggong Tu there, so much more interesting than the drawings. As for why she did not dare to watch Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao's Shanggong Tu, that was because she did not have the guts to offend Master's lover. Otherwise, she had no clue where he would toss her to, and if she did not see Master ever again, who would she cry to then? Good daughter, tell daddy, who gave you the Shanggong Tu? Asked Lin Jingfeng with a much gentler tone. Xiao Yue-1 was looking at it in secret, and I discovered him, so I snatched it from him. After looking at it, I found it quite interesting, so I kept it. Xiao Yue. A berserk fury tore out of Lin Jingfeng's body, and, with his back facing the dark sky, he coldly ordered, someone, toss that punk into the nest of devils for punishment. Actually giving something like this to Miss to look at. In the darkness, a shadow cupped his fists in salute and disappeared in the never-ending night sky in the blink of an eye. Nest of Devils was the most dangerous location in the Spread God Mountain. Supposedly, people who were tossed into the Nest of Devil could not come out without being seriously injured. Hence, the fury that currently resided in Lin Jingfeng's heart could be imagined. Seeing her father's belligerent appearance, Lin Ruobai did not dare to utter another word and also became annoyed. If she knew this would happen, she should not have told him about the Shanggong Tu. Daddy, it's already late, so I'll go back and rest first. Lin Ruobai quickly shifted the topic. Right, definitely don't go and disturb Master and her lover. Master's lover is truly too scary. Not only is he strong, but he also doesn't have too good of a temper. Only Master can tame him. Unless he was in Yun Luofeng's presence, Yun Xiao did not have a pleasant attitude and was perpetually expressionless. Chapter 435. Going Home 1. In the simple yet elegant room, perhaps because the man heard the commotion outside, his sword-like brows lightly knitted, and a cold light flashed through his black eyes. At this moment, the young girl's wicked voice drifted to his ears, gradually smoothing his features. Don't mind them, let's continue. All right. Their bodies tightly melded together as they closely embraced each other. They kissed from the wall onto the bed, the entire room instantly filling with a sensual air. Next day, daybreak. On the rear mountain of Xiao residence, quite a few people gathered in a circle. With a single glance, Wei Liancheng recognized the handsome man and beautiful girl walking toward him, and his eyes filled with admiration. You came. Yun Luofeng imperceptibly nodded. Has everyone who possesses the power of the pure Xiao family blood arrived? Miss Yun, you're planning to let him enter the secret realm. Astonishment entered Wei Liancheng's eyes. I heard that only cultivators below sky level can enter the Xiao family secret realm. It appears to me that Yun Xiao's ability has long since reached sky level spread cultivator, perhaps even higher than that, am I right? Yun Xiao's eyes coldly glanced at Wei Liancheng as he icily stated, I can control my aura to be below sky level cultivator. Which meant that this constraint of the Xiao family's secret realm did not trouble him at all. Ho ho, Wei Liancheng chuckled in embarrassment, great then. However, after entering this secret realm, you won't be able to come out for some time. Yun Xiao grew silent. After a moment, he turned to look at Yun Luofeng. Go back to the Yun residence and wait for me. It was only when she returned to the Yun estate could he enter this secret realm without worry. All right, I will wait for you at the Yun estate. Her objective for coming here was to look for Yun Xiao, and since she had found him, it was also time for her to go back. She originally thought that her trip to Spirit Domain would take at least half a year, but she unexpectedly finished taking care of everything in only a few months. This trip was unimaginably smooth. Yun Xiao took one last glance of Yun Luofeng before his cold gaze swept past the members of the Xiao family that he intentionally kept behind, and he icily stated, go and open the Xiao family secret realm now. The secret realm of the Xiao family could only be entered by members of the Xiao family, and the strength of those entering could not surpass sky level Spirit cultivator. Thankfully, Yun Xiao could control his aura and successfully deceive the secret realm. Currently, he could only protect her if he possessed enough power. Miss Yun, Lin Jingfeng faintly smiled, I will leave this daughter of mine in your hands. Please be sure to discipline her well, she's too unruly and mischievous and lacks sensibilities. I'll trouble you to take her away. Although he said all these things, in Lin Jingfeng's heart, his daughter would always be his most precious treasure, an existence more important than his life. Then we will set off now, said Yun Luofeng after a brief pause. Yes, master. Lin Ruobai happily walked to stand beside Yun Luofeng and lightly blinked her brightly shining eyes. Master, are we heading to your hometown now? Is it fun there? You will see when you get there. Yun Luofeng did not say anything more. She retracted her lingering sight from Yun Xiao's figure, and her lips raised in a languid smile. It's quite late, let's go. After saying this, she did not glance at Yun Xiao another time and headed down the mountain. Yun Luofeng could clearly feel a gaze from behind that followed her until she left there. Chapter 436. Going Home 2. Longyuan Kingdom. Outside the main entrance of the general's estate, a group of people dressed in long, white robes blocked the entrance, surrounding it like an impenetrable wall. The pedestrians on the streets all had no clue as to what was happening and continuously pointed and gestured at the group of white-robed people with curious glances. Yun Qingya, get out here. The leader, a white-robed elderly man, shouted loudly, his voice akin to a clap of thunder ringing in the sky above the Yun residence. Not long after, a group of people walked out of the Yun residence with the Yun family's elderly head, Yun Luo, at the very front. Yun Luo's geriatric face was serious and had a deep frown with an icy light shining in his severe eyes. A cold and aloof Yun Qingya followed beside the elderly man, his appearance handsome and as elegant as chrysanthemums. His eyes were as clear as spring water, but at this moment, they were slowly being tinged with coldness. Lu Yin, you people from the medical city are actually this untrustworthy. You clearly agreed to the 3-year promise, but you come calling at a time like this. Aren't you afraid of your reputation going down the drain? Asked the elderly man between clenched teeth, his chest brimming with fury as he ferociously glared at the old man in front of him. Ho ho, Lu Yin disdainfully snorted, Yun Luo, as long as you hand over Yun Qingya, whoever is beside you, I will let you live. Otherwise, today will be the day that your Yun family is destroyed. The elderly man was trembling in anger. This Lu Yin only came running back because both Elder Ning and Elder Rong left the Longyuan kingdom. When Lu Yin originally left Longyuan, Yun Luo never would have imagined that the old guy would go back on his word like this. You want me to hand over my son? Not unless I die here. The elderly man's aged body took 2 steps forward, standing as firm as Mount Tai. Yun Luo, do you think that just because you have the Ning family and the medical pavilion supporting you, you can do whatever you want? Let me tell you, the status of the medical pavilion in our physician association isn't that high. If it weren't for the fact that we are of the same branch, I wouldn't have let you all off that day. Lu Yin's eyes slightly narrowed, a cold smile appearing on his lips. Now, I will only give you one chance, hand over Yun Qingya, and I will spare your life. Bah, the elderly man rudely spat on Lu Yin. This old man isn't some wimp. If you want this old man to back off, keep dreaming. Lu Yin shook from his anger. He did not expect the elderly head to spit on him, so he was not guarded at all. It was not until that mouthful of phlegm landed on him that he reacted. His aged face was livid as he furiously roared, Yun Luo, you're seeking death. Boom. Carrying a violent wind, his fist assailed the elderly head. The members of the Steel Corps and Raging Flame Corps all drew their weapons and prepared to react to Lu Jin's actions. Bang! Suddenly, a grey silhouette shot forth from the wall, quickly placing himself in front of the elderly man. The person's palm received Lu Yin's attack with an enormous bang, forcing the grey figure to stagger back a few steps. Qin Yuan shook his numb arm with a grimace on his face. This Yun family truly knew how to attract enemies. If only it was some normal enemy, but the one who came was actually at the strength of a sky-level cultivator. And he himself had only just broken through to sky level, so even if he wanted to face these people, he might not be enough. However, no matter what, he promised Yun Luofeng, so he must protect the safety of everyone from the Yun family. Sky-level spread cultivator. Lu Yin was somewhat stunned. He glanced at Qin Yuan with darkened eyes. Yun Luo, no wonder you dare to challenge me. It turns out your Yun family has the protection of a sky-level spread cultivator. However, this guy did not break through to sky level that long ago, so he's no match for me at all. Chapter 437, Going Home, 3. At this moment, the elderly head was also thoroughly puzzled. He rubbed his head and looked at Qin Yuan in confusion. Didn't this man often appear beside Yun Xiao? He was probably Yun Xiao's subordinate. During this period of time in particular, he took extremely good care of the Yun family and was very humble as a person as well, often running around for the Yun family. However, based on Lu Ying's words, Qin Yuan was also a sky-level spread cultivator. The elderly man was stunned. If Qin Yuan's strength was at sky level, then how formidable was Yun Xiao's strength? Leave here first. Qin Yuan's expression became increasingly solemn. Leave here and find my master and Miss Yun, only they can protect you. But you, Yun Luo started. No matter what, he could not do something like leaving Qin Yuan behind to flee for his life on his own. I promised Miss Yun that I would protect the Yun family, so I would rather die here than let anyone touch a single strand of hair on your head. However, I can't stop them for too long, so hurry up and leave. The farther, the better, don't ever come back. Standing in the breeze, the grey-clothed figure appeared extremely firm. The man's gaze contained his decision to face death with equanimity as he coldly watched the people from the medical city. No way. Yun Luo's body fully released his domineering aura as he coldly stated, there are no deserters on the battlefield. This isn't the battlefield. Qin Yuan was somewhat anxious. To me, any fight is the battlefield. And on the battlefield, a general definitely doesn't desert his soldiers. If this general truly fled, then I would lose every scrap of dignity and reputation. As a general, the only principle that Yun Luo understood was that he would rather die in battle before he would ever admit defeat to his enemy. To him, if he abandoned Qin Yuan and fled, how is that any different from a deserter? As long as he remained alive, he would not permit anyone to take a single step into the Yun residence. Father, Yun Qing's eyes contained a clear light, but there was a bitter smile on his lips. My apologies, I have endangered you. The man's apologetic voice caused Yun Luo's heart to suddenly tremble, and the old man turned to look at that handsome face and lifted his hand to lightly pat his shoulder. My Yun family doesn't have any cowards. Fang's parents died on the battlefield and were fearless in the face of danger. Feng Er has also inherited her parents' personalities and would rather die than bend. Hence, I don't think you have done anything wrong. Should my son be craven and cowardly instead and submit to his enemy's threats? After the elderly man had said this, he briefly paused before continuing, no. If you admitted defeat on that stage back then due to the other party's identity and allowed yourself to be beaten up without retaliating, then you aren't my son. I don't have cowards as sons. Every single member of his Yun family was heroic, never admitting defeat and never cowering. They would never submit to an enemy in order to survive. Qingya, you're this father's good son. Being able to have you and Yun Yang as sons and Feng Er as a granddaughter, father is already very satisfied and doesn't have any regrets. I also believe that with your niece's strength, she will avenge us eventually. What was there to fear about death? To Yun Luo, death was not scary. What was scary was a heart that softened when facing death. Ha ha ha. Yun Luo guffawed and turned to look at Lu Yin, a mocking smile appearing on his geriatric face. Lu Yin, kill me if you wish, but if you want me to hand my son over in order to survive, then let me tell you that wouldn't be possible even in the next life. How could I, Yun Luo, be a craven coward? As a man, I definitely won't disregard and abandon my family. Chapter 438, Going Home, 4. Qin Yuan glanced at Yun Luo with a complicated look. He had nothing but respect for this old general who had traversed the battlefield for many years. A courageous and strategic elder with such soaring heroism, no wonder he could remain on the battlefield for this many years. It was unfortunate that the previous emperor of Longyuan was blind, otherwise, he would not have met such a pitiful end. Father, Yun Qingya faintly smiled, and his smile was graceful and striking, gently causing other people's hearts to be stirred. I understand, I will not regret what I did back then no matter what. Just as father said, the Yun family had no cowards. Even if he lived for 10 years without daylight because of what happened back then, he still would not regret it. Humph, Lu Ying coldly snorted, his lips rising with a mocking arch. Yun Qingya, even now, you're still this obstinate. There are simply some things that you can't shake up. The strength of our medical city is too strong, so strong that it's unimaginable. And our young master is a noble youth, so you should have allowed yourself to be beaten up without retaliation when he competed with you. Speaking of this, he briefly paused before continuing, it's a pity that you still haven't understood this logic over the last 10 years. On this continent, having a strong backbone is useless, it's having a strong enough strength that allows you to establish yourself. Boom. Just as Lu Yin finished speaking, his body abruptly moved and rapidly charged toward Yun Qingya's direction. Watch out, Qin Yuan's expression distorted, and he hurriedly rushed to Yun Qingya's front and erected a shield. However, he had not broken through to sky-level spread cultivator for too long after all, so how could he compare with Lu Ying? With a boom, a punch landed on the invisible shield, and it instantly shattered and dissipated into the air as sparks. Bam! At the same time, Qin Yuan's body flew back and landed heavily on the wall, fresh blood endlessly rushing out of his mouth. Yun Qingya, die. Lu Yin's speed was too quick, so quick that no one but Qin Yuan was able to react. Qingya, anger spat from Yun Luo's eyes. He wanted to rush to the front of Yun Qingya. However, the opponent's strike was already landing, and he could not make it in time to take this blow for his beloved son. He could only watch in despair as the old man's fist headed for Yun Qingya. Faced with this sudden attack and formidable pressure, Yun Qingya's expression remained unchanged and unfazed. He staunchly stood as straight as a ramrod in the midst of this old man's pressure. Father was right, the sons of the Yun family were no cowards. Even if he died, he had to die standing and must not bend to his enemy. Suddenly, a pretty silhouette drifted over from somewhere unknown and landed firmly in front of Yun Qingya. Bam! The young girl spat out a mouthful of blood. Her beautiful appearance became ghastly white in an instant, and her head of fair hair slowly loosened and fluttered in front of Yun Qingya. His pupils contracted swiftly as he dazedly watched the girl blocking his front with astonishment in his eyes. It was not until the young girl's body tilted towards the ground that he finally reacted and quickly took 2 steps forward to catch that delicate and limp body. Why did you save me? Ever since Eldest left some time ago, this girl had stayed in the Yun residence. She was supposedly waiting for Yun Luofeng to return, but she kept roaming around in front of him. Yun Qingya did not have serious feelings for this girl who was 10 years younger than him, and only treated her like a younger sister. However, he never would have imagined that she would dart out at a time like that and take Lu Yin's blow for him. Chapter 439, Going Home, 5. Ning Xin's eyes were barely open, her fan-like eyelashes faintly trembling. Her breathing was very shallow, so shallow that it was as though she would disappear at any time. Because I admire you a lot. After a brief moment, the young girl opened her eyes, a pair of eyes that appeared as though they could speak, and silently stared at the man in front of her, a weak smile appearing on her pretty face. Yun Qingya's heart trembled, his arm unconsciously tightly holding the girl's body. Brother Yun, I don't admire you merely because of your talent. I have seen many geniuses in my life, the Ning family alone has many. However, after hearing your story, I was deeply captivated by you. The young girl's voice was faint, but her tone carried an unquestionable resolution. I admire your backbone and am infatuated with your defiant and unyielding spirit. Although you knew the other party's identity, you still stood on the stage and were unwilling to lay down your respect and pride. So, the young girl paused before continuing, for you, I'm wholeheartedly willing. Her words caused Yun Qingya's heart to intensify in its trembling, and his hold on her tightened, his clear eyes a sea of unswerving determination. Don't worry, Xiao Feng'er will return soon. Once she's back, nothing will happen to you. Ning Xin shook her head with a wry smile. Brother Ning, I'm afraid I can't wait until then. When Feng'er returns, help me say goodbye to her. I haven't been able to make many friends in my life, she can be considered the only one. Within a power like the Ning family, although there were many daughters of noble families who wanted to befriend her, those people did it due to the Ning family's reputation. However, for Yun Luofeng, social standing meant nothing in her eyes and she only cared about whether or not they were worth befriending. Therefore, it was only in front of Yun Luofeng that she would open her heart without any reservation. Hearing the girl's increasingly weakening voice, Yun Qingya's heart burst with heaven-piercing fury, and his pair of clear eyes coldly looked at the people from the medical city. If anything bad happens to Ning Xin, I will eventually annihilate your entire medical city. His voice contained a rage that could destroy the earth and heaven as his long, white-robed robes gently fluttered with the wind. Behind them, a white-robed person stood out and worriedly said, Elder Lu Yin, what should we do? If the news of Ning Xin being grievously injured travels to Ning family, that old man of theirs will definitely go crazy. They only came here to deal with the general's estate, who knew that Ning Xin would also be here and even disregard her life for Yun Qingya. With old man Ning's protective personality, if he learned that the medical city accidentally injured Ning Xin, he would be furious for certain. Especially since it appeared as though Ning Xin would not survive. Quick! Grandfather Yun was the first to react and hurried said, Qingya, hurry and take her to the medical pavilion. There are quite a few physicians in the medical pavilion, perhaps they will have a way of containing her injury. Everything will be fine if we can wait for Feng's return. Yun Qingya abruptly regained his wits and without another word, he carried Ning Xin and darted for the other end of the street. Perhaps because he was overly anxious, his speed was as quick as the wind. Elder Lu Yin. The white-robed man opened his mouth to speak while watching the direction that Yun Qingya left, but he was interrupted by Lu Yin's voice. Let's return to the medical city first and discuss with the master of the city about how to deal with old man Ning's anger. Chapter 440, Going Home, 6. But this Yun Qingya, the white-robed man's brows furrowed. Would they be running home with their tail between their legs this time? He will be going to the medical pavilion for nothing. I'm well aware of the strength that I just used. Even the master of the medical pavilion might not be able to save her, Lu Yin frostily stated. Now, let's hurry back to the medical city first and discuss with the master of the city. As for the Yun family, we'll simply let them live a few more days. The Ning family's little girl was now grievously injured, accidentally caused by him even, but he hoped that the people from the Ning family would be somewhat reasonable and be willing to reconcile with the medical city. However, if he prevented Yun Qingya from bringing Ning Xin to the medical pavilion now, then the situation would change. At that time, even if he explained that it was an accident, there still would not be anyone from the Ning family who would listen to him. If we knew that the little girl from Ning family would be here and go all out to protect Yun Qingya, we wouldn't have sought out the Yun family at this time. He harshly gritted his teeth, his heart full of annoyance, as he said, retreat. Ning residence. When they heard that Ning Xin was injured by some outsider, the entire Ning family was shaken, and everyone gathered in the same hall with an unsightly expression on their face. The people from the medical city have some nerve, actually daring to injure our Ning Exinger. Master, we can't let this matter go and must go to the medical city to settle the score with them. said a furious man with a livid expression. The person speaking was the Ning family's first elder. Master, why did the people from the medical city injure Ning Shinsa? There must have been more to it. I heard that old master left Ning Shinsa alone in the Longyuan kingdom and ran off to who knows where. This time, Ning Shinsa was injured because she was protecting the son of a general. I truly don't know what old master was thinking, actually allowing Ning Shinsa to associate herself with those common people. That won't do. We must go and bring Ning Shinsa back. Now that she's seriously injured, if she isn't treated immediately, perhaps she won't survive. Everyone injected with their own thoughts here and there, every word relaying their fury toward the medical city and disdain toward the Yun family. Enough. The middle-aged man sitting on the center seat slammed his hand on the table, his handsome face completely aloof. Grandfather must have had his reason for leaving Shinsa in Longyuan. Moreover, the granddaughter of the general's estate of Longyuan is grandfather's savior and friends with Shinsa. If grandfather hears you discussing the general's estate in this manner, he will certainly fly into a rage. I don't believe a mere miss of a general's estate could cure old master's illness. Perhaps old master did not want us to worry about him, so he casually found an excuse. An old man deeply frowned. Master, we truly can't stop worrying about Ning Shinsa staying there. I hope master will allow me to take some people to bring Ning Shinsa back to the Ning residence for treatment. With our Ning family's strength, it won't be a problem to have a worldwide recruitment of physicians. The middle-aged man painfully closed his eyes. When he learned of his daughter getting injured, there probably was not anyone more worried than him. He wanted to do nothing more than immediately fly to Longyuan. However, since grandfather was not home, there must be someone in charge here. All right, the man opened his eyes. I will allow you to immediately bring Shinsa back to the Ning residence. However, you must be polite to the general's estate and can't be too rude. Otherwise, no one can stop grandfather when he's angry. Yes, master. The elderly man cupped his fists in salute. His voice was respectful, but his face contained a trace of dismissal. Chapter 441, Ning Family 1. In the quiet back hall of the medical pavilion, Fang Ya wiped the sweat from her forehead and slowly rose from the bedside. With a tired look, she turned her head to look at Yun Qingya behind her, who looked quite nervous. How is she? Yun Qingya felt his heart miss a beat, his tightly clenched fist full of sweat, his handsome face filled with anxiety. Fang Ya shook her head helplessly. Seeing her look, Yun Qingya felt like being struck by a clap of thunder and couldn't help but back up a few steps. I have tried my best, but she was too severely injured. The attack of Lu Yin shattered her internal organs, and I can only keep her alive for 10 days. If Yun Luofeng hasn't come back in 10 days, I'm afraid she is going to die. 10 days. Yun Qingya's eyes gradually turned to the girl in bed. At the moment, the girl's face was as white as a piece of paper, as if her whole body would break with a light touch, her lips ghastly pale, and her frowning brows revealing the pain she was suffering. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, she wouldn't have been so badly injured. Yun Qingya felt so distressed. He didn't expect that at that time, Ning Xin would risk her own life to protect him. He was unable to repay her love even in his entire life. Fang Ya frowned, a worried look appearing on her coquettish face. When will Yun Luofeng come back? When older Ning left the Longyuan kingdom, he had asked the medical pavilion to take care of Ning Xin, but nobody could know this would happen. As soon as the two old men left, the people of the medical city had come. Yun Qingya gave a bitter smile and shook his head, stroking the delicate face of the girl in bed. Feng Ya has been gone a few months, and nobody knows when she will return. Maybe little Xin doesn't have enough time to wait for her. When Fang Ya opened her mouth and was about to say something, a servant of the medical pavilion hurriedly lifted the curtain to come in and reported respectfully, Miss Fang Ya, the people of the Ning family have come. The Ning family. Hearing this, Fang Ya frowned. Who is it? Miss Fang Ya, the old man who called himself fourth elder of the Ning family, said he came here to take Miss Ning Xin home. Hearing the servant's words, Yun Qingya was stunned. He quickly grabbed Ning Xin's hand, his clear eyes determined. No, we can't let little Xin go. We have to wait for Feng Ya to return. If Ning Xin went back to the Ning family, she would probably die without a cure, while there might be a slim chance for her to be healed if she waited here for Yun Luofeng. He mustn't let the Ning family take Ning Xin away. Suddenly, a cold snort came from outside the curtain. Humph, I'd like to see what means you have to stop us. As Yun Qingya turned his eyes, he saw an old man with a long robe walk into the back hall, followed by a group of people. That old man had an aggressive aura, with an underlying haughtiness on his seemingly mild face. In his navy blue robe he looked quite tall, his whole body just like a sharp sword that would kill in an instant. He looked at Yun Qingya, his eyes vaguely hostile. Looking at the man, Yun Qingya's eyes gradually darkened, he clenched his hands placed on both sides of his body, and his clear voice was quite determined, you can't take Ning Xin away. Ha ha, the old man sneered, well, I'd like to see whether or not you can stop me. Gods, take Miss away. Chapter 442, Ning Family 2. Yun Qingya's face changed, and he clenched his fists as he stepped forward to stop these people, but Fang Ya held out a hand and stopped him. Elder of the Ning family, Fang Ya frowned, her coquettish face solemn, and she turned her foxy beautiful eyes to the people of the Ning family, asking, if you insist on taking Ning Xin away, she might die without hope for a cure. Is this the result you want? Fourth elder snorted, his eyes full of contempt, your medical pavilion can't cure her, but it doesn't mean that no other physician can cure her. Ning Xin will only get the best treatment when she returns to the Ning family. Fang Ya's eyes darkened, and she took a deep breath. Elder of the Ning family, you are not a physician and you don't know about any medical skill. I just checked Ning Xin's condition, and I can assure you that in this world there are only two people who can save her. One is the godly Dr. Chan Ya, and the other is Yun Luofeng of the Yun family. As for the godly Dr. Chan Ya, nobody knows his whereabouts and it is very difficult to find him, so we have only one choice now, and that is to let Ning Xin stay here. Once Yun Luofeng comes home, her life will be saved. Even now, Fang Ya still tried to persuade the people of the Ning family to let Ning Xin stay here. However, after hearing her words, Fourth Elder turned up his nose and gave her a contemptuous smile. Yun Luofeng, I have never heard of her name. She is just a general's granddaughter. How can she be compared with godly Dr. Chan Ya? Elder of the Ning family, Yun Luofeng has cured older Ning of his disease. You still think she is not qualified to be compared with godly Dr. Chan Ya? Fang Ya's eyebrows were knitted more tightly, with an impatient look gradually appearing on her face. This elder of the Ning family was really stubborn. If Elder Rong was here, they would not dare to grab Ning Xin away from the medical pavilion. Although on this continent, Elder Rong's status was not as noble as Elder Ning's, they had been close friends since they were young, and their affection wouldn't change with the change of their status. Thus, the people of the Ning family were very respectful to Elder Rong. No one dared to be disrespectful to him. Ha ha ha. Hearing Fang Ya's words, Fourth Elder couldn't help laughing, his voice full of contempt. Fang Ya, do you think I really don't know? Older Ning hasn't been cured. He just made an excuse to reassure us. How could a general's granddaughter be able to cure a patient that so many famous doctors on this continent couldn't cure? You think I'm stupid? You. Fang Ya trembled with anger, her chest heaving. I tell you, not only the older Ning, but our master was also cured by her. And you should know that Yun Qingye was disabled before, but now he stands here unscathed. All of these are because of Yun Luofeng. How can you deny her medical skill? Fourth Elder snorted. How should I know if Yun Qingye was really disabled or not? Maybe he just pretended to be seriously injured and has been hiding his strength all these years. As for your master, he did recover, but you said he was cured by Yun Luofeng. Is that true? Maybe you lied. In any case, he couldn't believe that Yun Luofeng's medical skills could match godly Dr. Chan Ya's. To be exact, she was not qualified to be compared with Chan Ya. How could a 15-year-old girl, born in a place like the Longyuan Kingdom, acquire such great medical skills? Chapter 443, Ning Family 3. Did Fang Ya really think he was stupid enough to believe her lie? Whether you believe it or not, I just want to tell you, in this world, besides godly Dr. Chan Ya, only Yun Luofeng can save Ning Xin. If you insist taking her back to the Ning family, you should take the responsibility if something bad happens to her. At this moment, Fang Ya's face turned sullen, an angry look flickering through her beautiful eyes. She'll die if she stays here. Fourth Elder waved. Ignore these people. Take Ning Xin away as quickly as possible. Boom. Just as the men were approaching the bed, Yun Qingye came forward and stood in front of the bed, releasing an imposing aura, his handsome face enraged. None of you can take her away. His eyes were determined, as if he would risk his life to stop these people. Fourth Elder's eyes darkened, and he shouted coldly, beat him. In an instant, the people of the Ning family rushed to Yun Qingye and attacked him with spiritual power together. Since he was healed, Yun Qingye's strength had been greatly improved, and he had even broken through to become a high-level advanced rank spirit cultivator. However, even so, he was hopelessly outnumbered now. Soon, he was punched hard on the chest. Poof. Yun Qingye kept backing up, and just when he was going to bump against the bed behind him, he tried his best to destabilize his body and wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, his fearless eyes coldly staring at the people of the Ning family. I will not let you take her away. To protect him, Ning Xin was seriously injured, so now it was his turn to protect her and he would never let anybody take her away from him. You are courting death. Fourth Elder snorted, moved his body and rushed towards Yun Qingye, his body like a flying sword, releasing an overwhelming aura. Stop it. Fang Ya's face greatly changed in panic. Looking at Fourth Elder's action, she hurried to help Yun Qingye, but before she had reached the front of Yun Qingye, she was affected by the aura of the old man, which blew her away like a gust of wind. Bang! Slammed onto the ground, she raised her head and glared at the Fourth Elder of the Ning family with her beautiful eyes. Stop it now. If Yun Qingye is injured by you, the Ning family will be wiped out. As a person who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance, Yun Luofeng would definitely avenge her second uncle. If her second uncle was injured by the people of the Ning family, even though older Ning was her friend, she would not easily let go of the Ning family. Besides, the girl's growth speed was so scary that she had become so powerful only after 6 months, and who could stop her when she grew up? Having her as enemy would be as disastrous as having a devil as enemy. Bang! Punched by Fourth Elder, Yun Qingye's body flew away, broke the wall and fell into the rubble with a thud. His fingers twitched, and he tried to get up from the ground, but he felt powerless and could only watch the people of the Ning family pick Ning Xin up from the bed. Let go of her. Yun Qingye's voice became very hoarse, his fingers clenching the dust in front of him. When he opened his mouth, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his handsome face almost transparently pale. At this moment, his eyes were filled with rage and despair. He had never been as powerless as today. It was as if his body had been hollowed out. Chapter 444, Ning Family 4. A guard of the Ning family lifted Ning Xin up, then went to Fourth Elder and asked, Fourth Elder, what about the man? Fourth Elder paused and ordered with a cold voice, ignore him. They will never be a threat to us. Now let's go back to the Ning family. After saying this he walked quickly out of the medical pavilion, not even looking back. After the people of the Ning family had left, Fang Ya struggled to her feet and stumbled to Yun Qingye, who was lying in the ruins. How are you, young Master Yun? She asked. Yun Qingye did not answer her words, his fingers clutching the dust on the ground, a deep sorrow in his eyes. You are seriously injured. Let me treat you. Fang Ya sighed, for she knew, with their strengths, they were simply unable to stop the people of the Ning family. Now they could do nothing but watch them leave with Ning Xin. Fang Ya held Yun Qingya up and took him to the bed, but Yun Qingya gave no reaction. He looked glazed as if he had lost his soul. Guards. Fang Ya's eyes darkened, and she ordered, go to the Yun family and invite General Yun to come here, tell him. Yun Qingya has had an accident. Standing outside the gate of the general's estate, Yun Luofeng stopped, looked at the flustered servants in the courtyard and frowned. Did something happen to the Yun family when she was out? When Yun Luofeng was about to cross the threshold, she saw a familiar figure, and apparently the man had found her as well, as a look mixed with surprise and joy appeared in his eyes. Mistress, you've come back. Where's my master? Qin Yuan's face was filled with excitement, but when he found that Yun Luofeng was followed by a little maid but not the cool figure, he paused. We've solved the Xiao family, and he has some other things to handle. By the way, what happened to the Yun family? Why are you all so flustered? Asked Yun Luofeng with a frown. When Qin Yun heard the question from Yun Luofeng, the excited smile on his face faded away. He glanced carefully at the girl in front of him and said, Mistress, young Master Qingya was injured and is now being treated in the medical pavilion. The girl's face suddenly darkened, her dark eyes turning unfathomably deep. Qin Yuan felt his heart miss a beat, and he hurriedly explained, Mistress, it is my fault. I failed to protect young Master Qingya and let him get injured. I'm willing to accept any punishment from you, Qin Yuan confessed, his eyes filled with guilt. Before Yun Luofeng left the Long Yuan kingdom, he had promised that he would take care of the Yun family, but Ning Xin got hurt, and then because of his negligence, even Yun Qingya was seriously injured. This time, he could hardly absolve himself from the blame. Yun Luofeng did not answer, nor did she look at him, and she just silently turned around and walked in the direction of the medical pavilion. Qin Yuan didn't dare to say anything more and followed the girl uneasily. Along the way, he was so nervous that he could hardly breathe. In the back hall of the medical pavilion, sitting in front of the bed, Yun Luo looked at the man in bed who kept silent with his eyes wide open and let out a sigh. Miss Fang Ya, sorry for troubling you, I didn't expect so many bad things happened recently. I should not have let Qingya come to the medical pavilion alone. Chapter 445, Anger of Yun Luofeng 1. Fang Ya forced a smile, her beautiful brows clouded with sadness and more lingering guilt. General Yun, please don't say so, if it weren't for Yun Luofeng, our master would not have been cured. Now the Yun family needs our help, but I couldn't help you. But don't worry, I have informed Elder Rong of things happening here via pigeon mail, asking him to help look for Elder Ning's whereabouts. 10 days. Ning Xin only had 10 days left. She had to find Elder Ning and Yun Luofeng within 10 days, or else Ning Xin would die. Miss Fang Ya, I want to thank you for what you have done for the Yun family anyway. If it weren't for your timely treatment, Qingya might have. Yun Luo suddenly stopped, but what he wanted to say was obvious. He didn't want to experience the tragedy of losing his young loved ones once again. Miss Fang Ya, General Yun, the lady of the Yun family has come. Suddenly, an excited voice came in from the front hall, and after hearing the voice, Yun Luo suddenly stood up, a look of joy flickering through his turbid eyes. Is Feng Er back? That was great. As long as she came back, both Yun Qingya and Ning Xin would be safe. Hardly had Yun Luo's voice faded away, the curtain was lifted by a hand, and a girl in white walked in from the front hall and stopped before Yun Luo. Following her, a cute girl was looking around curiously with her big eyes. Feng Er, Yun Luo's throat turned dry, and tears came to his eyes. With Yun Luofeng coming back, he finally had someone to rely on and his pounding heart regained normal rhythm. Even Yun Luo didn't know when Yun Luofeng had become the mainstay of the Yun family. It seemed that as long as she was here, any difficulty would be readily solved. There wasn't anything in this world that she couldn't achieve. Let's talk later. I'm going to check second uncle's wounds first. Speaking so, the girl walked towards the bed and felt Yun Qingya's pulse with her fingers, and after checking his body's wounds, she no longer worried. Second uncle was seriously injured. Fortunately, his life is not in danger. Fang Ya, here is a prescription, fill it, decoct the medicinal herbs and feed the medicinal soup to second uncle. Yun Luofeng took out a green herb, remember, add this spiritual grass into it. Okay. Fang Ya took over the spiritual grass from Yun Luofeng and ordered servants to prepare pen and paper. After Yun Luofeng had written the names of the needed medicinal herbs on the paper, Fang Ya took it and left the back hall. The whole back hall quieted down. The girl turned to Yun Luo and asked, now tell me what happened. Yun Luo gave a wry smile. The people of the medical city didn't keep the 3-year promise, and launched attacks against the Yun family. To protect your second uncle, Ning Xin was struck by Lu Yin. She was so severely injured that she was going to die. To save her life, your second uncle brought her to the medical pavilion. However, the people of the Ning family came here, taking Ning Xin away and injuring your second uncle. Chapter 446, Anger of Yun Luofeng 2. Yun Luofeng's eyes darkened bit by bit, a strong storm whirling in her dark eyes. Even the aura around her body turned icy with Yun Luo's words. She pondered and asked, does Elder Ning know this? Yun Luo shook his head. Elder Ning is not in the Ning family right now. Fang Ya has informed Elder Rong of this and asked him to ask Elder Ning to settle this issue. Ask Fang Ya to deliver a message to Elder Ning. No matter who has hurt my second uncle, I'll make him pay. Yun Luo moved his lips, a wry smile appearing on his old face. What about Ning Xin? As if hearing Ning Xin's name, Yun Qingya's face finally changed expression, but he still didn't speak and just lay in bed quietly. Yun Luofeng glanced at Yun Qingya. Ning Xin is a good girl. I like her very much. What's more, she was injured because she was protecting second uncle. I will cure her anyway. After second uncle recovers, I'll go to the Ning family to find Ning Xin, and I'll bring her back. Really? Yun Luo's eyes lit up. Will the Ning family let Ning Xin go? To be honest, Yun Luo was also fond of Ning Xin, who was beautiful and elegant, and if it weren't for her who rushed out to block the attack against Yun Qingye with her own body, perhaps Yun Qingye would have been the one who was injured. For this reason, Yun Luo became very fond of her. Yun Luofeng cracked a smile. Don't you think it would be nice to have a daughter-in-law like Ning Xin? Second uncle is old enough to get married, and I think the two are a perfect match. Grandfather, don't worry, I will bring your daughter-in-law back anyway. Before Yun Qingye recovered last time, Yun Luofeng had found that Ning Xin admired and worshipped Yun Qingye, and this time she was injured so badly just to protect her second uncle. Her love for him was obvious. As for second uncle, perhaps he only treated Ning Xin as a little sister at first, but since he was so distressed because of Ning Xin's departure, it was obvious that second uncle also liked her. Even if second uncle was distressed because he worried about Ning Xin's wounds, they would still have a lot of time to develop love for each other. Now the top priority was to bring Ning Xin back from the Ning family. Miss Yun. Out of the curtain came Fang Ya's soft voice, and then she came in with a bowl of medicinal soup and carefully placed it on the table. The medicinal soup has been prepared, and I have something to tell you. Fang Ya looked up at Yun Luofeng and said, the one who came here to take Ning Xin away was the fourth elder of the Ning family, who has a son. He loves this son very much because he had this son in his old age, and his son's talent is not bad, so except for Ning Xin, his son is the most important youngster in the Ning family. Yun Luofeng raised her eyebrows, and then Fang Ya helplessly sighed. His son loves Ning Xin and has decided on Ning Xin as his future wife, so the fourth elder of the Ning family also considers Ning Xin as his daughter-in-law. Unfortunately, Ning Xin doesn't like his son. That's why the fourth elder was so hostile to Yun Qingye. Things would not have ended up like this if the Ning family had sent another elder to the Longyuan kingdom. Yun Luofeng had no expression, the storm in her dark eyes turning more turbulent as if it would break out at any time. Chapter 447, Anger of Yun Luofeng 3. She took a deep breath, suppressed the rage in her heart, raised her eyes, and gazed at the coquettish woman in front of her. Fang Ya, please temporarily take care of my second uncle for me. Hearing the girl's words, Fang Ya paused and asked with a frown, are you going to go to the Ning family now before Elder Ning returns to the Ning family? Yes, Yun Luofeng nodded. Ning Xin doesn't have much time left. I'll go to the Ning family to treat her first, and then I'll make the fourth elder of the Ning family pay. She never thought that so many things would happen when she was away from home, and she would never let go of anyone who had hurt her family. Okay, Fang Ya thought about it and nodded. Don't worry, I will take care of Yun Qingye for you. Besides, since you don't know the location of the Ning family, I will have someone take you there. Indeed, just as Yun Luofeng put it, Ning Xin didn't have much time left, and Elder Ning's whereabouts were still unknown. Thus, she couldn't stop Yun Luofeng. She hoped that Elder Rong could find Elder Ning's whereabouts as soon as possible so that the girl would not have to confront the Ning family alone. As if she could read the mind of Fang Ya, Yun Luofeng smiled, her dark eyes turning peaceful again. Don't worry. Nobody can beat me. Then she turned her eyes to Yun Luo and said sincerely, Grandfather, wait for me here. I will bring your daughter-in-law back. Yun Luo moved to speak, his eyes filled with worry. Do you need me to go with you? How could he just sit and watch his granddaughter alone in a dangerous situation? The Yun family needs a leader. Looking at Yun Luo's worried face, Yun Luofeng said seriously, so you must stay here. Hearing her words, Yun Luo smiled bitterly and sighed, all right, come back as soon as possible. I'll wait for you to bring back my future daughter-in-law. Yun Luofeng took a final look at Yun Qingye who was lying on the bed and slightly lowered her eyes to hide the raging flames in her eyes. Xiao Bai, let's go. Okay, Lin Ruobai blinked cutely, Master, shall we turn to my daddy for help? Yun Luofeng shook her head, too far, too late. Ning Xin didn't have enough time left, and if she went all the way to the God Spirit Mountains to find a helper, Ning Xin would have died before she returned. Wait a minute. As Yun Luofeng turned away and was going to leave, an anxious voice came from behind. The man who was still lying in bed glazed-eyed a minute ago struggled to get up from the bed, his hands tightly holding the edge of the bed, a beautiful smile on his handsome and pale face. The man's smile was like a lotus, stunningly beautiful. I'll go with you. Yun Luofeng was stunned and frowned. Your wounds. I'm fine. Yun Qingye shook his head and smiled feebly. Feng, Xiao Xin was injured because she was protecting me, and you are also going to the Ning family for me. How can I back down at this time? I didn't protect her before. Now, I'm going to pick her up myself. He was a man. As a man, he should not just hide behind his niece but act like a man. Looking at Yun Qingye's determined face, Yun Luofeng pondered and nodded, drink the medicinal soup, and immediately set out to the Ning family with me. Chapter 448, Cure Ning Xin 1. In the grand hall of the Ning family, a middle-aged man, sitting in the middle, asked in a low voice, his tightly knitted brows clouded with sadness, hasn't my father come back yet? Master, the first elder came forward, made an obeisance and answered respectfully, we've been looking for the whereabouts of former master, but nobody knows where he is, and we still can't find him. Okay, the middle-aged man sighed, his brows more tightly knitted, there are only a few days left for Xin, I'm afraid, but my father hasn't come back yet. Perhaps, he won't be able to see her one last time. His fingers rubbed his forehead, his handsome face filled with distress. These days, he had found many famous doctors to see Ning Xin, but all of them said Ning Xin couldn't be cured because she was too seriously injured, unless he could find godly Dr. Chan Ya who could bring the dying back to life and save Ning Xin's life. However, when his father was seriously ill, they had been looking for Chan Ya for a few years and couldn't find him. How could they find him in just a couple of days now? Forget it, the middle-aged man waved and took a deep breath. First elder, spread the news about Ning Xin's death. If my father hears it, he'll come back. Now that Ning Xin only has a few days left, don't bother her anymore. Just let her go quietly. Saying this, he stood up and walked towards the outside of the hall. Just after a few days, the man, who used to be so powerful in the Ning family, became hunchbacked and looked decades older, his ink black hair now half grey. Master. Just as the middle-aged man was about to cross the threshold, a servant hurried in and said respectfully, "A man and a woman are asking to see you." The middle-aged man paused and asked with a frown, "Who are they?" "Master, they said they're from the Longyuan kingdom. The girl is named Yun Luofeng and the man is Yun Qingye." Clatter. Before the middle-aged man responded, fourth elder in the hall suddenly stood up, his fierce eyes burning with rage. How dare the people of the Yun family come here? Especially the Yun Qingye. If he had not offended the medical city, Ning Xin would not have been injured and be dying. Now they have the nerve to come to us before we ask them to take responsibility. Master, let me teach this guy a lesson now. The fourth elder was surprised. He had struck Yun Qingye with the most of his power, although he didn't use all his power. How could he still travel all the way to the Ning family? Was his wound healed? No, it was impossible. He knew how much power he had used in that strike. It was impossible for him to recover so soon. Fourth elder, the middle-aged man frowned, glanced at the enraged fourth elder and said disapprovingly, "Yun Qingye is the one who Shinsa risked her life to protect. How can you treat him like this? Have you ever considered Shinsa's feelings? However, I'd like to meet this Yun Qingye. How could he make Shinsa protect him with her own life?" The fourth elder clenched his fist, his old face sullen. If he had known that Yun Qingye would still be able to scramble out of bed, he would have used all his power in that strike. Yun Qingye was simply unqualified to be Ning Xin's love. Chapter 449, Cure Ning Xin 2. Outside the courtyard, the girl was standing still, her snow-white breast fluttering in the breeze, breathtakingly beautiful. She looked quite unruly, her deep dark eyes shining with a wicked light. With a lazy posture, she was still as beautiful as a painting, so pleasing to the eye. However, at the sight of the people of the Ning family, the girl slightly narrowed her eyes, a dangerous and evil light flickering through her eyes. Yun Qingye stood beside Yun Luofeng, his handsome face no longer pale but still a little bit feeble because he had just recovered from a serious injury. His clear and cool eyes were irrepressible. Standing quietly in the breeze, he looked determined and resolute. Lin Ruobai, who stood beside them and seemed irrelevant, blinked her eyes, her bright big eyes shining with a mischievous light. "Is the man in the navy blue robe the fourth elder?" Yun Luofeng noticed at a glance that the old man behind the middle-aged man had a face that was filled with anger and resentment, so she immediately guessed who he was. Hearing her question, Yun Qingye nodded slightly. "It's him." Hearing his answer, Yun Luofeng didn't say anything more. She narrowed her eyes, looked critically at the middle-aged man who was quickly walking toward her, and asked, "Where is Ning Xin?" Coming straight to the point, she directly asked about Ning Xin's whereabouts. The middle-aged man was stunned and forced a faint smile. "You must be Miss Yun Luofeng, the granddaughter of the general of the Longyuan kingdom. My father used to tell me about you, so I've heard so much about you. Where is Ning Xin?" The girl continued as if she hadn't heard the middle-aged man. Not expecting that Yun Luofeng would ignore his words and insist on seeing Ning Xin, the middle-aged man was a little unhappy and his voice was not as friendly as before. "Shinsa is too ill to get up. I'm afraid she can't see you. Miss Yun, please go back." As he said this, he kept glancing at Yun Qingye, measuring the latter with critical eyes. The more he looked at him, the less satisfied he was with him. Though the talent of Yun Qingye was not bad in the secular world, it was not worth mentioning in their eyes. Only that dandy heir to the medical city would be defeated by him. But everybody knew that the talent of the heir to the medical city was poor. It was just that the master of the medical city became infertile after he had this son, so he spoiled his only son very much and indulged him to the point that he became such a prick. As for the Ning family, both Ning Xin and the son of the fourth elder were rare geniuses. Yun Qingye couldn't compare with either of them. For the sake of his father and Ning Xin, he could stand them being his guests, but it didn't mean he could accept the man as his son-in-law. When the middle-aged man was looking critically at Yun Qingye, the gorgeous girl on the side slowly said, "If you want her to die, then you can stop us from seeing her, and if you want her to live, just take me to Ning Xin." Her unassailable tone stunned the middle-aged man and made him frown. "Humph." The fourth elder snorted and glanced at Yun Luofeng contemptuously, his face filled with contempt. "Little girl, I advise you that you had better be modest. Don't call yourself a physician after just reading some medical books. We brought in so many famous doctors and none of them could cure Ning Xin. What makes you believe that you can cure her? If it weren't for the sake of the former master, you would have been thrown out of here. How dare you keep bragging here?" Chapter 450, Cure Ning Xin 3. The young girl glanced at fourth elder with a wicked look. At the sight of the icy light in her eyes, one would shiver as if being threatened with a knife resting on their neck. "Get out of here." Her cold voice was like a bomb exploding in the crowd, and her beautiful and arrogant face was covered with killing intent. As soon as she thought of what fourth elder had done to Yun Qingye, a wave of rage swept through her and was going to swallow her up in an instant. However, the most important thing now was to cure Ning Xin, and it wouldn't be too late to settle with fourth elder after Ning Xin recovered. Fourth elder was stunned and then realized what she just said to him. He coldly sneered, "Little girl, do you know what you are talking about? This is the Ning family. What makes you think you can speak to me like this? Who do you think you are? If you still want to live, you'd better get out of here, or else don't blame me for not treating you nicely." Normally the middle-aged man would have stopped fourth elder, but today, he did nothing but look on coldly. He wanted to know how the young girl would choose when facing the oppression of fourth elder. Would she leave, or would she fight with fourth elder? After all, until now, he had no idea why his father praised this girl so highly, and he wanted to test Yun Luofeng's strength through fourth elder. Yun Luofeng narrowed her eyes slightly, with a dangerous gleam in her smiling eyes. "What makes me believe I can speak to you like that? Okay, now I'll show you why." Upon saying this, Yun Luofeng took out an emerald jade pendant from her sleeve with the character, Ning, engraved on the pendant and shining brightly in the sun. Is this my father's jade pendant? Why do you have this in your hand? The middle-aged man, who was still looking on, was stunned at the sight of the jade pendant that Yun Luofeng just took out, his face filled with shock. Why did she have the jade pendant of his father in her hand? This jade pendant was a symbol of power, which represented that she could mobilize the power of the Ning family as she wished. But why did his father give this jade pendant to a strange girl? Was it because he appreciated her very much? No. Father would not give her such a valuable thing just out of appreciation. There must be something else that I don't know. Thinking of this, the middle-aged man felt chagrined. If he had known that his father would give her the jade pendant, he would not have looked on when fourth elder was trying to give her a hard time. First elder came forward and carefully examined the jade pendant in the hands of Yun Luofeng, and came to a conclusion, yes, this is the jade pendant of the former master. At once, everyone's attitude to Yun Luofeng changed, and their eyes were not as hostile as before. With this, can I ask you to get out? Yun Luofeng lifted her eyelids slightly, turned her head to look at fourth elder whose face was purple with embarrassment and smiled at him wickedly. Soon fourth elder became silent. He moved his lips and tried to say something, but finally, he shut his mouth. This girl had the jade pendant of the former master in her hand, and if he insisted on driving her away, that would be disrespectful to the former master. As master greatly respected the former master, he would never allow that to happen. Yun Luofeng took a glance at Yun Qingye and seriously said, "Second uncle, let's go, Ning Xin isn't going to last long." Chapter 451, Cure Ning Xin, 4. Okay. Yun Qingye nodded, not expecting that Yun Luofeng would have the jade pendant of Elder Ning in her hands. No wonder she was so confident about the journey to the Ning family. Seeing that the two were about to enter the Ning family, fourth elder's face changed, and he stepped forward to stop them. Master, since Yun Luofeng is our guest, we should treat her with hospitality, but I don't think she can save Ning Xin. Perhaps she will make things worse and accelerate Ning Xin's death. Fourth elder clenched his teeth, so, I don't think we should let her see Ning Xin. Yun Luofeng paused, her dark eyes gradually falling on the old face of the fourth elder, her eyes bright and penetrating as if she could see fourth elder's heart through his eyes. Uneasy at the penetrating gaze, fourth elder couldn't help but draw back a few steps. So you don't want me to save Ning Xin? Yun Luofeng pressed on towards fourth elder for 2 steps, releasing a dangerous aura. Is it because that your son loves Ning Xin but Ning Xin doesn't like him, so you became angry from embarrassment and developed the idea that if he can't have her then nobody can? Fourth elder's face greatly changed, and hurriedly defended himself when he noticed that the middle-aged man's eyes immediately turned suspicious. Nonsense. I have been treating Ning Xin like my own daughter since she was born, and I hope she can recover more than anyone else. You are simply fomenting dissension here. Master, don't listen to her nonsense. She is clearly ill-intentioned. When he said this, he looked anxiously at the middle-aged man, and his heart slowly sank after he felt the disbelief of the other party. Yun Luofeng, that darn girl, how dare she say such a thing in front of the master? If she didn't have the jade pendant of the former master, he would have finished her now. Fourth elder, the middle-aged man said with a sullen look, didn't you just say you hope more than anyone else that Shinsa would recover? Yes, I swear that I hope she can recover more than anyone else, fourth elder answered hurriedly and kept nodding. At the moment, fourth elder was just trying to get rid of the master's suspicion, but he didn't realize that his words completely annoyed the middle-aged man. The one who most hoped that Ning Xin would recover would, of course, be her own parent. Fourth elder just forgot about this. How dare he say that he was the one who most hoped that Ning Xin would recover? Then what about him? Even an outsider hoped that his daughter would survive more than he did. Looking at the angry face of the middle-aged man, fourth elder was a little scared. He didn't know what word he said that had irritated the master. Coldly glancing at fourth elder, the middle-aged man turned his eyes to Yun Luofeng, thought for a while and asked, can you really cure Shinsa? To be honest, the same as fourth elder, he didn't think Yun Luofeng had this ability. However, if not treated, Xin would die. So he could only venture to believe her this one time. But this didn't mean that he would accept Yun Qingye of the Yun family as his son-in-law. Second uncle, Xiao Bai, let's go. Not answering the middle-aged man, Yun Luofeng directly entered the gate of the Ning family. She didn't have any good feelings towards the people of this Ning family except Ning Lao and Ning Xin. Chapter 452, Cure Ning Xin, 5. In a boudoir, the fragrant snow-white gauze curtain was fluttering with the breeze, through which, one could indistinctly see a beautiful girl lying in bed. The girl was pale and silent, and her breath was so faint as if her body was going to break into pieces at any moment. Looking at the girl's bloodless face, Yun Qingye felt his heart miss a beat, his dark eyes filled with guilt. If it weren't for him, Ning Xin would not be injured. Her condition is not very serious. As if feeling the guilt and worry in this man's heart, Yun Luofeng comforted him. Hearing Yun Luofeng's words, Yun Qingye was finally relieved. In his opinion, if Yun Luofeng said it wasn't serious, it meant that Ning Xin's wound could still be treated. Humph. Fourth elder, who followed him to enter the boudoir, snorted and glanced at Yun Luofeng scornfully, his old face filled with contempt. You were just faking it, right? The strike of Lu Yin left a hole in the heart of Ning Xin. If it were not for the medical pavilion that prolonged her life by 10 days with precious medicinal herbs, maybe Ning Xin would have died that very day. And all of this is your fault. As soon as he thought about the fact that Ning Xin was seriously injured from protecting Yun Qingye, he couldn't help but gnash his teeth. She was such a btch. My son has been chasing her for so many years, but she remained unmoved. But now she was going to lose her life for such a useless man. She was just suffering from her own actions. Yun Qingye did not speak, and this time, he agreed with fourth elder. Indeed, if it weren't for saving him, how would Ning Xin be so seriously injured? He owed her life and could only pay it with his entire life. Yun Luofeng coldly glanced at Forthelder. If you utter any single word, I don't mind making you dumb forever. You. Forthelder was trembling with anger and shouted out loud, gnashing his teeth, you dare to be so presumptuous just because you have the jade pendant of the former master in your hand. Who do you think you would be if you didn't have the former master's support? Who am I? You'll know it later, but now I'm going to treat Ning Xin, and I don't have time to talk to you. She came here to cure Ning Xin and avenge Yun Qingye. But Ning Xin could not wait any longer, so she temporarily ignored Forthelder. My master told you to shut up, didn't you hear her? Lin Ruobai glared at Forthelder, who was about to open his mouth again, and with a sullen look complained, I've never seen such a stupid old man. Can nobody stop him? In Xiao Bai's opinion, any person who her master didn't like could not be a good one. And obviously, her master disliked the people of the Ning family, including the future father-in-law of her second uncle. So, none of these people were good. Forthelder's face turned blue with rage. He was about to speak but was interrupted by a voice beside him. Forthelder, stop it. Ning Xin is dying. Why not let her have a try? Let's believe this little girl one time. First Elder shook his head with a sigh and turned his eyes to the dying girl in bed, a sad look flashing through his eyes. As the heiress to the Ning family, Ning Xin had never been spoiled and was always kind and nice to people, so they were all fond of her. Chapter 453, Cure Ning Xin, 6. But he didn't expect that Ning Xin would be so seriously injured this time. How dare the beastards of the medical city do this to her? A murderous desire flickered through First Elder's eyes. Even if Ning Xin survived, he would never let go of the medical city. They knew Ning Xin was in the Yun family, but still launched an attack against the Yun family. It was clear that they didn't put the Ning family in their eyes. However, First Elder had wrongly accused the people of the medical city. If they had known that Ning Xin would be in the Yun family residence, they would not have chosen that time to launch the attack. They thought that Ning Xin had left with Elder Ning, so they had come to the Yun family. Thank goodness, I finally found a normal person in the Ning family. Lin Ruobai lifted her chin up, her cute little face filled with arrogance, and she patted First Elder's shoulder and said as though giving a lesson, how can you not believe in my master's ability? If my master didn't have that ability, then why would your former master give her the jade pendant? The middle-aged man blushed. From the very beginning, he didn't believe in Yun Luofeng's ability, and was even a little bit angry at her rudeness. However, if he had known that she had his father's jade pendant, he would not have been so rude. Xiao Bai, don't talk, Yun Luofeng said, don't bother me when I'm treating Ning Xin. Do you understand? Okay. Lin Ruobai responded obediently and quietly stood next to Yun Luofeng, took out a candied hawthorn stick, and cutely licked the sugar-coated red fruit. The whole room quieted down, and even Forthelder didn't dare to say anything more. However, his eyes were filled with disdain. Obviously, he didn't believe this girl had the ability to bring the dying back to life. What did you say? In the deep mountains, an old man, who was in the middle of his meditation, heard the report of a young man, and immediately opened his eyes, his old face filled with anger. The medical city attacked the Yun family while I was away. What about the Yun family? Elder Ning, the people of the Yun family are fine, but Miss Ning Xin was injured by Lu Yin while protecting Yun Qingye and now her life or death is uncertain. The young man standing in front of Elder Ning was a physician of the medical pavilion. He came out to look for Elder Ning's whereabouts as ordered by Elder Rong. Fortunately, he soon found Elder Ning in the deep mountains, where he was in meditation for cultivation. Hearing his words, Elder Ning released a violent aura and instantly destroyed all the surrounding trees. He jumped to his feet in anger and shouted with a ghastly pale face, where is Shinsa? In the past few days, he felt that he was going to break through. In order to be able to advance to a higher level, he left Ning Xin behind in the Yun family and found a quiet place to meditate for cultivation. He didn't expect that so many things would happen in these few days. The medical city, Lu Yin. Good. Very good. Since they dared to injure his granddaughter, he would make them regret it for their entire life. The young man glanced carefully at Elder Ning. Miss Fang Yao managed to keep Miss Ning Xin alive temporarily, but she only has 10 days left. Elder Rong has also sent people to find the heiress of the Yun family. It's said that only she can save Ning Xin's life. 10 days. Elder Ning felt his heart missed a beat and asked, how many days are left? Today is the last day. What? Elder Ning's face turned paler. What about Miss Yun? Has she come back? The young man nodded. Miss Yun returned to the Longyuan kingdom a few days ago. Chapter 454, Cure Ning Xin, 7. She came back. That's great, Elder Ning said with a sigh of relief, his face not as pale as before. With her ability, as long as she's back, Shinsa will be fine. Hearing Elder Ning's relieved voice, the young man carefully said, but just before Miss Yun came back, fourth elder of the Ning family went to the Longyuan kingdom, took away Miss Ning Xin, and injured Miss Fang Ya and Yun Qingye of the Yun family. Boom. The aura of Elder Ning that had calmed down immediately became furious, and he hit the ground with a fist. A hole about the size of his fist immediately appeared in the ground. That fool, does he want to kill Shinsa? As long as Yun Luofeng came back, Ning Xin would be fine, but the fool took Ning Xin away by force and injured Yun Qingye. He clearly intended to murder Ning Xin. The young man shrank his neck, not expecting that Elder Ning, who had always been mild, would turn so violent. He could only imagine how much he was enraged. I have to go back at once. Shinsa must be waiting for me to come home. And I'll strangle that fool. With these last words, the tone of Elder Ning turned sad, with a great deal of rage in it. If Shinsa died, he would not let the murderers go, whether it was the medical city or fourth elder. He would bury these people with Shinsa. Well, The young man glanced at Elder Ning and hurriedly drew back his eyes. There's another thing I haven't told you yet. After Yun Luofeng found out that the people of the Ning family had taken Miss Ning Xin away, she went to the Ning family together with Yun Qingye. Our scouts around the Ning family said that they saw that Yun Luofeng had entered the Ning family. On this day, Elder Ning experienced a lot of ups and downs. First, he got furious after learning about the medical city's behavior, and then he was sad for his granddaughter's injury. However, when he heard that Yun Luofeng had returned to the Longyuan kingdom, he was relieved. But then, hearing that the people of the Ning family had forcibly taken Ning Xin away before Yun Luofeng came back, he became desperate again. At last, the boy told him that Yun Luofeng had arrived at the Ning family. Anyone would collapse after going through so much despair and hope. But Elder Ning just stared at the young man with glazed eyes. Elder Ning. The young man waved his hand before Elder Ning's eyes and asked apprehensively, "Are you all right?" If the old man had died of a heart attack because of him, Elder Rong would kill him. Nothing. Elder Ning came to himself, shook his head and turned his eyes to the young man in front of him. "Why didn't you just tell me that my granddaughter would be all right?" He just needed to tell him that his granddaughter had been injured by the beastards of the medical city and that Yun Luofeng was treating her. Why did he say so much garbage? The young man rubbed his head. "Elder Rong asked me to report everything to you, so I tried to tell you every detail." "Then why didn't you say it all at once?" "Elder Ning," the young man looked aggrieved, "you were the one who didn't let me say it all at once. Every time I was talking, you interrupted me or frightened me with your aura." "All right." Elder Ning took a deep breath, suppressed the raging flame in his heart, and said angrily, "I gave a jade pendant to Miss Yun, which is a token of the Ning family's power. With that jade pendant in her hand, the people of the Ning family won't dare to stop her. Now I'm going to the medical city to avenge my granddaughter." Now that Yun Luofeng had gone to the Ning family, his granddaughter would be fine, and he can make those people pay now. Chapter 455. Make them pay. 1. At this moment, the medical city was in a mess. Mentally a wreck, Lin Ji, master of the medical city, was anxiously pacing back and forth in the hall. All of a sudden, a servant walked in a hurry and made an obeisance respectfully. "Master, the former master of the Ning family, Elder Ning, has come to visit." Hearing the servants reporting, Lin Ji had a bitter and helpless smile on his handsome face. He finally came. Since he was told that Lu Yin had injured Ning Xin, he knew that the old man of the Ning family would come to him for revenge sooner or later. And since he was in the wrong, even the Association of Physicians could not stop the old man. Ha ha. Suddenly, a sneer was heard from the front yard, and then a blue-robed old man stepped out of the door, a sarcastic smile hanging on his cold face. "Impressive, master of the medical city. Even I have to admit inferiority to you. However, the medical city broke their 3-year promise and attacked the Yun family. Won't you be utterly discredited if people find out about this?" Lin Ji's face changed. "Elder Ning, this is a thing between the Yun family and me." Elder Ning snorted and said expressionlessly, "I don't care. I only know that Yun Luofeng of the Yun family is my nominal foster granddaughter, and my real granddaughter was injured by you. You have to pay a price for your deeds." Hearing Elder Ning's cold voice, Lin Ji gave a wry smile. "Elder Ning, Lu Yin didn't do these things properly. But I don't think it was wrong for us to attack the Yun family. The Yun family didn't keep their promise first. Yun Qingye is still alive. Since the Yun family didn't keep their promise, why should we keep the 3-year promise?" As Lin Ji said this, a killing intent flickered through his eyes. His precious son was the best in his mind. No one could compare with him. How dare Yun Qingye publicly humiliate his precious son? He would never ever tolerate it. Elder Ning's face darkened bit by bit. "There'll always be a loser in a challenge. Your son was defeated because he was weaker. Nobody was to blame for this. Should Yun Qingye just stand still and let your son beat him? In that case, why did your son bother to challenge him?" "Ha ha," Lin Ji sneered. "Elder Ning, you don't understand how I feel. Yun Qingye's behavior didn't only hurt my son's dignity, but also enraged me. He is the devil in my son's heart. If he doesn't die, my son cannot live a carefree life. But you sent a lot of people to chase Yun Qingye and forced him to hide in the darkness for 10 years. Isn't that enough?" Elder Ning asked coldly, his eyes sullen. "No, not enough. I want him dead. Only if he dies, can I let go of my hatred." Lin Ji's eyes were filled with fierceness, and his face was ferocious. Elder Ning shook his head. "You're crazy. Totally crazy. Yun Qingye just defeated your son in a challenge. He didn't kill or disable him. I don't know where your hatred comes from. I can't communicate with a lunatic like you. Today I am here to make you pay for what you've done to my granddaughter." "Make us pay," Lin Ji sneered. No longer panicking, he calmed down and said coldly, "I don't know what you're talking about. Yes, Ning Xin was injured, but it was not our fault. She suddenly came forward and blocked the attack against Yun Qingye with her body. You should turn to the Yun family instead of me for revenge. If it weren't for Yun Qingye, your granddaughter would not have been injured." Chapter 456. Make them pay. 2. Lin Ji didn't understand why Ning Xin would fall in love with Yun Qingye and even risk her own life to protect him. She wouldn't have done such a crazy thing if it hadn't been for love. Elder Ning paused and said, "I don't think there is anything wrong with Yun Qingye. In my opinion, the young man is very hardworking and never yielding to power. I admire his pride, and the Yun family is not as bad as you said. Yes, they're not very strong, and their master is just a general of the Longyuan kingdom, but I have found out over the past 6 months that all the members of the family are worthy of respect." In the beginning, Elder Ning collected information on the Yun family to find out more about Yun Luofeng, but during this process, he was deeply impressed by these people's pride. Hearing Elder Ning's praise, Lin Ji sneered, "Pride. Without strength, what is the use of pride? No matter how proud Yun Qingye was, he still had to hide in the darkness for a decade because of our threat. If I were him, I would kill myself rather than suffer for 10 years. I think he is not a coward, or else he would not have continued to live. You're wrong. Elder Ning gazed at Lin Ji disapprovingly. Yun Qingyu didn't commit suicide because he didn't want his father to lose his other son after losing the first son. If he had committed suicide, perhaps I would not admire him so much. Because he endured the suffering for 10 years for his family, I greatly admire this young man. As if not noticing Lin Ji's increasingly angry face, Elder Ning continued, as for the rest of the Yun family. Yun Luo used to be blindly loyal to his emperor, but he is still a courageous man. The emperor of another kingdom had a crush on his daughter-in-law Bai Ling and threatened him to either surrender his daughter-in-law or go to war. However, in a country of male supremacy, he ordered his son to go to the war without any hesitation, refusing to exchange his daughter-in-law for safety. As for Yun Yang, I don't know much about him, but he could lead millions of soldiers of the Long Yuan kingdom and fought bravely on the battlefield. He must have been a brave man as well. When Elder Ning was talking about the people of the Yun family, his tone was filled with appreciation, and a smile appeared on his old face. However, in the Yun family, the one I admire most is Yun Luofeng. That girl is simply a legend, with so many unfathomable secrets. It seems that as long as she is there, any difficulty will be readily solved. You wouldn't be able to understand this feeling. It's like, when I heard that she had gone to the Ning family, I knew my granddaughter would be all right. When it came to Yun Luofeng, Elder Ning's face turned mild. However, when he looked at Lin Ji, his eyes turned fierce again. Ha ha, Lin Ji smiled contemptuously, his eyes filled with disdain. The master of the Yun family is just a general. Are you out of your mind praising them like this? On this continent, power is everything. The Yun family is not strong enough, so they're doomed to be trampled by me. Not expecting that this guy still hadn't realized his mistake, Elder Ning finally got angry. Lin Ji, believe me, Yun Luofeng is a very special girl and she will definitely be something. Perhaps in the near future you will have to beg for her mercy. The girl was not only talented but also had extraordinary medical skills. Though she was still a little fish now, she never belonged to this little pond, and soon she would turn to a golden dragon, soaring high in the sky. Chapter 457. Make them pay. 3. No, as if thinking of something, Elder Ning shook his head. I forgot that. Perhaps you won't have enough time to witness that. What a pity. Not everyone was qualified to witness her growth. In particular, Lin Ji's behavior had challenged her bottom line. Even if he didn't come to get revenge against him, the girl would not let him go. A grim look flashed through Lin Ji's eyes and he shouted fiercely, clenching his teeth, Elder Ning, you are really brainwashed. Lin Ji's face was still filled with contempt. Apparently, he didn't take the old man's words seriously. She is just a general's granddaughter, so what achievements can she have? Don't exaggerate. Since Yun Qingyu is still alive, the Yun family must be destroyed. Good. Elder Ning's eyes darkened and he said coldly, then I won't discuss the Yun family with you. Now, give me the old beast-starred Lu Yin. I want to settle accounts with him. It was not that Elder Ning didn't want to destroy the medical city, but that the medical city should be left to the Yun family. After all, the medical city was the Yun family's mortal enemies. It would be better to kill your enemy with your own hand. If it were him, he would rather kill his enemy with his own hand than have his enemy killed by someone else. So, this time he didn't come here to destroy the medical city, but to find the old beast-starred Lu Yin to vent his anger. Elder Ning, Lin Ji's face changed, don't go too far. Lu Yin did something wrong, but he didn't injure your granddaughter on purpose. If it wasn't that your granddaughter rushed out to protect Yun Qingyu, how could she get injured? I don't care who my granddaughter was trying to protect. I only know that the person who injured her was Lu Yin. Give him to me, now. Elder Ning's face was no longer mild but turned cold and fierce. Elder Ning, don't forget that my daughter is the disciple of an elder of the Association of Physicians. Aren't you afraid of being an enemy of the Association of Physicians? Lin Ji's eyes turned colder. Though he knew that the Association of Physicians couldn't threaten Elder Ning, he couldn't give Lu Yin to Elder Ning, as it would be a big disgrace for the medical city if he really did it. This was something he didn't want to happen. Your daughter? You mean your foster daughter? Elder Ning cracked a mocking smile. Lin Ji threatened in a low voice, his eyes solemn, whether she is my real daughter or foster daughter, I brought her up, and she's devoted to the medical city. If you dare to hurt Lu Yin, you'll become an enemy of the Association of Physicians. If Elder Ning attacked them, he didn't know whether he could resist him or not. But in any case, he would not compromise. Haha, don't think you can count on the Association of Physicians. You were the ones who first did wrong. I'll see who dares to stop me from avenging my granddaughter. Elder Ning's blue robe was fluttering in the breeze and he released a domineering aura, his face filled with confidence and pride. He was only avenging his granddaughter, and even the Association of Physicians was not justified to stop him. Master, as Lin Ji's face turned paler, Lu Yin's cold voice came from outside the hall. Hardly had his voice faded away when a grey-robed old man walked slowly from outside the hall and turned his icy eyes to Elder Ning, who was standing still in the hall. Chapter 458. Make them pay. 4. Since Elder Ning has come here for me, I'll settle the matter myself. Even though his eyes fell on Elder Ning, he spoke to Lin Ji. Lin Ji frowned. All right. Elder Lu Yin, the old guy is yours. Okay, master. Lu Yin made an obeisance, his arrogant eyes turning to Elder Ning, a contemptuous smile hovering on his lips. Elder Ning, I know that you are stronger than me, so you dare to come to us. But I don't think I did anything wrong. You are the one who is to blame. You failed to properly teach your granddaughter and indulged her to the point that she would shamelessly throw herself on a man. Bullshit. Boom. Elder Ning released all his power, his grey hair fluttering in the wind, his eyes burning with raging flames. He looked powerful enough to destroy everything. DMNU. With his hand stretched out, Lu Yin was lifted up. The blue veins in Elder Ning's forehead were strongly pulsing, and he looked furious. His granddaughter was his bottom line, and he would never allow anyone to insult her. Well, are you angry because you're ashamed? Isn't what I said true? As an unmarried girl, your granddaughter shamelessly went to a man's home and had sex with him. I guess Ning Xin risked her life to protect Yun Qingye because she had already given him her body. Am I right? The smile on Lu Yin's face spread, and it seemed that he didn't fear Elder Ning at all. Bang! Elder Ning smashed Lu Yin's body down on the ground, punching him with an overwhelming aura. In an instant, all the tables and chairs around him were lifted up by the shockwave and sent flying in the air. Lu Yin, lying on the ground, vomited a mouthful of blood, but the contemptuous smile on his pale face grew bigger. Elder Ning, even if you kill me today, you can't deny what I said. You are the one to blame because you didn't teach your granddaughter properly, and we haven't done anything wrong. What he meant was that Ning Xin was to blame for being injured by them. And everything the medical city had done was right. Ning Xin deserved it because she should not have blocked his strike against Yun Qingye with her body. Bang! Elder Ning punched Lu Yin's face once again, and immediately, his face was swollen like a pig's head, the blood continuously flowing down from his mouth. You know what, Yun Qingye is my grandson-in-law. What's wrong with my granddaughter living in her fiancé's home? Yun Qingye was a good and heroic man. He believed that his granddaughter would not suffer any grievance if she married him. Besides, the Yun family had Yun Luofeng who was going to be something. He believed that as time went by, there would be a lot of people trying to establish a relationship with the Yun family. Ha, Lu Yin laughed in a low voice as if some plot of his had succeeded. A treacherous ray flashed across his eyes as he fearlessly looked at the crazy old man in front of him. It turns out that the Ning family has degenerated to such a degree that your heiress will even marry a man like Yun Qingye. After hearing Lu Yin's words, Elder Ning, who had intended to kill him, gradually calmed down, and his fist froze in the air. I've changed my mind. Elder Ning calmed down, his eyes coldly staring at the old man lying on the ground. According to my original plan, I was going to kill you. But now I have changed my mind. Chapter 459. Make them pay. 5. Lu Yin sneered and turned his head away, refusing to look at Elder Ning. Because, Elder Ning opened his eyes slightly wider and slowly looked away from Lu Yin, saying coldly, you'll get off the hook too easily if I kill you now. Since you look down upon the Yun family so much, I'll let you see how they tread on you someday. Just keep your dog's eyes wide open. At first, Elder Ning did want to kill Lu Yin, but in the end, he chose not to do it. He wanted to let these people who despised the Yun family end up in the abyss of despair. Ha. Lu Yin guffawed, his old face covered with blood and looking quite grim. Tread on us, Elder Ning, you think too highly of those people. I bet I will never see the Yun family surpass the medical city in my entire life. Even though the Yun family had a genius, Yun Luofeng, so what? Genius was nothing but genius. After all, there were countless geniuses who had died young on this continent. Elder Ning slightly narrowed his eyes, an icy light flickering through his old eyes. Lu Yin, I hope you won't regret what you said today. Saying this, he turned to Lin Ji and coldly said, though I won't kill Lu Yin, you still have to pay for what you've done. I've heard that there are many precious medicinal materials in the medical city, especially a blood ginseng that has been alive for thousands of years. Lin Ji's eyes darkened. What do you mean? Elder Ning's face turned mild again, and he casually said, haha, my meaning is very simple. I want that blood ginseng of yours. No way, this blood ginseng is what I'm going to exhibit at the physicians' conference in 3 years. I can't give it to you. If you don't hand over the blood ginseng, I won't leave here. Elder Ning casually sat down and poured a cup of tea for himself, a faint smile on his lips. Miss Yun was working to help his granddaughter and went to the Ning family all the way from the Longyuan kingdom. As her nominal foster father, he should bring her a gift. Since this girl was a physician, she should be interested in medicinal materials. So how could he not take advantage of this opportunity and extort something good from them? Elder Ning, you're not a physician. Why do you want medicinal materials? Lin Ji clenched his teeth. He had known the old man would not be easily dealt with, but he didn't expect that he would set his eyes on the blood ginseng. The blood ginseng was so precious. It was said that as long as a dying person was still breathing, his life could be prolonged by a few days by having a slice of the blood ginseng in his mouth. You don't have to be a doctor to want this kind of thing. Lin Ji, think of it, do you want me to live here or give me the blood ginseng? I'm a little grumpy these days. When I'm bored, I'll kill some people for fun, Elder Ning said mildly, slowly sipping the tea in the hand, his face expressionless. His meaning was clear. If Lin Ji didn't hand over the Millennium Blood Ginseng, he would stay in the medical city and kill several people every day for fun. Even though the medical city had a lot of people, they couldn't stand such brutality from the old man. Elder Ning, you are angry with Lu Yin and have beaten him. What do you still want? Lin Ji asked, clenching his teeth. Elder Ning glanced at him. I want the blood ginseng, and I won't leave here unless I get it. The old man was determined, insisting they should compensate him with that Millennium Blood Ginseng. Chapter 460. Make them pay. 6. Good, very good. Lin Ji forced a smile, clenching his teeth. Elder Ning, you'd better not regret what you did today. Come on, bring me the blood ginseng. Regret it. Elder Ning smiled mildly. The people of the medical city are the ones who are going to regret it. After a moment, a maid walked into the hall, holding the blood ginseng on a tray. When the red cloth covering the tray was uncovered, a blood-red ginseng appeared in the eyes of the people. The ginseng was bright red, with a strong smell of blood, but the smell didn't nauseate people. Instead, the people present all felt the qi and blood in their bodies surging up with the smell. Yes, this is the blood ginseng. Elder Ning's eyes were full of joy. You were smart not trying to deceive me with something else. Okay, I'll kindly accept your gift, haha. Saying that, Elder Ning carefully put away the blood ginseng. Lin Ji's face was blue with anger and ordered coldly, see the guest out. He didn't want to see the old man anymore, or else he was afraid that he would lose his temper, and shed all pretenses of cordiality with him. However, certainly, there was already no cordiality left between them. By the way, Eldest took a few steps and paused as if he thought of something. It said that the medical city has abundant resources, so you should still have a lot of medicinal materials. I'm also interested in visiting your warehouse. You old beastard, don't go too far. Lin Ji tightly clenched his fist. He had endured this old man over and over again, but he didn't expect that he would be so shameless. Looking at the gloomy-faced Lin Ji, Eldest smiled casually. If you had taken the initiative to take me to the warehouse, maybe I would have stopped, but since you are treating me so rudely, I will go visit your warehouse anyway. Lin Ji was shaking with anger and couldn't even utter a single word. If his eyes could kill people, Eldest would have been killed hundreds of times. Master, don't be angry with such an a-hole. Lu Yin struggled to his feet and stumbled to Lin Ji's side, a crafty look flickering through his eyes. The old guy was trapped by me. Since Eldest had gone away to visit their warehouse, Lu Yin dared to say such a thing. If Eldest was still here, he would not dare to say these words. Lin Ji frowned. What do you mean? Haha, Lu Yin gave a ghastly smile. Eldest was so irritated that he claimed that Yun Qingye would be his grandson-in-law, and even when he calms down, he will still marry Ning Xin to Yun Qingye to keep his word. In that case, the power of Ning family is destined to end in Ning Xin's hands. Ning Xin was the heiress of the Ning family. Even though she had great talent, she would marry Yun Qingye, a powerless man. If Ning Xin was married to an excellent man, it would be harder for them to seek revenge. But with Eldest there, we can't do anything against the Ning family. Lin Ji's eyebrows were furrowed more tightly, with a touch of helplessness on his face. Master, do you really think Eldest's disease has been cured? Lu Yin glanced at Lin Ji. So many doctors treated Eldest and all of them said he could never recover, but now he is claiming that he was cured by Yun Luofeng. Do you believe it? I think Eldest knows that he is going to die, so he just lies about that to protect the Ning family. Chapter 461, Make them pay, 7. The Ning family was dependent on Eldest. Without Eldest, the Ning family would no longer be a threat to them. Lin Ji sighed. Even though Yun Qingye was not dead, he should have lived as a trash. But he showed up intact. Maybe he really was cured by Yun Luofeng. Lu Yin sniffed. At first, he thought exactly the same as Lin Ji, but after he left the Longyuan kingdom, he secretly probed into Yun Luofeng. It turned out this girl didn't have any master, so how could she have such great medical skills? Did she teach herself? Was it possible? But Yun Luofeng did restore a eunuch's masculinity in the imperial palace of the Longyuan kingdom. Perhaps she had some precious medicinal materials in her hand. He had heard that there was a kind of medicine that could regenerate broken bone, so it could improve her ability. Master, though we seriously injured Yun Qingye more than a decade ago, maybe he wasn't really disabled by us. Perhaps he recovered from his wounds long ago, and was just keeping a low profile during the last decade. Hearing Lu Yin's analysis, Lin Ji agreed with a nod. What you said really makes sense. We haven't seen Yun Luofeng's real ability. How can we be sure whether she has good medical skills or not? Maybe she's just deceiving people. A mocking smile appeared on Lu Yin's face. Master, I'm sure that Eldest can't live that long. Before then, we shouldn't attack the Yun family, or else the old man will surely come out to stop us. As long as he dies, no matter the Yun family or the Ning family, we can destroy them as easy as turning over our hands. Elder Lu Yin, you're right. As Lin Ji thought of the humiliation he suffered today, a murderous desire flickered through his eyes. By the way, how about my son? Lu Yin paused and quieted down. After quite a while, he replied. Young master became furious when he heard that Yun Qingye was still alive. Nobody can make him calm down. Well, Lin Ji sighed helplessly and his face softened. Anyways, tell him I will avenge him. Yun Qingye won't live that long. In the boudoir of Ning Xin, the girl was lying in bed, her eyes closed and her pale face shining in the sunlight. Yun Luofeng slowly got up from the bedside and turned around. Today is the last day, and she has almost recovered. Now let my second uncle stay here with her. Let's leave here. It's time for me to settle with you. No way. Fourth Elder's face darkened. Yun Qingye harbors evil intentions towards Ning Xin. How can we allow him to stay with her alone? I don't agree. Hardly had his voice faded away when a chill glance fell on him and made him choke. He moved his lips but couldn't utter a single word. The one I want to settle with is you. With a dangerous light in her dark eyes, the girl gently smiled and gradually pressed on towards Fourth Elder. So, get out of here with me now. Fourth Elder's eyes darkened, and just when he was going to say something, he was interrupted by the girl. Yun Luofeng turned her eyes to the middle-aged man with a languid smile. If you don't mind disturbing Ning Xin, I don't mind settling with him right here. But you'd better know that the consequences of disturbing her would be very serious. Chapter 462, Tragic Fourth Elder, 1. The middle-aged man turned around and looked at Ning Xin who was lying in bed. He kept silent for a while, then turned his eyes to Yun Luofeng again. All right, let's go out first. Master, Fourth Elder got angrier, and his gloomy eyes fixed on Yun Luofeng. Girl, don't go too far. You're just an earth-level spirit cultivator, and you're not my opponent. Since you know my identity, don't you know that I like bullying people? Yun Luofeng cracked a smile, her dark eyes filled with evil intent. She smiled like a devil that would push people into the abyss of despair step by step. Ha, as if hearing some funny joke, Fourth Elder couldn't help laughing. Bully people, Yun Luofeng, even though you have the old master's jade pendant in your hand, after all, you are just an outsider. What makes you believe you can bully an elder in the Ning family? Didn't your grandpa teach you any rules? His eyes were full of disdain, and obviously, he didn't take the girl seriously. At this moment, an old hand came suddenly from the side, tightly seized him by the collar, and dragged him towards the outside of the door. Fourth elder was stunned. He gave the old man dragging him a black look and said threateningly, "First elder, what are you trying to do?" Hearing his words, first elder glanced at him and said indifferently, "Ning Xin needs rest. We'd better talk outside." "You." Before he could say anything more, he was heavily thrown on the ground by first elder with a thud. Endless raging flames erupted from his heart and were going to burn first elder to ashes. Miss Yoon, the middle-aged man frowned and turned his eyes from fourth elder to the beautiful girl beside him. No longer using a condescending tone, he asked, "Did fourth elder do anything wrong? Why are you treating him like this?" He was trying to be polite, but Yun Luofeng still felt his displeasure. After all, fourth elder was still an elder of the Ning family. No matter what he had done, Yun Luofeng, as an outsider, had no right to treat him like this. At the thought of this, Yun Luofeng smiled wickedly. "The second reason I came here was to take revenge for my second uncle." The middle-aged man was stunned and frowned disapprovingly. Just now in the doorway, fourth elder was not quite friendly to Yun Qingye, and I'll ask him to apologize to him. "But it's just a verbal dispute. Is it necessary for you to take it so seriously?" Not knowing the behavior of fourth elder in the Longyuan kingdom, the man thought it was only a verbal dispute and said such words. Yun Luofeng glanced at the middle-aged man, her eyes as sharp and icy as a knife that would fly into one's heart and cut it into pieces. "To take Ning Xin away, he seriously injured my second uncle. Shouldn't I ask him to pay for this?" "Really?" The middle-aged man's face suddenly darkened. He didn't expect that he just asked fourth elder to bring Ning Xin home, but fourth elder had done such a thing. That was really improper of him. "You can ask him about it. Besides, it happened in the medical pavilion, and the people there can confirm it." Chapter 463, Tragic Fourth Elder, 2. Hearing the name of the medical pavilion, the master finally chose to believe Yun Luofeng. Glaring at fourth elder, he said coldly, "Fourth elder, how dare you? I told you to be polite to the people of the Yun family. How could you injure Yun Qingye? I'll see how you'll explain it to my father when he returns." Fourth elder snorted. Yun Qingye harbored malicious intentions and tried to seduce Ning Xin. And if it hadn't been for him, Ning Xin would not have been injured, so I was just too angry. Smack. Before he finished, the middle-aged man had ruthlessly given him a slap, and he felt dizzy and saw stars with this slap. "Save your excuses. My father appreciated the Yun family so much. Did you ever consider my father's feelings when you did this? As for Shinsa's marriage, it'll be up to me, not you. Moreover, Shinsa protected Yun Qingye just because my father appreciated the Yun family, which has nothing to do with seducing." Hearing the man's words, Yun Luofeng frowned, gave him a cold glance and then looked away. Though it seemed that the master of the Ning family was defending Yun Qingye, he was actually telling them that Ning Xin would not marry Yun Qingye. Even though Yun Luofeng had shown great medical skills, the Yun family was just so-so. So the master of the Ning family didn't want to marry Ning Xin into the Yun family. Unless she joined the Association of Physicians, then with the Association of Physicians as a backstop, the world would treat the Yun family with a different attitude. But was it possible? She would not join any forces but support the Yun family with her own strength. "But master, I am still an elder of the Ning family. Isn't she also insulting the Ning family by insulting me here?" Fourth elder gave Yun Luofeng a black look. No matter what mistakes he had made, as long as he didn't threaten the Ning family would not punish him. So he had the courage to say such things to the master. Yun Luofeng glanced at fourth elder wickedly, raised the corners of her lips and cracked a smile. Her smile was icy, like a cold blast blowing upon one's face. "But I think that what the Ning family is doing is an insult to yourselves." She leaned against a tree and said with a faint smile, "Since I have Elder Ning's jade pendant in my hand, is there anyone who dares to not obey my orders?" "Ha ha ha." Fourth elder guffaw. "Yun Luofeng, are you crazy? What makes you believe you can punish me just with that jade pendant? Unless Elder Ning comes back in person, even master will not have the right to punish me." "Really?" Yun Luofeng raised her eyebrows and looked at the other elders of the Ning family with a wicked smile, saying, "Now, on behalf of Elder Ning, I order you to beat him to death." "Yun Luofeng, I've told you, you." Fourth elder was going to ridicule her only to find that first elder and the other elders were approaching him. "What do you want to do?" A frightened look flashed through his eyes and he couldn't help but draw back a few paces. "Fourth, I'm sorry, but the girl has the old master's jade pendant. That means she can represent the old master, so we have to obey her orders. Otherwise, we'll be blamed for being disloyal to the old master." Chapter 464, I just like bullying people. First elder shook his head helplessly, but he couldn't stop laughing in his heart. Over the years, fourth elder had bossed them around because he thought his son was only ranked after Ning Xin among the juniors of the Ning family, and would probably become Ning Xin's fiancé. Even though he only ranked fourth among the elders, he thought he was more important than all the other elders. He had been putting up with him for a long time. Now with such a great opportunity, how could he let it go? It was the same with the other elders who had long been angry with the fourth elder. If it weren't for his son who might become the next master of the Ning family, they would not be so tolerant of him. After all, Ning Xin was the only daughter of the master, so anyone who married her would be the next master of the Ning family. "Yun Luofeng," fourth elder angrily shouted at Yun Luofeng, "by using the people of the Ning family to fight against me it just shows that you are timid. Fight a duel with me, if you are not a coward." Yun Luofeng raised the corners of her lips, lazily leaning against the tree, a casual smile on her face as if she was watching a good show. "I've told you I like bullying people, what can you do to me?" Everybody in the Longyuan kingdom knew that Yun Luofeng, the heiress of the general's estate, was a dandy and liked bullying people. Now, she was just acting like she always did. What was wrong with it? "Yun Luofeng, you are afraid to fight a duel with me, you trash." Greatly enraged, fourth elder spoke without thinking, and even called her trash. Before Yun Luofeng could reply, the lovely voice of Lin Ruobai rang. Tut, how shameless you are. How dare you ask my master to fight a duel with you? Look how old you are. As a man who only became a sky-level spirit cultivator at an extreme old age, how dare you call my master a trash? Was the Ning family such a big deal? How dare they insult her master like this? She would ask her daddy to revenge her master some other day. No one could speak ill of her master. Co. Bai. Yes, master, any instructions? Hearing the words of Yun Luofeng, Lin Ruobai immediately responded, respectfully waiting for Yun Luofeng's orders. Her eyes were shining as bright as stars. Was master irritated by the old man and was going to teach him a lesson herself? This would be great. She believed that even though her master was only an earth-level spirit cultivator, she would be able to defeat Fourth Elder who was a sky-level spirit cultivator. I'm tired. However, Lin Ruobai waited only to hear Yun Luofeng say this. Lin Ruobai's little face fell. She frowned but still ran into the hall, fetched a chair and put it behind Yun Luofeng. When Yun Luofeng was seated, Lin Ruobai got behind her and asked her with an obsequious smile, Master, do you need a massage? Okay. Yun Luofeng sat idly on the wooden chair, with a casual smile on her lips, her smiling eyes staring at Fourth Elder who was besieged. Fourth, I'm sorry, but you really should have obeyed Master's order. Nobody can protect you this time since you've made such a big mistake. First Elder went to the front of Fourth Elder and winked at the other elders around him. Soon all the elders released their power and surrounded Fourth Elder. Chapter 465, Grieved Master Ning 1. First, second, and third, you don't. Bang. When First Elder's fist struck the chest of Fourth Elder and knocked him down, he endured the pain in his chest, jumped up from the ground, and tried to resist them. However, he was hopelessly outnumbered, so he kept getting knocked down on the ground every time he tried to get up. With his eyes filled with hatred, he glared at Yun Luofeng. If his eyes were capable of killing people, Yun Luofeng would have been cut into pieces by him. Yun Luofeng, you evil woman, you will die a miserable death. His voice was like a curse, haunting everyone's heart. However, hearing his malevolent words, Yun Luofeng only smiled faintly and said in a languid tone, it seems that every defeated opponent of mine will say something like this before they die. But I won't let you die too soon. At this moment, the girl was languidly leaning against the chair, a wicked smile hanging on her stunningly beautiful face. She was like a noble queen, so arrogant and domineering, a defiant look in her dark eyes. If she glanced at you, you would tremble with fear and nervousness. Blech. Fourth Elder vomited a mouthful of blood and fell down again. He tried to open his swollen eyes, but his vision was still a blur no matter how hard he tried. In this blurred vision, he could only see the girl's fluttering white dress. Plop. Finally, Fourth Elder fell down with a thud. His clothes were ragged, and red blood oozed from the corners of his mouth. Lock him up and let my second uncle punish him after Ning Sin wakes up. Ning Sin hadn't awakened yet, so second uncle was probably not in the mood to do anything else besides just staying with Ning Sin. It was second uncle who was injured by Fourth Elder, so he should be punished by second uncle. Master, please enjoy some tea. Lin Ruobai poured a cup of tea and offered it to Yun Luofeng, a bright smile on her lovely little face. Where did you get this tea? Yun Luofeng picked up the teacup and gently took a sip. After tasting the tea, she frowned. Lin Ruobai blinked. I found it in a drawer, but I have to say this tea was really well hidden. It was hidden in a drawer inside a wall. If it weren't for my good sense of smell, I would not have found it. After massaging Yun Luofeng's legs for a while, the little girl noticed that her master hadn't had any water for a long time and should be thirsty, so she rummaged every corner of the Ning family when nobody was watching. Then she stumbled upon a drawer in a wall. The tea was so well hidden that it must be a good tea, so she quickly brought it to her master. In Xiao Bai's eyes, all good things should be contributed to master. How dare the Ning family hide it? Where did you say you found the tea? The face of the middle-aged man suddenly changed, a look of panic in his eyes. Lin Ruobai curled her lip and said, Master, he must have a problem with his hearing. I said I found the tea in the drawer inside the study wall and he still asked me where I found it. Flop. The middle-aged man stumbled and almost fell to the ground. BMN. His stash had been found by this little girl. Above all, he and his father both loved tea. Every time he got a good tea, it would be taken away by the old man. So this time, he chose to hide the tea. Chapter 466, Grieved Master Ning 2. But he didn't expect that it was still dug out. The master had an urge to cry. If the little girl were not the disciple of Yun Luofeng, he would have rushed forward and strangled her. The quality of the tea is not good, Yun Luofeng said and handed the teacup to Lin Ruobai. Get rid of it. The corner of the master's mouth twitched. How dare the woman say the quality of his precious stash was not good? Did she really know tea? Yes, master. Lin Ruobai smiled cutely. Among the teas I found in the Ning family, only this one was not that bad and the remaining are even worse. It seems that the Ning family is really poor and only has teas of such a quality. I will give Elder Ning some good tea some other day, Yun Luofeng said unconcernedly. Elder Ning was one of the few people on this continent who truly cared for her, so she wouldn't be stingy with the old man. When she met Elder Ning next time, she would give him some spiritual tea. The master sniffed at Yun Luofeng's words, not believing that Yun Luofeng could have a tea better than his, let alone one that would satisfy his father who was so picky concerning tea. However, his father would probably accept her tea just not to hurt her feelings. First Elder, the master turned to First Elder and said, take Fourth Elder away, and I'll punish him when my father comes back. Yun Luofeng raised the corners of her lips. She said that when Ning Sin woke up, her second uncle would punish Fourth Elder, but the master said he would deal with the Fourth Elder when his father came back. Unfortunately, whether Elder Ning came back or not, no one could change her mind. Fourth Elder must die. Yes, master. First elder made an obeisance, waved his hand and ordered coldly, guards, lock him up, closely guard him and don't let him run away. Yes, sir. In the hall, when the master was talking with first elder, an angry voice was heard from outside. Get out of the way. You all get out of my way. I want to see master. What did my father do wrong? Why did you treat him like this? It's Ning Yuan. Hearing the familiar voice from outside, first elder frowned and reported to the master in a low voice. Let him in. The master sighed and helplessly ordered. Not long after, a good-looking young man walked quickly into the hall. He hurled a series of questions at the middle-aged man as soon as he opened his mouth, his eyes glaring at the two persons in front. Master, you must give me a reason. How can you treat my father like this when the old master is not home? Have you forgotten that my father has been loyally serving the Ning family for so many years? The master of the Ning family frowned slightly. Ning Yuan, your father made a terrible mistake this time. There's nothing I can do. I asked him to take Ning Xin back, but he injured innocent people. Now his victim has come here for him, what can I do? Master, this is Ning family. Who dares to disobey your orders? Ning Yuan was shaking with anger, gnashing his teeth. The face of master of the Ning family turned sullen. Ning Yuan, that girl has saved Shin's life. Besides, she has the old master's jade pendant in her hand, so she absolutely has authority in the Ning family. To Ning Yuan, master of the Ning family used to appreciate him a lot. Though he was a little bit unruly, he was quite talented and truly loved Ning Xin. Most importantly, the boy didn't have any love affairs all these years and the worst thing he had done was to get into fights with people. Chapter 467, Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan. He believed that if Ning Xin married this boy, he would never let her suffer any grievance. However, it wasn't until he met Yun Luofeng that he knew what a real genius was. Unfortunately, the Yun family was too weak, or else he would like to marry Ning Xin to Yun Qingye. But the Yun family had no absolute right, so he finally dropped the idea. His daughter must have a powerful force behind her. Ning Yuan's father was an elder of the Ning family and was also a sky-level strip cultivator, so Ning Yuan was qualified to marry Ning Xin. But now it was different. Ning Yuan's father had made such a mistake, and his father would not allow Ning Xin to marry him anymore, so he had to find someone else for Ning Xin. Master, the Yun family is nothing. How can they have the old master's jade pendant? She must have stolen it from the old master. As for Yun Qingye, he harbors ill intentions towards Ning Xin. Master, I request you to expel these people out of the Ning family. Stolen. The face of the master of the Ning family darkened. Ning Yuan, who do you think my father is? Though Yun Luofeng is a genius, she is not able to steal anything from my father. If she was, wouldn't it be a big disgrace for my father? Alright, shut up and get out of here, or else I'll punish you as well. Ning Yuan shook in despair, gave master of the Ning family a black look, and turned around to walk out. At the moment he turned around, a line of tears ran down from his eyes, and he clenched his fists placed on either side of his body. Ning Xin. Now, as soon as he thought of the name, he was heartbroken. He couldn't extricate himself from the pain. He didn't understand why Ning Xin never put him in her eyes after he had done so much for her and had guarded her for so many years. Instead, she was enchanted by that beast-ard, Yun Qingye. No. I must not let anyone take Ning Xin. Never. Ning Yuan's eyes gradually turned determined. To get Ning Xin, he could do anything. Bang. Ning Yuan, who was filled with wild thoughts, didn't see a lovely figure in front of him and bumped into her. With a thud, he drew back 2 steps. Are you blind? How dare you bump into me? Ning Yuan was angry, glaring at the person in front of him, a cold light in his eyes. It was a lovely young girl with fair and delicate skin. Her skin was so lustrous that one would want to come up and kiss it. Her eyes were clear and as bright as stars. A surprised look flickered through Ning Yuan's eyes. Such a beautiful girl was really rare to see, but he already had Ning Xin in his heart, so he would not look at any other woman except her. Who are you? Lin Ruobai rubbed her bumped forehead, an angry look on her little face. Humph, this question should be asked by me. Who let you enter the Ning family? I'll have you thrown out if you don't tell me who you are. Normally Ning Yuan would not have bothered to quarrel with a woman, but today he was in a bad mood and really wanted to fight with someone to vent his anger. This silly girl was simply courting death by bumping into him. Bang! Lin Ruobai kicked at the crotch of Ning Yuan, and soon a shrill cry spread throughout the courtyard of the Ning family. Since Ning Yuan had just come back to the Ning family, he didn't know Lin Ruobai, nor did he know that the little girl and Yun Luofeng were together. Rotten girl, how dare you kick me? With a distorted face, Ning Yuan roared ferociously, if my manhood is affected, I will disable you. Chapter 468, Xiaobai got angry. Since he was born, no one dared to treat him like this. He would avenge himself anyway. Yes, I kick you, so what? Lin Ruobai, with arms akimbo, raised her head high. And, remember, I didn't sneak in but fought my way in with my master. Master, Ning Yuan was amazed. Your master is? Lin Ruobai snorted, my master is Yun Luofeng. Yun Luofeng. This name, like a big hammer, hit Ning Yuan's heart. His face turned even more distorted and he growled, so you're Yun Luofeng's disciple. Great, I'll kill you to avenge my father. With these words, Ning Yuan jumped toward Lin Ruobai, his body as fast as a flash of lightning. Lin Ruobai was obviously startled and hurried to dodge his attack. Was this guy crazy? Why did he want to kill her? And he said he was going to avenge his father. All of a sudden, Lin Ruobai realized who he was and her face quickly darkened. Are you Fulfelder's son? Well, I was going to look for you, and you just came up to me. Milk tea, bite him. Squeak. Milk tea jumped out from nowhere and bit into Ning Yuan's shoulder, his sharp teeth going deep through the skin of Ning Yuan. Ah. Ning Yuan screamed and grabbed at the hamster on his shoulder, intending to squeeze the little hamster into a meat pie. However, at the moment he lifted his hand, he clearly saw the contempt in the eyes of the hamster. Damn it, even a gold-seeking hamster would despise him now. Then he would let it know what he was capable of. Bang! Ning Yuan slapped hard at his own shoulder, and it soon turned black and blue. However, when he lifted his hand, he found that the little hamster had disappeared. Squeak! A squeak came from in front of him, like a sneer at him. Ning Yuan got even angrier and resentfully turned his eyes to the front. At this moment, Milk Tea was lying comfortably on a fallen leaf on the ground. With his small paw pointing at Ning Yuan, he squeaked at Lin Ruobai. Got it. Lin Ruobai understood the meaning of Milk Tea, shouted out loud and kicked at Ning Yuan. Hey, taste, Xiao Bai's jump kick. Ning Yuan was stunned and retreated quickly. However, Xiao Bai's speed was so fast that Ning Yuan didn't have the time to dodge it and got kicked hard right in the face. With a loud thud, Ning Yuan's body quickly flew out, with a clear footprint on his face telling people what he had suffered just now. How dare you harass my master's second aunt? Lin Ruobai jumped up and landed on Ning Yuan's body, head up proudly. Do you still dare to covet my master's aunt? Ning Yuan vomited a mouthful of blood, clenched his teeth and struggled to utter a few words. You are BMN heavy. Hearing his words, Lin Ruobai was completely enraged, her little fist hitting at Ning Yuan's face like raindrops, her cute little face ferocious. How dare you insult me? I only weigh about 80 pounds. When speaking the last sentence, Lin Ruobai didn't sound quite confident, and in order to conceal this, her little fist hit at Ning Yuan again. Chapter 469, Tragic Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan grabbed the ground under his body and his fingernails filled with dirt. At this moment, he felt like his body was going to be crushed, and his swollen cheeks really hurt. Darn girl, stop it. He shouted angrily, I am a disciple of the Ning family, and my father is an elder of the Ning family. The Ning family will make you pay for treating me like this. Tut, even your father was defeated by my master. What makes you believe you are so important? Lin Ruobai's face lit up with a bright smile. She smiled like a devil. Seeing her smile, Ning Yuan felt that his heart couldn't help but tremble. With his face badly beaten by Lin Ruobai, Ning Yuan shuddered and lisped, rotten girl, you just wait. One day, I'm going to hang you and your master up and beat you to death. Hey, don't you think you're really something? But you can't even beat me. Now do you know what you are really capable of? You know what? My master's strength is way better than mine. What makes you believe you can do that to my master? Thud. Lin Ruobai's little fist collided with Ning Yuan's face once again, and with this punch, Ning Yuan felt dizzy and saw stars. And then, a little hand grabbed him by the collar and lifted him up from the ground. Go see my master with me. Inside the room, Yun Luofeng was sitting upright on the bed, her eyes closed and her legs crossed. After quite a while, she opened her eyes and exhaled a deep breath. When I was treating Xiao Bai, the spiritual energy I absorbed improved my strength to the peak of an Earth-level intermediate rank spirit cultivator, and I was only one step away from an advanced rank Earth-level spirit cultivator. To my surprise, after coming to the Ning family, I had an opportunity for a breakthrough, and finally had a rise in rank. From her soul, the cute voice of Xiaomo rang, Master, you can take holy water now. With that holy water, you can directly become a sky-level spirit cultivator. The holy water he mentioned was extorted by Yun Luofeng from Xiao Bai's father in the spirit domain. The holy water couldn't only help an Earth-level spirit cultivator make a breakthrough, but could also strengthen the body of the user. Yun Luofeng didn't take the holy water before because she was waiting to become an Earth-level advanced rank spirit cultivator. After that, with the help of the holy water, she could directly become a sky-level spirit cultivator. Okay, Yun Luofeng nodded slightly, and just when she was going to take out the holy water, the door was kicked open with a bang. Lin Ruobai, dragging a young man, walked in from outside the door and flung him in front of Yun Luofeng. Master, this guy is the son of fourth elder. As if taking credit for her achievements, Lin Ruobai proudly walked to Yun Luofeng. Her haughty eyes glanced at the bruised-faced young man on the ground and she snorted, unfortunately, he bumped into me. I'd like to see whether he dares to behave like that again. An angry look appeared on Lin Ruobai's little face at the thought of what the young man had just said, and she kicked him when she walked past. Cough. Ning Yuan coughed and looked up angrily at Yun Luofeng. If it hadn't been for Yun Qingye, Ning Xin would have married me. It is your Yun family that took my fiancé away. You're my mortal enemy. Hearing this, Yun Luofeng stood up from the bed, looking at him quietly with her dark eyes. Chapter 470. Someone came and sought a marriage alliance. 1. Are you sure that without my second uncle, Ning Xin would marry you? The girl's words, like a splinter, stuck into his heart, and in a moment it was as though his broken heart had a big aching and bleeding hole. She was right. Even without Yun Qingye, Ning Xin did not like him. Otherwise, they grew up together, so why could Yun Qingye, who just appeared not long ago, steal her heart? However, even though Ning Yuan had known this, he didn't want his wound to be torn open like this. Ha ha, he sneered, with a contemptuous smile, even if Shinsa doesn't like me, so what? As long as Master issues the order, she will have to marry me anyway. Do you think Master will establish a marriage alliance with the Yun family? No, you are wrong. Even though you've saved Shinsa's life, Master will not allow her to marry Yun Qingye. The difference between Master and the old Master was that the old Master valued personal feelings too much, while Master always kept the overall interests of the Ning family in mind. If he had other children, perhaps he wouldn't mind Ning Xin choosing Yun Qingye to be her husband, but Ning Xin was his only daughter, so for the sake of the Ning family, he would never allow Ning Xin to marry Yun Qingye. The Yun family was so weak that they even didn't have a sky-level spirit cultivator. They couldn't even have a place on this continent, so how would the Ning family choose to establish a marriage alliance with them? Yun Luofeng, don't blame us. It's just that you are too weak. Ha ha ha. Seeing the young girl slightly narrowed her eyes, Ning Yuan laughed. I admit that you're quite talented, but you are still not a sky-level spirit cultivator. There are too many strong people on the continent. If you are not a sky-level spirit cultivator, any power can kill you. Since your Yun family doesn't even have a sky-level spirit cultivator, what makes you believe Master will give you Ning Xin? Ning Yuan's face turned ferocious, his voice filled with resentment. Yun Luofeng narrowed her eyes and glanced at Ning Yuan. As long as Ning Xin is willing to go with me, no one can stop her. She meant that if Ning Xin was willing to leave with her, she would surely take her away, and no one could stop her. You're mad. Ning Yuan snorted, a contemptuous look flickering through his eyes. Yun Luofeng, I know the old master will shield you, but he also has someone he worships. The man he worships is godly Dr. Chan Ya. When it came to the name, the contemptuous look in Ning Yuan's eyes gradually disappeared and was replaced with reverence. And then under the sarcastic gaze of Yun Luofeng, he continued, when I traveled outside this time, I met a young man who is from the Chan family and called Chan Lin. We felt like old friends at the first meeting and became sworn brothers. I told him about Ning Xin and he also appreciated Ning Xin a lot. When we heard that Ning Xin was injured, I returned to the Ning family first, and he said he would also come here soon. And he had promised me he would ask godly Dr. Chan Ya to treat Ning Xin. If I could have invited godly Dr. Chan Ya to treat Ning Xin, I would have greatly impressed the people of the Ning family, and if Ning Xin were cured by Chan Ya, Ning Xin might have fallen in love with me. But I didn't expect that you would move more quickly. Ning Yuan said resentfully, but it doesn't matter. When my brother comes, you will help me get Ning Xin. The old master admires godly Dr. Chan Ya so much. If godly doctor is willing to speak for me, do you think the old master will still stand by your side? Chapter 471. Someone came and sought a marriage alliance too. Yun Luofeng glanced at Ning Yuan and raised the corner of her lips. The people of the Chan family. It seems that wherever I go, I meet the people of the Chan family. Milk Tea, guard him and don't let him run away before Ning Xin wakes up. Squeak. Milk Tea nodded vigorously. He would meticulously finish any task Master had given him. Yun Luofeng slightly narrowed her eyes. Co Bai, let's go. I want to meet Master Ning and discuss Ning Xin with him. By this time, Ning Xin must have awakened, and it was time for her to finish the matter with the Ning family. Master. In the study filled with the fragrance of books, Master Ning was browsing through the book in his hand. Suddenly, a hurried voice came from outside the door, and without waiting for his answer, a servant directly came in. What happened? Why are you so flustered? Did something happen again? Master Ning asked sharply, frowning. The servant wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and reported carefully, Master, some people of the Chan family have come and asked to meet you. The Chan family? You mean Chan Ya's Chan family? Master Ning paused for a moment, with a gleam of joy in his eyes. Have they said why they came here? The servant carefully glanced at Master Ning. It's young Master Chan Lin of the Chan family. He came here to seek a marriage alliance. Seek a marriage alliance? Master Ning was stunned and frowned, and he wants to propose to Miss Ning Xin. What? Hearing the servant's words, Master Ning was completely shocked. He didn't know when Ning Xin had met the people of the Chan family. Master Ning would have gladly accepted this if it were before, but now, with Yun Luofeng here, he had to carefully think about it. As a matter of fact, Master Ning had never thought of marrying Ning Xin to Yun Qingye. However, Ning Xin had been cured by Yun Luofeng. If he married Ning Xin to someone else at this time, he was afraid that he would not be able to face Yun Luofeng again. Now it's getting complicated, said Master Ning, rubbing his temple with a headache. It would not be so complicated if Yun Luofeng weren't here, but she's still in the Ning family. I don't know how to tell her this. Master, the servant looked at Master Ning timidly. I don't know if I should say something. Just say it. Well, Master, you don't have to feel embarrassed or guilty to the people of the Yun family for marrying Miss to someone else. The Ning family didn't do anything wrong. Even though Yun Luofeng has cured Miss, so what? Without the Yun family, Miss would not have been hurt. The servant's words made Master Ning feel better. He nodded. Yes, your analysis is quite right. What's your name? Go to the housekeeper and ask him to give you an award later. Thank you, Master. The servant was quite happy and hurriedly knelt down to thank Master Ning respectfully. Lead the way. I'm going to meet the people of the Chan family. Master Ning smiled. The servant's words were quite right. Since Ning Xin was injured while protecting Yun Qingye, it was Yun Luofeng's responsibility to save her life. He needn't feel obligated to the Yun family. It was all because the Yun family was so weak that they didn't even have a sky-level spirit cultivator. At this moment, in the hall, a few guards stood respectfully with some betrothal gift boxes, and a young man and a young woman sat, quietly drinking some tea. Chapter 472. Ning Xin had awakened. If Yun Luofeng was here, she would instantly recognize that the woman sitting there was Chan Qi, who went to the imperial family of the Longyuan kingdom to take Niu Wushuang away. The man next to her was not the cool and sedate Chan Yu, but someone else who looked a little bit like her. Just then, seeing the middle-aged man coming from the hall, they slowly stood up. Master Ning. Chan Qi smiled. This time, I am here on behalf of my brother Chan Lin. It's said that as a noble lady from a respectable family, the heiress of the Ning family, Ning Xin, is talented, elegant, beautiful and sweet-tempered, so my brother fell in love with her ever since he heard about Ning Xin. We came here to seek a marriage alliance with the Ning family, and from now on, the Ning family and the Chan family will be one family. Ha ha, Master Ning laughed cheerfully, and looked at Chan Lin with a mild look. I've also heard of young Master Chan Lin, who ranks second among the young generation of the Chan family. It would be an honor for Shinsa if she could have such a husband. I agree to this marriage. I don't agree. Hardly had his voice faded away when an angry voice came through the door, and after hearing the voice, Master Ning was shocked and then gave a smile of joy. He turned his eyes to the door, and a young girl, standing while holding the doorframe, came into his sight. At the same time, Tianlin was also looking at the girl standing at the door with an obsessed look in his eyes. The girl's face was still pale, but everyone could tell she was a beautiful girl. Though she was frowning, he was immediately attracted to her as though a finger had strummed his heartstrings. Ever since Ning Yuan told him about Ning Xin, he became interested in the girl, and after Ning Yuan bragged about her and showed him Ning Xin's portrait, he had totally fallen in love with this girl. So when he heard that Ning Yuan was going back to the Ning family, he asked Ning Yuan to go first, and he went back to the Chan family to prepare the betrothal gifts. Xin, Master Ning strode forward, quickly supported the girl, his eyes brimming with joy. You've awakened. That's great, you've finally recovered. You scared the heck out of your dad this time. Let go of me. Ning Xin pushed hard and pushed the man away from her, a disappointed look in her crystal clear eyes. Dad, does grandfather know that you're doing this to me? When she woke up, she found no one beside her. Then she called the maid and found out that Yun Luofeng had saved her life, and Yun Qingye had been accompanying her sleeplessly for many days. But Yun Qingye was in the bathroom when she woke up, so she didn't see him. While she was waiting for Yun Qingye, she heard the discussion of the little maids outside the door that someone of the Chan family came to propose to her. So she hurriedly came here alone to refuse this marriage. Shinsa, I'm doing it for your own good. Master Ning frowned. The Chan family is Chan Ya's family. If you are married to someone of the Chan family, you'll become a blood relative of Chan Ya. Even your grandfather won't object to such a marriage after he knows about it. For my own good. No, you're just doing it for the Ning family. Ning Xin tightly clenched her fist, her pale little face stubborn. If grandfather were here, he would let me decide my own marriage and would never force me to marry a person I don't love. If you weren't so indecisive, how could my mom have been killed? Chapter 473, Ning Xin was slapped. Smack. A clear sound rang in the hall, and the whole hall fell into an eerie silence because of the sound. The hall was shrouded in a suffocating atmosphere. Shinsa, Master Ning looked at his own hand and turned his eyes to Ning Xin, whose cheek was turning red. A chagrined and grieved look appearing in his eyes. Did I say anything wrong? Ning Xin gave him a mocking smile, and her messy hair scattered on the cheek and covered the red handprint on her face. It was because of your vacillation that my mother was killed by other women. Even though you dismissed your concubines in the end, so what? My mother will never come back. You say you do it for my own good, but you never care about what I want. Haven't you realized your mistake after all these years? Master Ning moved his lips and wanted to explain it, but he couldn't make a sound as if his throat was being held by a hand. Then he cradled his head in his arms and said in a painful voice, yes, I was too indecisive, so your mother was killed, but I've been suffering for so many years, isn't it enough? I never remarried all these years because I wanted to compensate you and your mother. I've done so much, but why won't you forgive me? Every time he thought of what happened that day, he felt a gut-wrenching pain. But no matter how much he regretted it, the woman he loved would never come back to him. You always think about the family, but you never think about me and my mother. What we wanted was never an absolute right, nor a supreme status. I just want to live like an ordinary person. Ning Xin, disappointed, closed her eyes and said with a wry smile, you always do things I can't tolerate and claim that it's for my own good. My grandfather and I have been traveling around all these years because we don't want to see you. Even living in seclusion in the deep mountains is better than facing snobbish people like you. In the last sentence, she opened her eyes, a resolute gleam in her bright eyes that made Master Ning's heart shiver. Yes, I do think about what is best for the family. Is that wrong? Master Ning smiled bitterly. It's just because I'm master of the family. I have to plan a better future for the Ning family. Moreover, your grandfather has always been a great admirer of Chan Ya, and if he knew that you were going to marry into the Chan family, he wouldn't refuse it. Ning Xin sneered, coldly staring at Chan Lin, who was looking at her with an obsessed look. I said I will not marry anyone else. Even if I have to commit suicide, I will not let the Chan family have my body. You. Master Ning pointed at Ning Xin with a trembling finger. Xin, you are really naive. Let me tell you, you have no choice but marry into the Chan family. As master of the Ning family, he would always take the interest of the Ning family as the top priority even though he didn't want to hurt his daughter. This was the tragedy of being a master. For the same reason, he sat and watched his beloved woman being killed that day. Ning Xin smiled coldly, her eyes filled with derision. She took a final look at Master Ning, turned around and walked towards the door. At this moment, her heart was filled with disappointment. Don't go. Seeing that Ning Xin was going to leave, his face greatly changed, and Chan Lin said hurriedly, stop her. Chapter 474, even Chan Ya would have to call her master. 1. Yes, young master. The people of the Chan family responded immediately, rushed to Ning Xin and tried to stop her. Get away from me, Ning Xin shouted out loud, her body immediately releasing a gust of spiritual energy that forced the guards surrounding her to draw back a few steps. Ning Xin. Seeing that Ning Xin was going to fight with the people of the Chan family, Master Ning was greatly frightened. He was about to scold her only to see that she was falling to the ground. Shinsa. Forgetting to scold her, Master Ning hurriedly came forward to catch Ning Xin's falling body, but at that moment a man moved more quickly than him, holding her and pulling her into his arms. The man's black hair and lunar white robe were gently fluttering in the breeze, his handsome face cold, and he coldly stared at Master Ning with his clear eyes. Brother Yun. Ning Xin was stunned. Gazing at the handsome and elegant man, she sobbed. When she was being coerced by her father she held her emotions in check, but as soon as she saw Yun Qingye, all her grief erupted from the depths of her heart, and she tightly grabbed the bottom of his robe. Yun Qingye's eyes fell to the flushed cheek of the girl, his slender fingers gently stroking her beautiful hair, and he said with a slightly helpless tone, why did you run out of the room without waiting for me? Although he was blaming her, his words were filled with love for her. At once, Ning Xin could no longer hold back the tears and let the tears run down from her eyes. Sorry, Brother Yun. Don't say that to me. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid that the one seriously injured and lying in bed would be me. Yun Qingya smiled softly, and his smile was like a blossoming lotus, really pleasing to the eye. Bang! Seeing the one coming with Yun Qingya, Chan Qi immediately stood up, overturning the chair behind her, and her eyes burned with a raging flame. It's you. Chan Qi gnashed her teeth. Yun Luofeng, what a coincidence. I didn't expect that I would meet you here. You messed up my affairs. How dare you still appear before my eyes? Hearing Chan Qi's words, Master Ning was a little surprised. Did Yun Luofeng and the Chan family have a grudge? In that case, things were getting even more complicated. Yun Luofeng glanced at Chan Qi wickedly. I came to the Ning family first, so it's you who appear before my eyes and invite me to lead you. Yun Luofeng, last time, if it wasn't that Chan Yu had something urgent to attend to, do you think you could escape from our hands? In fact, the last time Chan Yu left hurriedly because he felt the threat from Yun Xiao. However, on this occasion, Chan Qi would not tell the truth but would find an excuse. Since I made you run away before, I can make you do it again. Ning Xin is my future second aunt. I'd like to see if anyone can take her away. Saying this, the girl looked so domineering, her face filled with unruliness and arrogance. Ning Xin, who was worried and anxious, soon calmed down after seeing Yun Luofeng and Yun Qingya. These two people, one was her most trusted friend, and the other was her beloved man. She believed that as long as they were here, any difficulty would be readily solved. Miss Yun, Master Ning frowned, a worried gleam in his eyes. The Chan family has Chan Ya behind them. You'd better not fight with them. Apologize to them, and I will plead for you. Chapter 475. Even Chan Ya would have to call her master, too. Even though Master Ning would not let Ning Xin marry Yun Qingya, he didn't want the Yun family to be in trouble. After all, Yun Luofeng had saved Ning Xin's life. The Chan family was different from the medical city because Chan Ya was too powerful. If she offended the old man, no one could protect her. Why should my master apologize? Xiao Bai, who had just arrived, suddenly heard the words of Master Ning, and with arms akimbo, her cute little face was flushed with anger. You fools, even if Chan Ya came here, you would have to call my master master. How dare you make my master apologize? Ha ha. Chan Qi couldn't hold back and laughed aloud, her face filled with contempt. Little girl, didn't your parents tell you that a braggart will have their tongue cut? If you said that Yun Luofeng acknowledged Chan Ya as her master, maybe I would believe it. But how dare you claim that Chan Ya would call her master? Do you think we are stupid? Nobody is going to buy your story. People all laughed at her words, their eyes full of disdain. Yun Luofeng also glanced at Lin Ruobai with a surprised look, a doubtful gleam flashing through her dark eyes. Xiao Bai was not one to brag. She must have a reason for saying such a thing, but she didn't know Chan Ya, so how could she accept him as her disciple? But she did remember there was an old man who wanted to be her disciple. Was he? What I said is true. Now Chan Ya is on his way and will soon arrive at the Ning family. Lin Ruobai stomped her foot and spoke angrily. Master didn't turn to the split domain for help because she was afraid the time would not be enough, but she worried that Master would be bullied by the Ning family, so she stealthily sent a message to Chan Ya. Now it had been several days and according to Chan Ya's speed, it was about time for him to arrive here. Little girl, Chan Ya has been living in seclusion to study medical skills and doesn't want anyone to disturb him. Even we don't know his whereabouts, and you say you can find him. Chan Qi sneered, do you think we'll believe a story like that? Lin Ruobai curled her lips, you can't find Chan Ya because he doesn't want to be found by you. It doesn't mean that I can't find him. Hearing her words, Chan Qi was enraged, her eyes burning with raging flames. Little girl, don't bullshit to me, or else I'll rip your mouth open. As a member of the Chan family, how would Chan Ya not want us to find him? Let me tell you, just 2 months ago, Chan Ya was back in the Chan family. 2 months ago, Lin Ruobai smiled briskly, I'm sorry but 2 months ago, Chan Ya was in my home. How could he go back to the Chan family at the same time? Seeing her lie being exposed, Chan Qi got angry from embarrassment, but of course, she would never admit that Chan Ya was not with the Chan family at that time. She only thought that the little girl was deliberately going against her. Brat, you are too presumptuous, let me teach you a lesson. A sharp wind whirled around Chan Qi, and she dashed at Lin Ruobai, her eyes filled with murderous desire. Looking at this, Master Ning shook his head helplessly. If Yun Luofeng had apologized as he suggested, he might be able to plead for her. Unfortunately, Yun Luofeng and her disciple were too arrogant, and now he couldn't help them. After all, if Chan Ya appreciated Yun Luofeng's talent and wanted to accept her as his disciple, it would make sense. But how could it be possible that godly Dr. Chan Ya wanted to acknowledge a teenage girl as his master? Chapter 476, Elder Ning got angry, 1. Bang. As Chan Qi was going to reach the front of Lin Ruobai, a hand suddenly stretched out from the side and pulled Lin Ruobai's body into her arms. Then, the jade-like palm collided against the chest of Chan Qi, and with this strike, Chan Qi's body flew out and bumped against the table. The table immediately broke into 2 pieces and scattered on the ground. The whole hall quieted down, and all the people present were staring unblinkingly at the gorgeous girl in white, dumbfounded. The girl frowned slightly, looked down at the little girl who was pulled into her arms and asked, are you hurt? Gazing at the girl's domineering and gorgeous face, Lin Ruobai felt her heart gradually settle down, and she had a gleam in her eyes. If Master were a man, all the girls in the world would fall in love with her. Unfortunately, she was a woman. However, Lin Ruobai had secretly made a decision that she would take Master as the standard to look for in her future husband. Who could resist the charm of such a domineering yet gentle person? I'm fine. Lin Ruobai came back from her wild thoughts and shook her head, her lovely little face lit up with a bright smile, and I know since Master is here, no one can hurt me. Stay here and wait for me. I'll fix this. After saying this, Yun Luofeng turned her dark eyes to Chan Qi, who had got up from the ground. Yun Luofeng. Gnashing her teeth, Chan Qi spat out a mouthful of blood and glared at the girl's gorgeous face. Since leaving the Longyuan kingdom that day, she had been cultivating tirelessly, neglecting her meals and sleep. Now, she had become an Earth-level intermediate rank spread cultivator. She thought that by virtue of her strength she could easily crush Yun Luofeng. But she didn't expect that she would be repelled by the girl with a single strike. This was a big disgrace for her. How could she bear such a humiliation? Go to hell. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, a strong force began to accumulate within her body. The force kept accumulating, and finally made her reach the peak of an Earth-level intermediate rank spread cultivator. Then it enabled her to make the breakthrough and become an Earth-level advanced rank spread cultivator. Sister. Seeing Chan Qi's actions, Chan Lin turned pale. Did you just use the secret technique of the Chan family to improve your strength? After its effect is gone, you will descend to a low-rank Earth-level spread cultivator. This was the consequence of using the secret technique of the Chan family. If one used the secret technique, they could break through a rank in an instant, but after a period of time, instead of restoring to the original condition, their strength would drop a rank. So, normally no one would use this secret technique. Yun Luofeng, I didn't expect that as the granddaughter of a general, you could become an Earth-level advanced rank spread cultivator without any favorable conditions. You are really a threat to me, so today I must kill you. Even though both of them were advanced rank Earth-level spread cultivators, Chan Qi was very confident. After using this secret technique, not only would she break through a rank in an instant, but her physique would also reach its peak. Unless Yun Luofeng was a sky-level spread cultivator, she would be no match for her. After all, the secret technique of the Chan family didn't just improve the user's power in a short time. It brought about a real breakthrough. A short-term strength improvement didn't count and can be compared with a real breakthrough. But it still had a limit. After a period of time, the user would lose the acquired strength and suffer from a strong backlash. Chapter 477, Elder Ning got angry, too. Boom. Chan Qi's body was like a tornado and struck against Yun Luofeng, a ferocious smile on her face, a formidable killing desire in her eyes. In the strong wind, the girl was standing still, her white dress and dark long hair fluttering, her eyes quietly gazing at Chan Qi, and her stunningly beautiful face expressionless. Feng watch out. Yun Qingya, greatly frightened, hurriedly put down Ning Xin from his arms and rushed to Yun Luofeng to block the attack against Yun Luofeng with his own body, a touch of anxiety in his clear and cool eyes. But then, the girl's hand stretched out from the side and she pushed Yun Qingya aside while calmly looking at the aggressive Chan Qi. She slightly raised the corners of her lips and gave a wicked smile. Her voice sounded like it was coming from the depth of hell and it made one's heart tremble. When did I say I was an Earth-level advanced rank spread cultivator? What? Chan Qi was stunned, and before she figured out what Yun Luofeng meant, the girl's hand had come from the air and fiercely smacked her face. Bang! This slap contained all her force. Chan Qi, dumbfounded, was slapped so hard that her body slammed into the wall and she began to vomit blood. No way. How can you be a sky-level spread cultivator? This is impossible. She tightly bit her lips, her body trembled, and her eyes were clearly filled with horror. A sky-level spread cultivator. The crowd all gasped, and their eyes changed. Master Ning, totally stunned, slowly turned his head to Ning Xin, and hoarsely asked, Shinsa, is your friend a sky-level spread cultivator? To be honest, for the Ning family, a sky-level spread cultivator was not a big deal. After all the elders of the Ning family had been sky-level spread cultivators. And the old master had even exceeded the realm of sky-level spread cultivator. But how old was Yun Luofeng? A 15-year-old girl had become a sky-level spread cultivator. Who would believe it? Ning Xin, also stunned, nodded. Even she didn't expect that Yun Luofeng had become a sky-level spread cultivator. Only half a year ago, she was still a normal girl and bullied by the imperial family. But now she had become so strong. As long as the family had a sky-level spread cultivator, it could gain a firm foothold on the continent, and even her father would recognize the Yun family from now on. But it was too late, he had already broken her heart. How could she forgive him and pretend nothing had happened? At the thought of this, Ning Xin's face had a bitter smile. Little Feng Yun Qingya gradually came back from shock and asked helplessly, when did you become a sky-level spread cultivator? Yun Luofeng shrugged and said with a faint smile, on the way to the Ning family's hall. She came here to settle the issue of Ning Xin. If she hadn't acquired an absolute advantage against them, how would the Ning family allow Ning Xin to leave? So she found a hidden corner to take the holy water on the way to the hall. With the help of the holy water, she successfully broke through to a sky-level spread cultivator. That was why she came late. Ahem. Chan Qi coughed and climbed up from the ground. Glaring at Yun Luofeng with a ferocious look, she gnashed her teeth. Yun Luofeng, you are simply courting death. The Chan family has Chan Ya as their backing. Now you'll be dead meat in no time since you dared to injure me. Chapter 478, Elder Ning got angry, 3. Chan Ya. This name suddenly brought Master Ning back to reality. Yes, even though Yun Luofeng had broken through to a sky-level spread cultivator, so what? The Chan family had Chan Ya behind them. No matter how talented Yun Luofeng was, she would not be able to face such a formidable opponent. Master Ning, let your people catch her, and I'm going to teach her a lesson. Chan Qi wiped the blood from the lower corners of her mouth and said resentfully. Well, Master Ning paused and slightly frowned. Miss Chan Qi, maybe that's not a good idea. Miss Yun has saved my daughter's life and is on good terms with my father, I am afraid. Humph, I don't care what relations she has with your Ning family. I want you to catch her, now. Otherwise, I will punish you for shielding her. Chan Qi sneered at Yun Luofeng. Yes, you are talented, so what? Under the attack of the Ning family's masters, you will surely die. This is for you going against me over and over again. Master Ning kept silent, hesitating as if he was still thinking about Tian Qi's words. Just then, Ning Xin dragged her feeble body and walked to the front of Yun Luofeng. She raised her arms, shielding the girl behind her, and looked right into Master Ning's eyes with a resolute and determined gaze. Dad, if you want to touch any person of the Yun family, just kill me as well. Anyway, in your mind, your daughter, will never be as important as the Ning family. Master Ning's heart quivered and he moved his lips, trying to say something, but was interrupted by the cold voice of Ning Xin. You are a good master, but you are not a good father. Her voice, like a heavy hammer, chiseled on the heart of Master Ning and almost suffocated him. You are right, Master Ning gave a bitter smile. I am not a good father, nor a good husband. For the Ning family, I've paid too much and lost too much. His face raised a wry smile, and he gazed at the girl's resolute little face, speechless. I thought my family would understand me, but I was wrong and you will never understand how I felt. Hearing the talk between Master Ning and Ning Xin, Tian Qi frowned impatiently. What are you waiting for? Kill them all. Sister, Tian Lin turned pale and grabbed Tian Qi's arm anxiously. I like Ning Xin and I want to marry her, so. Shut up. Tian Qi gave Tian Lin a black look. Haven't you realized it? This BTCH would rather be with the Yun family than become a member of our Tian family. Now that she has made this choice, let them go to hell together. Tian Lin had never dared to disobey his sister since he was a child. Hearing Tian Qi's words, he immediately closed his mouth and said no more, but his eyes fixed on Ning Xin were full of pity and sorrow. Ha ha, who do you want to go to hell? Suddenly, an indifferent voice broke through the void and passed into everyone's ears. Hearing the familiar voice, Ning Xin was greatly delighted and quickly turned her head to look at the blue-robed old man who had come from the void. She felt a lump in her throat and tears began to flow down from her eyes. Grandpa, you're back. Elder Ning walked quickly to Ning Xin. Seeing the clear hand mark on her face, he frowned and asked, who did this to you? Chapter 479, Elder Ning got angry, 4. Though the old man's tone was quite mild, one could still tell the uncontrollable anger in his tone. Master Ning shuddered and answered timidly, Father, it was me. Smack. Hardly had his words faded away when the old man slapped his face. Suddenly, in the quiet hall, the clapping sound rang. Elder Ning's strength was much greater than Master Ning's. Master Ning was slapped so hard that his face swelled up and red blood oozed from the corners of his mouth. How dare you treat Shinsa like this when I was not in the Ning family these few days? Elder Ning's eyes were burning with a raging flame, and his face turned blue with anger. Shinsa really had a hard time these years, so how could you have the heart to beat her? Even I am reluctant to touch a single strand of her hair, but you beat her like this. If I hadn't had a problem with my body and wasn't able to manage the Ning family, I would not have passed on the power to you. Master Ning covered his face, and in an aggrieved tone said, Father, you know I did this for the Ning family. For the Ning family. Bang. Elder Ning was so angry that he kicked Master Ning away, his old face cold, his eyes sharp as a sword, and his expression showing that he wanted to kick Master Ning harder. How dare you say that you did it for the Ning family? I was only away for half a year seeking medical treatment, and so many things happened in the Ning family. Even Ning Xin's mother was killed because of your mistake. How dare you say you were for the Ning family? In order not to be beaten again, Master Ning no longer dared to say anything. He got up from the ground and hid off to the side timidly, his face aggrieved. Even now, he still didn't think he had done anything wrong, but felt aggrieved that neither his father nor his daughter understood him. As his family, shouldn't they support him? Grandpa, Ning Xin came forward and rubbed the old man's chest to comfort him. Don't be angry. It's not worth getting angry with a person like him. As if her clear voice was magic, the old man calmed down. He turned to his baby granddaughter and asked with a genial smile, Shinsa, tell Grandpa. What have they done to you? Grandpa will avenge you. Ning Xin paused, and said, fourth elder injured brother Yun. Her first words were not for herself, but for Yun Qingye. I know that, and I'll make fourth elder pay for this later. Elder Ning sneered, how dare he injure my grandson-in-law? I will not tolerate this offense. Master Ning was stunned, his eyes wide open, and he asked with a trembling voice, Father, what? What did you say? Did you just say you agreed for Ning Xin to marry Yun Qingye? Yun Qingye was just the son of a general, so why did Elder Ning recognize him as Ning Xin's husband? I'd like him to be my grandson-in-law, but I don't know whether he's willing to marry Shinsa. If he is, then Ning Xin is his wife. He meant that if Yun Qingye didn't want to marry Ning Xin, he wouldn't force him. But if he did, nobody would be able to stop them. If it were another man, as long as Ning Xin liked him, he would snatch that man for her. But the Yun family was different. He would not have done such a thing on account of his relationship with Yun Luofeng. Moreover, Ning Xin would not marry a man who didn't love her. Chapter 480, Elder Ning got angry, 5. So, it depended on themselves whether they would marry or not. Master Ning was completely shocked. Did his father just say that if Yun Qingye was willing to marry Ning Xin, he would immediately marry Ning Xin to him, and if he wasn't, he would not force him? Was this still his father who would do anything for his granddaughter? Though the old man looked indifferent, he still ardently loved his granddaughter. But he would rather disappoint his granddaughter than force Yun Qingye to marry her. Master Ning really couldn't figure out why his father treated the Yun family so respectfully. Have you finished yet? Tian Qi gave a cold glance to Elder Ning and said impatiently, I don't care about your personal relations. Today, I must kill Yun Luofeng. You'd better help me accomplish this goal. Otherwise, you'll regret it later. Ha ha. Elder Ning gave her a faint smile, his face mild and indifferent. Miss Yun is also my granddaughter. If you want to touch her, I will never tolerate it. Father. Hearing his father's sharp tone, Master Ning was a little anxious. Miss Chan Ki is from the Chan family, where Chan Ya was born. So what? Elder Ning glimpsed Master Ning indifferently. If you can't protect your daughter, let me do this for you. Master Ning's face turned paler. He though his father must be out of his mind. Chan Ya had always been his idol. How could he just throw away his idol for Yun Luofeng? Of course, Master Ning didn't know what Elder Ning was thinking. He revered Chan Ya for his superb medical skills, but after getting to know Yun Luofeng, he believed that the girl's medical skills were no worse than Chan Ya's. So what was the big deal of giving up the Chan family? Ning Xin grabbed Elder Ning's arm and stood at his side with ease, her beautiful face fearless, and her bright eyes stubborn. Father, Master Ning got more anxious, fearing that the words of the old man would provoke the people of the Chan family. Seeing that Chan Ki's face quickly darkened, he hurriedly said, "Don't mess with the Chan family. We shouldn't get the Ning family into trouble for personal gratification. I think we'd better apologize to the Chan family and marry Ning Xin to Chan Lin. Then we will become relatives with the Chan family." Shut up. Elder Ning glared at Master Ning with sharp eyes. "I'll never trade my granddaughter's happiness for power." Besides, he had heard that Chan Ya had fallen out with the Chan family. Although it was not clear whether Chan Ya still had any connection with the Chan family, it was impossible for them to restore their previous relationship. Even if Chan Ya would stand by the Chan family's side, he would not give his granddaughter away. If you insist on it, don't regret it. Chan Ki's eyes darkened. Knowing that with Elder Ning here, she would not be able to kill Yun Luofeng, she called Chan Lin and walked towards the outside. As she passed by Yun Luofeng, her proud eyes coldly glanced at her, and as a parting shot she expressionlessly said, "Yun Luofeng, you've really annoyed me. Next time I see you, I will make you die a miserable death. Chan Lin, let's go." Reluctant to leave, Chan Lin glanced at Ning Xin. He wanted to stay, but after seeing his sister's eyes, he drew back his gaze. Chapter 481. Did I let you go? Did I let you go? Before the two crossed the threshold, a hellish voice suddenly rang out and made him frozen with terror, rooted to the spot and unable to move a single step. Chan Ki's face turned pale, but her eyes were still haughty. She turned to Yun Luofeng. "What do you want?" "You want to kill me, right?" Yun Luofeng raised her eyebrows and smiled wickedly. "So what?" Chan Ki snorted and asked arrogantly. "Simple and easy." Hearing her words, Yun Luofeng lazily yawned and leaned against the doorframe, her smiling eyes turning to Chan Ki. "I have a rule. Whoever wants to kill me, must give me their life first." Her words were unruly and domineering, as if she regarded the people of the Chan family as fish on her chopping block. Chan Ki's face changed again. "Yun Luofeng, don't push me too hard." Swoosh. Without saying any word, Yun Luofeng moved her body, her white breast flashed like a gentle breeze, and she appeared in front of Chan Ki. "You." Chan Ki was greatly frightened and stepped backward, but before she could escape, an icy hand had already pinched her neck. Immediately, the suffocating feeling passed into her heart, and Chan Ki's pale face flushed, her eyeballs popped out, and she couldn't utter a single word. Seeing his sister suffering in the hands of Yun Luofeng, Chan Lin was so scared that he could not help but move back, trying to sneak out of there before Yun Luofeng noticed him. He regretted it. If he hadn't rashly come to the Ning family to propose, he would not have ended up running into a crazy woman who didn't put the Chan family in her eyes. Now, he had to go back to the Chan family and find someone to revenge his sister. However, in the instant that Chan Lin turned away, he bumped into a person whose body seemed to have a very powerful force, and he had to draw back a few steps. Alas, young people today are really impolite. Can't you see an elderly man in front of you? How can you just bump into me? If you break my old bones, you'll have to compensate me. An old voice came from the top of his head, and the accusatory tone made Chan Lin fly into a rage. Just when he was about to get angry, he saw the old man's face clearly and froze. "Ah, are you Uncle Chan Ya?" Chan Lin hadn't met Chan Ya, but there was a picture of Chan Ya in the Chan family. So he immediately recognized the little old man in front of him. "Young man, are you out of your mind? I don't have any nephew." The little old man frowned and drew back a few steps to keep away from Chan Lin. He had made a mistake, a big mistake. Why didn't Xiao Bai tell him that these fools of the Chan family were here? It seemed like he was going to be pestered by these people again. However, after seeing the scene in the hall, Chan Ya was stunned and blinked. "What's the matter?" "The people of the Chan family provoked Yun Luofeng. How dare they?" A burst of angry flame came out of the old man's heart, and a killing intent appeared in his eyes. From what he knew of Yun Luofeng, she would not hurt the people of the Chan family if they hadn't provoked her. He had been ignoring the Chan family all these years, and these people had become so presumptuous that they even dared to bully Yun Luofeng. Supposing Chan Ya didn't know that he was from the Chan family, Chan Lin hurriedly explained to him, "Uncle Chan Ya, I'm Chan Lin of the Chan family. My sister is being bullied by a crazy woman. Please help us kill that woman." Then he shouted at the hall. "Sister, Uncle Chan Ya is here, we are saved." Chapter 482. Yun Luofeng was his master. 1. Chan Ya. Like dying embers flaring up, the desperate heart of Chan Ki revived after she heard Chan Lin's words. She slightly raised the corners of her mouth and gave a smug smile. Bang! Yun Luofeng moved her hand and threw Chan Ki down, then slowly turned her eyes to the little old man at the door. The little old man wanted to greet Yun Luofeng first and then settle accounts with the people of the Chan family. However, as soon as he started to move his feet, a confounded figure rushed out from the hall, knelt before him with a thud, and tightly held onto his leg. "Uncle Chan Ya, you've finally come. This woman is so audacious that she doesn't even put the Chan family in her eyes. Please avenge us." At this moment, Chan Ki didn't have time to consider why Chan Ya would appear in the Ning family. She only knew that this time, no one could shelter this BTCH. She would die a miserable death. As if seeing how miserably Yun Luofeng died, Chan Qi smiled cruelly and her face turned ferocious. The little old man looked down at Chan Qi, who was kneeling before him, and said coldly, I'm a loner. Little girl, don't call me uncle. I don't even know you. He didn't hide his anger, and the powerful momentum of his anger rolled over the woman in front of him. Chan Qi raised her head in horror, and said with trembling voice, Uncle Chan Yao, I am Chan Qi of the Chan family. We are a family. How can you say you don't know me? Ha ha. At this moment, a voice of derision suddenly came from the side. Didn't you hear the godly doctor say he didn't know you? How dare you still pester him? I've never seen such a shameless woman like you. Lin Ruobai stood beside Chan Qi with her arms akimbo, a contemptuous smile on her little face and her cute, bright eyes staring at Chan Qi. Brat, shut up. Ashamed into anger, Chan Qi glared at Lin Ruobai. You're just a pariah. How dare you humiliate me like this? We, the Chan family, are much nobler than you. After all, we would never brag that even Chan Yao would have to call Yun Luofeng master. Since the little girl was Yun Luofeng's disciple, she couldn't be from a respectable family. And she purposely said these words to Lin Ruobai to remind Chan Yao that someone pretended to be his master. Idiot. Lin Ruobai snorted and said the word with disdain. Trembling all over with anger, Chan Qi turned around and was about to ask Chan Yao to revenge her, but the instant she turned to look at Chan Yao, she was stunned. For the old man was staring at her with a murderous look in his eyes. Uncle Chan Yao, you. Before she had finished her words, she was interrupted by the surging momentum released by the old man, and a panic came over her and made her throat dry. The girl you call the pariah, the little old man paused and said, is the heiress of the Spirit God Mountains. The Spirit God Mountains. Chan Qi was so shocked that her eyes were wide open and her voice was shaking. Are the Spirit God Mountains you mentioned? The ones in the Spirit Domain. People might not know Safang City or the top 3 families of the Spirit Domain, but everybody would know the Spirit God Mountains in the Spirit Domain. Chapter 483, Yun Luofeng was his master. 2. It was said that the Spirit God Mountains were left by the Spirit God. That was why the people living in them were special. Even so, there were still many people on the continent who wanted to explore the Spirit God Mountains. However, none of the people who had entered the Spirit God Mountains had come back. Over time, no one dared to mess up with the Spirit God Mountains again, and the people of the Spirit God Mountains had become literally the gods of the world. But now, Chan Yao was telling her that this pariah was the heiress of the Spirit God Mountains. Impossible. How could the heiress of the Spirit God Mountains recognize Yun Luofeng as her master? Yun Luofeng is just a secular person. It's impossible for her to become related to a power like the Spirit God Mountains. Besides Chan Qi, other people also stared at Chan Yao with surprised eyes, especially Master Ning, who suddenly had a bad feeling that flustered him. If the old man was really Chan Yao, then his words could not be false. In other words, there really was an inextricable connection between Yun Luofeng and the Spirit Domain. If she really had the Spirit Domain behind her, her value would be multiplied by hundreds of times. I am sorry, said the little old man with a sneer, Xiao Bai was right. When I saw Miss Yun, even I would have to call her master. Like being struck by a clap of thunder, the noisy hall suddenly quieted down. Everybody froze in shock. Yun Luofeng was Chan Yao's master. What the little girl just said was all true. It was ridiculous that they thought she was bragging. Uncle Chan Yao, how can she be your master? Getting mad, Chan Qi angrily pointed to Yun Luofeng. Having a low status, she simply can't compare with us. Especially since her strength is weaker than yours. How can she become your master? She would never believe that Chan Yao, whom even the Chan family tried to fawn on, was a disciple of Yun Luofeng. Her medical skill is better than mine. His word gave Yun Luofeng the supreme status. For the first time, Chan Yao admitted in public that his medical skill was inferior to someone else's. Chan Qi got up from the ground, but stumbled and fell to the ground again, her heart cold and desperate, and even her teeth chattering. It turned out that Yun Luofeng had known Chan Yao long ago, so she dared to not put the people of the Chan family in her eyes. How ridiculous that she had threatened her with Chan Yao. The more Chan Qi thought about it, the more she was scared and the harder she trembled. At this moment, she hated Chan Lin so much. Had it not been for him, she would not have got in such trouble. At the same time, Master Ning was also regretting. It never occurred to him that the Chan family that he tried to fawn on was just an empty shell, and the Yun family that he despised had such a strong background. If he had known it, he would have married Ning Xin to Yun Qingya without any hesitation. When did I admit that you were my disciple? Yun Luofeng lazily leaned against the wall and said with a faint smile, I made it clear in the Spirit Domain that you're too old to be my disciple. The people who had been dumbfounded at Chan Yao's words were completely shocked when they heard the words of Yun Luofeng. Godly Dr. Chan Yao wanted to acknowledge her as his master and she refused. Chapter 484, Death of Chan Qi. The little old man looked at Yun Luofeng with an aggrieved look. There are so many people here. Please be nice to me. He looked so aggrieved that people who didn't know what happened here would think Yun Luofeng had done something heinous to him. I'm just telling the truth. Yun Luofeng shrugged and said, if you're here to chat with me, I'll talk to you after I finish matters here. Then be quick, said the little old man with a slight smile, and his attitude towards Yun Luofeng was totally different than his attitude towards Chan Qi. As for the two from the Chan family, just do whatever you want with them. Because of today's events, the little old man had made up his mind that he would disassociate himself from the Chan family anyways, lest the shameless Chan family always pretend to be something in his name. No. Turning pale with fright, Chan Qi threw herself at Chan Yao and fell on her knees before him. We are from the same family at the very least. You can't just watch me die. From the same family, Chan Yao snorted, since I left the Chan family, I have had nothing to do with you guys. How dare you keep swindling and bluffing in my name? Do you really think I don't know anything? I didn't exterminate you all because you were my kinsman. Now, you are still doing evil in my name, so how can I endure it? Overwhelmed by fear, Jianqi softly fell to the ground, a bitter smile on her lips. Yun Luofeng, you win. This girl was more talented than her and had a stronger background than her, then what else could she compare with her? Jianqi closed her eyes, her eyelashes trembling. But I want to die with dignity. Looking at Jianqi's resolute expression, Yun Luofeng nodded gently. Okay, I'll allow you the last dignity. Though Jianqi wanted to kill her, she was not Niu Wushuang, nor those people of the Xiao family. So she was willing to give her the last dignity. Jianqi smiled bitterly and looked at Qianlin, who was timidly lying on the ground, her eyes so sad. Qianlin, if I die, you will have no place in the Qian family. So let's accompany each other into the afterlife, all right? Sister. Shaking with fear, Qianlin moved backward, desperately shook his head and screamed, I don't want to die, sister, I really don't want to die. A look of pain appeared in Jianqi's eyes. Although 1 minute ago she still hated Qianlin so much, for if it wasn't for him, she would not have to die here. But Qianlin was her brother and the only family she had in the Qian family. How could she not be grieved to kill him? It was just that Qianlin's talent was too poor. She had been sheltering him all these years, and if she died, the people of the Qian family would surely bully him. So, it was better for him to die with her, and they could still accompany each other after death. No. When Qianlin saw a silver needle shoot out from Jianqi's sleeve, his pupils dilated and his face turned ferocious with fear, his eyes bloodshot. Swoosh. The silver needle shot into his throat, leaving a red dot, and he slightly twitched and fell backward. Jianqi turned her head sadly and put the sword on her neck. She closed her eyes and sliced with force, blood spurting from her throat and dyeing the whole ground red. Chapter 485, Tragedy of Fourth Elder, 1. At first, Jianqi's heart was filled with fear when she learned about the powerful background of Yun Luofeng, but she calmed down at the last moment of her life. She knew well of Yun Luofeng's ways. It would be better for her to commit suicide than to fall into the hands of the girl and suffer from endless torture. Well, Miss Yun. Master Ning glanced at Jianqi's body and turned his eyes to Yun Luofeng. Somewhat embarrassed, he wanted to say something but before he could utter any word, a foot kicked at him from behind. With a thud, he stumbled and knelt in front of Yun Luofeng. At this moment, Master Ning looked really embarrassed, but he didn't dare to take any action. He was so ashamed that he wished he could find a hole to hide in. Elder Ning looked down at Master Ning, who fell to his knees, and said in a cold voice, apologize. Miss Yun, I'm sorry for offending you. Please forgive me. Yun Luofeng coldly gazed at him. If Xiao Bai were not the heiress of the Strict God Mountains, and Chanya had nothing to do with me, will you still apologize to me? The girl's words were right to the point and Master Ning looked even more ashamed. Indeed, without these two relationships, he would never have lowered his head. So I won't accept your apology. She sounded quite hard-hearted, leaving no room for Master Ning, an icy look on her domineering face, her lazy posture releasing an imposing aura. Miss Yun, if you don't want to forgive me, you can beat me as much as you'd like, until you are no longer angry, but the Ning family is innocent. I hope you won't get the Ning family involved. He could die, but the Ning family could not perish. That was his choice. Yun Luofeng shook his head. The man was really a good master, but he never fulfilled his responsibilities as a father. You still don't understand. She raised her eyebrows and gazed at Master Ning, who was kneeling before her. I won't accept your apology, but it's not because I am angry with you. I just feel sorry for Ning Xin, but you don't understand it even now. Master Ning's body shook, and he raised his head in surprise, wondering what Yun Luofeng meant. Over the years, Ning Xin has been suffering a lot because of you, and you even slapped her to force her to marry into the Qian family. I doubt whether she is really your daughter or not. The girl's words, like a sharp thorn, stuck into Master Ning's heart, tore it open and made it drip with blood. He turned to look at the beautiful girl standing beside him and lifted his hand to touch her flushed right cheek. However, when his fingers were going to touch her cheek, she subconsciously stepped back and escaped his hands. Master Ning's heart began to ache once again. It was so painful that he gasped, Shinsa, it's my fault. I'm sorry to make you go through all this these years. This was the first time Master Ning had ever apologized to Ning Xin. In the past, he was following the path he had chosen and never looked back at her. Hearing her father's words, Ning Xin had no other feelings except bitterness. Maybe after all these years, her heart had already been broken by him. What's the use of your apology now? Do you think you can make up for all the mistakes you've made over the years? Ning Xin calmed down and forced a smile. If it weren't for Grandpa who has been protecting me, perhaps you'd have married me to Ning Yuan. Chapter 486, Tragedy of Fourth Elder, 2. Master Ning moved his lips and wanted to defend himself, but he didn't know what to speak. After all, what Ning Xin said was true. If it wasn't for his father who didn't agree to marry her to Ning Yuan, perhaps Ning Xin would have become Ning Yuan's wife by now. No longer looking at Master Ning, Ning Xin turned to Yun Qingye, and her beautiful face had a charming smile. Brother Yun, I'll go back to the Yun family with you. Yun Qingye faintly smiled. Okay. Seeing that Ning Xin gave him a cold shoulder but smiled affectionately at Yun Qingye, Master Ning felt really grieved and regretful. At the same time, he knew that he had completely lost his daughter. Yun Luofeng turned her eyes to Master Ning and said coldly, I'm not going to do anything to you for the sake of Ning Xin, but I will bring Ning Xin back to the Yun family, and we'll treat her better than you. In any case, Master Ning was the father of Ning Xin. Besides, he was only trying to protect his family and didn't do anything to hurt the Yun family, so she would not do anything to him. If, however, Master Ning had obeyed Jianqi and summoned the eldest to attack them just now, she would not let him go so easily. By the way, it seemed that something had occurred to Ning Xin and her clear eyes were filled with rage. Where is Fourth Elder? I haven't settled accounts with him yet. How dare he injure my brother Yun? Her words rang a bell to Elder Ning. He felt he seemed to forget something, and now he finally remembered what it was as reminded by Ning Sin. Fourth Elder. When he thought of what the old fool had done these days, a gust of rage swept through him, and he had a murderous look in his eyes. Guards, bury the bodies and bring Fourth Elder and Ning Yuan here. Elder Ning coldly ordered. Well, Qian Ya rubbed his head, a little bit puzzled. Can anybody tell me what happened here? And, Miss Yun, what's your relationship with the Ning family? He was completely at a loss, wondering what had happened. Xiao Bai just sent him a message and asked him to come to the Ning family immediately, because someone was bullying Yun Luofeng. So he, enraged, hurriedly came here, but he didn't know what had happened. Grandpa Chan, Lin Ruobai smiled and walked to Qian Ya's side. It all started from that day when the people of the medical city wanted to attack Master's family. What? Qian Ya flew into a rage, waved his hand and hit the wall, leaving a big hole in it. What did you say? The people of the medical city attacked the Yun family. How dare they do it? I'm going to the medical city to ask them why. Seeing that Qian Ya was about to leave, Lin Ruobai hurriedly grabbed his sleeve, smiled and said, why don't you let me finish first? Tell me, what else has the medical city done? I'll go and make them pay for every evil deed they've done. That was outrageous. How dare the people of the medical city attack Yun Luofeng? Did they get tired of living? Lin Ruobai rolled her eyes. The medical city people almost injured Yun Qingya, but Ning Xin protected him with her own body. Then she told him what had happened to the general's estate, including how Fourth Elder went to the medical pavilion to take Ning Xin back by force and seriously injured Yun Qingya. As the little old man was listening to her, his face darkened bit by bit. Fourth Elder of the Ning family was really stupid. Ning Xin could have suffered less if he hadn't taken her back to the Ning family. Because of him, Miss Yun had to go all the way to the Ning family to save Ning Xin's life. What's more, he even tried to stop her outside the door. I think the Ning family didn't want to save Ning Xin. They were just trying to kill her. Chapter 487, Tragedy of Fourth Elder, 3. Master Ning felt so ashamed that he lowered his head to avoid these mocking eyes. By the way, what had happened between the medical city and the Yun family? It seemed that something had occurred to Qian Ya, and he turned to Yun Luofeng. How did you incur the hatred of the medical city? Though what happened between the two parties was known to almost everybody, Qian Ya, who barely paid attention to these secular affairs, was not clear on their old grievance. Yun Luofeng glanced at Yun Qingya and said, 10 years ago, my second uncle was quite famous for his talent, and the young master of the medical city heard about my second uncle's reputation when he passed by the Longyuan kingdom. Although Yun Qingya can be compared to the disciples of those powerful families in talent, he was the best one in the eyes of the people of the Longyuan kingdom. The young master of the medical city couldn't stand anyone else being praised like that, so a disaster struck the Yun family. And then, Qian Ya asked curiously. Yun Luofeng paused and continued, the young master of the medical city was just a paper tiger, so my second uncle defeated him. But the medical city couldn't bear this humiliation, and sent strong elders to kill my second uncle. Fortunately, my second uncle managed to escape the assassination and ran back to the Yun family, though he had already been seriously injured and disabled, and he became paralyzed in the end because he couldn't get treatment in time. Thinking of the humiliation Yun Qingya had suffered over the years, she clenched her fists with anger, a murderous look on her domineering face. The little old man's face darkened bit by bit, but he did not interrupt Yun Luofeng and just listened to her. To protect the Yun family from the attack of the medical city, my second uncle had to hide in a dark secret room for 10 years. He had to live without sunshine for 10 years. Can you imagine how he got through all of this? Hearing Yun Luofeng's words, Ning Xin felt her heart twitch with sharp pain. She unconsciously grasped Yun Qingya's arm, an enraged look in her clear eyes. How dare the medical city treat Yun Qingya like this? They were simply unforgivable. Girl, why did the medical city attack the Yun family again after 10 years? Asked the little old man, frowning. Yun Luofeng gave him a glance. In that year, the medical city wanted to exterminate the entire Yun family, but the Association of Physicians stopped them, with the condition that my second uncle must die. If my second uncle was still alive, the agreement between the Association of Physicians and the medical city would be abolished. Immediately, the little old man's face turned sullen. Did the Association of Physicians also have a hand in it? The little old man understood what the girl implied. If the Association of Physicians really wanted to uphold justice, they shouldn't acquiesce to the medical city's behavior toward Yun Qingya. Obviously, in the eyes of the Association of Physicians, Yun Qingya was in the wrong. For he dared to defeat the young master of the medical city. They stood up in the end just because the medical city made such a big fuss and even wanted to exterminate the entire Yun family. So they had to do something to keep people's mouths shut. Of course, the condition for the medical city's truce was Yun Qingya's death. Exactly, Yun Luofeng raised her eyebrows. Being partial to the medical city, the Association of Physicians was also to blame. Since they took sides with the medical city, one day, I will destroy both of them, and make them pay for my second uncle's grievance. A strong storm was whirling around the little old man's body, and he sneered, what a medical city. What an association of physicians. How dare they act so unscrupulously? It was a fair match. How could he bear grudge just because he was defeated? Such a man is no longer worthy to be a physician. Chapter 488, Tragedy of Fourth Elder, 4. Hearing the little old man's words, Elder Ning added, I stopped the medical city once. I remember Lu Yin of the medical city said that with Yun Qingya's status, he didn't deserve to have a fair duel with the young master and he should just stand still and take the beating. The little old man thought he himself was rather shameless, but he didn't expect that someone could even be shameless like this. He can control his anger, and a powerful aura was released from his body. With a bang, the whole hall was reduced to ruins by his aura. Girl, don't worry, I will uphold justice for you. No, thank you, Yun Luofeng shook her head. This is between the medical city and us, and we'd rather take revenge with our own hands. If you have time, I don't mind inviting you to go to the medical city and enjoy the show. The little old man was stunned and laughed. Okay, before you start doing anything to the medical city, don't forget to let me know. I'll be watching the show if I'm free. As he said it, a servant rushed in, made an obeisance and reported, Old master, I've brought Fourth Elder and Ning Yuan here. Elder Ning waved his hand and said mildly, let them in. Yes, the servant responded and left. Soon, Fourth Elder and Ning Yuan were carried to the hall by several guards. Looking at the ruins of the hall, Fourth Elder was surprised and wondered what had happened here, even thinking that perhaps the Ning family had been destroyed. Then, catching sight of the indifferent-looking Elder Ning, he quickly stopped thinking and tearfully complained, Old master, please uphold justice for me. This woman claimed that you gave her your jade pendant, then bossed around the Ning family and even injured me. She really is unforgivable. Elder Ning raised his chin and smiled, really? But I heard you went to the medical pavilion and injured Yun Qingya. Well, Fourth Elder's heart trembled. That was because Yun Qingya forcibly seized Miss Ning Xin, so I had to. You had to, Elder Ning said coldly. Do you know that you delayed Shinsa's treatment? If Shinsa had died, do you accept responsibility for that? Fourth Elder clenched his fist and gave a hateful look to Yun Luofeng. I was worried about Ning Xin. As the Ning family knows many famous physicians, I just wanted to take her back and let her receive the best treatment. Elder Ning sneered. Indeed, the Ning family knows many physicians. But unfortunately, all of them could not cure me. If it weren't for Miss Yun, I would have died by now. If Fourth Elder ever doubted Elder Ning's words before, now he believed that the old man had really recovered since Yun Luofeng saved Ning Xin's life. However, he really didn't want to lose like this. Old master, I have something to say. Ning Yuan stood up from the ground, a confident smile on his handsome face, and he couldn't help glancing at Ning Xin. Seeing that Ning Xin was tightly holding Yun Qingya's arm, he snorted, his face green with envy, and he said, even without this woman, Shinsa would still be fine. Perhaps you didn't know that I met a disciple of the Chan family a few days ago when I traveled outside. The disciple was called Chan Lin, and he promised me that he would ask godly Dr. Chan Ya to treat Ex-Ner. Is it possible that Chan Ya's skill is worse than Yun Luofeng's? So, whether she came here or not, Ning Xin would be fine anyways. Speaking confidently, Ning Yuan didn't notice that all the people were giving him strange looks. Chapter 489, Tragedy of Fourth Elder, 5. The little old man slowly turned his eyes to Ning Yuan, a sarcastic smile on his old face. Young people today really disappoint me. Look, he didn't just throw his weight around, but also talk nonsense. Hey, old man, who are you? Seeing that the little old man dared speak to him like this, Ning Yuan flew into a great rage, his handsome face filled with anger. I'm sorry, the little old man slightly narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, but I'm the Chan Ya you just mentioned. Hearing his words, Ning Yuan's face quickly changed, turning from blue to purple and then pale with rage, embarrassment, and shame. He tightly bit his lips and trembled slightly. No way, you're Chan Ya, it's impossible. Chan Lin didn't tell him at all that Chan Ya would go to the Ning family, so the old man must be a fake. Gee, Lin Ruobai glanced at Ning Yuan's unbelieving face and cracked a bright smile. Ning Yuan, are you too stupid or too gullible? That Chan Lin you mentioned did come to the Chan family, but not to help you but to propose to Ning Xin. Boom. Like being struck by a clap of thunder, Ning Yuan, who had not yet recovered from the previous shock, was stupefied. His good brother came to the Ning family not to help him out, but to propose to Ning Xin. When did the guy get a crush on Ning Xin? Why didn't he see any sign of it? As for this old man, Lin Ruobai paused, he is really Chan Ya as recognized by the people of the Chan family. Oh, and by the way, the bodies of the people of the Chan family have been dragged out but probably haven't been buried yet. Shall I bring them back and show them to you? Ning Yuan stumbled and drew back a few steps, a look of despair in his eyes. It turned out that his trump card couldn't withstand a single blow because of Chan Lin's betrayal and the little old man in front of him. Ning Yuan bit his lips and asked, since the Ning family knows Chan Ya well, why didn't we invite him to treat the old master earlier? Then he would not have suffered so much. He wondered since Chan Ya was on good terms with the Ning family, why didn't he come out to help the Ning family? Was there any reason for that? From the beginning to the end, he didn't associate Chan Ya with Yun Luofeng. In his opinion, a person like Yun Luofeng was not qualified to make friends with godly Dr. Chan Ya. Unfortunately, he was wrong. The following words of the little old man instantly threw Ning Yuan into hell. He stood transfixed with shock, motionless and expressionless. I don't have much to do with the Ning family. This time I came here because I heard that Miss Yun was being bullied. I still want Miss Yun to take me as her disciple, so I have to give her a hand. He meant that he came here just for Yun Luofeng and not for anyone else. The Ning family looked down upon her. Alright, then he would let those who had despised her see how she was out of their league. He said these words on purpose. After all, he didn't know what had happened before he came here. He came here in a hurry just because he heard that Yun Luofeng was in trouble. Chapter 490, Tragedy of Fourth Elder, 6. Obviously, his words worked well. After hearing his words, Fourth Elder turned pale and felt suffocated. One could imagine how it felt when you suddenly learned that a person who seemed inferior to you was actually much stronger than you in every way and that you would never be able to surpass them. He felt choked as if his heart was being tightly squeezed by a hand. Fortunately, this girl was only an earth-level spirit cultivator, while he was a sky-level spirit cultivator. In terms of martial force, this girl was simply not his opponent. Thinking of this, Fourth Elder rolled his eyes and came up with an idea. Godly Dr. Chan Ya, I didn't expect that Yun Luofeng would know you, but I don't think I have done anything wrong. Ning Xin is a member of the Ning family, and I took her back out of concern. What's wrong with that? At once, all the people present were staring at Fourth Elder, wondering whether the old man was crazy or not. Didn't he hear Chan Ya's words? Chan Ya was clearly on Yun Luofeng's side and so was the old master, but he still didn't plead guilty. Oh. Chan Ya turned his eyes to Forfelder, his lips showing a mischievous smile. Then what do you want? Forfelder glanced at Yun Luofeng with an evil smile and said, I want to have a duel with her. If I lose, I'll be at her disposal, but if I win, I want Ning Xin to marry my son, and the Ning family can't punish us. Ha ha, Chan Ya sneered, Elder Ning, the elder of your family is really thick-skinned. He even has the nerve to ask for a duel with a 15-year-old girl. How shameful. As if not hearing Chan Ya's derision, Forfelder stared at Yun Luofeng without blinking. Are you timid, so you don't dare to have a duel with me? Or you were frightened by my power? It turns out that the granddaughter of General Yun is such a coward who doesn't even dare to have a duel with me. The old man had obviously abandoned his dignity, knowing that this was the only way he could survive and help his son fulfill his dream. However, when he said this, he had to face the sharp eyes of Elder Ning and Chan Ya, which made him sweat profusely, and his old face turned paler. But he managed to resist the fear in his heart and spat out these shameless words. You are really a disgrace to our Ning family. Elder Ning snorted and said expressionlessly, Miss Yun, don't worry. I'll kill this old dog now. He has really annoyed me. Feeling that the aura of Elder Ning was turning more and more aggressive, Forfelder looked more anxious. Yun Luofeng, your parents were great heroes of the Longyuan kingdom, but you were so useless. If your parents saw this in heaven, they would regret giving birth to you. Forfelder knew well what kind of a person Yun Luofeng was, so he said these words to irritate her, to provoke her to accept the duel. As he expected, after Forfelder mentioned her parents, the girl's icy and wicked eye gradually turned to him. It isn't because I am afraid of you that I don't want to accept it. It's just that, with your strength, you are not qualified to have a duel with me. But since you insist on it, I don't mind accepting it. Chapter 491, Tragedy of Forfelder, 7. Forfelder was quite delighted to hear her words and had a smile of joy in his eyes. This girl was only an earth-level spirit cultivator, and he could kill her with a single slap. After defeating her, he was still Forfelder of the Ning family, and Ning Yuan could marry Ning Xin. However, Forfelder slightly narrowed his eyes and turned to Chan Ya who was watching. Godly doctor, as a respected senior, you will not be partial to anyone, right? It should be a fair fight. The loser will have to fulfill their promise. I just hope that you will remain impartial afterward. After all, there was a precedent. More than a decade ago, Yun Qingyu defeated the young master of the medical city only to incur the crazy retaliation of the medical city. So he, just in case, warned Chan Ya ahead of time in case the old man would be partial to Yun Luofeng. Don't worry, I am not like the jerks of the medical city. Nobody will affect the duel except the duelists. Chan Ya glanced at Forfelder with a sarcastic smile, but I also hope you can keep your words if you lose. Chan Ya had a lot of confidence in Yun Luofeng. Now that the girl had accepted it, it proved that she was assured of her victory. Good, Forfelder turned his eyes to Yun Luofeng and smiled grimly. Yun Luofeng, let's start now. Hardly had his words finished when a big knife suddenly popped up in front of Forfelder. A fierce storm whirled around his body with his snow-white hair fluttering in the wind, and he just looked like a real lunatic. Under normal circumstances, he would not bother to use his weapon, but this time he could not afford to lose, so he summoned his weapon. With a thud, he picked up the knife and chopped at Yun Luofeng's head. The whole courtyard was reduced to ruins with this chop and littered with smoke and dust. Yuan, it's all over. Forfelder wiped the cold sweat on the forehead, turned his head to Ning Yuan and smiled feebly. Soon, Ning Xin will become your wife. He believed that Yun Luofeng could not survive being attacked by a blow with all his might. However, just as he thought that Yun Luofeng had died, a hand suddenly fell on his shoulder. Who is it? Forfelder frowned and quickly turned around only to see a pair of smiling eyes, and he froze. How is this possible? He had used all his might in that attack, and he was sure that he had chopped at Yun Luofeng. Why was she unscathed? With his clenched fist trembling, Forfelder took a deep breath, his face ghastly pale. Yun Luofeng, I really underestimated you. Although I don't know how you dodged my attack, your luck won't hold forever. Boom. Forfelder's fist whistled through the air and fiercely punched at Yun Luofeng's gorgeous face. With such a short distance, she would not be able to dodge this punch. Yun Luofeng didn't dodge. She raised her hand and casually moved it against the fist of Forfelder. Ha ha. Forfelder smiled grimly, and shouted cruelly, Yun Luofeng, you can't resist my attack as an earth-level spirit cultivator. And you won't always have such a good luck. Chapter 492, Tragedy of Forfelder, 8. Extreme joy begat sorrow. Forfelder quickly experienced this feeling. Just before his fist reached Yun Luofeng, her palm easily held his fist, and boom. A force suddenly sprang into his mind and struck him hard on the soul. With this attack, his mind went completely blank, and before he figured out what had happened, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. His old body suddenly flew out and fell on the cold ground. Cough. Forfelder coughed out a mouthful of blood. He stared at Yun Luofeng, his eyes no longer contemptuous but solemn. Little girl, I really underestimated you. I didn't expect that you could escape from my attack. You must have some secret skills. If I'm not wrong, you must have learned the technique of soul attack. Unfortunately, there is always a huge difference between a sky-level spirit cultivator and an earth-level spirit cultivator, no matter how many cards you hold. Forfelder climbed up from the ground and sneered. Then, his body gradually rose from the ground and slowly ascended into the sky. The difference is that when someone becomes a sky-level spirit cultivator, they can fly into the air. Now can you see the difference between you and me? As long as I fly into the air, I can attack you, but you can't exert your attack on me. With a smug smile on his face, he looked down at the people below with a cruel smile. His eyes were fixed on Yun Luofeng, so he didn't notice the strange looks people were giving him. A sky-level spirit cultivator. Yun Luofeng raised the corners of her lips, her smile cold and wicked, and her face domineering. Do you think that you are the only sky-level spirit cultivator in the world? What? Fourth Elder was stunned. Obviously, he didn't understand what Yun Luofeng meant. However, before he could figure it out, he was stupefied at what he saw. The girl, who had been standing in the courtyard, suddenly jumped into the air and reached the front of him in an instant. Before Fourth Elder had any time to react, Yun Luofeng had kicked at him, her movement creating a fierce wind. With a thud, the old man's body was kicked down from the air. At this moment, Fourth Elder was totally dumbstruck, and he didn't recover from the shock until he hit the ground. She was a sky-level spirit cultivator. When did this happen? He remembered that a few months ago, the girl was only an earth-level low-rank spirit cultivator. After just a few months, she had broken through to be a sky-level spirit cultivator. Bang! The body of Fourth Elder fell heavily and dug a deep pit in the ground. He lay in the pit, staring at the blue sky, his eyes glazed over. At this moment, he recalled the words he had said before the battle and realized how ridiculous they were. It turned out that she didn't want to accept the challenge not because of fear but because of disdain. Dad. Ning Yuan was greatly frightened, his face anxious and cold sweat all over his forehead. Yuan, suddenly drawn back to the reality by Ning Yuan's voice, Fourth Elder clenched his teeth tightly. No. Ning Xin hadn't married Yuan. He couldn't just give up like this. If today he was doomed to die, then he would drag Ning Xin to hell along with them. Only in this way could Ning Xin become Yuan's wife. Thinking of this, Fourth Elder dragged his seriously injured body, leaped out of the pit, and dashed toward Ning Xin. Chapter 493, Tragedy of Fourth Elder 9. Ning Xin, even if Yuan and I die here today, I'll drag you to hell and make you Yuan's wife anyways. Hardly had his voice faded away when, like a whirlwind, he had rushed towards Ning Xin with a cruel gleam in his eyes. He knew he couldn't beat Yun Luofeng, so he chose to take Ning Xin's life so that Yuan would not be alone in the afterlife. Watch out. Yun Qingye closely held Ning Xin's hand, pulled her into his arms, and turned his back to the Fourth Elder, his robe covering the girl's body. At the same time, another figure shot in the direction like an arrow. When Yun Qingye shielded Ning Xin with his own body, the figure had also stopped in front of Ning Xin. Bang! With a powerful force, Fourth Elder's fist hit the young man hard on the chest. The thin body of the young man immediately fell to the ground and blood oozed out from his mouth. Fourth Elder was startled. He stiffly raised his head and looked at the young man who just blocked the strike against Ning Xin with his own body, his voice slightly trembling. Why? Dad, Ning Yuan faintly smiled, his smile feeble and filled with endless sorrow. Don't hurt Ning Xin. Yuan, I did all of this for you. Can't you see it? These people won't let us go. You've stayed single all these years just for Ning Xin. I just want to make her your wife. Why did you save her? Fourth Elder's eyes popped out in disbelief, his old body violently trembling and his eyes burning with a raging flame as he angrily shouted at his son. He did all of this for him. Why was he so rebellious? Dad, even so, I don't want her to get hurt. Ning Yuan forced a faint smile. Sorry, I let you down. Then his body fell backward as if being overburdened, his eyelashes lightly quivered and he slowly closed his eyes. Yuan. Fourth Elder cried out loud in grief. He quickly moved his body, rushed to Ning Yuan, picked up the young man's body and shouted sadly, Yuan, wake up. Don't scare me. It's all my fault. Just open your eyes and look at me. However, the young man was silent, his eyes shut. Fourth Elder's fist had crushed the heart of the young man, and even the best physician in the world would not be able to save his life. No. Fourth Elder sadly howled into the air, the gut-wrenching cry long resounding above the Ning family. Yuan, even if you would hate me, I'll still make Ning Xin accompany you to the underworld. Filled with rage and hatred, Fourth Elder gently put down the body of Ning Yuan and turned his grim eyes to the girl who was in the arms of Yun Qingye. Ning Xin, why wouldn't you accept my son's love even though he loved you so much? He gnashed his teeth and spoke word by word resentfully. I believe that no man in the world would treat you better than my son. But BTCH, you refused such a good man and chose Yun Qingye. You had no right to reject my son's love. Elder Ning's face darkened, and he coldly stared at Fourth Elder. Ning Yuan was a good boy. Unfortunately, he had a father like you. If it weren't for you, he would not have ended up like this. Shut up. Going completely mad, Fourth Elder turned his head to Elder Ning and shouted angrily. If it weren't for the Ning family, Yuan wouldn't have died. You were the murderers who killed him. I'm going to kill you to revenge Yuan. Chapter 494, Tragedy of Fourth Elder 10. Elder Ning coolly glanced at him. First of all, you are the one who killed your son, and secondly, show me how you can destroy the Ning family. Bullshit. Fourth Elder's old face turned ferocious, and he roared with rage. It's all you who killed him. He wouldn't have died if it weren't for Ning Xin. So, all of you shall die. Ha ha ha. As he spoke, he began to accumulate his force, and his body was gradually inflating. The air pressure became so low that everybody felt suffocated. He wants to self-detonate. Elder Ning's face turned pale, and it's not going to be a common self-detonation. He wants to detonate his soul. As was known to all, a spirit cultivated self-detonation would seriously injure the people nearby. In particular, Fourth Elder was going to detonate his soul. The power of the soul was quite powerful. If he really blew himself up, among the people present, perhaps only Chanya could escape. Even Elder Ning would be seriously injured. Therefore, noticing what Fourth Elder wanted to do, Elder Ning's face turned solemn. You will have no reincarnation chance if you detonate your soul. Is it worth it? In general, very few people would detonate their souls. If the soul was gone, one would have no chance for reincarnation. If it weren't for a deep hatred, no one would kill his enemy in this way at the expense of the possibility of reincarnation. However, Fourth Elder was clear that if he resorted to a common self-detonation, by Chanya and Elder Ning's strength, they could protect all the people present. He would rather completely disappear from the world than give up the chance of sending Ning Xin to accompany Ning Yuan. Ning Xin, I don't know what's good about BTCH like you. Why did Yuan sacrifice himself for you? But you'll be done here. I will not let Yuan die alone. With these words, he looked down at the body of Ning Yuan, and the grim smile on his face gradually disappeared and his face turned soft. Yuan, I can't accompany you any longer, but I will send Ning Xin to accompany you. Seize the chance. Even though I will not be able to have another life, I will fulfill your wish anyway. Undoubtedly, the character of Fourth Elder and that of Master Ning were completely opposite. Master Ning would rather give up his daughter for his family, while Fourth Elder loved his son wholeheartedly even though he had made so many mistakes. Haha, all of you, atone for your sin. The power inside Fourth Elder's body grew increasingly stronger, and an invisible storm appeared in the air. Under the storm, Fourth Elder's white hair was crazily dancing, his face turned ferocious again, and his eyes were as sharp as a poisoned dagger as if he could kill with his glare. Burst. All of a sudden, a muffled thud was heard, and the inflated body of Fourth Elder deflated like a punctured balloon. He, stunned, turned around and looked at Yun Luofeng, who had suddenly shown up behind him. He asked with a trembling voice, What have you done to me? Looking at his stunned face, Yun Luofeng cracked a lazy smile. Don't forget, I am a physician. A physician would know all acupoints and characteristics of human body well, so she used a silver needle to pierce a special acupoint of Fourth Elder's body and stop his self-detonation. Tianya stared at Yun Luofeng with surprise, a look of shock in his eyes. As a physician, he knew better than anyone else what Yun Luofeng's action represented. After all, even he could not stop a person's self-detonation. Chapter 495, Death of Fourth Elder. Fourth Elder desperately closed his eyes, and he knew that he had no hope of getting revenge. In that case, he would wait for the next life. In the next life, he would seek revenge against all these people. Yun Luofeng, the Ning family, haha. He opened his eyes and said with a sneer, I will find all of you in the next life, and blood will have blood. Blood would have blood. Yun Luofeng slightly smiled and said, sorry, you won't have that chance. The girl's voice was domineering and arrogant and made Fourth Elder fly into a rage again, but before he could say anything, he felt a fiery force dashing around within his body and hitting his insides hard. Even his soul was suffering from a heavy blow. What did you do to me? It was obvious to Fourth Elder that this woman must have done something to him. Yun Luofeng glanced at him wickedly. I just sent the power of self-detonation back into your body instead of dissipating it. In a word, she had sent the self-detonation power released by Fourth Elder back into his body. That was to say, even though he can detonate his soul would still be gone. You vicious woman, you will die a miserable death. Fourth Elder was totally crazy. He couldn't make these people die with him but still had to suffer the consequences of losing his soul. Nobody could bear this blow. I wanted to give you to my second uncle. Unfortunately, you sent yourself to my hands. Yun Luofeng leaned against a tree beside her and said with a wicked smile, so you fell into a pit of your own digging. Ah. Feeling a sharp pain within his body, Fourth Elder roared shrilly, his face twisted, Yun Luofeng, you vicious woman, you will never have a good end. Bleg. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Fourth Elder stumbled and heavily fell to the ground. He gasped and glared at Yun Luofeng, his face twisted up with pain. Second uncle, no longer looking at him, Yun Luofeng turned to Yun Qingye, raising her eyebrows, Ning Xin is still in poor health. Take her back to her room for a rest, and the people of the Ning family will handle the matter here. Okay, Yun Qingye faintly smiled and cast his cool and clear eyes on Ning Xin, Shinsa, I'll take you back to your room. Ning Xin bit her lips and nodded her head slightly. She gazed at Yun Luofeng as if trying to say something, but finally she turned around and followed Yun Qingye to the backyard, not saying a word. In the end, she didn't say thank you to Yun Luofeng. However, she would keep what Yun Luofeng had done for her in her heart and never forget it. Alas, Elder Ning sighed pitifully, just leave Fourth Elder here and he will soon perish with his soul gone. As for Ning Yuan, what a pity. If he were not Fourth Elder's son, he would have had a bright future. Ning Yuan was not a bad person. He became so lawless just because he had been spoiled by Fourth Elder. If he were properly educated since he was a child, he would have become an excellent man. Unfortunately, Ning Yuan was the child of Fourth Elder, so he ended up with this tragic fate. At the thought of this, Elder Ning shook his head with pity. Bury Ning Yuan with respect later. Since his father betrayed the Ning family, he is not eligible to be buried in the Ning family's ancestral grave. As for Fourth Elder, just throw his body into a mass grave. Chapter 496, The Past of Ning Xin, 1. Yes, master. A servant made an obeisance and responded respectfully. That night, the moonlight was as cool as water. Yun Qingye stood in the courtyard, with his hands on his back, his cool and clear eyes staring into the night sky, a faint smile on his lips. Suddenly, a cyan cloak was draped over his shoulder. He turned around and saw a beautiful girl behind him, and his face softened. Since you haven't fully recovered, you'd better not expose yourself to the wind. Ning Xin faintly smiled. Brother Yun, what were you thinking about? Hearing her question, Yun Qingye turned his eyes to the dark night once again and sighed gently. I was thinking that if my brother and sister-in-law were still alive, they would feel proud of little Feng Er's achievements today. Ning Xin turned to look at the profile of the man only to find the man in the moonlight was so attractive that it looked as if his whole body was radiating a dazzling light. Brother Yun, would you like to hear my story? Hearing her words, Yun Qingye withdrew his eyes and chuckled. If you'd like to tell me, I would love to listen. Brother Yun, said Ning Xin, looking up into the night sky, with a bitter smile, I really envy you. Your father is a true hero. He would rather have his son and daughter-in-law go to war than give his daughter-in-law to an enemy kingdom's emperor as a concubine. This is what a real man would do. If it were my dad, he would probably give me away. Ning Sin's tone was so sad when she said this, because he once faced a similar choice, but he chose the Ning family. Whether it was the cold weather or the chill in her heart, Ning Sin shivered, her lowered eyes filled with sorrow. 10 years ago, an eldest daughter came back from her years-long travel, and at that time my mother had married my father and became the mistress of the Ning family. But the eldest daughter had loved my dad since she was young, so she flew into a great rage and asked my father to divorce my mother and marry her. My father, for the peace of the Ning family, didn't do as she wanted nor did he refuse her. So that woman thought it was my mother who was pestering my father. To become my father's wife, she beat my mother to death. Ning Sin took a deep breath, tightly clenched her fist and tried to suppress the rage in her heart. But, even so, her heart was still trembling. Yes, that woman didn't poison or assassinate my mother. She just beat my mother to death in public, because she knew that her father enjoyed a high status in the Ning family, and my father would not do anything to her even if she killed my mother. Yun Qingye turned to look at Ning Sin. He had thought he was quite miserable, but Ning Sin was even more piteous than him. Though she was the noble heiress of the Ning family, she had to watch her own mother being beaten to death. How painful it was. Yun Qingye couldn't help but reach out his hand and tightly held Ning Sin's shoulder. Brother Yun, that woman was right. Though my father was devastated by my mother's death, he didn't have the courage to avenge my mother, because that woman's father was the head of the elders of the Ning family at that time. For the sake of the Ning family, he just endured it. My grandfather learned about this, rushed back to the Ning family and avenged my mother. Then he took me away from the Ning family. Chapter 497, The Past of Ning Sin, 2. When Ning Sin was talking about Elder Ning, her face softened and she said softly, Brother Yun, though my father is still alive, I have only one family member who is my grandpa. Grandpa was afraid that my father would let me be wronged when he had other children, so he forced my father to dismiss all his concubines. That's why my father has stayed single all these years. In fact, Ning Sin smiled mildly, the manliest thing my father has ever done in his life is that he married my mother against great opposition. Of course, it was because my grandpa also supported him, but I wish my mother had never met my father in her life. In that case, she would not have been beaten to death in public. Brother Yun, my father's affection for my mother was real, but his greatest weakness is that he values the family too much. And he is too indecisive. That year, when he learned that my mother was killed by that woman, he didn't dare to kill her even though he really wanted to. What's the use of such a man who doesn't even have the courage to avenge his beloved woman? Ning Sin raised her eyelids, gazed at Yun Qingye's handsome face and pursed her lips. Come back to the Yun family with me tomorrow. The melodious voice of the man slowly came into her ear and soothed her trembling heart. Brother Yun, as a matter of fact, I always think it's really a pity that we didn't meet before the 10 years when you needed a companion the most. Ning Sin gently held Yun Qingye's hand and smiled sweetly, if only we had met earlier. 10 years. He had to hide in a dark secret room alone for 10 years. How painful it was. She, however, was not at his side at that time, nor did she accompany him to go through the most difficult times. Every time Ning Sin thought of this, she felt a gut-wrenching pain, and her hatred towards the medical city grew stronger. At that time, I was just a disabled man, said Yun Qingye, shaking his head with a bitter smile. Brother Yun, Ning Sin's eyes were sincere, no matter if you're disabled or healthy, I will never ever leave you in my life. Unless you don't need me anymore, I will never leave you. She loved Yun Qingye the person, not his fame or status. After all, before she was aware of Yun Luofeng's strength and her powerful background, she had risked her life to protect Yun Qingye, which proved that her love for him had no impurities. Even if the man was disabled, she would still love him and never flinch. Greatly moved, Yun Qingye deeply gazed at the beautiful girl in front of him. He was a normal man and not hard-hearted. Over the years, Ning Sin had been the only woman he had ever come into contact with besides his family. And she avidly loved him. Even if his heart was made of stone, it would have been melted. Ning Sin, it seems that I should call you second aunt from now on. As the two were standing eye to eye, a wicked voice came from behind, with a clear pleasure in it. Yun Qingye quickly withdrew his eyes and coughed dryly, a look of embarrassment on his handsome face. Little Feng, what are you doing here? Yun Luofeng slowly stepped forward, her lips showing a mischievous curve, and she looked at the two up and down with her dark eyes. I came here to meet my future second aunt. Chapter 498, Yun Luofeng was proposed. 1. Her words, with obvious teasing, made Yun Qingye's handsome face blush. Second uncle, when will you marry Ning Sin? As if feeling that the two people were not embarrassed enough, Yun Luofeng continued to tease them. Xiao Feng, Ning Sin said with a faint smile, now it's just my unrequited love, but I will marry Brother Yun as soon as he accepts my love. She would not force Yun Qingye to accept her love nor put pressure on Yun Qingye with what she had done for him. She would only wait until he was willing to accept her love. Yun Qingye looked at Ning Sin with a complex look. I am a man. As a man, I should protect my woman. Yes, I am still not strong enough. I'll marry her when I'm strong enough to protect her. Ning Sin felt her heart miss a beat, and she turned her eyes to Yun Qingye with a look mixed with surprise and joy. Was Brother Yun saying that he had accepted her love? It was just not the time to marry her. Brother Yun, I'll wait for you. Ning Sin tried to calm down, and the smile on her face spread. I will wait for you, no matter how long it takes. Second uncle, as if feeling something, Yun Luofeng slightly frowned. You mean? Yun Qingye turned his eyes to Yun Luofeng. I want to go to the Forest of No Return. Forest of No Return, no one could return from it. Anyone who entered the Forest of No Return could not escape from death. To Yun Luofeng's surprise, Yun Qingye wanted to go to that place. Are you sure? She asked, raising her eyebrows. I'm sure, Yun Qingye nodded, his face unprecedentedly serious. Little Feng, you only know that nobody returns from the Forest of No Return, but what you don't know is that there are still several people who have safely left the Forest of No Return, and their strength was greatly improved after that. If I want to grow strong as soon as possible, I have no choice but to go to the Forest of No Return. That was why he didn't want to marry Ning Xin. He was afraid that if he did not come back from the Forest of No Return, Ning Xin would become a widow. Second uncle, you'd better give it a second thought. But if you've made up your mind, I will support you. I just want you to know that your father, Ning Xin and me, are waiting for you in the Yun family. You have to come back alive. Yun Qingye fondly rubbed Yun Luofeng's head, his eyes filled with endless tenderness. Don't worry, I can handle it. I'll only stay in the periphery of the Forest of No Return and never go deep into it. For you, I will keep myself safe. Okay, Yun Luofeng relaxed her frowning brows. I'll prepare some spiritual medicine for you before you go to the Forest of No Return, just in case. Yun Qingye slightly moved his lips but couldn't utter any word. He thought that the decision he had made would not be agreed by Yun Luofeng, but she finally agreed. He was relieved. Even if Yun Luofeng didn't agree, he would find a way to enter the Forest of No Return anyway. Only with enough strength could he protect the Yun family. He didn't want the things that happened before to happen again. Brother Yun, Ning Xin looked up and gazed intently at Yun Qingye. I'll be waiting for you in the Yun family. You have to come back alive. Even if you don't come back, I'll wait for you for the rest of my life. Yun Qingye said with a bitter smile, Shinsa, please take care of little Feng and my father for me. Don't worry, Brother Yun, I will take care of the Yun family for you. As long as I'm alive, I won't let anyone invade the Yun family. Chapter 499, Yun Luofeng was proposed to. The girl looked determined, her eyes resolute. Unless she died, she would not let anyone invade the Yun family. Second uncle, will you see grandfather before you leave? Yun Luofeng ruminated and asked. No, Yun Qingye shook his head, he won't let me leave if he knows about it. No one knew his father better than him. If his father knew he was going to a place like the Forest of No Return, he would never let him go. At the thought of this, Yun Qingye paused. Little Feng, I will set out for the Forest of No Return tomorrow. Go back to the Yun family and wait for me. Don't touch the medical city before I come back. He would have revenge against the medical city with his own hands, to make them experience what he had been going through all these years. Okay. Yun Luofeng gently nodded. She could understand Yun Qingye's thought. If she had been suffering for years because of an enemy, she would rather take revenge with her own hand than watch others kill that enemy. It's getting late. I'll go back and have a rest. Enjoy yourselves. Not wanting to intrude further, Yun Luofeng smiled and turned away. The two would have a lot to talk with each other tonight. At this moment, Yun Xiao's cool face popped up in her mind. She wondered how he was doing recently and whether he had left the secret realm. But, she believed, it wouldn't take long for Yun Xiao to come back to her. The Longyuan Kingdom. In the hall of the Yun family estate, looking at the betrothal gifts filling the whole hall, Yun Luo, with a puzzled look, rubbed his temples and asked in a low voice, haven't you found out who sent these betrothal gifts here? Yi Ling shook his head. I've sent all the people of the Luofeng pavilion to check, but they have no clue. So I don't know who wants to propose to master. Alas, the old man sighed, give me a break. Not again, and I don't know when Feng Er will come back. Hardly had Yun Luo's voice faded away, a servant hurried in from outside the door, made an obeisance and reported respectfully, Master, Miss and Miss Ning Xin have come back. What? Yun Luo jumped to his feet, a look of joy on his old face. Ning Xin is all right. That's great. Come on, let's welcome Feng Er back. Saying this, he strode to the outside of the door only to see two young girls who had just crossed the threshold. The white-robed girl was stunningly beautiful, with a charming smile on her gorgeous face and her dark unblinking eyes looking at Yun Luo standing in the courtyard. The other girl, tranquilly standing beside Yun Luofeng, was beautiful and elegant, with a pair of bright smiling eyes. You're back. Yun Luo stopped and quietly looked at the two who were walking into the general estate. After quite a while, he asked in a trembling voice, by the way, where is Qingye? Not seeing Yun Qingye's figure, Yun Luo had paused and asked this with a frown. Second uncle went out for cultivation and it will take some time for him to come back, Yun Luofeng said with a smile. She didn't tell Yun Luo the real destination of Yun Qingye in case the old man would worry about his son. If he had known his son had gone to such a dangerous place, he might not be able to sleep at night. Going out for cultivation, Yun Luo was stunned. Without much thinking, he relaxed his frowning brows. Feng Er, you came back just at the right time. I have something to tell you. Chapter 500, Yun Luofeng was proposed. 3. When Yun Luo was speaking, Yun Luofeng had already seen the betrothal gifts filling the whole hall. She raised her eyebrows and asked, who is going to marry in our family? Is it Qingyan and Yi Ling? Well, Yun Luo hesitated and answered softly, these betrothal gifts are for you. Yun Luofeng frowned. These betrothal gifts were for her. Keeping silent for a while, she looked up at Yun Luo. Do you know who sent these here? I don't know. Yun Luo shook her head. Even the Luofeng pavilion can't find out the owner of these betrothal gifts. Really? Yun Luofeng raised the corners of her lips and walked slowly to those betrothal gifts. The power inside her body suddenly rushed out and she looked down at these betrothal gifts, expressionless. In that case, I'll burn them. Whoosh. Hardly had her voice faded away when a flame transformed from spiritual energy came out of her palm and quickly flung itself upon the betrothal gifts. In a moment all these betrothal gifts were burned to ashes. The girl clapped her hands, turned to look at the stunned Yun Luo and said with a faint smile, problem solved. Yun Luo swallowed hard. It seemed that his granddaughter was much more decisive than he was. He couldn't figure out how to deal with these betrothal gifts for so many days. Ha ha ha, Yun Luo laughed out loud. Little Feng Er, Shinsa, tell me what happened in the Ning family. I want to know every detail of it. Yun Luo knew his own granddaughter well. Since she had returned, the conflict with fourth elder of the Ning family must have been settled. So he asked Yun Luofeng to tell him what happened in the Ning family with an easy mind, thinking that he could brag about it later. Yun Luo, however, only knew that Yun Luofeng would give fourth elder a hard time. He didn't expect that the little girl following Yun Luofeng had such a strong background. And to his shock, Yun Luofeng and Tian Ya were also friends. After hearing what had happened, Yun Luo was dumbfounded and couldn't recover from the shock for quite a while. In an inn, a man, standing with his back towards the door, was quietly listening to the reporting of his subordinate. After quite a while, he finally responded, his handsome yet wicked face raising a smile. You said that Yun Luofeng burned the betrothal gifts. Young master, I saw that scene with my own eyes. That's why I came back to report it to you. It's all right, Bai Su smiled and waved, you can leave. Yes, young master. The guard made an obeisance, rose from the ground, turned around and left the room. After he shut the door behind him, the room quieted down again. After quite a while, the wicked voice of the man slowly rang, this Yun Luofeng is much more interesting than her mother. At this time, slightly pursing her thin lips, a beautiful woman standing next to the man looked at the man's handsome face with a complex expression. Young master, do you really want to marry Yun Luofeng? Yes, Bai Su slightly raised his eyebrows and gently stroked his chin, because I think that this woman will be useful to the Bai family. This is the only way to make her willingly serve the Bai family. The beautiful woman was somewhat surprised. Young master, Yun Luofeng is only a general's granddaughter. Why will she be useful to the Bai family? She is quite gifted. Bai Su slightly narrowed his eyes, and she and I are alike. If I'm not wrong, it's because this woman framed the Bai family that the Co family launched an attack against us some time ago. That's why I became interested in her. Chapter 501, Yun Luofeng was proposed for. He hadn't met a woman who could arouse his interest for a long time. And this woman would make extraordinary achievements in the future. Yun Luofeng is very dangerous. If by wooing we can't control her, a honey trap might work on her instead. A subtle gleam flashed through Bai Su's eyes. After all, according to the information I collected about her, the woman is infatuated with Yun Xiao's handsome face and often flirts with him. To that end, I can sacrifice myself to set a honey trap for her. Young master. The beautiful woman pursed her red lips slightly, a puzzled look in her coquettish eyes. I think young master has paid too much attention to Yun Luofeng. She is just an ordinary person. An ordinary person. Bai Su coldly glanced at the beautiful woman. When I first saw that woman, she was only a high-level spread cultivator. Not even an earth-level spread cultivator. But not long after that, she has become a sky-level spread cultivator. Even I would be no match for her in talent. And you said she was just an ordinary person. Trembling in shock, the beautiful woman widened her beautiful eyes. In such a short time, she had become a sky-level spread cultivator. How talented she was. No wonder young master would pay so much attention to her. To make her join the Bai family, he would even sacrifice his marriage. However, thinking of her secret love for him that she had buried deep in her heart, the beautiful woman felt her heart ache so much as if it was being pricked with a needle, and she had a bitter look on her face. At night, the general's estate was peaceful and quiet in the moonlight. Sitting in a pavilion, Yun Luofeng gently stroked the head of milk tea, a gleam in her narrowed eyes. This time, Xiao Bai didn't come back with her but left with Chan Ya because Chan Ya asked her to do him a favor. So her sidekick didn't follow her home. Milk tea, did you really see the man go to the inn? Milk tea nodded, squeaking. When Yun Luofeng burned the betrothal gifts, she heard a man openly gasp, so she secretly sent Milk Tea to follow the man to find out whom on earth had sent the betrothal gifts to the general estate. Have you found out who the man is? Yun Luofeng said with a slight frown. After Yun Luofeng asked the question, all of a sudden, the air around her turned thin, the wind was getting stronger, and the leaves rustled. Since you're here, come out, she said without looking up, as her hand stroking Milk Tea paused. I didn't expect that you were so vigilant. I was right about you. A white-robed man appeared before the girl. He slightly raised the corners of his lips, showing a wicked smile, his smiling eyes gazing at the girl standing in front of him. The betrothal gift sent to the Yun family was sent by you. Yun Luofeng asked in a cold voice. Don't you think, we are quite alike? The smile on Bai Su's face spread, a wicked light glimmering in his eyes. If you agree to marry me, I'll give you the greatest glory. Yun Luofeng raised her head slightly, with a domineering gleam in her dark eyes, and her eyes gradually fell on Bai Su. I will earn the glory I want with my own hands, instead of being given it by anyone. What's more, I don't think you have that ability. So Yun Xiao has this ability. Bai Su pressed on toward Yun Luofeng by several steps, a dangerous light in his slightly narrowed eyes. He reached out his hand, grasped her arm and said with a sneer, Yun Luofeng, believe me. Just give me some time, and even Yun Xiao won't be able to beat me. Chapter 502, Bai Su. Get off me. Yun Luofeng's face fell, and she violently shook his arm off. The girl shouted out loud, her eyes shining with a confident and domineering light, and filled with contempt for him. A dark gleam flickered through Bai Su's eyes and the smile on his handsome face gradually disappeared. He stared at Yun Luofeng and suddenly burst into a sneer. It said that the heiress of the general's estate is lewd and often flirts with her guards. I thought I could make you join the Bai family with my alluring good looks. Unfortunately, I was wrong, and you weren't attracted by my handsome appearance. Yun Luofeng raised her eyebrows, and then, in her entire life, she would not flirt with any man except Yun Xiao. The more you refuse me, the more I'm interested in you. Bai Su smiled again, his lips showing a wicked curve. His white robe and dark hair was slowly fluttering in the night breeze, and a few strands of hair brushed his handsome face. His voice was extremely seductive as if tempting women to throw themselves into his arms. However, in the face of such a handsome man, Yun Luofeng remained unmoved. She lazily stood up, casting a wicked glance at Bai Su. Unfortunately, I have no interest in you. No longer looking at the man behind her, she headed for the back courtyard. After a few steps, she paused and said without looking back, the young master of the Bai family broke into a private house. If the news spread, the Bai family's reputation will be damaged. Bai Su slightly narrowed his eyes, the aura around him turned more dangerous, his robe was fluttering violently, and his handsome face looked grim and sinister in the moonlight. Yun Luofeng, I will make you my own. With a grim smile hovering on his lips, he said ferociously, his eyes fixed on the girl's receding figure, if I can't, I will ruin you. He would never let anyone else get something he couldn't get, so he had no choice but to ruin her. Young master. The beautiful woman suddenly appeared at the man's side. She tightly bit her lips and glanced at the receding figure of Yun Luofeng with a complex look. It seems that this woman won't easily join us. Besides, when you were not in the Bai family some time ago, the Bai family suffered from heavy losses because of this woman. Why you still? Not answering her words, Bai Su stared at the direction Yun Luofeng left, with a reflection in his eyes. Young master. Overwhelmed by jealousy, the beautiful woman unconsciously clenched her fist. Why did Yun Luofeng not accept a man as excellent as the young master? If it were her, she would immediately agree. Let's go back. Bai Su turned around, his sleeves fluttering in the gentle breeze and he looked unfathomable in the deep night. Bang! As Yun Luofeng slammed the door and turned around, a white-robed little boy suddenly appeared in front of her, making her freeze in astonishment. The boy was fair-complexioned, his bright eyes shining, his ruddy lips puckered and his voice cute. Master, it seems that you are unhappy with my appearance. Unhappy? She was terrified. Yun Luofeng finally recovered from the shock and said, Xiao Mo, can you leave the God Code world now? Chapter 503, She is my mother, 1. Master. Bang. Xiao Mo opened his arms and rushed toward Yun Luofeng. His soft body slammed into the girl's arms and his two short arms tightly held her slender waist. I am able to appear in your world for a short time since you became a sky-level spirit cultivator. He raised his lovely little face, a bright smile on his ruddy face. When will you be able to stay for a long time? Asked Yun Luofeng, raising her eyebrows. Well, Xiao Mo put a finger on his lips, a puzzled look in his blinking eyes. Actually, I don't know much about it, but I will naturally be aware of it when Master breaks through to that realm. Yun Luofeng gently stroked her chin, with a deep reflection in her dark eyes. Just then, with a bang, King Yin stumbled into the room, her comely little face flushed like a red apple and she panted, Miss, something bad happened. What happened? Yun Luofeng looked at King Yin and asked quietly, raising her eyebrows. Miss, it's Zhong Lingge, she. King Yin wiped the sweat on her brow and said anxiously, she was captured by the people of the Chan family. Yun Luofeng's face darkened bit by bit. Zhong Lingge, as the vice-commander of the Raging Flame Corps, had been out on a mission but had been gone for a long time. It turned out that she was captured by the people of the Chan family. To my surprise, after I solved Chan Qi, the Chan family still dares to offend us. A murderous desire flicked across Yun Luofeng's slightly narrowed eyes, but I remembered Zhong Lingge's task had nothing to do with the Chan family. Why did they capture her? Miss, according to the other members of the Raging Flame Corps who fled back here, Zhong Lingge was carrying out her mission in a place near the Chan family. Unfortunately, she came across the people of the Chan family. King Yin took a deep breath and reported the details to Yun Luofeng. Among them was Zhong Ling's elder brother. Zhong Ling's elder brother. Yun Luofeng was stunned. Is Zhong Lingge a member of the Chan family? No. According to the information I learned, Zhong Lingge was from an ordinary family. When did she have a relationship with the Chan family? Miss, that man from the Chan family is Zhong Ling's half-brother. At this point, King Yin turned angry, tightly clenching her fist. That year, Zhong Lingge's father was seriously injured when he was out for cultivation, and a local girl saved him, but this bastard saw that the girl was beautiful and raped her after he recovered. The girl wanted to kill herself, but her childhood sweetheart saved her and married her despite her past. Yun Luofeng gave a sneer. This is exactly the real-life version of the farmer and the snake. The farmer and the snake. King Yin looked at Yun Luofeng with a puzzled look. Miss, what is this story about? The story tells something just like what Zhong Ling's parents experienced. You never know whether the person you save will repay you with kindness or ingratitude. Yun Luofeng raised her eyebrow. So I never save anyone who has nothing to do with me. King Yin, you must remember that we are not saints. No need to pity others. Otherwise, you'll suffer from the same fate as Zhong Ling's mother. Chapter 504, She is my mother, 2. King Yin nodded her head and said solemnly, Miss, I understand. Good, you can prepare for our next move. Yun Luofeng slightly narrowed her eyes and gazed at the little maid standing in front of her. She had only asked the people of the Luofeng Pavilion to check the origins of the members of the two corps, but to respect their privacy, they didn't go deeper. So she didn't know that Zhong Lingge was a descendant of the Chan family. King Yin took a moment to collect her thoughts and continued to say, Miss, that girl became pregnant after she was raped. The persons of powerful families can usually sense the blood connection of the descendants. Therefore, when a person of the Chan family passed there again, he sensed that Zhong Lingge was a descendant of his family. So the Chan family took Zhong Lingge back home so as not to let any of the descendants live outside. Yun Luofeng raised the corners of her lips, an icy look on his domineering face. After that, did the Chan family drive Zhong Lingge out because they found that she didn't have any aptitude? But when they met her again this time, they found that Zhong Lingge had broken through to a high-level spirit cultivator, so they forcibly brought her back to the Chan family again. Just like the Xiao family, the Chan family would treat a descendant really well when they found them useful, but if this descendant was proven useless they would immediately be driven out and not even be allowed to inherit their surname. You guessed right, miss, that's the case. Qingyan sighed softly in a worried tone. Qingyan, Yun Luofeng gently stroked her chin and said, why didn't Chan Qi and Chan Yu find out about Zhongling's identity when they came to the Longyuan kingdom? The corner of Qingyan's mouth slightly twitched. In fact, the reason is simple. Zhonglin's father is from the collateral bloodline of the Chan family, not the lineal bloodline. Maybe because of this, they didn't recognize Zhongling, Or maybe they focused their attention on Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao, so they didn't notice Zhongling. So that's how it is, said Yun Luofeng, her smile wicked and dangerous. The dangerous aura around her grew intense and turned the whole room eerie. Qingyan, call Yiling, you two go to the Chan family with me. Yes, miss. Qingyan's face turned solemn, a bright light in her black eyes. What about me? Suddenly, a small hand pulled the sleeve of Yun Luofeng, and a boy's pitiful voice was heard. Only now did Qingyan notice the little boy standing next to Yun Luofeng, and she asked in surprise, Miss, who is this boy? Xiao Mo's eyes flickered, and he tightly held the hand of Yun Luofeng. I am her son. Son. Qingyan was petrified on the spot, her mouth wide open, and she stared at Yun Luofeng with disbelief. Miss, had a son. But before Qingyan recovered from her shock, she heard the little boy's childish voice again, Mommy, when will my father Yun Xiao come back? Boom. As if being struck by a bolt of lightning, Qingyan was petrified. She felt as though she had been split open and she began to shake. It was shocking. Miss had a baby with Yun Xiao. Did the general know this? Xiao Mo. Yun Luofeng frowned, glanced at Xiao Mo with warning eyes and turned her eyes to Qingyan. He was talking nonsense. I only met Yun Xiao less than a year ago. How could we have such a big child? Chapter 505, Cunning Xiao Mo, 1. Xiao Mo blinked his eyes and grumbled, Mommy, don't you want me? You and Daddy have known each other for many years, and he joined the Yun family just for you. You can't abandon us. Yun Luofeng's face immediately darkened, and the aura around her turned aggressive. She gloomily glanced at Xiao Mo gloomily. It seems that you don't want to be here. The aggressive aura released by her gave Xiao Mo a scare, but he was determined to risk everything to make Yun Xiao marry Yun Luofeng as soon as possible. Mommy, you abandoned me many years ago. You can't do it to me again. Boo-hoo. Xiao Mo hugged Yun Luofeng's thigh and cried out loud. I've been missing you so much all these years. Yun Luofeng slightly narrowed her eyes, and the dangerous aura around her grew thicker. As if frightened, Xiao Mo shrank his neck and gazed at her pitifully. He was like an abandoned puppy, pitifully wagging its tail at its owner. Finally recovering from her shock, Qingyan hurriedly pulled Xiao Mo behind her when she felt the aura released by Yun Luofeng. Miss, although you are the person I most admire and I'll always obey your command, he is your son. It's not right to abandon him. Yun Luofeng took a deep breath. Qingyan, let's go to the Chan family first and I'll tell you about him when we come back. Creak. Just when Yun Luofeng opened the door and was going to walk out, the old man who was eavesdropping outside the door stumbled in and fell on his face. Yun Luofeng's face turned darker. What are you doing here? Well, Yun Luo rubbed his head and chuckled. I heard a child crying, so I wanted to check what was happening here. Little Feng, why didn't you tell me you had a son? How could you hide my great-grandson from me? Yun Luofeng was getting a headache and rubbed her temples. I have something urgent now, so I will prove that this boy is not my son with a blood test when I get back. Since I've said he is my great-grandson, he is my great-grandson. Yun Luo glared at Yun Luofeng but changed to a smiling face when he turned his eyes to Xiao Mo. Good boy, let me hug you. Xiao Mo blinked and answered cutely, Great-grandpa, don't allow that bad guy to marry my mommy. Mommy belongs to my father Yun Xiao. Oh, what a sweetheart. Don't worry, I will not allow those people to have their way. With a big smile, Yun Luo pulled Xiao Mo into his arms and kissed his ruddy cheek. Feng, look at this kid. He looks really like you. This feeling can't be wrong, he's your son. Or you can do a blood test now. He looked like her. Yun Luofeng's brows twitched. She carefully looked at Xiao Mo but couldn't find any resemblance to her from his face. This old man madly desired to have a great-grandson. Even if she randomly picked a kid in the street, he would feel that kid looked like her. Grandpa, I really have something urgent, and we can have a blood test when I come back. Yun Luofeng frowned. She was running out of time, but she still had to persuade the old man. Yun Luo raised a mysterious smile. I know you have a lot of wicked ideas. Who knows what will happen when you come back? So I already asked servants to prepare 2 basins of clean water before I entered the room. You can do the blood test now. Yun Luofeng felt choked, but she finally chose to accept the old man's cunning proposal. Chapter 506, Cunning Xiao Mo, 2. Okay, let them in. As soon as she said this, a small maid carried in a basin of water, put it on the table, and respectfully retreated. Give me the knife, Yun Luofeng said, extending her hand to Qingyan. Yes, miss, Qingyan respectfully responded, pulled out the knife on her waist and handed it to Yun Luofeng. Yun Luofeng slid the knife across the tip of her finger, and soon a drop of blood fell into the clean water. After that, Yun Luofeng handed the knife to Xiao Mo. It's your turn. Good boy. Yun Luo took the knife for Xiao Mo and said softly, just gently slide it across the tip of your finger. It won't hurt. Okay, Xiao Mo cutely responded. However, no one noticed that a mischievous smile flickered through his lowered eyes. Still, Xiao Mo pretended to be timid, took the knife tremblingly, closed his eyes and slid it across his finger. Seeing Xiao Mo's pale face, Yun Luo felt his heart ache. Taking Xiao Mo's hand close to his mouth, he blew on it. Yun Luofeng didn't say anything and fixed her eyes on the water on the table. Then she saw the 2 drops of blood that had been scattered to both sides gradually merge together as if being pushed by a force. Yun Luofeng was dumbfounded. The blood test proved Xiao Mo was her son. How was this possible? How could the blood test have such a result? Ha ha ha. Yun Luo laughed out loud. his old face filled with excitement. I really like this kid. Like I said, he is my great-grandson. Feng so you and Yun Xiao have already had a child. I was still worried about you a minute ago. Yun Luofeng's face turned dark. Xiao Mo is 5 years old. If he is my son, did I give birth to him at the age of 10? Yun Luo pondered for a while and said, this is not impossible. Ordinary people can't give birth to a child at the age of 10, but you are a physician and work miracles. I believe that you could give birth to a child at the age of 10. Yun Luofeng really regretted it. She regretted that she allowed Xiao Mo to leave the God Code world and gave him a chance to make so much trouble for her. Come with me. She pulled Xiao Mo out of Yun Luo's arms and walked quickly outside the door. After making sure that Yun Luo and King Yin didn't come out with him, she threw his body onto the ground. Raising her eyebrows she asked, Xiao Mo, tell me what you did in the blood test. Xiao Mo rubbed his aching butt and curled his lips piteously. Master, I'm the guardian of medical God's code. I'm just a soul, so I have no blood. But I have concluded a contract with you. So just now I used 2 drops of your blood, just 2 drops. That is to say, those 2 drops of blood are both mine. Yun Luofeng narrowed her eyes with a dangerous look. Xiao Mo, I didn't expect that you were capable of this. Tell me, how you are going to explain this to me. Looking quite aggrieved, Xiao Mo stood up from the ground and said piteously, I did this to drive away the beast-starred Bai Su. He is coveting you. I pretended to be your son so that all the people in the world will know that you already have had a child with Yun Xiao. As a result, the *S Bai Su would not pester his master anymore. Chapter 507, Set out for Chan Family, 1. He must guard Master for Yun Xiao when he was away, lest someone with vicious intent should take advantage of her. Seeing that Yun Luofeng didn't stop him, Xiao Mo began to chatter, Master, Bai Su is really an *S and he's simply no match for Yun Xiao. He just wants to take advantage of you. If it weren't for him, I would not lie. Really? Yun Luofeng raised the corner of her mouth, and the aura around her body suddenly turned aggressive. Should I thank you for clearing the way for me? Of course. Xiao Mo stood with arms akimbo, a smug look on his face. Master, don't worry. Bai Su won't bother you anymore. If he learns that you already have had a child with Yun Xiao, he will stop pestering you. Yun Luofeng, with an imposing aura, showed him a charming smile. Now that you have solved this trouble for me, I shall reward you, and I will reward you by making you stay in the God Code world for a month. Xiao Mo's body trembled, a look of panic flickering through his eyes. Master, no. Remember, Yun Luofeng glanced at him gloomily. In the next month, you are not allowed to take one step away from the God Code world. Xiao Mo almost cried out. He had been in the God Code world for so many years, and finally he could leave it for a moment, but now he was going to be imprisoned there for another month by Master. It was fine when he could leave the God Code world, but it was a different story to be imprisoned there again now that he was able to leave it. Master, I was wrong, said Xiao Mo, pulling her sleeve and whining. I don't dare to behave like this again. Please forgive me for the last time. You know you were wrong. Yun Luofeng gently lifted Xiao Mo's chin and slightly narrowed her eyes, saying, do you dare to behave like this again? No. Xiao Mo shook his head and hastened to promise. Get up. Yun Luofeng reached out her hand and pulled Xiao Mo up. She gazed into the eyes of the little boy in front of her and said, I know you did this for Yun Xiao and me. You don't want Bai Su to keep pestering me, but you underestimate him. That man has no feelings for me but just wants to take advantage of me, so even if he believed that I really had a son, he will not give up on me. Xiao Mo blinked and said apologetically, Master, did I get you in trouble? Yes, said Yun Luofeng, glancing at him. If I'm in other places and facing other people, you can pretend to be my son, but not in the Yun family. They're my family, and I don't want to lie to them. Knowing that he had gone too far this time, Xiao Mo said in a guilty tone, Master, may I tell the truth to your grandfather now? Yun Luofeng shook her head. The old man is too old for this. How could he bear it if you let him fall from heaven to hell? Besides, we have passed the blood test, so even if you explain it to him he won't believe it. Master, I'm sorry. Forget it. Yun Luofeng gazed at Xiao Mo once again. Since he has misunderstood our relationship, just let him. But you are not allowed to behave like this again in the Yun family. She meant that he could behave as he wished in any place but not in the Yun family. This was a pure land she wanted to guard. Xiao Mo's face lit up with a bright smile. Master, I understand. Now it's time for me to go back to the God Code world. See you tomorrow. Chapter 508, Set out for Chan Family, 2. After that, Xiao Mo's body gradually turned transparent and faded away with the wind. Miss. King Yin had just arrived only to find that there was only Yun Luofeng in the entire courtyard. Xiao Mo, who was dragged away by her, had disappeared. Miss, where is little master? King Yin blinked in surprise. Don't tell me you killed him to keep his mouth shut. Yun Luofeng grimly glanced at King Yin. Overwhelmed by horror, King Yin shuddered and hurriedly explained, Miss, I'm kidding but it is really strange that little master just disappeared. He has something to do. Call Yi Ling, we set out for the Chan family at once. Yes, miss. King Yin no longer dared to ask and respectfully replied. The top priority was to save Zhong Linge. At this point, in an inn not far away from the Longyuan kingdom, the little old man tasted his tea and had a satisfied smile on his chrysanthemum-like wrinkled face. Since I tasted Miss Yun's spiritual tea, I've become so picky with tea. Except for the spiritual tea, no other tea is to my taste. Lin Ruobai, with her chin in her hand, asked in a bored tone, Old man, what do you want me to do for you? Just finish it as soon as possible. I want to go back and serve my master. Don't worry, there is one thing that only you can help me to get, the little old man said leisurely. After I get the medicine, I will give half of it to your master as your payment. Lin Ruobai curled her red lips. What about me? Am I just free labor? The little old man turned his eyes to Lin Ruobai and said seriously, Xiao Bai, don't worry. I'll give you the most precious thing, which is much more precious than the medicine. Lin Ruobai's eyes lit up. What's that? Well, the little old man gently stroked his beard and laughed. That is the precious experience. You grew up in the Strogod Mountains and have very little contact with the outside world, nor any experience. Since I brought you out this time, you can experience adventure, so isn't it the most? Before he finished, Lin Ruobai had picked up a cup of tea and hurled it at him. Bang! With a muffled thud, a large lump appeared on the little old man's head and the tea water spilled all over him. He shook his head helplessly. Alas, the young people today are really grumpy. I was just kidding. Why did you take it so seriously? Humph. Lin Ruobai snorted and turned her head, refusing to look at him again. All right, Xiao Bai, I forgive you. And we have guests now. Guests. Lin Ruobai was stunned. When she turned around to check, the door was pushed open and a group of blue-robed people entered the room. Among the men, the leading man was a middle-aged man who made an obeisance and said respectfully, Uncle Chanya, I've finally found you. The little old man faintly smiled. I last met two people who I didn't know but called me uncle. Now here comes one again. Alas, is it the fashion nowadays? The middle-aged man smiled in embarrassment. Uncle Chanya, I'm Chan Shren of the Chan family, and I'm supposed to call you uncle by kinship. I came here to take you home. I'm a loner with no home. Please go back and don't force me to do something bad to you. Chapter 509, Shameless Chan Family, 1. Chanya frowned slightly. These people just clung to him like leeches, and he just couldn't get rid of them. Uncle Chanya, how can you treat me like this? The Chan family is your home, and I was asked to look for you by Elder Kong, but you kept hiding from us all these years. It really took me a long time to find you. Chan Shren smiled softly and moved forward. No matter what grudge you bear against the Chan family, it's time to forget about it after so many years. Forget. Chanya sneered. If I hadn't been schemed against by the people of Chan family, my beloved woman would not have left me. And you tell me I should forget about it? Uncle Chanya, the Chan family did it for your good. You have been gifted since childhood. How could you marry an ordinary woman? The Chan family just found the most suitable woman for you, but we didn't expect that you would be so irrational and refuse us. He meant that it was not the Chan family, but Chanya himself who was to blame. How could Chanya refuse the woman chosen by the Chan family and insist on marrying ABTCH? Yes, in the eyes of the Chan family, the woman Chanya loved was just ABTCH. She should have chosen an easier path instead of coveting a man she didn't deserve. Ha ha. Chanya raised the corner of his lips and looked at the middle-aged man, a killing intent in his eyes. Why should I listen to the Chan family? What qualified them to order me? Was it because I was born in the Chan family? If it was, then fine, I have disassociated from the Chan family. Why do you keep pestering me after I left the Chan family? His eyes turned sharp, and he was no longer as brazen-faced as he was in front of Yun Luofeng. Uncle Chanya, you injured many of our family members in a rage back then. Are you still angry after doing that? It was all because the woman you loved didn't trust you enough that things ended up like this. Chanya slightly narrowed his eyes. So you mean it's all Fu Sheng's fault? Exactly, it's all her fault. In Chan Shren's opinion, the woman was to blame for tempting Chanya, or else Chanya would not have abandoned the Chan family. Chanya was so angry that he burst into laughter. Well, you misunderstand your wife if she is lying naked in bed with another man. If you will, is it because you don't trust your wife enough? Of course, it wouldn't have happened if he hadn't been drugged by the people of Chan family. And from that time, he began to work hard to learn medical skills in case he would be schemed against again. Uncle Chanya, Chan Shren's face darkened. A woman is different from a man. If a woman sleeps with another man in bed, she must die whether she is innocent or not. But a man can have many concubines. So that woman left you not because of our family but her own jealousy. How could such a jealous woman fit into our Chan family? How dare you? Bang! Chanya waved his hand and struck the heart of the middle-aged man with a great force. His body flew out of the room and blood oozed from his mouth. Just as he was trying to get up from the ground, the old man who had been sitting in the room suddenly appeared in front of him and lifted him up from the ground. At this moment, the little old man glared at Chan Shren with grim eyes, his face ferocious. Who allowed you to speak to me like this? The middle-aged man wiped the blood from his mouth. Uncle Chanya, my father, is your biological brother. Are you going to beat your own nephew? Chapter 510, Shameless Chan Family, 2. This was why Chan Shren dared to speak like this. In the whole world, his father was the only remaining family of Chanya, so he would not kill him. You're the son of that jerk. The little old man grabbed Chan Shren's by the collar. I was wondering why your name sounded so familiar. It turns out you were his son. I had always been good to him since we were children, and he conspired with those people to scheme against me. Bang! Chanya threw Chan Shren down to the ground again, his eyes icy. Go back and tell that bastard. After I find Fu Sheng, I will go back to settle accounts with them. Don't think I will always put up with you. I just don't have the time to settle with you. You were just so stupid to assume that I have forgiven what the Chan family did to me, and how you throw your weight around in my name. Chan Shren was stunned, his face anxious. Uncle Chanya, you can't be blinded by lust for that woman. Don't you forget that jealous woman not only left you but also secretly sent assassins to kill you. Hearing this, the little old man glanced at him with a faint smile, as if nothing could escape his eyes. Are you sure that the one who wanted to assassinate me was Fu Sheng? Chan Shren's heart suddenly shivered, and a look of panic flashed through his eyes. Did Uncle Chanya already know that the one who sent assassins to kill him was from the Chan family? No, it was impossible. If he had found out about this, he would have done something to revenge against the Chan family. He must be bluffing. Uncle Chan Ya, I'm sure it was that woman who wanted to kill you. My father found out about her evil plan, and all we have done is just for your own good. You can get out, said Chan Ya, growing impatient, or do you want me to throw you out? But I can't control my power well. If I accidentally kill you, your asshole father would probably keep pestering me. Making up his mind, Chan Xuan gritted his teeth and waved, let's go. Just before he left, Chan Xuan looked back at the little old man with a grim look in his eyes and then turned away without looking back. Looking at the retreating figures of these people, Lin Ruobai took out a piece of a snack, put it into her mouth and lisped, old man, why did you let them go? If she was not wrong, there was an intense killing intent in the old man's eyes just now. She didn't understand why he didn't kill them. Haha, the little old man sneered, the people of the Chan family won't live for long. Today I have something else to do, so I temporarily forgave him. When I finish my matters, I will make them pay for what they have done to me. No longer speaking, Lin Ruobai relished the delicious snack on the table. Just as the little old man was about to enter the room, he heard a murmur of discussion downstairs and stopped. Have you heard the news that Yun Luofeng, the granddaughter of General Yun of the Longyuan Kingdom, issued a challenge to the Chan family, claiming that she would visit the Chan family soon? I've heard about it. It seems that the people of the Chan family took her subordinate away, so in a rage she issued a challenge to the Chan family. By the way, what is the Yun family? Why haven't I heard of it before? Issued a challenge to the Chan family. Enraged again, the little old man rushed into the room, lifted Lin Ruobai in his hand, and rushed out of the inn. Chapter 511, The Purpose of Yun Luofeng. Where are we going, old man? Pulled along by the little old man's hand, Lin Ruobai could only hear a swooshing sound in her ears from the air rushing past. Her hair was in a mess and brushing her delicate little face. Let's go to the Chan family. The little old man gritted his teeth and uttered these words. Lin Ruobai, who had just been relishing snacks and didn't hear the discussion downstairs, blinked in astonishment after hearing the little old man's words. Didn't you say you had something to do? Why are we going to the Chan family now? The bastards of the Chan family have pissed off our master. I'm going to help Miss Yun. He didn't intend to go to the Chan family so soon, but these people were so bold that they even pissed off Yun Luofeng. He had to go there now. But Lin Ruobai reached out her other hand in the direction of the inn and almost cried. My snacks, at least let me take my snacks away, boo-hoo. Chan Ya, regardless of Lin Ruobai's words, pulled her along and raced forward so wildly she was airborne. Because he was too fast, Lin Ruobai fainted. Chan Mountain was where the Chan family was located. The Chan Mountain was divided into several layers. It was just like a city filled with people, where the common people lived on the lowest level. The higher the layer where one was living, the stronger their power was. The Chan family lived on the peak. Walking on the bottom of the mountain, King Yin looked at Yun Luofeng with a puzzled look and blinked curiously. Miss, why did we issue a letter of challenge to the Chan family before we went to them and make it known to all? To inform a person of this matter, said Yun Luofeng, and her eyes darkened. Since Chan Ya left with Xiao Bai, she didn't know where they had gone. If she wanted to inform Chan Ya, this was the only way. That was why she issued a letter of challenge. Miss, who are you trying to inform? King Yin grew more curious and stared intently at Yun Luofeng. Facing the curious eyes of the little girl, Yun Luofeng smiled mysteriously. You will find out later. On the peak of the Chan Mountain, a towering building stood. The building was luxurious and magnificent, with the size of a city. It was hard to tell how many disciples were living in it. At this moment, in the study of the building, an old man stopped writing and frowned at the middle-aged man who just came in. How is it going, Xuan sir? Did that old fool Chan Ya agree to come back to the Chan family? Father, said the middle-aged man with a bitter smile, he said he was looking for Fusheng, and he didn't want to go back to the Chan family. I think Chan Ya has no affection for our family. We should just give up on him. No. Pa. The old man exerted a force and broke the writing brush in his hand into two pieces. With a grim look, he said coldly, Chan Ya belongs to the Chan family. We must bring him back to the Chan family. Father, since Chan Ya loves that woman so much, we can find someone to disguise as her and seduce him. No, the old man shook his head. Chan Ya is no longer the man he was a few decades ago. He is a very good doctor and no disguising can escape his eyes. Chan Xuan quieted down. After quite a while, he said, Father, there are many outstanding young people in our family. We can train them. Why do you insist on taking Chan Ya back? Old man helplessly sighed. Chan Ya is not only powerful but also an excellent physician. Even the Association of Physicians can't exceed him. Such a person must belong to the Chan family, and we can even make him the leader of the Chan family. Unfortunately, he was deeply hurt, so he just ignores us. Chapter 512, Zheng Lingge. By the way, something occurred to Chan Xuan and he asked, I heard that some time ago, Chan Haoqing, a disciple from the lateral line, came back with a girl. She had entered the Chan family a few years ago, but an aptitude test showed that she had no talent and would never become a middle-level spirit cultivator. But in just a few years, the girl has become a high-level spirit cultivator. Oh. The old man raised his eyebrows slightly. Let Chan Haoqing bring that girl here. Chan Xuan hesitated and said, Yes, father, as if he wanted to say something. Anything else? The old man asked, glancing at him. Father, that girl, Chan Xuan frowned, is the maid of the heiress of the general's estate in the Longyuan kingdom. After we captured her, the heiress was enraged and issued a challenge to the Chan family. The heiress of the general's estate. What about her aptitude and strength? The old man asked dismissively. Chan Xuan thought about it and replied, her aptitude is not bad, and she has become an earth-level spirit cultivator at the age of 15. What Yun Luofeng had done in the Ning family was only known to the people of the Ning family, and the Ning family had blocked all the news of this so as not to cause any trouble to her. Therefore, these people didn't know that she had already broken through to a sky-level spread cultivator. An earth-level spread cultivator is like an ant to us. No need to fear her. The old man smiled faintly. Find an earth-level spread cultivator from the collateral line to solve her. No need to bother the disciples from the direct line for such a lowly person. Yes, father. Tian Xuan made an obeisance and strode outside the door. Not long after, the disciples of the Tian family guarded a girl to enter the room, and the girl was accompanied by a middle-aged man who looked somewhat like her. Master. Not expecting that the noble master would meet him in person one day, the middle-aged man was quite excited. Well, the old man nodded and said indifferently, is this your daughter? Yes, master. The middle-aged man hurriedly poked the girl beside him and said anxiously, Linge, kneel down to master. However, the girl next to him didn't move, her bright eyes filled with coldness. Linge, get down on your knees. The middle-aged man shouted out loud. A mocking smile was hovering on Zhong Ling's lips. I will not kneel down to earth or heaven but only to my master. Why should I kneel down to you? The middle-aged man, though he knew Zhong Ling was quite obstinate, didn't expect that she could be so obstinate. He broke into a cold sweat and hurriedly kowtowed to the old man with great force. Master, this girl just came back to the Tian family. She is still not familiar with our rules. Please don't be angry with me. He didn't care if the BTCH was courting death or not, but she couldn't implicate him. If he had known that, he wouldn't have taken her back. The old man snorted, and said without any expression, you really should teach her some manners. How can she be so rude? Besides, the people of the Tian family are much more honorable than a general's estate's heiress, even though you are from the collateral line. How dare you acknowledge such a lowly person as your master? You are just abasing yourself. Zhong Linge sneered, my master is much better than you people. She will come to save me, and then she will wipe out the whole Tian family. Ha ha ha. The old man laughed out loud, little girl, you really overestimate her. An earth-level spread cultivator can't threaten the Tian family. Chapter 513, Domineering Yun Luofeng 1. Obviously, in the old man's opinion, Yun Luofeng was just a trivial existence. Zhong Linge snorted and turned her head away, refusing to look at the old man. Little girl, the old man's eyes darkened and he sneered, you should feel honored for being allowed to be part of the Tian family. The Tian family is way more powerful than the general's estate. Only by serving the Tian family can you have a promising future. Hearing the old man's words, Zhong Linge finally turned her eyes to him, her lips showing a sarcastic curve. I don't know how you want me to serve the Tian family. Ha ha, the old man rolled his eyes and forced a smile. Girl, you have no talent. Normally you couldn't even become a middle-level spread cultivator in your entire life, but now you're a high-level spread cultivator. Zhong Linge didn't interrupt the old man, but the sneer on her face was spreading. So, the old man paused and continued, I guess that you must have some precious treasure that helped you break through so fast. Would you like to show me that treasure? The old man was literally telling Zhong Linge to give the treasure to the Tian family. I'm sorry, Zhong Linge raised the corners of her lips, a mocking gleam in her bright eyes, it's because of my master's training that I could break through to my present level. I don't have any treasure like what you just mentioned. The old man's face immediately turned somber, and he slightly narrowed his eyes. Do you think I'm an idiot? What does Yun Luofeng have to make a mediocre person like you break through to a high-level spread cultivator? As a disciple of the Tian family, it is simply unforgivable to keep that treasure to yourself. The Tian family. When the two words jumped into Zhong Linge's ears, a resentful look appeared in her eyes. My last name is Zhong, not Tian, and I'm not the disciple of the Tian family. How dare you? Smack. Hearing the rebellious words uttered by Zhong Linge, the middle-aged man standing next to her jumped to slap her. Soon, her delicate little face flushed and a trace of blood oozed from a corner of her mouth. How dare you talk to master like this? If it wasn't for me, you would not be able to come to this world. Now you even dare to disobey me. Kneel down and apologize to master. Zhong Linge clenched her fist and said with a sneer, I'd rather I had never been born than have a biological father like you. No, you are not worthy to be my father, you are a beast. Shut up, the middle-aged man glared at her, your mother was just a village woman. It is a blessing for her to have my baby. Otherwise, a person like you would never be able to enter the Tian family in your life. Now get down on your knees. Zhong Linge stubbornly turned her little face away, clenching her fist harder. You darn girl, if I don't teach you a lesson, you are simply not aware of who you are. Bang. The middle-aged man kicked Zhong Linge hard at the back of her knees, and Zhong Linge's knees couldn't help falling toward the ground. Just when she was going to kneel down, she made her knees stop in the air, only 1 inch off the ground. Her legs were trembling, her little face turned pale, and cold sweat kept running down from her forehead and dripped on the ground before her. The old man glanced at Zhong Linge with surprise. He didn't expect that she could hold her knees under such a fierce attack. Such perseverance was shocking. Unfortunately, the old man didn't know what kind of a devil training the members of the corps had received in the Yun family during the 6 months. After being trained like that, all the people had acquired the power of determined will. Chapter 514, Domineering Yun Luofeng 2. Little girl, not bad, but I wonder whether you can resist the pressure of my power. The old man faintly smiled and then released all his power. In an instant, the whole room was filled with the pressure of his power. Under the strong pressure and unable to hold on, the middle-aged man and the other disciples of the Tian family all groveled on the ground, but Zhong Linge was still struggling to resist the pressure. Her hands pressed hard against the ground, and she bit her lip tightly. Her mouth was filled with blood, and she swallowed it. The old man's eyes gradually changed, and he shook his head in pity. What a pity, your ability is not bad. If you had returned to the Chan family after you got the treasure, maybe you would have made a great achievement by now. In the old man's opinion, it was all because the Jungling had gained some treasure that she could gain such strength. He didn't know, however, that her achievement was closely related to Yun Luofeng. He presumably thought that if Jungling had not followed Yun Luofeng, her achievements would have been greater. Bang! Finally, Jungling couldn't support herself and fell to the ground. From the very beginning to the end, her knees didn't touch the ground, and at the last minute, she chose to fall to the ground with her whole body. Take her away. The old man waved and said without any expression, and we must get that treasure that she has. With it, the Chan family will be able to grow stronger even without Chan Ya. Chan Ya, aren't you proud? In that case, I will surpass you. I'll see whether you can still face the Chan family with that haughty attitude. On the rugged mountain road of Chan Mountain, a snow-white robed girl was slowly walking, her feet stepping on the fallen leaves and making a rustling sound. Behind the girl, there were a man and a woman, both of whom were armed with swords and closely followed her. Boom. Suddenly, there was a fierce fighting sound on the road ahead. However, after hearing the sound, the girl remained unmoved, with a lazy smile on her beautiful face. Hearing the sounds ahead, King Yin looked up at the girl and said, "Master, it seems some people are fighting. It's none of our business. Let's go on." Bang. At that moment, a shadow fell down from the sky and fell in front of Yun Luofeng. The man in black had a black cloth on his face, and his chest was red with blood. He covered his injured chest with his hands and kept coughing up blood. "Help, me." The man in black looked at Yun Luofeng who was beside him, and his hoarse voice intermittently called out. Just at this moment, several men in robes dropped from the void and arrogantly looked at Yun Luofeng. "Little girl, you'd better mind your own business or else you'll die here." Hearing this person's warning, Yun Luofeng smiled slightly. "I'm just passing by. You can go on." When the man in black heard the voice of Yun Luofeng, his eyes were filled with despair, but soon his eyes turned determined as if he had made up his mind to face death unflinchingly. "Be-starred." Laughing grimly, the robed man stepped forward and kicked the man in black. "I didn't expect you were so bold that you even dared to intrude into the Chan family. You should feel lucky that you didn't disturb our master, or else you would be better off dead." The man in black sneered, "As long as I am alive, I must kill you all to revenge my master." Chapter 515, Domineering Yun Luofeng 3. Ha ha ha, kill us all. As if hearing some funny joke, the robed man laughed out loud with contempt. The men behind him also guffawed, their eyes filled with disdain. After quite a while, the robed man stopped laughing and said grimly, "Just you. I'd like to see how you managed to kill us all." The man in black's voice was cold, and his eyes were burning with intense killing intent. "If you hadn't launched a sneak attack on me, I would have wiped out the Chan family. No matter how you fail, you've failed. Now I'm going to send you to hell, lest you should live in disgrace." Swish. The robed man pulled out his long sword and pointed it at the man in black. Just as he was about to kill the man in black, a hand suddenly came from off to the side and gripped the hilt of the sword. The man in black was stunned and turned his eyes to the gorgeous girl, who was gripping the long sword, a puzzled look in his eyes. Why did the girl suddenly save me since she seemed to have no intention of interfering just now? Not knowing the thoughts of the man in black, Yun Luofeng turned her black eyes to the robed man. "Are you from the Chan family?" "Exactly." The robed man frowned and said, "Since you know I'm from the Chan family, stop meddling in our affairs." "I'm sorry." Yun Luofeng slowly raised the corners of her lips and cracked a wicked smile. "I'm coming for your Chan family too." Boom. In a flash, Yun Luofeng threw out her fist and punched the robed man's body away. With the punch of Yun Luofeng, his head hit hard against a rock and he immediately bled like a pig, his blood dyeing the mountain stream red. The others were all dumbfounded. After quite a while, finally recovering, they pointed at Yun Luofeng with trembling fingers and said in fright, How dare you attack the disciple of the Chan family? Aren't you afraid of death?" "I've told you, I'm coming for the Chan family." Yun Luofeng glanced at him. "Go back and tell the Chan family that I, Yun Luofeng, have come to take my subordinate back. Do they choose to obediently give me Jungling, or watch me wiping out the Chan family?" Yun Luofeng. Hearing the name, the disciples of the Chan family were all shocked and hurriedly rushed up to the mountain. No one stayed to collect the robed man's body. "King Yin, Yiling, let's go." From the beginning to the end, Yun Luofeng didn't look at the man in black. She moved her feet and continued to walk forward. "Wait a minute." The man in black got up from the ground and fell on one knee. "Miss, please take me as your subordinate and let me help you destroy the Chan family. As long as you agree, I will serve you for the following 3 years. Yun Luofeng paused and said without looking back, "You were almost killed by disciples of the Chan family. Why do I need you to serve me?" When the man in black heard her words, a look of shame flashed through his face and he coughed dryly. "Well, I didn't expect that there were so many traps in the Chan family residence, so I fell into one trap and was seriously injured. Otherwise, those people were not my opponents at all. The Chan family is my enemy too, but I agree with the man who just died. A failure is a failure, no matter how you failed." Chapter 516, Domineering Yun Luofeng 4. A failure is a failure, no matter how you failed. The man in black felt his heart shiver. He kept replaying this sentence in his mind over and over again and after quite a while, he suddenly felt enlightened. He looked up and gazed at the girl with her back to him. "Thank you, miss. I get what you mean. From now on, I will never fall into the enemy's trap again." A determined look appeared on his face. "Please take me as your subordinate. I can give my life for you." Yun Luofeng finally turned around and raised her eyebrows gently. "Do you hate the Chan family?" "Yes." The man in black's eyes suddenly turned icy. "I wish I could drink their blood, eat their flesh, and cut them into pieces." Miss, as long as you agree to take me to the Chan family with you, my life will be yours from now on. Yun Luofeng gently stroked her chin. If you want me to take you to the Chan family, give me a good reason. And what has the Chan family done to you to make you so angry? Those beastards bullied my master. The man in black clenched his fists. Unfortunately, my master can't come to this place, so I came here for her. Yun Luofeng silently gazed at the man in black. Master, do you feel it too? Inside her soul, Xiao Mo's voice rang. This man's breath is very faint. But his strength is not bad, and I can feel that he is not carrying a treasure to conceal his breath. In general, if you were following someone who was less powerful than you could successfully conceal your breath. However, if your opponent was a master, no matter how you tried, he would find you anyway. But the man in black was different. He was like a born assassin who could conceal his breath in front of anyone. He could even successfully assassinate those stronger than him. Master, if I'm not wrong, this man's gift is very special. Now it's still day, and if it's night, you might not be able to feel the faintest indication of his breath. Unfortunately, this time, he accidentally fell into a trap of the Chan family and had exposed himself. Otherwise, the masters of the Chan family would probably have been assassinated by him. Your name? Asked Yun Luofeng, raising the corners of her lips. Hearing the girl's words, the man was quite happy, and he took off the black veil on his face and revealed a very handsome face. Master, my name is Long Fei. To revenge his master, he could risk everything he had. As long as he could kill the beastards of the Chan family, he was willing to serve the woman for 10 years, let alone just 3 years. Qingyan, bandage his wound, and when he recovers, we'll go on. Yes, miss. In a sumptuous room, the old man was meditating with his eyes closed, and suddenly a flustered voice came in. Master, something bad happened. Chan Yue, a disciple of the third eldest line, was killed by Yun Luofeng. What? The old man abruptly opened his eyes, and with a thud, he struck his palm against the wall, and the whole wall collapsed. How dare the woman kill a disciple of our family? Does she think we are all weaklings who will be trampled on by her? Let's go, I'm going to kill this woman with my own hands and let her know the consequence of offending the Chan family. Chapter 517, Chan Xuan's Idea 1. Towering above the mountains, a majestic mountain gate stood. With its bronze color, it looked really solemn under the sun. Yun Luofeng stopped, stared at the bronze gate with her dark eyes and ordered coldly, "Get out of my way." Yes. Qingyan and Yiling took several steps back and Long Fei, though he had no clue what would happen, also retreated a few steps along with them. After they did so, a long sword suddenly appeared before Yun Luofeng. The sword was floating in the air and shining with an icy light. Chop. The girl was expressionless yet domineering, her voice overbearing and powerful. Boom. Hardly had her voice finished when the long sword fell from the void and chopped on the bronze door. In a flash, the bronze door cracked, and then the crack spread to the whole gate. Soon the whole door shattered under Long Fei's startled eyes. Who is so bold to destroy the Chan family's gate? A loud shout came from inside the door, and soon a cold-faced middle-aged man, followed by a group of people, came out of the mountain gate, his sharp eyes staring straight at Yun Luofeng. Where is Zhong Lingge? Yun Luofeng came straight to the point. Chan Xuan raised the corners of his lips and sneered. Zhong Lingge is a disciple of the Chan family. She will not come to see a mundane person like you. You are not qualified to meet our Chan family's disciples, even though she is only from the collateral line. In Chan Xuan's opinion, Yun Luofeng was not qualified to make friends with the people of the Chan family, so why should he let Zhong Lingge see her? From what Chan Ya had experienced, Yun Luofeng was well aware of the Chan family's snobbery. Not affected by Chan Xuan's ridicule, Yun Luofeng continued, "I came here to find Zhong Lingge, and if you don't want to hand her over, I can only fight my way in." In a moment, the girl released an intense killing intent. She slightly raised her eyebrow and coldly stared at Chan Xuan with her arrogant and unruly eyes. Under the fierce wind, his white robe was fluttering, and she was so domineering and unruly that no one could ignore her. Ha ha ha. Chan Xuan guffawed, "I'd like to see how you fight your way in. Guards, catch these people who trespass on the Chan family." Yes, young master. Hearing Chan Xuan's order, the disciples of the Chan family pulled out their weapons in succession and rushed towards Yun Luofeng. At this moment, under the fierce wind, the girl raised her eyebrows and looked at them defiantly, her silk-like hair fluttering and her black eyes so calm that one would tremble under these eyes. Long Fei, solve them as quickly as possible. Her eyes penetrated the people of the Chan family and fell on the middle-aged man standing in front of the bronze door with a murderous gleam in his dark eyes. Hearing Yun Luofeng's order, Long Fei quickly pulled out his weapon and shuttled among the disciples of the Chan family like a black whirlwind. Wherever the whirlwind passed, a number of disciples fell to the ground and lay in their blood. Some of them didn't even know how they died. This guy is too fast. Chan Xuan slightly narrowed his eyes, and a look of surprise flickered through his eyes. He is like a born assassin. If he is willing to serve us, the Chan family will become stronger. At the thought of this, Chan Xuan didn't pay attention to the dead disciples but came up with an idea. Chapter 518, Chan Xuan's Idea 2. When all the disciples of the Chan family fell to the ground, Long Fei wiped the splash of blood on his face, and his grim eyes gradually turned to the only remaining Chan Xuan. Clap, clap, clap. Chan Xuan grinned and said, "Good, your strength is not bad. But I wonder why you submit yourself to the orders of Yun Luofeng. It's really a waste of your power. If you are willing to pay allegiance to the Chan family from now on, I can forgive you even though you've killed so many of our disciples. What do you think of that?" In Chan Xuan's opinion, Long Fei should appreciate his offer. If he refused, he must be an ungrateful wretch. However, hearing Chan Xuan's offer, Long Fei only sneered with disdain. The Chan family, what the hell is that? Why should I pay allegiance to you? I'm here to wipe out the Chan family, and you ask me to pay allegiance to you. Qian Xuan's heart was filled with anger, and he pointed at Long Fei with trembling fingers. You just managed to kill several of our disciples. Do you think you are invincible? Wipe out the Qian family. In your dreams, we have so many masters, you are simply no match for us. Masters. Long Fei glanced at Qian Xuan. You mean you? Exactly. The middle-aged man raised his head arrogantly. Having become a low-rank sky-level spirit cultivator a few years ago, I'm one of them. But you are only an advanced rank Earth-level spirit cultivator. How can you be my opponent? He was quite outstanding in the Qian family. Except for his father who had broken through to an intermediate rank sky-level spirit cultivator, the other elders of the Qian family were just low-rank sky-level spirit cultivators. But he was only in his early 40s, much younger than those old guys. When he reached their age he would be more successful than his father. This was the source of his pride. How many people in the world could surpass him in aptitude? Though Long Fei had also become an advanced rank Earth-level spirit cultivator at a young age, many spirit cultivators were stuck in that realm and couldn't break through from an advanced rank Earth-level spirit cultivator to a sky-level 1 even after 10 years. Therefore, he did not consider the person in front of him worthy of his concern. As for Yun Luofeng, at the age of 15, she had become a low-rank Earth-level spirit cultivator, which was really amazing. Unfortunately, she would soon be buried here and no one would remember her achievements anymore. Unfortunately, Qian Xuan thought that Yun Luofeng was still an Earth-level spirit cultivator, and if what had happened in the Ning family was known by him, he would not have been so puffed up with pride. Swish. No longer wasting time speaking, Long Fei moved his body and soon appeared behind Qian Xuan. He chopped at the back of Qian Xuan's neck with the machete in his hand, and a killing intent flashed across his eyes. However, as if having eyes in the back of his head, Qian Xuan suddenly turned around and hit Long Fei on the chest when Long Fei was going to touch the back of his neck. Struck by him, Long Fei retreated a few steps, and the wound on his chest broke open again. Blood was blooming on his chest like a rose and dyed his robe red. Master, shall we help him? Yi Ling frowned and turned to Yun Luofeng. Yun Luofeng shook her head. No, he can handle it. He can handle it. Hearing her words, Yi Ling was stunned and looked at Long Fei again, his eyes different. Since Master had said so, the killer's strength must be way greater than he expected. He must have some trump card in his hand. Chapter 519, Long Fei's Strength. Boy, you think you are something. Qian Xuan proudly raised his chin and said grimly, if you really are, defeat me. Long Fei narrowed his eyes, and an icy gleam flashed across his eyes. Without any hesitation, he dashed at Qian Xuan again. You want to fail again? Qian Xuan, with a sneer, turned around in an instant and struck at the man with his palm, a murderous desire in his eyes. However, when his palm was going to reach the man's chest, his body suddenly turned to a puff of smoke and disappeared. Ghosting. Qian Xuan was stunned. Smelling a rat, he tried to turn around and resist the killing air he suddenly felt, but it was obviously too late. Slash. The machete sliced across Qian Xuan's neck, and blood jetted out and dyed his whole neck red. Boy, it seems that I underestimated you. Qian Xuan drew back a few steps and touched the back of his neck only to see blood all over his hand, the murderous intent in his eyes growing more intense. You hid from my eyes with ghosting, but there is a striking difference between a sky-level spirit cultivator and an Earth-level one. After saying this, Qian Xuan's body suddenly rose into the air and he stood in the void. At first, thinking it was easy to defeat Long Fei, he didn't fly into the air, but it turned out that the boy was really hard to deal with, so he had to fight with him in the air. Looking down at Long Fei on the ground, Qian Xuan laughed again. If you are really confident in your strength, fight with me in the air. If General Yun were here, he would have broken out into curses at his shamelessness. As a sky-level spirit cultivator, he was asking an Earth-level spirit cultivator to have a duel with him in the air. There were very few people who were as shameless as him on the whole continent. Long Fei silently put his finger into his mouth and whistled, and soon a trickling sound was heard from the void. The crowd looked up only to see a Jufeng bird quickly flying in this direction from the void. As quick as a bolt of lightning, it soon reached the front of Long Fei. Long Fei gently stroked the Jufeng bird's head and said softly, Pal, sorry, I didn't let you follow me to the Qian family. Now, let's fight together. Hearing the words of the man, the Jufeng bird uttered a joyful sound, and Long Fei jumped up and stood on the back of the bird, rapidly rising into the air. You asked me to fight with you in the air, and now I'm here. Can we start now? Long Fei coldly stared at Qian Xuan. Qian Xuan's face changed for he didn't expect that Long Fei had a Jufeng bird. But before he said anything, the Jufeng bird cried out loud and began to attack Qian Xuan. Master, Yi Ling was surprised. Why was Long Fei almost killed since he had a flying spiritual animal in his hand? Watching the fight in the void, Yun Luofeng said, the Jufeng bird's strength is not very high. It would not help much even though Long Fei summoned it. Instead of helping Long Fei survive the hunting of the Qian family, it would only be sacrificed in vain. Long Fei was seriously injured and couldn't fight like he was now, so even if he had summoned this Jufeng bird, he would have courted the hunting of sky-level spirit cultivators and got himself killed. Chapter 520, The Jufeng Bird. Usually used as a flying mount, Jufeng bird was not very intelligent and would only take orders from its master instead of taking the initiative to save its master. Yi Ling nodded his head and turned to watch the fight in the air again. In the air, the Jufeng bird rammed into Qian Xuan with its huge body and issued a deafening twittering sound, which was like a thunderclap rumbling by the ear. This was the ability of Jufeng bird. Though it was not quite powerful, its voice could disturb the opponent's mind and make their ears humming. Swish. At this moment, like a bolt of lightning, Long Fei jumped off the back of the Jufeng bird and appeared behind Qian Xuan. Qian Xuan tried to block the Jufeng bird's voice with spiritual energy, but it was too late. Long Fei kicked Qian Xuan's butt hard and kicked his body out of the sky. Then Long Fei jumped down from the void too, his foot stepping on Qian Xuan's back. With a loud thud, a big pit appeared on the ground and the two fell into it. The smoke was spreading throughout the mountain gate. Chan Shuen coughed and slowly climbed out of the pit. Grimly staring at Long-Fei's cool face, he snorted, "Since you've made such a big noise, my father and the other elders of the Chan family must have heard it. You guys will be so dead when they come." In fact, Chan Shuen had already regretted it. He should not have come out by himself. Instead, he should have enticed them into the mountain gate and killed them with traps. Who would expect that Yun Luofeng brought such a person with her? He was just fighting for a draw against an Earth-level Strud cultivator. If this news was spread, it would be a big disgrace for him. Yes, in Chan Xuan's mind, he was tied with Long Fei and he would never admit that he had lost. "Xuan sir." Suddenly, an old voice came from ahead. Hearing the voice, Chan Xuan was quite excited. Looking eagerly at the old man who stepped out of the gate, he shouted with joy, "Father." Behind the old man there were elders of the Chan family, all of whom glared at Yun Luofeng and her companions. "Miss Yun," the old man nodded to Chan Xuan and turned his head to Yun Luofeng, saying coldly, "Don't you think you've gone too far? You killed a disciple of the Chan family and tried to break through our mountain gate. Now you have killed so many of our disciples. We've never offended you. Why are you so outrageous? Please give me a reason." "I just want to know where Zhongling'er is, but you refuse to tell me, so I can only find out about it in my own way," said Yun Luofeng, who raised the corners of her lips and gave a wicked smile. "Zhongling'er is a disciple of the Chan family. It has nothing to do with you no matter how we deal with her. Just mind your own business," the old man said coldly, frowning. Yun Luofeng raised her eyebrows. "She is my person, so the Chan family can't decide her fate." The old man snorted, "Then show me your strength." Chan Xuan's eyes shone with excitement as he found that his father had become enraged. His father finally decided to teach these people a lesson. He would love to see how these people died in misery, especially the woman Yun Luofeng. She wouldn't be able to resist a single blow of his father. No. His father could kill her in a second just with his momentum. Chapter 521, Strength of Yun Luofeng 1. Before the mountain gate, the girl's white robe fluttering in the fierce wind, her lips showing a wicked curve, she looked right into the eyes of the old man. "Okay." She replied to the old man's provocation with only one word. Compared with the old man's aggressiveness, she looked quite graceful. How arrogant she is. Flying into a rage, the elders of the Chan family were all eager to give this arrogant girl a lesson. However, when they just pulled out their weapons, the old man's cold voice rang. "Back off, all of you." The old man slightly narrowed his eyes and ordered harshly. Hearing his order, though they didn't want to, they still slowly retreated behind the old man. "I'll deal with this little girl by myself." The old man looked at the girl who was releasing a wicked yet lazy aura, his eyes shining with a grim light. He was so confident that he even didn't pull out his weapon before he dashed at Yun Luofeng. As a sky-level Strud cultivator, he was really fast. When the crowd realized what had happened, he had already reached the front of Yun Luofeng. Carrying a fierce wind, his palm struck at her gorgeous face with a swooshing sound. From the beginning to the end, she looked quite calm. However, when the old man's palm was going to reach her, the girl suddenly raised the corners of her lips. The smile was evil and unruly, like a snake crawling from the depths of the earth, making people shudder. Boom. The old man gathered all his spirit energy and attacked Yun Luofeng with all his might. His attack was so fierce that the air around him was suddenly frozen. "Ha ha ha, Yun Luofeng, this is for your provocation to the Chan family." Chan Xuan guffawed. In his view, Yun Luofeng was doomed to die under the attack of his father. But soon his smile froze, his eyes wide open with astonishment, and he unbelievingly stared at the place where Yun Luofeng was standing. She had suddenly disappeared. Yes. Just as the old man's fierce attack was going to reach Yun Luofeng, she suddenly disappeared, and the power of his attack fell on an ancient tree in front of him. In an instant, the tree fell down and the splash dust almost covered the mountain gate. "Where is she?" The elders of Chan family were also shocked. They couldn't believe that a living person would suddenly disappear like that. However, when all the people were wondering, suddenly, a weak voice rang from nowhere. "Look, the one in the sky. Is it Yun Luofeng?" Hearing this, all of the people raised their heads and turned their eyes to the blue sky. In the sky, she was standing there, her hands clasped behind back, her white robe gently fluttering. It was the most beautiful scene, making everyone hold their breath. Hey, a sky-level spirit cultivator. Oh my god, she's a sky-level spirit cultivator, a 15-year-old sky-level spirit cultivator. It's a shame that this woman doesn't belong to the Chan family. The elders of the Chan family were all stunned. She could fly in the air. What did it mean? It meant that this 15-year-old girl had already become a sky-level spirit cultivator. Was there really someone in the world who could become a sky-level spirit cultivator at the age of 15? Among the crowd, Chan Xuan was the most shocked one. His face was stiff, and his body shook violently. He always thought that no one could compare with him because he had become a sky-level spirit cultivator at such a young age. Chapter 522, Strength of Yun Luofeng 2. But he didn't expect that a 15-year-old girl was a sky-level spirit cultivator. Xuan sir, the old man's face darkened. Didn't you say that Yun Luofeng was only an earth-level spirit cultivator? Why is she a sky-level spirit cultivator? Chan Xuan answered with a wry smile, Father, she really was a low-rank earth-level spirit cultivator a few months ago, and I don't know how she is a sky-level spirit cultivator now. Smack. The old man slapped Chan Xuan and shouted coldly, You don't know. How dare you tell me you don't know? Do you want to tell me that Yun Luofeng broke through from an earth-level spirit cultivator to a sky-level spirit cultivator in just a few months? Do you think I'm a fool? Even a reincarnated spirit god would not be able to break through from an earth-level spirit cultivator to a sky-level spirit cultivator in just a few months. let alone Yun Luofeng, who was just an ordinary human. That was why the old man doubted Chan Xuan. I will reckon with you when I solve this woman. The old man grimly glanced at Chan Xuan, his voice icy. Then he turned to Yun Luofeng and said coldly, Miss Yun, your talent is really good. If you hadn't killed so many disciples of the Chan family, perhaps I would invite you to join us. Yun Luofeng raised her eyebrows. Even if I hadn't killed the people of the Chan family, I would not join you. Even if they hadn't captured Zheng Linge, she would not have any good feelings for the Chan family, because of Chan Ya. Although she didn't accept Chan Ya as her disciple, he was still an old friend of hers, so how would she join the Chan family that had hurt Chan Ya? Ha ha, little girl, you are really arrogant. Hearing her words, the old man was so angry that he burst into laughter, but I wonder whether you will still be able to speak like that later on. Yun Luofeng glanced at him with a smile in her eyes and said, I'm in a hurry. To save my time, why don't you all fight with me together? The old man had known that Yun Luofeng was quite arrogant, but now he found that he didn't know her well enough. Her arrogance was simply beyond his imagination. She was just a low-rank sky-level spirit cultivator. What made her believe she could deal with so many sky-level spirit cultivators at the same time? What's more, her opponents included him, an intermediate-rank sky-level spirit cultivator. Yun Luofeng, who do you think you are? How dare you despise the Chan family like this? Unable to stand her provocation, the elders of Chan family all flew into a rage, drew out their weapons and glared at the girl standing in midair. Yes, your talent is really great, but it's impossible for you to beat all the masters of the Chan family at the same time. Master, since she had said so, what are we waiting for? She wouldn't know who she is if we don't teach her a lesson. Chan Xuan's eyes also darkened. He curled his lips, and with a bloodthirsty light in his eyes said, Father, please allow me to join the battle. He had long wanted to attack Yun Luofeng, but was scared away by her strength. To his delight, she proposed to fight with all the masters of the Chan family at the same time. Wasn't it a great opportunity? It's not proper, though burning with raging flames of anger, to maintain the fame of the Chan family, the old man still stopped the crowd. If the news is spread that we bullied a little girl together, it will hurt the fame of the Chan family. Chapter 523, Domineeringly Fought Against Heavy Odds, 1. Stopped by the old man, no one dared say anything more, and they could only stare at Yun Luofeng with angry eyes. BTCH, you're lucky this time. If you are still so arrogant, don't blame us for being rude to you. However, hearing their words, Yun Luofeng raised the corners of her lips, her face unruly and domineering. Don't waste my time. You can fight with me together, and I'll solve you in 10 minutes. Though she spoke in a mild tone, her words had irritated everyone of the Chan family. Master, don't speak for this woman again. She is just insane. We really should teach her a lesson. For justice, we suggest a one-on-one combat, but she is just too presumptuous. How dare she say she can solve us in 10 minutes? Yun Luofeng shook her head. No, I'm wrong. It won't take me 10 minutes. 5 minutes would be enough. Boom. This time, even the old man was irritated by Yun Luofeng, let alone the others of the Chan family. Good, very good. I've been living for so many years and I've met a lot of geniuses, but none of them was as presumptuous as you. If you really want us to fight with you together, I can meet your demand. Come on, let's kill her right here, right now. Yes, master. Hearing his words, the people of the Chan family all looked at Yun Luofeng, and their eyes lit up with a ferocious light. Then they all flew into the air, stood around Yun Luofeng and surrounded her in the middle. A murderous aura was spreading throughout the void, and a powerful pressure was diffusing and gradually permeating the whole sky. The pressure was so overwhelming that the people standing on the ground who were not strong enough couldn't help but gasp for breath. Long Fei clenched his fists nervously, and his eyes were full of worry. Will Master be in danger? Even if Yun Luofeng was a sky-level spirit cultivator, she was confronting a crowd of sky-level spirit cultivators alone. In particular, one of them was an intermediate-rank sky-level spirit cultivator. How could she cope with so many of them at the same time? Don't worry, King Yin answered with a smile, just remember that Master will never fight an uncertain war. Now that she has said so, she can definitely do it. Just have some faith in her. Just have some faith in her. As if having a magical power, King Yin's words calmed Long Fei down. Even he himself didn't know when he started to trust a strong girl like King Yin and Yiling did. It was as if there was nothing she couldn't achieve. In the air, she was calmly gazing at the crowd of people who had surrounded her, a smile hovering on her lips. Under so many murderous glares, she was as calm as ever, her snow-white robe fluttering in the breeze, and she was as beautiful as a blooming white lotus. I'll not use my hands in the fight. Arrogant and domineering. Not only did she fight against heavy odds, she also claimed that she would solve them in 10 minutes, and now she said she would not use her hands in the fight. How could they stand such a blatant provocation? Hardly had Yun Luofeng finished speaking when all the people of the Chan family became furious and rushed at her with rage, their eyes filled with a murderous desire. Yun Luofeng lightly moved her body, dodged the attack of Master Chan who was the fastest, and then rushed to the other elders. Boom. Her soul attack heavily struck a person's mind, and at the moment his mind turned blank, she moved her leg and kicked him down from the void. Chapter 524, Domineeringly Fought Against Heavy Odds, 2. Her kick was so powerful that the guy was seriously injured. Even if he was not disabled, he would lose his combat ability after that. Then, repeating this approach, she dodged the attack of Master Chan and attacked the other elders who were only low-rank sky-level spirit cultivators. After a moment, all the elders were kicked down from the air by her, and only the old man and Chan Xuan were left in the sky. Who the hell are you? Chan Xuan's body trembled with fright and he bit his whitened lips, asking, why were the elders unresistingly defeated by you? What the hell did you do to them? Yun Luofeng slightly narrowed her eyes and cracked a wicked smile. What did I do to them? Why not try it yourself? As Chan Xuan became more and more frightened, a loud bang went off in his head, and before he could react, he got kicked hard on the chest. In an instant, he felt a sharp pain in his organs. Vomiting a mouthful of blood, he couldn't help but fall down to the ground. In fact, Yun Luofeng could defeat these people without soul attack, but she didn't want to waste her time, so she decided to solve them as quickly as possible. The old man turned pale, his clenched fist slightly trembling, his eyes firmly fixed on Yun Luofeng, and he said in an icy voice, "Little girl, I really underestimated you. I didn't expect that you could injure so many of my men under my attack." The old man was very unhappy. He had launched so many attacks, but none of them had reached Yun Luofeng. And under his attacks, she had defeated so many elders of the Chan family. It was like a smack in his face. Thinking of this, the old man felt a sharp pain on his cheek and the corners of his mouth twitched. "Now you're the only one left." Yun Luofeng's eyes gradually turned to the old man and she pressed on toward him. "To save time, I've solved the other beastards first, and now it's your turn." Not low nor high, a voice came down from the sky. Hearing her words, the elders of Chan family had nothing to say, though they were all enraged, for all of them put together couldn't defeat her. "Ha ha," the old man sneered, "I'm still a sky-level Strud cultivator. Though I can't kill you, you can't kill me either. Well, didn't you say you would beat us in 5 minutes? Now, it's almost 5 minutes. If you can't defeat me before the time is up, you lose." The old man paused, and continued, "If you lose, you should kneel down, cut out of me and serve as the Chan family's slave. And serve as our slave for your whole life." His voice was spread throughout the mountain path with the breeze. Hearing his words, Long Fei was startled. The old man was simply too shameless. It would be deemed as Master's failure if Master didn't defeat all of them in just 5 minutes. And then Master would have to serve as the Chan family's slave. How could he have the nerve to say these words since they all put together couldn't defeat Master? Yun Luofeng glanced at the old man. "I'll never accept unfair deals." "Ha ha," the old man sarcastically raised the corners of his lips. "Now you're afraid. Too late. Our talk has wasted a lot of time, and if you don't hurry up, the time will be up." Chapter 525. Thread 1. Yun Luofeng faintly smiled. "When I say I never take a loss, I meant that I definitely wouldn't take a one-sided bet. If I can defeat you in the allotted time, what will you offer?" "Ha ha," the elderly man guffawed with confidence saturating his features. "I will let you punish me however you want." "I'm not interested in you." Yun Luofeng lightly stroked her chin. "How about this? Everyone from the Chan family descends from the peak of the mountain to the base on their knees, and every step that you take, you need to humiliate yourself once. Of course, the harsher the insult, the better. If the insult isn't harsh enough, then you will start over again." "You." The elderly man's expression shifted, and he darkly stated, "Aren't you being too cruel?" "This is only one part of it." Yun Luofeng wickedly smiled. "The second part is that I want Zhong Lingge to appear without any harm. For every strand of hair that is missing on her body, I will kill one person." The elderly man's expression became increasingly unsightly, and a malicious glint flashed through his eyes. "Yun Luofeng, I only proposed one request. Why do you think you can suggest two? This is too unfair." Yun Luofeng blinked. "You also know what fair is. If you think it's unfair, then we can change our bet so that it's until one of us is defeated. How about it? Also, the second term that I suggested, it wasn't part of the bet. I was merely informing you. If she wanted to kill someone, Chan family had no way of stopping her. Hence, that sentence was only a notification for Chan family and was not a part of the bet." The elderly man snorted. "Yun Luofeng, you got scared as expected, so you want to make me change the method of our bet. Unfortunately, I won't do as you wish, and I agree to your terms. 10 minutes is almost over, let me see how you will defeat me." Even if Yun Luofeng defeated all of the elders of Chan family in this short period of time, it did not mean that she could defeat him in the remaining time. As for him, he only needed to dodge her techniques, and it would be enough to drag it out until 10 minutes was over. "Also, don't forget that earlier you said you wouldn't use both hands," added the old man shamelessly. Long Fei was incredibly angered by this old man. No wonder he could do what he did back then. Truly no one could compare to his shameless conduct. However, Yun Luofeng, the person involved, merely faintly smiled and uttered, "All right." Watching the young lady's confident and brazen features, a feeling of unease suddenly appeared in the old man's heart. However, now that his proposal was accepted, he had to follow through with it and could not take back what he had said. Hence, he only gritted his teeth and said, "Then we will start now." "Wow." After saying this, the old man did not directly exchange blows with her and, instead, chose to turn around and flee. At the same time, Yun Luofeng's figure was like a flash of lightning, rapidly chasing the old man. Seeing the girl about to reach him, the old man hurriedly turned around, and the light of a sword abruptly streaked through the air, heading towards the girl. Yun Luofeng's body leaned to one side, dodging the light. Because of her movement, the distance between them was slightly lengthened. "Ho ho," the elderly man glanced at Yun Luofeng, who was catching up once more, with a mocking arch on the corner of his lips. "Little girl, you're still too green, accepting my bet this easily. I will definitely win this bet." Just as he said that, a white figure suddenly landed in front of him, blocking his path. "Is that so?" Chapter 526. Thread 2. You. The elderly man was stunned, looking at Yun Luofeng with astonishment and an expression of disbelief. "How did you get in front of me?" He had slightly increased his distance between them just now, so how did she arrive in front of him with just a momentary loss of his attention? Staring at the old man's shocked gaze, Yun Luofeng shrugged and said, "I was only playing with you earlier." Giving him hope and then letting him fall into despair. This was her retribution for this old man. Boom. A spiritual attack slammed into the elderly man's mind again. However, he had already reached sky level, intermediate rank after all, so he recovered in the blink of an eye. but this blink of an eye was enough to allow Yun Luofeng's leg to mercilessly hit the old man's face, making him stagger back a few steps. The friction of her leg moving through the air had created several sparks. Yun Luofeng, the elderly man's face was livid. You know how to spiritually attack. This time, he was truly too careless. He could never have imagined that not only did Yun Luofeng possess quick speed, but she also knew how to attack spiritually. No wonder so many members of the Chan family were knocked down by her in an instant. Yun Luofeng did not respond to his words, and her body flashed again, reappearing behind him. The moment that he turned around, a spiritual attack was released again, and then her leg landed on his lower back, causing him to cry out in pain. What followed was a one-sided beating. Something like a spiritual attack was a god-level cheating tool to begin with. The elderly man could only resist her spiritual attacks if his strength had reached advanced rank sky level. It was a pity that because he was not strong enough, he took a hit every time she used spiritual attacks. It's almost time. Looking at the sky, Yun Luofeng did not continue her beating and directly kicked the old man to the ground with a bang, his geriatric body creating a large crater in the ground. After this fight was over, an innumerable amount of craters covered the mountain path, and a ceaselessly wailing person lay in every crater. Why? The elderly man's fingers deeply dug into the earth, and his furious eyes intently glared at the girl gradually descending from the sky. He asked between gritted teeth, "Why did you knock them down with only one blow but tormented me like this?" At a time like this, the old man finally understood that Yun Luofeng could have defeated him in an instant with one spiritual attack alone, but she did not do that. Instead, she played with him like a cat teasing a mouse. Yun Luofeng stood in front of him and looked down at him while towering over him, to vent some anger for someone. Before coming to Chan family, she already investigated all the members of the Chan family. This old man was the head of Chan family and also Chan Ya's full-blooded younger brother, but he did things that hurt Chan Ya back then. That was why she tormented him like this. Her point was to vent some anger for Chan Ya. Long Fei watched Yun Luofeng with admiration. He knew that he did not follow the wrong person this time. Even if Master knew, she would also encourage him to continue following her. I have finished the bet in time. Yun Luofeng lightly raised her chin, so shouldn't you adhere to the agreement now and have all the members of the Chan family kneel and descend down the mountain? Suddenly, the old man started laughing, and his smile revealed a killing intent as he said, stressing each syllable, "You're dreaming. Even if I die, I still won't endure that type of humiliation. Moreover, you can't kill me." Chapter 527, Thread 3. Looking at the old man's confident face, Yun Luofeng slightly narrowed her eyes and smiled. "Are you sure?" Her three words were powerful and resonated, reverberating throughout this crater-filled mountain path. The elderly man's eyes darkened a few degrees. He propped himself up and climbed out of the crater before coldly stating, "Yun Luofeng, if you still want Zhonglinger's life, then kneel down and beg me. Perhaps I will let her go then." His geriatric face was adorned with a smile of self-satisfaction as he haughtily glanced at her. As expected, after hearing the old man's words, Yun Luofeng, who was originally pressing closer to him, halted her steps and intently stared at him. The old man guffawed. "So what if you won? Don't you still have to listen to my order in the end? I will give you one chance. Kneel down in front of me, and I will immediately return Zhonglinger to you." To him, he did not need face anymore. He only wanted to humiliate the young girl in front of him to calm the fury in his heart. Yun Luofeng did not say anything and silently looked at him. Her dark eyes were placid without a single ripple, causing other people to be unable to detect her thoughts. "How is it? Isn't this trade really worthwhile? You only need to kowtow a few times, and you get a life in exchange. It's your profit no matter how you think about it." After hearing this, the girl's features finally stirred. She slowly lifted her arm, and a long sword appeared out of thin air with a swish. Then, she instantly charged towards the old man. The man's reaction was quite quick, and he hurriedly leaned to the side, narrowly dodging it. However, even then, his shoulder was still slashed by the long sword, and blood spurted out. "Yun Luofeng, it looks like you really don't care about whether Zhonglinger lives or not. Since it's like this, wait to collect her corpse then," said the old man maliciously. However, when he spoke the last word, Yun Luofeng flicked a black pill from her fingers, shooting it into his mouth just as he closed his mouth. Taken by surprise, the old man swallowed his saliva as well as the black pill. "You used an underhanded method against me," shouted the old man in fury with a shift in his expression. Yun Luofeng lightly raised her brows and looked at his furious face with a faint smile. The expression in her eyes completely infuriated him, and he snorted, "All right, since you insist on acting rashly, I will send a signal right now. After seeing my signal, the members of the Chan family will immediately kill Zhonglinger." After saying this, the old man's eyes shifted. "However, this master has always been magnanimous, so if you give me the antidote and kowtow, I will still spare her." Spare Zhonglinger. If it wasn't for that BTCH, we would not have attracted Yun Luofeng. So after humiliating Yun Luofeng, I will instantly have Zhonglinger killed. Yun Luofeng glanced at the old man and aloofly said, "What I had you consume just now is the bone-shattering pill. After ingesting this medicinal pill, I can let you taste the feeling of having your bones shatter with a mere thought. It doesn't matter even if you can tolerate this type of pain since I can make your spirit disperse." The girl paused briefly before continuing, "Using your spirit as a trade for Zhonglinger's life, she won't lose anything. What is called a threat? The one that Yun Luofeng employed was the pinnacle of perfection. You want to kill Zhonglinger? Sure, she would lose her life, but she would still have a chance to reincarnate, but I won't give even this chance to you. Like this, Zhonglinger would not take a loss." Chapter 528, Yun Luofeng's Anger 1. Fear finally appeared in the eyes of the elderly man. He could not help but take a few steps back as he watched Yun Luofeng with an unsightly expression. "Are you bluffing to scare me?" Yun Luofeng smiled. "You will know in a moment whether I am bluffing or not." After she spoke her words, an intense pain abruptly shot from the old man's body. The pain was inescapable, as though a slab of stone was continuously grinding on his body. At the same time, a burst of green flame appeared in his surroundings. The flame incinerated his body, causing his throat to also burn in pain as though it was being ripped apart. Soul flame. It was actually soul flame. Just how strong did the spirit of this young girl have to be in order for her to even maneuver soul flame? He believed that if this continued, his spirit would definitely disperse, and he could never reincarnate. Stop. Stop already. The elderly man wailed in anguish. I promise you, I will return Zhonglinge to you. Stop this quickly. Why should I believe you? Yun Luofeng's brows slightly raised. Have your people retrieve Zhonglinge. I will decide on your fate after I see her. If she's injured in any manner, I will let you taste the feeling of your spirit dispersing. The elderly man suddenly became anxious, and he secretly prayed that Zhonglinge's father did not torture her. Otherwise, he was afraid that his spirit would really disperse. Chan Xuan. The old man gritted his teeth. Bring him to Chan Zhu's residence. Yes, father. Chan Xuan's eyes were dark, but after seeing that even his own father was completely defeated by Yun Luofeng, he did not have any intention to resist, so he could only lead Long Fei toward the entrance. Under Chan Xuan's guidance, the traps were of no trouble, and Long Fei easily entered the Chan residence. At this time, in a small, remote courtyard, Chan Zhu held a rod in his hand and was using it to ruthlessly hit a young girl's snow-white skin. The girl's clothes were already shredded into pieces, and her once beautiful hair lay behind her in disarray. Her body was covered with ghastly horizontal marks, and her small, pale face was drenched in drops of sweat as big as beans. She tightly bit on her colorless lips and silently accepted Chan Zhu's flogging. You rebellious daughter, I regret allowing your mother to give birth to a rebellious daughter like you back then. You will anger me to death. Chan Zhu mercilessly lectured Zhonglinge, as though he wanted to vent all the humiliation that he suffered on her. If you had obediently listened to family head's words, perhaps I would also rise in standing as well and wouldn't be frequently bullied by those from the direct lineage. Let me tell you, as my daughter, you wouldn't exist without me. So you must do whatever I have you do without any disobedience. Zhonglinge snorted and closed her eyes, her pale face revealing her decision to accept death. She definitely would not obey the orders of the Chan family. Yun Luofeng was the only one who could make her submit in her entire life. Seeing Zhonglinge's stubborn appearance, Chan Zhu became more furious. He scooped up some salt water from the side and ferociously splashed it on her body. Hiss. The salt water soaked into the broken skin, creating an intense pain and making her inhale sharply and her body to ceaselessly shudder. Zhonglinge, if you want to enter the genealogical record of Chan family, go seduce young master Chan Yu. Chan Yu was the most prominent member of the younger generation of Chan family and was also the direct grandson of the head of the household. This was why Chan Zhu wanted Zhonglinge to go seduce Chan Yu. Chapter 529, Yun Luofeng's Anger, 2. I already told you that I am not interested in the Chan family at all, nor do I want to change my family name to Chan. Zhonglinge suddenly opened her eyes and angrily turned around, coldly glaring at Chan Zhu. You are seeking death. Hearing this, Chan Zhu grew angrier and slammed the stick down with a bang, leaving a red imprint on her back. Zhonglinge spat out a mouthful of blood, and her inner organs were all embroiled in pain. With a frosty smile, she said, no matter how you hit me, I still won't obey you. What insolence, Zhonglinge, if it weren't for the fact that you are somewhat pretty, I wouldn't have you go seduce young master Chan Yu. With your status, it would be a miracle if you could be his concubine. Zhonglinge's inward sneer intensified as she argued, by following my master, I can be the proper wife of someone, but by entering Chan family, I can only be a concubine. The superiority and inferiority between wife and concubine are apparent. I really don't know whether to say you are stupid or foolish. Don't you understand the logic behind how being the concubine of a son of nobility is better than being the wife of a servant? I, Zhonglinge, would rather be the wife of someone poor than the concubine of someone rich. I don't seek to live a life of luxury, living without worrying about food is already enough. Zhonglinge supported her body to stand up. Her body was slightly trembling as she heavily leaned against the ancient tree behind her with resolution in her bright eyes. In her life, if she could find someone to live together until death did they part and have mutual respect in their marriage, it would be superior to living a life of luxury. Long Fei arrived just as Zhonglinge spoke these words. Although her voice was very weak, it was as melodious as a black napped oriole and extremely sweet to Long Fei's ears. She would rather be the wife of someone poor than the concubine of someone rich. In a world where the weak were prey to the strong, just how many people could possess such a virtuous and noble character? Hence, Long Fei could not help but feel admiration for this stubborn girl due to her words. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly saw the girl's body fall towards the ground. He was stunned for a moment before rushing forward without thinking and catching her delicate body that was about to land on the ground. Zhonglinge's eyelashes imperceptibly trembled. Her complexion was pale, and her body was covered in crisscrossing scars, making her appear extremely weak. A fury faintly bloomed in his heart, and his grave eyes turned to Chan Zhu. Who are you? Upon seeing Long Fei's appearance, Chan Zhu's brows furrowed. Don't you know this is the Chan residence? How dare you actually trespass? Long Fei snorted and picked Zhonglinge in his arms before coldly saying, no matter what, she's your daughter. Not only did you not take care of her for a single day, but you also tormented her like this. What is the difference between someone like you and a beast? On the way to the Chan residence, King Yin and the others had already informed Long Fei about the objective of this journey, so he thoroughly understood the relationship between Zhonglinge and the Chan family. Even if Chan Zhu did not like Zhonglinge, his blood still flowed through her veins, so how could he bear to treat her like this? She's my daughter, I'll hit her if I want and kill her if I want. Who are you to butt into my business? Since I'm the one who gave her life, she's not permitted to resist regardless of how I treat her. Long Fei tightly held onto Zhonglinge's body while glaring at Chan Zhu. I'm afraid you have no control over the life of this woman. Moreover, don't count on the people from the Chan family to rescue you. They can't even save themselves right now. What? Chan Zhu was taken aback for a moment, not comprehending the meaning of his words. The other party's punch landed on him squarely and threw him back. Chapter 530, Yun Luofeng's Anger, 3. Plop. Chan Zhu spat out a mouthful of blood and fell over with a pale complexion. Shortly after, Long Fei walked up with big strides and picked him up by his lapel, quickly heading out of the courtyard. Outside the entrance of the mountain, it was completely silent, so silent that even the sound of the wind brushing over them could be heard clearly. Yun Luofeng had her arms across her chest as she half leaned against the trunk of a tree, silently listening to the anguished wails of the elderly man. The elders from the Chan family did not dare to utter a single word, afraid that they would attract Yun Luofeng's gaze onto themselves and suffer the same punishment as the head of the household. Just then, the door at the entrance was opened again, and Long Fei, who was carrying Zheng Ling'er with one arm and holding Chan Zhu with the other, suddenly appeared in everyone's line of sight. Yun Luofeng's expression turned frostier after Long Fei's appearance, her body emitting a chilling icy air and her dark eyes revealing a menacing killing intent. It was over. After seeing the injuries covering Zheng Ling'er's body, the elderly man's heart suddenly sunk, and fear leaked into his expression as he inwardly reproached Chan Zhu. That beastard, actually beating Zheng Ling'er up to this extent. Normally, it would have been fine, but that girl was related to his life right now. According to Yun Luofeng, if Zheng Ling'er was the slightest bit harmed, she would make his secret disperse. Chan Zhu immediately caught sight of the elderly man caged inside the flame. Since he was unaware of what had happened yet, he hurriedly cried out, "Family head, elder, save me." However, before he finished speaking, a snow-white figure swiftly crossed the air and appeared in front of him. The young girl did not look at him at all and quickly pulled out a spiritual herb from her sleeve, handing it to Long Fei. "Feed this to her." Long Fei briefly paused. "How should I feed it to her?" "Chew it into pieces." Upon hearing the young girl's words, embarrassment overtook Long Fei's face, but he still accepted the herb from her and placed it in his mouth to slowly chew it into pieces. After handing the herb to Long Fei, Yun Luofeng's gaze gradually turned to Chan Zhu, her brows faintly raised. "Did you cause her injuries?" From start to end, Chan Zhu did not think he did anything wrong. Zheng Ling'er life was given by him, so even if he took it back, so what? Why couldn't these people mind their own business? So what if I caused them? She's my daughter. Bang! Without waiting for Chan Zhu to finish speaking, Yun Luofeng got a tight hold of his lapels and raised him up before viciously slamming him to the ground. Chan Zhu's butt felt like it was split in two, and even his organs started hurting. He wanted to shout in fury but was interrupted by the girl's haughty voice. "I said that I would kill a member of the Chan family for every injury that she sustained. Since she's so seriously injured, I can only bury the entire Chan family as well. First, I will start with you." As though he felt the intense killing intent from the girl, Chan Zhu finally felt fear. He tightly held his burning chest and said, "Family head, he won't let you get away with it." Yun Luofeng snorted. "He's merely a defeated opponent whose spirit will disperse very soon." It was only now that Chan Zhu caught sight of the old man's twisted expression under the shadows of the flame. His heart abruptly started to tremble. The head of the household, who was an intermediate rank sky-level spirit cultivator, was actually defeated by this girl. How was this possible? "Master," Long Fei glanced at Yun Luofeng and said, "When I went to rescue her just now, I saw a tub of salt water in the courtyard, and Zheng Ling'er's body has the presence of salt. This subordinate boldly surmises that this monster must have hit Zheng Ling'er and then used salt water to torture her." Chapter 531, Yun Luofeng's Anger, 4. When Long Fei finished speaking, a chilly feeling came